All right, you and I have both had rough mornings, but our guy wakes up groggy to some serious ear-piercing screaming. Before Lu Sheng can even process what the heck is happening, his teacher absolutely roasts him. His classmates turn around, laughing like hyenas, literally saying, "Bro, why are you looking so completely clueless right now?" Turns out, Lu Sheng has been sleeping through the entire day. And yeah, the teacher is super ticked off about his incredibly lazy attitude. The massive exam is only 200 days away, but during class time, Lu Sheng is just rolling around, sleeping like a literal baby pig. This completely sets the teacher off. The old man yells so aggressively that spit is practically flying everywhere. He angrily warns Lu Sheng that with this lazy slacker vibe, even a basic bricklaying construction crew wouldn't want to hire him after graduation. Absolutely savage. To test him, the teacher asks if Lu Sheng even knows the bare minimum blood qi requirement to become a simple cement worker. Everyone assumed Lu Sheng was clueless, but he nervously mumbles the exact right answer, 0.8. Hearing this makes the teacher even madder, asking if he actually meets that standard. His classmates immediately jump in to relentlessly mock him. They joke and relentlessly laugh, saying Lu Sheng's blood qi is barely hanging onto a 0.7. Besides napping all day, what exactly can he do for society? The exhausted teacher just shakes his head and sighs, totally giving up. Zero competitive spirit. Soon after school ends, his buddy Liu Qiming happily runs over to check on him. This guy is one of Lu Sheng's only real friends in class. Lu Sheng just nods, completely exhausted. He closes his heavy eyes, immediately recalling the horrifying scenes flashing through his nightly dreams. His dream is always a completely ruined, empty wasteland, with zero humans around, totally swarming with bizarre, terrifying monsters. He groans, begging his buddy Liu Qiming to please stop talking about this stuff. Those terrifying nightly nightmares are seriously draining his mental energy, making him feel absolutely awful every day. His blood qi even dropped by 0.02. He had to chug expensive tonic meds and train like crazy just to recover a tiny bit, but he still gets absolutely roasted by the teacher on a daily basis. But Lu Qiming does not care about blood qi stats at all. He cheerfully tells Lu Sheng, "Just ignore the old man's ranting. Be happy, living as a totally normal guy. Just leave the big hero stuff and saving the entire world to the overpowered geniuses who actually care." You would think this advice would bring hope, but nope, it is just a massive serving of pure despair. After his terrible pep talk, Lu Qiming invites him to the internet cafe, but Lu Sheng is absolutely not in the mood for gaming today. Right now, all he really wants is to go straight home, so he totally turns his friend down. Lu Qiming is super shocked by this rejection because these two bros are normally glued together. The guy even generously offers to pay for all the gaming and drinks, but Lu Sheng just aggressively shakes his head no. Lu Qiming still desperately tries to convince him to tag along, but other friends call him away. They agree to hang out later, wave goodbye, and he runs off with the gaming squad. Walking back home, Lu Sheng cannot catch a mental break. His mind is completely hyper-fixated on those awful nightmares from the past few days. He literally transmigrated into a brand new fantasy world, yet he somehow still has to stress out about taking high school exams. He feels totally depressed thinking about brutal subjects like math and chemistry, plus having to keep up with the daily news trends. Honestly, this new world does not look much different from his past life. While deep in thought, a random pedestrian angrily screams at him for freezing like a statue right in the middle of the road. The guy yelling at him is casually carrying an absurdly heavy stack of cargo on his head. Lu Sheng watches, super jealous. He wonders when he will ever get that strong, especially since the body he transmigrated into is basically as fragile as wet paper. Over 300 years ago, this world went through a completely insane transformation. Giant rifts violently ripped open across the sky and earth. Hideous, terrifying monsters crawled out from inside, permanently altering the entire course of this world's history forever. Modern thermal firearms basically became completely useless against them, but humans suddenly unlocked crazy new powers when a hidden genetic lock inside their bodies miraculously shattered wide open. Physical combat strength could now easily break through to completely unimaginable, godlike levels of raw power. Because of this, humanity fully stepped onto the path of martial arts. But even with superpowers, the brutal survival war against these invading monsters remained incredibly tough. Humans are still at a massive disadvantage. It feels like cities fall every single day, and humanity just keeps suffering tragic, endless defeats on the battlefield. Facing this bleak apocalyptic reality, the head teacher stands up to deliver a seriously heavy announcement to all the high school students. You were all born in an era of violent chaos, and you absolutely must carry the heavy burden of our time. You are training in martial arts for the survival of humanity. Every single one of you is a burning flame of martial arts. Now, this is where you and I see the real struggle. Lu Sheng leans against the locker, panting heavily. He practiced his physical arts 3 times, but his blood qi has not improved at all. Unlike his genius little sister, whose blood qi quickly skyrocketed to a solid 0.9, meanwhile, our guy cannot even replenish the tiny amount of stats he lost from having bad dreams. Not even a single drop. Lu Sheng feels awful knowing his hardworking parents spent a fortune on tonics for him. Even the universe gave him a second chance by dropping him straight into a martial arts world. Are we really just gonna watch him stay a total loser? Muttering to himself, he finally vows to push harder and unlock his true potential. If training 3 times does absolutely nothing, then just keep grinding. Push for 4, 5, or even 6 times. Suddenly, his vision blurs completely out before going pitch black, and when he finally opens his eyes again, boom, our guy just got thrown into a totally different world. The view here is absolutely horrific, ruined beyond belief, with dead bodies scattered literally everywhere. Innocent Lu Sheng pinches his cheek a few times, but nope, no waking up. He just sits there analyzing things, completely clueless. Meanwhile, a grotesque monster has silently appeared right behind him, happily showing off its fangs. That dark shadow behind him immediately attacks, lunging straight at Lu Sheng. Good thing our boy snaps out of his daze and blocks that monster just in time. Otherwise, he would have lost his first kiss to this seriously ugly chick. Now he clearly sees the shadow's face. It is an actual zombie. Seeing those razor-sharp teeth about to bite him, he panics completely. Damn it. He ran away for so many nights, only to get grabbed by this exact thing. The zombie lunges down for a kiss, but Lu Sheng is sharp and handsome. He ducks his head aside, letting that nasty zombie kiss hit the dirt instead. Gritting his teeth, Lu Sheng yells at it to never look down on him. Sure, his combat grades suck, but his vitality score is a solid 0.7. Even if others see him as absolute trash, he still counts as half a martial artist. Saying that, he kicks the zombie right in the chest, breaking the poor undead girl's heart like 1,000 tiny little cuts. Taking that kick, the zombie falls flat on her back. Before she can even sit up, Lu Sheng is already holding a massively oversized rock. Then he charges at the zombie, giving her a free ticket to a complete facial reconstruction. After a few brutal smashes, the zombie girl lies completely motionless. Lu Sheng sits there panting, because that wild beatdown definitely drained his energy. Staring at the zombie under his feet, Lu Sheng sighs. Phew, this thing is finally dead, right? Alright, you and I know a zombie's weak point is the head. Suddenly, weird black floating stuff flies out of the corpse and gets absorbed straight into Lu Sheng, leaving him totally confused. What the heck is this crazy stuff? As more weird objects cling to his body, Lu Sheng screams in absolute panic. Then, bizarre foreign memories suddenly explode right inside his brain. A conversation between 2 men pops up. One talks about his dream of joining the defense base crew. The other guy says defense training there is super brutal and incredibly dangerous. But the ripped dude does not care about the risks at all. Next come flashes of extremely harsh training, followed by memories of a massive riot. Monsters constantly attacking people, with grotesque creatures swarming literally everywhere. Lu Sheng quickly realizes these are the exact memories of that zombie he just smashed. But he does not understand why killing it gave him access to its past. His body starts undergoing bizarre changes, arms and legs trembling in a super unnatural way. While he is completely losing control, another zombie suddenly pops out of nowhere and lunges at him. But weirdly enough, Lu Sheng has become ridiculously strong for absolutely no reason. He easily takes down the new zombie with just a few punches. Compared to his current strength, the Hulk is basically just a joke now. The pitiful zombie just drops dead, and Lu Sheng finally snaps out of his weird trance. Once again, the strange black energy wraps completely around Lu Sheng. He actually feels massive power intensely surging right through his own veins. Thanks to years of reading comics, Lu Sheng guesses that killing a zombie here grants him their memories and their power. You and I both know this is a totally broken cheat code. Lu Sheng stares at his hands, feeling like this whole situation is completely unbelievable. Just a few punches and he casually absorbs another person's lifelong experience. It is a massive profit, but feels kind of shady. Still, if this is not a dream, it actually has some awesome perks. But this dreamscape feels so bizarre. Does a dream really need to be this incredibly realistic? After walking for a bit, another glowing corpse appears, immediately catching Lu Sheng's full attention. The guy's skeleton is melting away, and his memories start flowing right into Lu Sheng. Base 1359 pops up in the vision. Lu Sheng remembers seeing this exact base in the previous memories too. It seems he needs to find base 1359 to uncover the truth of this dream. Let's watch closely. Absorbing this zombie's memories does not feel nearly as intense or painful as the first time. Lu Sheng realizes he has to fight the zombies first to inherit their power. Suddenly, glowing blue streaks mysteriously appear up in the dark sky. Lu Sheng's head starts spinning and feeling super dizzy, just like earlier when he was back home. His vision goes pitch black once again. Opening his eyes, he is suddenly staring right back at his own familiar bedroom ceiling. Someone is knocking non-stop on his door outside. Waking up, Lu Sheng is already dripping with cold sweat. Lu Sheng, come eat. How long will you hide in there? Hearing that, Lu Sheng just drags his completely exhausted body to open the door. The one yelling at our boy is Kan Hoa, Lu Sheng's only sister. And man, This pretty little sister just will not stop complaining about him. Don't even try saying you were training. You were totally dead to the world sleeping in there, weren't you? But then she looks up. Our guy is completely dripping with sweat, and her eyes practically bug out of her head. Because somehow, out of nowhere, her normally lazy brother is suddenly rocking an absolutely shredded, completely visible six-pack. Talk about a plot twist. Lu Sheng just stands there, totally clueless, trying to explain that he zoned out and accidentally fell asleep without even realizing it. Kan Hoa quickly turns around, telling him to hurry up and get out here for dinner, so their parents don't have to keep waiting. But as she walks away, she literally cannot get her brother's crazy new physique out of her head. Suddenly, her face is totally burning red. Once she is gone, Lu Sheng starts thinking back to when they were just little kids. Back in the day, she used to stick to him like glue. But ever since they started at the academy and got their very first test results back, her whole attitude toward him totally flipped. He honestly cannot even blame her for it, though. Her blood vitality had already passed the 1.0 mark back then, and her combat power index totally skyrocketed. At this crazy pace, she will score a spot at a top-tier martial arts university in no time. If you had to describe Kan Hoa in just one word, total absolute genius. No joke. Looking at himself, he just feels super helpless right now. He thinks they are the most cliché combo ever, the absolute trash brother and the genius little sister. But then, his eyes randomly lock onto his own reflection in the mirror. Since when did his body get this incredibly jacked? Seriously, he looks way more handsome now, does he not? He stretches out his limbs to warm up. Even though he literally just woke up from an absolute nightmare, he does not feel tired or sluggish at all. Instead, he feels this crazy, overflowing energy like never before. And get this, he actually remembers every single detail from those zombies in his dream. He somehow inherited all their different combat skills right into his brain. This whole situation makes absolutely zero sense. Even his raw physical strength has clearly leveled up a bit. Alright, you and I are about to witness something insane. He suspects he brought his dream power into the real world. Others bust their backs training, while this guy just takes a nap and wakes up totally overpowered. He is literally hacking the system. Lu Sheng walks out to the dining table, where his parents happily greet him. His mom has already packed the entire dinner table with an absolutely massive mountain of food. There is literally zero empty space left. With his parents spoiling him this much, failing his exams would be super embarrassing. But things get weird fast. Our boy starts inhaling his food like a completely starving animal. He just keeps shoving massive spoonfuls of rice into his mouth. While furiously stuffing his face, he actually wonders if his mom's cooking skills magically leveled up overnight. Because the food today tastes ridiculously good, and he simply cannot stop himself from eating every single delicious bite. He holds out his empty bowl, asking his mom for even more rice. But the table is wiped completely clean, and next to him, a giant towering stack of empty bowls he just demolished. Our guy has totally shocked his entire family today. Seeing that the food is completely gone, he flashes a super awkward smile and slowly pulls his empty bowl back. Actually, I am pretty full. Honestly, even he has absolutely no clue how he managed to pack away that much food. But his dad just snatches the bowl right out of his hands. What are you saying? You think we'd let you go hungry in this house? His dad immediately tells his mom to cook another huge pot of rice and extra dishes. It is super rare for his son to eat like this. No way he is letting his boy starve. Teenage boys hit growth spurts like this all the time. You eat forever and never feel full. You're definitely gonna shoot up and get taller. He promises to go out and buy even more groceries tomorrow. This crazy massive growth spurt is the perfect chance to boost his blood vitality, and they absolutely cannot waste this golden opportunity. Sitting right next to him, Kan Hoa just rolls her eyes. He is already 18. His last vitality score was literally 0.8. It does not just magically increase overnight. Hearing his daughter's super snarky comment, their poor dad looks incredibly annoyed at her. Hey, stop attacking your brother. Even a tiny boost is still a boost. A regular martial arts college and a specialized one are literally worlds apart. Kan Hoa totally ignores their dad, giving a sassy little scoff before turning her head away. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just sits there feeling completely helpless. The bratty sister keeps roasting their dad, making him so angry his head is practically smoking. But honestly, Lu Sheng is still distracted, wondering if his stats really did skyrocket from his dream. Though he is terrified he might just be imagining things. Either way, he needs to hit up the dojo to test it out fast. By the time night falls, our boy arrives right at the Hongchuan dojo. The master running this place is Ni Hongchuan, a literal beast at family boxing who scored top 10 in Baihe City's 23rd martial arts tournament. Absolutely epic. This guy is a straight-up level 4 martial artist, and according to the Martial Alliance, a basic level 1 fighter needs a vitality score of 1.5, with a combat index of 150. For a level 2 fighter, vitality hits 15. Their combat power hits 1500. You guys see this? Jumping from level 1 to 2 means your required stats completely multiply by 10 times over. Reaching level 3, your vitality has to be 100, with a crazy combat power index of 10,000. And Master Nihong Chuan? He pushed his vitality past 200 and his combat power to 100,000, finally unlocking the epic level 4 rank. Lu Sheng did the math. Nihong Chuan's blood chi over 200 meant the guy was 300 times stronger than him. The gap between martial artists is absolutely insane. We're talking totally different levels of existence here. High-level fighters are basically real-life, genuine supermen. Plus, these elite cram schools are strictly for rich kids only. If his sister Qinghe wanted to join, their parents would definitely scrape together the cash to help her out. But for our boy, yeah, zero chance of that happening. Look on the bright side. Eating dream zombies meant he didn't need fancy classes anyway. Lu Sheng walked in, greeted by a smiling receptionist. "Welcome to Hongchuan Dojo. Are you here to sign up for our advanced martial arts class, young student?" Lu Sheng smoothly shot that down. Nope, he just came to check his blood chi. The receptionist kept smiling, but her brain was totally judging him. No private family trainer hovering nearby? Yeah, this kid was definitely not rolling in that sweet rich family money. Still, she politely pointed him down the hallway toward testing room number 8. The machines were right inside. She politely offered to tag along and help, but our independent guy politely shut that down. Stepping inside, Lu Sheng took a breath to mentally prep himself. He pressed his hand against the scanner to check his current blood chi. The screen flashed his blood, key, 0.963. Seeing that number, Lu Sheng was absolutely hyped. The dream wasn't a scam. Beating up those zombies actually boosted his blood chi for real. In just 1 hour, his stats jumped by 0.2. Keep this up, and he might actually catch up to his genius sister. But Qinghe was naturally gifted anyway. Regardless, Lu Sheng finally had the juice to push way further down the martial arts path. Alright, you and I are about to see if his combat stats match. Lu Sheng approached the punch machine, raising his fist while nervously hyping himself up. Every single battle skill and move from that jumpsuit-wearing zombie was permanently locked right into his brain. Wham! Lu Sheng smashed his fist into the tester pad, and the screen instantly locked in his score. Boom, 113. His jaw totally dropped. That crazy boost completely blew past his normal blood chi limits. Our guy was officially ready to be a legit martial artist. It felt so wild. Just 1 hour of taking a nap, and his power and combat stats had spiked like crazy. What if he slept for 8, 9, or 10 hours? Man, one good night of sleep and he'd literally become a god. But cue the night, and Lu Sheng couldn't sleep a wink. He violently tossed his pillow. Of course, now he wanted to sleep but couldn't. He probably needed the perfect mood. Or maybe sitting in a boring classroom was the only trigger. Frustrated, Lu Sheng stood up, flicked on the light, and checked his clock. 9 p.m. Yeah, trying to sleep right now was definitely jumping the gun. Might as well get some actual training done. Exhausting himself would totally knock him out later. He took a massive breath, using his surging energy to warm up. The 30th official broadcast calisthenics routine was on. He started stance 1, but suddenly, his own arms and legs totally rebelled against him. Instead of his normal moves, he was flailing around doing something completely unrecognizable. He drilled those 24 forms since grade school, no way he forgot. Then, those weird zombie memories flared right back up in his brain. Suddenly, it clicked. Thanks to those zombie memories, his muscles were automatically practicing the crazy martial arts the monster used to know. While most neighbors had killed their lights for bed, one crazy teenager's shadow was still grinding away on top of his mattress. Lu Sheng threw another brutal punch, panting like an absolute dog. He quickly realized this new routine was roughly 200 moves longer than his old, basic exercises. His hand slashed out, trailing a fierce spark of blue lightning. Even he could feel that ridiculous raw power. Honestly, with every single move, he felt raw strength erupting from his core, pouring out alongside his sweat. Breathing hard, he noticed a crazy secret. It wasn't just the physical moves, his entire breathing pattern had totally changed. Weird memories flooded in, complete with a strict voice preaching about breathing, combat arts, and even proper diets. He literally had to train in his sleep. This was pure magic. A few reps yielded better results than a full year of his old, boring routines combined. That dream world was the real elite genius academy. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, pressed his hands together, and unleashed his inner chi. Thick, intense energy swirled out into a perfect, flawless circle. The epic tension instantly died down when his stomach let out a massive, embarrassing grumble. Let me tell you, he clutched his gut and collapsed, looking like a total zombie. Seriously, he was starving to death, and this intense hunger was absolutely no joke. Looking completely hollowed out and dead inside, he flashed back to dinner. The dude was drooling like an absolute idiot. Probably because that crazy blood chi boost completely drained him. His body was burning fuel way too fast, and normal cafeteria food just wasn't packing the crazy nutrition our boy needed. Lu Sheng was shaking from starvation, needing tonics, but you and I both know his family's bank account was totally empty. They couldn't afford a drop. If this kept up, his epic progress would completely tank. Glancing around his room, a sudden wild idea hit him. He absolutely had to make some quick cash for tonics. Then it clicked. Those sweet end-of-semester merit scholarships? The glorious grade A scholarship at Baihe Academy paid out 50,000 yuan. But to snatch that bag of cash, he had to flex some serious talent. Lu Sheng's eyes burned with fierce determination. Time to get paid and get fed. Bright and early the next morning, inside the chaotic sports hall locker room, Lu Sheng was changing with the guys. Liu Qiming zipped up his jacket, totally hyped. No pop quiz today, and they finally had a real combat class. Halfway through speaking, Qiming absolutely froze. He was staring straight at Lu Sheng's ridiculously shredded six-pack. Whoa, old Lu? Since when the heck did you get so insanely jacked, man? Qiming reached out for a sneaky feel, but Lu Sheng threw his shirt on lightning fast. Qiming didn't care, just kept fanboying. Just a few days and you're huge. Look at those pecs. Lu Sheng played it cool. Been grinding hard lately. Don't go touching me just because I look delicious. Pushing his bangs out of his eyes, Lu Sheng sighed. Now that you mention it, definitely time for a fresh haircut. Qiming just pouted. Yeah, right. You just want to flex in combat class and score with the girls. I see right through your completely shameless, dirty little teen movie playbook. Lu Sheng felt hopeless against his buddy's wild imagination, but whatever. They walked out, arms over shoulders. Meanwhile, Sheng plotted his grand, cash-winning flex. The martial arts hall was basically his absolute golden ticket. Combat teacher Zhang Zhengguo finally barked. Today's combat session is just locking in those basic counterattacks I taught you slackers last time. Qiming leaned in, whispering the school lore. Teacher Zhang was a legit level 2 martial artist, fought real monsters on the bloody battlefield. Just look at that massive hand scar. Sure enough, Zhang Zhengguo rocked a massive, eye-catching scar right across his bare hand. Lu Sheng stared hard, narrowing his eyes. A level 2? Honestly, to him, the guy's combat mechanics looked laughably basic. The insane moves Lu Sheng practiced in his dreams were light years ahead. Zhang Zhengguo finished warming up and hit a dramatic demonstration. He threw some heavy kicks, then casually stopped, posing. All right, kids, the main focus is exactly what I just showed you. Then, Zhang pointed straight into the crowd. Young Yifei, get up here and spar with me. The whole crowd lost their minds. The rich kid superstar was up, and the girls went crazy. Yang Yufei jumped up. Yes, sir, he strutted forward, soaking in all the desperate fanboying and praise. One incredibly thirsty girl practically screamed. Yufei is just so freaking unbelievably cool and so strong, her friend hyped up. Our class's ultimate hot genius. I really want to train with him. The crowd buzzed as the teacher called his name. One girl teased, Train? Please, you just want to eat the guy absolutely alive. The boys, especially Qiming, just scoffed with maximum teenage disgust, groaning about this rich snob hogging the spotlight again. Sure, he was handsome, but he drank premium blood chi tonics for breakfast every single day. Last test, Yifei's blood key was already hitting 1.2. The teachers obviously played favorites. Qiming bitterly whined, how are us normal, broke guys supposed to survive? While Qiming was busy swimming in pure jealousy, Yifei was already up there throwing some seriously aggressive, showy kicks. Watching this, Lu Sheng smirked. The old him would have just sat there crying about life being completely unfair. But things were different now. His eyes flashed with pure energy. Watch closely, he was about to grab everything for himself. On the court, the two finished their flashy little demo with a loud, dramatic hand strike. Zhang Zhengguo brushed his jacket. Good moves. Balance is slightly off, but I'll fix that. Keep training. You have an absolutely boundless future ahead. Next is real combat. Pick some classmates to fight. Yifei respectfully cupped his hands together. Yes, thank you for the guidance, but that was totally fake. Deep down, this arrogant punk completely looked down on his puny level 2 teacher. His private tutors back home were way more elite. Clueless Zhang Zhengguo completely missed the disrespect. He scanned the room, hunting for a brave soul to fight the golden boy. Any volunteers? Crickets. Everyone aggressively avoided eye contact, staring at the ceiling, the floor, literally anywhere else. Qiming loudly snorted. Who's gonna beat him? Going up there just makes you his personal punching bag. All right, guys, picture this. Teacher Trung frowns. Pure disappointment at these absolute cowards. Every combat lesson, these kids hide like giant scared ostriches. How is he supposed to teach them? Sure, the school trains their blood, energy, and martial arts. But let's be real here. Once they join the military, only the absolute elite survive this wild martial arts path. Teacher Trung sweeps his gaze across the room again, completely exasperated, thinking hard. People claim he plays favorites, but nobody else steps up, except for that arrogant golden boy Duong.Fi, who actually has the guts to volunteer. Suddenly, the teacher's scanner vision locks onto Luke Than, and wow, this kid's eyes are straight up terrifying. Trung gets genuine chills. Luke Than looks like a hardened criminal who has literally slaughtered people before. Utterly crazy. Eyes are the window to the soul, right? He points straight at our guy. All right, you. Get up here and spar with the golden boy Dat Fee. Luke Thon calmly stands up. Yes, sir. His panicked buddy Kai Min tries grabbing him. Bro, just forfeit immediately. Exams are coming. Getting wrecked now ruins everything. Stop acting tough just for fake street cred. Our boy hilariously flexes his muscles. Looking extremely confident, he tells Kai Min to chill. He has been working out like a beast lately. He swaggers onto the training mat. The teacher sets the sparring timer for 10 very long minutes. Standard combat rules apply. Safety is supposedly the top priority here, especially remembering those boring pressure points from last lesson. Standing face to face, Luke Thon remembers the golden rule before a massive brawl. You must stay absolutely terrifyingly calm. Such an obvious trick. Why didn't he think of this before? Well, if he wasn't so dense, he wouldn't be reincarnated into this mess. The teacher suddenly pauses to ask Luke Thon about his current blood energy score. Yesterday it tested at 0.963. But playing the humble hero in front of everyone, he claims it is only 0.8. Teacher Trung looks utterly baffled. He never expected the kid's stats to be that garbage. Standing there radiating pure menace, he definitely does not look like a weak 0.8. Ultimately, he just warns them to pull their punches. Friendly technical exchange only, and then yells begin. Dat Phi glares with maximum contempt. He smugly asks if our guy is ready. He even tries showing off, warning Luke Than not to break his fall with his hands to avoid snapping bones. Protect your vitals, especially your head. Luke Thon shows zero emotion. He just deadpan thanks this arrogant jerk for the terrible advice. I am fully ready now. Please show me your worst. This Dat Phi clown immediately charges in, throwing a punch right at Luke Thon's face, thinking some deeply insulting thoughts. Listen up, loser. Do you know what matters in real combat? Controlling distance, reading your opponent's twitchy movements, and perfectly predicting whatever pathetic counterattack they try to throw at you. He monologues a bunch of nerdy textbook theories internally, but it all boils down to one thing: blood energy gap. The watching crowd literally drops their jaws at his insane, blurry speed. Dat Phi rushes forward like an absolute hurricane. He completely assumes this match is an already decided, massive victory. He is totally gonna win this. But shockingly, his full power super punch hits absolutely nothing but thin air. Now, here is where you and I enjoy the karma. Dat Phi's face completely freezes because Luke Thon effortlessly dodged and is already countering. While this dude is still looking for his target, Luke Thon gifts him a lightning-fast hook to the cheek, launching him a billion meters away. Dat Phi gets knocked out cold immediately, crashing hilariously straight into the seated crowd of terrified students. Everyone around him panics and freaks out. Nobody saw this insane, monstrous strength coming from our supposedly weak guy. One single punch. That is all it took to hand Dat Phi a one-way ticket to the local hospital. The golden boy is totally out of battery. The teacher screams at the frozen students to call medics. Some random kid nods frantically and sprints off. Medics literally need a stretcher to scrape Dat Phi off the floor. He looks incredibly pathetic right now, all thanks to his massive, toxic ego. Luke Than calmly walks up to Teacher Trung, explaining it was totally an accident. He just has not held back his ridiculous power in a while. Oops, his bad. Teacher Trung stares deeply at Luke Thon, plotting something intensely in mind. He pats the kid's shoulder, reassuring him injuries happen in real combat. He says not to worry since Dat Phi will live, but then ominously invites Luke Thane to his office for some tea. Luke Thon agrees and obediently jogs after him, casually asking Kai Min to cover his attendance for the next boring class. Kai Min watches his buddy walk away, giant question marks floating around his confused brain. He seriously wonders if Luke Thon took some illegal magical steroids to suddenly get this incredibly overpowered. The dude literally just tilted his body once and sent Dat Phi sleeping on the dirt without a single twitch. Seriously, is this even the same Luke Thon you and I know? Cut to Instructor Zhang's office. You and I are about to see Lu Sheng totally mind-blown. A bonsai tree? Who knew our tough instructor had such a delicate hobby hiding in his workspace? Instructor Zhang drops a freezing smirk. Everyone's got a little hobby, right? Not to mention, we all have our own little secrets hiding in the dark. Isn't that right? Oh boy. Every single word coming out of this guy's mouth is dripping with massive shady implications. Am I right, student Lu Sheng? The guy with a blood chi value of 0.8. Lu Sheng doesn't even flinch at the call-out, cool as a cucumber. He calmly claps back, explaining that the teacher only asked for his previous test score, so he simply stated the old facts. Nothing to hide here. Instantly, Zhang's face goes dead serious. He aggressively demands to know if our boy has been secretly chugging forbidden blood, chi enhancement drugs. He loudly reminds Lu Sheng that the academy absolutely bans that garbage. Why? Because those shady pills will literally wreck your physical body beyond repair. If he gets caught, the school won't show mercy. Hearing this wild drug accusation, Lu Sheng looks genuinely shocked. Like, seriously? Drugs? He swears on his life he's never touched that forbidden trash. Hearing Lu Sheng's rock-solid, absolutely confident denial, the teacher decides to play his hand. Boom! The instructor flips open a slick case, revealing a glowing blue orb. Time to scan Lu Sheng's current blood, chi value, and expose the truth. Just one touch, and the truth comes out. If he used any sketchy meds, his chi will go totally haywire, and the numbers will spike like a crazy roller coaster. And once the blood chi test is wrapped up, they'll test his raw combat power on that menacing dummy robot standing right over there. If his battle power perfectly matches his chi value, it proves his crazy strength is 100% natural. Time to put up or shut up. Lu Sheng doesn't even hesitate for a second. He accepts the teacher's challenge instantly. Our guy slaps his hand onto the orb. Instantly, brilliant blue light pulses out, rapidly crunching the numbers to reveal his true power level. Wait for it, his chi value shoots straight up to 1.5. The teacher's jaw drops so hard he nearly loses his dentures. Absolutely wild. Zhang just sits there, completely frozen, staring at the screen. 1.5? He realizes this kid has officially reached the level of a level 1 martial artist. An 18-year-old martial artist? Not just in this school, but in the entire Baihe city. That makes him a legit, certified, absolute genius prodigy. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng casually strolls over to the combat robot. He's about to blow this teacher's mind completely out of the stratosphere. Classic Lu Sheng. If he's gonna do it, he's gonna make sure the teacher's eyeballs pop right out of his skull. One gentle tap, that's all he did, and boom, the robot's head goes flying. Zhang can't sit still anymore. He slams the desk, jumping up and screaming his lungs out. What just happened? Now watch this madness. Lu Sheng didn't just wreck the expensive test dummy, he totally obliterated Zhang's precious little bonsai tree in the wild crossfire. From a lush, beautiful leafy masterpiece to a sad, bald twig. Honestly, that tree couldn't look more destroyed if it tried. Tragic. Tears literally stream down Zhang's face. The poor plant's life is over. Our tough guy teacher screams in absolute agony, reaching for his dear, sweet tree. Oh my God, my precious baby. Why did you have to leave me like this? Cue the dramatic weeping. Lu Sheng frantically pries the robot's head out of the wall, looking completely panicked. He apologizes for going too hard, but hey, who forced him to flex his crazy power anyway? Seriously, if the teacher hadn't pushed it, that cute little bonsai would still be alive and thriving today. Hugging his ruined tree, Zhang starts sweating over Lu Sheng's terrifying potential. Sure, that robot was a student-grade model, but honestly, it should have barely survived a direct hit from an official martial artist. The fact it got instantly decapitated is completely insane. The more he stares, the more obvious it gets. This kid's combat power is definitely way beyond just some level 1 martial artist. After the chaos settles down, these two guys just stand there, awkwardly staring at each other. Lu Sheng timidly sits with his legs crossed, waiting for the massive explosion from his teacher. I mean, he just committed a major crime against indoor gardening. The teacher finally speaks up. Didn't you just tell me your previous blood chi score was exactly 0.8? So exactly how long ago was that test? Lu Sheng completely casually drops the bomb. Just half a month ago. This insane answer totally blows the poor teacher's mind even further into orbit. Are you seriously telling me that in just half a month, you jumped from 0.8 chi to entirely surpassing an official martial artist? This is just way too absurdly magical to believe. Zhang aggressively interrogates Lu Sheng. Is he secretly the heir to some elite family, or training under a legendary grandmaster? Because progressing this fast is basically like a freaking cheat code. Lu Sheng awkwardly laughs it off. He explains his background is completely normal, no rich elite families backing him up, and definitely no hidden grandmasters teaching him special tricks. As for the real reason his crazy power leveled up so fast, well, that is a super top secret he just can't reveal to anyone. Zhang falls into super deep thought. Less than a month, and this kid's blood chi has literally almost doubled out of absolutely nowhere. Plus, his combat strength crushes the level 1 standard. Back in his own student days, Zhang thought his own record was pretty darn impressive. He painfully grinded for years to finally break through to level 2 martial artist before proudly joining the military forces. But once he stepped onto the real battlefield, he learned a harsh truth. Regular humans just cannot win against straight-up monsters. It's impossible. Facing that kind of irrational, absurd power makes you realize just how incredibly weak and painfully ordinary normal humans actually are. And the only ones who can actually crush those terrifying beasts? Utterly unbelievable freaks of nature. They are basically anomalies who completely defy all human logic and reason. In other words, they are basically monsters themselves. Thinking too much hurts his head, so Zhang decides to just drop it and not care anymore. The old man leans back, letting out a heavy sigh. I understand. With your insane stats, you completely belong in the elite class with the absolute best instructors. I'll personally make a call to the admin office right now. Lu Sheng practically jumps out of his skin at the words elite class. He politely thanks the guy for the offer, but hits him with a hard pass on joining. Because honestly, even top-tier teachers can't beat the insane leveling speed he gets from grinding inside his dream space. Zheng Zhengguo is absolutely baffled by the rejection. You don't need it? But for a monster talent like you, the academy will literally throw everything they have at supporting you. If you hit any roadblocks during training and need resources, seriously, just name your price. Well, since the teacher offered, our boy drops all his modesty and shamelessly lays out his demands. Since you're offering, I'll take two things. First, I want the max martial arts scholarship. And second, I want total freedom to skip regular classes whenever I feel like it. Zhengguo actually agrees to this wild deal. He promises to lock down a premium scholarship for our guy, cashing in at roughly 30,000 bucks. He'll handle the admin office regarding the class attendance. The only catch? That fat scholarship money will take about 2 days to fully process. But obviously, we absolutely cannot let our MC's training schedule get delayed. So, the teacher pulls out a black card like a total boss. Take this for now. Just pay me back whenever you're finally rolling in cash. Lu Sheng happily snatches it up. A martial arts black card holds at least 100 grand. That completely wipes the floor with the basic scholarship money anyway. Thanks a ton, Teacher Zhang. The old man laughs it off. Just keep training hard, kid. I expect you to bring serious glory to our academy. All right, get back to class now. With that completely sorted, Lu Sheng turns around and happily dips right out of the office. The exact second the door clicks shut, this teacher bursts into absolute hysterical laughter. To think our Baihe Academy scored a total monster under 18 with the sheer power of a Tier 2 martial artist. We gotta hide him until the big joint exams. He'll be our ultimate secret weapon to completely traumatize the rival schools. Wow. Turns out this old teacher loves flexing on the haters just as much as anyone else. After finishing his little villain monologue, he suddenly remembers he actually needs to report this insane news upstairs. But honestly, Zhengguo's wild ambitions are way bigger than just winning some random local high school tournament. After years of waiting, they might finally have a student capable of reaching that legendary place. Anyway, let's jump cut over to a bustling supermarket. A sales rep is currently hyping up a brand new energy tonic from the local pharmacy brand. Apparently, once your vitality stats hit 0.8, chugging this stuff is the absolute best way to solidify your power. Plus, it's a special formula custom-made just for the female fighters. And the massive sale price? A cool 30 grand. The rich mom immediately yells at the cashier to box that bad boy up right now. The daughter happily hugs her mom's arm, swearing that with this premium juice, she's absolutely crushing the upcoming mock exams and taking first place in her grade. Our boy Lu Sheng watches them walk away, doing some heavy mental math. 30 grand for one tiny bottle of stat-boosting liquid? Absolutely insane. His poor parents worked themselves to the bone just to afford a cheap 3,000 buck potion. Bottom line, stronger fighters can make way more cash. And when you have those fat stacks of cash, you just buy even better stats. It's just a completely brutal pay-to-win system for broke kids. He thinks about his little sister Qinghe. She is the real, undeniable genius of the entire family. She possesses enough natural talent to completely flip her own destiny, but sadly, she got dragged down by her deadweight brother, forced to split their pathetic lack of resources. In his past life, he hated being a complete nobody, but he was too lazy to actually grind for a better future. So he just coasted through life like a total boring NPC. Two random students stroll past, loudly bragging about their epic gaming session. The guy with the bowl cut is acting super cocky. I literally carried your trash stats to gold rank today. Watch this absolute pro swordsman slash everything up. His buddy, clearly a sheltered nerd getting carried by an internet cafe addict for the first time, is looking at him like he's an absolute gaming god. Lu Sheng just stares at these two goofballs, and suddenly, it hits him like a massive truck. Most fighters in this crazy world thirst for pure power. Yet here he was, hiding in video games, desperately clinging to cozy memories of his past life. It's exactly like pathetic little fish dreaming of jumping into the wild, infinite ocean, but way too terrified to leave their safe, boring, and comfortable little puddle. But honestly, whatever. That was the old him. Right now, the entire game has completely changed. Our boy finally jumped out of that sad fishbowl and saw the massive world waiting for him. The universe literally handed him a cheat code to rewrite his destiny. In this insane second playthrough, he knows exactly what to do. No more wrong choices, no more being a weak NPC. He stares up into the sky, absolutely buzzing with raw ambition and totally crazy hope. Suddenly, something clicks deep inside his brain. His eyes fly wide open, and his physical body starts glowing with that super familiar leveling up energy. Oh, he totally gets it now. His brain just fast downloaded a massive chunk of combat memories, instantly upgrading his battle IQ in a fraction of a second. The bottleneck holding back his punching technique completely shattered. From here on out, he's turning these recycled martial arts into his own personal overpowered weapons. Our boy Lu Sheng clenches his fist, absolutely determined. On this crazy new path of his, he has just taken another massive game-changing step forward. He thinks about his family, his little sister, and his parents. Then, he makes a hardcore promise to himself. He won't stop grinding until he's insanely strong, ready to grab absolutely everything he has ever wanted in this crazy world. Cut to his next dream training session. A ragged zombie with half its teeth missing lunges right at Lu Sheng, trying to take a bite. But spoiler alert, it fails miserably. Lu Sheng is so ridiculously overpowered now that just one casual swing of his arm sends these amateur zombies flying hundreds of meters away. This undead dude eats exactly one punch, completely faceplants into the dirt, and can't even lift its ugly head to fight back. Pathetic. After crushing it, Lu Sheng actually starts complaining. I mean, seriously? This guy was clearly a martial artist before turning into a zombie, and even as a brainless corpse, it was still trying to use actual fighting techniques. Boom, target neutralized, and right on cue, the zombie's leftover memories instantly flow straight into Lu Sheng's brain. Thanks to those stolen memories, he realizes that base 1359, the exact place he's been searching for, is sitting right in front of him. He squints into the distance. This massive base must have been completely wrecked by that creepy black fog and the endless, totally insane wave of monster beasts from before. Even the stray beasts out here look totally bizarre. And hey, speak of the devil, here comes the welcome committee. Literally right on cue, a bunch of freaky mutts dash out, flashing their absurdly perfectly white teeth as they sprint straight at our boy. But they barely make it half a step before getting beaten so hard they can't even cry. With the trash cleared out, the view finally opens up. As those ugly things hit the ground, base 1359 finally reveals itself in all its glory. He actually found it, guys. What used to be a super gorgeous city now stretches out before his eyes, completely devastated and ruined. But check this out, the whole place is surrounded by an insanely thick, solid defense wall. Lu Sheng just casually slides down through a giant hole in that wall to get inside the city. Only when he hits the ground do you realize how gigantic this wall actually is. Seriously, standing next to it, Lu Sheng looks like a tiny ant staring down an elephant. He can't help but be amazed. What a ridiculously massive wall. But wait, he just got inside the city limits. Where the heck is the actual military base hiding? At this point, he thinks that even if some stupidly huge giant monster just casually popped out, he honestly wouldn't even be surprised by this place anymore. Our guy keeps exploring this creepy ghost town, and let me tell you, the deeper he walks, the wilder the surprises get. This wall is like 20 meters thick. You and I both have to wonder what kind of absolute nightmare war could actually smash through a base of this epic scale. Thinking about it just makes it crazier. Whether it's insane martial arts or their wild level of high-tech development, this dream world is absolutely miles ahead of his own reality. Yet somehow, a super advanced, ridiculously strong civilization like this still got completely crushed and wiped out by the claws of savage beasts. So what does that mean for the future of his own world? Suddenly, Lu Sheng spots a building that totally stands out from the rest of the boring ruins. With architecture like that, it has to be the military base or the main command center. Right in the middle of the structure is a massive, gaping hole, clearly blasted open by some heavy attack. Looking closer, there is actually someone just chilling in the corner like a creepy statue. Dude totally looks like a crusty old zombie. Before our guy can even blink or figure things out, a blast of mysterious, invisible energy slams right into him, leaving him zero time to even try fighting back. And just like that, Lu Sheng faceplants hard. He has no clue what hit him. That creepy guy in the corner literally just used a mental shockwave to totally scramble our hero's brain. Seriously, who the heck is this guy packing such terrifying power? But hey, if Lu Sheng can actually beat him, the level up is going to be absolutely insane. But first, just to keep his head attached to his neck, he better stay away from that nightmare. He tosses that greedy dream aside for now and refocuses on finding his actual target. First things first, he needs to scope out the area. The whole block is just filled with these dumb zombies stumbling around. The city isn't scary at all. These chumps are basically at toddler-level strength. Poke them once, and they totally fall over. Lu Sheng hops down and kindly gifts each of them a swift kick to the face, sending them rolling like bowling pins. Imagine being human and getting bitten, only to become a zombie that can't bite anyone, and instead just gets kicked around by humans all day. Honestly, the real victims here are these clueless zombies who don't even know what's hitting them. After clearing the trash, our boy gracefully leaps right up onto the nearby wall. When he finally steps into a random apartment, there's zero sign of any annoying zombies, which actually catches him totally off guard. But wow, this place looks like a total garbage dump. Poking around, Lu Sheng figures out that this family was probably just eating dinner when the apocalypse suddenly crashed the party. The bowls and chopsticks are literally still sitting on the table, and surprisingly, the windows don't even have a single scratch on them. He starts getting super suspicious. Is it possible that every normal person hit by that weird black fog just vanished without turning into zombies here? He whips his head around, and boom, a weird, round gadget glowing with this cool blue light instantly grabs his total attention. Super curious, he slaps his hand on it just to see if the old junk still works. The second he touches it, a whole bunch of flashy lights start dancing wildly, and boom, out pops a gorgeous girl wearing a seriously breezy outfit. Lu Sheng's eyes practically bulge out of his skull as he guesses this is some ultra-realistic 3D virtual reality hologram. Glowing text starts popping up on the machine. And hold up, Lu Sheng instantly realizes this gadget is actually using his exact own language. Oh man, is someone setting a trap for us? Lu Sheng starts totally freaking out because the language in this lost dream world perfectly matches his own reality. Alright, you and I are diving into some wild sci-fi madness. Our guy seriously suspects this high-tech device is just a fancy automatic translator for modern users. Classic. The machine starts yapping. It introduces itself as a tech product from Tianheng, a fully integrated artificial intelligence supported by a 16th-generation optical brain named Yi. Basically a super smart robotic assistant. This little AI girl is totally in charge of managing the base server network, 1359. Lu Sheng is absolutely mind-blown. Future tech is just insane. He casually calls out for Yi, then straight up demands the machine to show him the absolute latest news from the past week. The machine takes the command, pretends to scan the data connection for a hot second, and boom, it spits out a massive pile of super important information. Out of all that crazy news, the one thing that completely hooks Lu Sheng is a level 10 martial artist. Oh, and it is the year 11,024. He starts thinking hard. If the power scaling of this world matches his own, it is literally impossible to imagine just how insanely high their martial arts development has reached. We are talking next-level power here. Suddenly, a massive, terrifying dragon pops up right in front of Lu Sheng. It lunges forward, looking completely ready to destroy absolutely everything. Even though it is just recorded footage, the sheer terror of it makes Lu Sheng freeze up in pure panic. Seriously, the martial arts and technology in this crazy world are just terrifyingly advanced. They have leveled up at a speed so ridiculous he cannot even wrap his head around it. But here is the brutal truth. Level 10 martial arts or massive, unbreakable city walls? Beneath the dark shadows and razor-sharp claws of those mutant beasts, absolutely nothing could be protected. It got so insanely bad that some people literally abandoned their entire home planet. They packed up and sent a massive search team on an epic interstellar trip, desperately hunting for a second livable planet. But sadly, on the exact day human civilization completely collapsed, they did not leave behind a single piece of good news to cheer anyone up. Total bummer. Lu Sheng slumps into a chair, quietly thinking to himself. So, Earth still could not escape its ultimate doom after all. He feels totally gutted. Such a ridiculously powerful and glorious civilization, and it could not even survive to keep growing. What a tragic waste. Once he gets comfortable in his seat, Lu Sheng orders Yi to pull up the complete history of the world. Yi takes the command and instantly goes hunting for world history data. Just like that, in a flash, Lu Sheng gets all the juicy information he was desperately asking for. He watches and thinks super hard. A world this insanely powerful still totally failed to escape a completely apocalyptic ending. Now, here is where you and I need to pay close attention. He wants to study their history to actually learn from their massive mistakes. Then, he can totally save his own world from suffering the exact same horrible fate. The news panel kicks off, narrating the dark history of the world. Year 1 of the Martial Calendar. Massive, terrifying rifts randomly tore open across the entire globe, spitting out an endless swarm of alien creatures. By martial year 34, the ancient dragon nation birthed the world's very first internal energy martial artist. That same year, the Global Martial Alliance was officially established. The more Lu Sheng listens, the more he sweats absolute bullets. Wait a minute. Isn't this exact crazy lore the history of his own damn world? Lu Sheng looks down, completely lost in thought. So that is how it is. Having the exact same language and martial arts power tiers is definitely not just some random, lucky coincidence. Everything he just watched was not the destruction of some random alternate universe. Nope, it is literally the dark future of his own world, 10,000 years later. But then, Lu Sheng suddenly gets hit with a massive brain blast. He realizes he might be jumping the gun here. It might not actually be the same world. This could just be a super weird coincidence, or maybe a parallel universe. Panicking a bit, Lu Sheng quickly calls out to Yi, asking if he can search for a specific human's data, and the guy he desperately wants to look up, himself. Super fast, Yi gives Lu Sheng the exact answer he was looking for. Boom. The glowing screen suddenly pops up, showing 36 different results for Lu Sheng. He cannot believe it. There is actually real historical data about him. But plot twist. The data brutally states he only lives until he is 28, dying as a completely average nobody. And his relationship status? Tragically single forever, with literally zero romantic prospects. Big yikes. His historical rating is a flat 0. After looking himself up and getting roasted, Lu Sheng absolutely cannot just sit still anymore. He suddenly remembers he needs to check on his little sister. He barks another command at Ai Yi, telling her to search for March 299 for someone named Lu Qinghe. But shocker, when it comes to Qinghe, Ai Yi does not have enough access rights. The system loudly warns that a guest user cannot access this martial artist's secure files. It demands a genetic blood sample right now to create a verified user profile. Lu Sheng stares blankly at his own hands. They want a blood sample? How the heck is he supposed to provide that here? Shouldn't there at least be a medical syringe, or literally anything useful hidden inside that weird giant machine? Come on now. Before he even figures out what to do, Ai Yi sneaks right up close to Lu Sheng. She shuts her eyes super tight and literally just bites down hard on his finger. The crazy realistic sensation, plus a cute AI girl suddenly getting that touchy-feely, makes Lu Sheng blush absolutely bright red. After Ai Yi puts in some serious effort, the required drops of blood finally appear right on his bitten hand. The robotic system chimes in, announcing the blood sampling is totally complete and is currently testing. The whole dramatic process is totally over, but Lu Sheng still cannot shake off his incredibly awkward blushing. He thinks to himself, future people really do not play around. Even if she is just a fake holographic character, why does her bite feel so insanely real? So what do you and I expect next? Suddenly, Ai Yi's projection starts glitching out, and her whole facial expression completely changes. The holographic text popping up right now isn't the usual chill blue anymore, it is flashing a massive, warning red. You and I are about to witness history, because the official Spark project is kicking off. It starts linking up with Fireseed Library resource number 1359. Connection successful. And boom, Lu Sheng's authority levels are fully unlocked. Our boy Lu Sheng is standing there, scratching his head, wondering what a Fireseed actually is. Could it be some crazy sci-fi plan to ditch Earth and find a brand new world? The glowing screen suddenly pulls up Lu Sheng's personal info. The stats staring back at him, they look completely different from what he originally got. His entire life profile is finally displayed in full detail right in front of him. It hits Lu Sheng like a truck. His future has completely changed. The data panel isn't that basic garbage from before. His martial arts power level in this timeline actually reached a solid Tier 4 martial artist. His user authority got bumped up to level 2, and his life experiences look way more packed. He apparently graduated from Baihe Academy in Baihe City, flexing as the absolute #1 in his school and ranking 23rd in the entire city. After that epic run, he officially enrolled straight into Wuhan Baihe University. After crushing college, he formally joined the military zone and eventually ended up serving his time over in the Tiananmen military district. But hey, one thing didn't really change from the old profile. Our boy Lu Sheng still kicks the bucket way too early. The only difference? This time he bites it at age 37. He is still embarrassingly single, but his historical rating somehow jumped from absolute 0 to 2 stars. Lu Sheng is absolutely stunned. Does getting stronger right now mean his entire future timeline rewrites itself? He can't believe his own eyes, so he frantically digs through the AI's data again. But according to that massive database, his life trajectory before turning 18 is exactly the same as what is playing out right now. Even his sudden power spike right before the college entrance exam is perfectly recorded in the logs. But honestly, against the massive, heavy weight of human history, his little personal shockwave doesn't even count as a tiny ripple. In the absolutely massive database of humanity, there is no such thing as a genius. Lu Sheng just chuckles. Over 10,000 years of history, the world has seen way too many uncounted geniuses. Leaving a name in history? That is reserved for a lucky few. But wait, this system data definitely has some serious flaws. The data claims Lu Sheng's blood qi hits 2012 by the entrance exams, with a recorded combat power index of exactly 257. But if we ignore his cheat space, just relying on his current physical training speed, using basic breathing methods and burning through his normal resources, taking well over 200 days to hit those exact numbers would be totally normal. But here is the thing. If Lu Sheng adds his dream sword, his actual results should blast way past those weak numbers. The hilarious idea of only ranking 23rd in the city is just completely unacceptable to him. Seriously, he didn't even make it onto the national ranking list. Our guy Lu Sheng isn't going to take that sitting down. Stick with me, because his name is definitely going to be famous worldwide. Lu Sheng's eyes lock in with pure determination. There is no way his future ends up being this incredibly mid. If he keeps getting ridiculously stronger, he can actually rewrite tomorrow entirely. Let's be real, human civilization definitely cannot just casually march straight into total extinction like this. Lu Sheng clenches his fist tight. Oh yeah, he is absolutely going to shatter this timeline and flip the entire script. Snap back to reality. Lu Sheng's mom is currently setting the table, getting breakfast ready for the kids. Seeing Lu Sheng just casually chilling in his pajamas, she gets totally confused. Little Sheng, why aren't you dressed yet? Are you seriously skipping school today? Lu Sheng just peels a steamed bun in his hand and casually replies, My teacher gave me permission to self-study at home from now on. No more classes. His mom and his sister Qing, he both think this sounds incredibly sketchy, especially Qing He. They literally go to the exact same school, and she has never once heard of a stay-at-home option. Her big brother is seriously getting weirder by the day. Lu Sheng finishes eating, completely stuffed, and stands up to leave. All right, I'm heading back to my room to train. Seeing her son suddenly turning into a total tryhard lately, his mom is super hyped about the change. She actually rushes him back to his room to keep practicing. Go on, keep up that fiery passion. Qing, he just frowns, staring suspiciously at Lu Sheng's back as he walks away. Lately, she really feels like Lu Sheng is changing way too fast. He completely ditched that goofy loser vibe from before. Now, he is just acting all calm and mysteriously edgy. The absolute second Lu Sheng hits his room, his phone starts ringing on the desk. No points for guessing this one, it is almost definitely Teacher Zhang calling him. Lu Sheng picks up the phone, and bingo, spot on. The teacher is calling to let our guy know his scholarship money has finally dropped, and he can swing by the school this afternoon to grab it. Lu Sheng politely thanks his teacher, but the teacher obviously doesn't forget to interrogate him about attendance. Right, why exactly aren't you at school today? Don't we need to discuss your class schedule? Before the poor guy can even finish his sentence, Lu Sheng straight up cuts him off, flatly stating his time is running out and he can't waste it anymore. He claims it is super inconvenient to explain right now, telling the teacher to hit him up later. Then he just hangs up immediately. Boom. All right, you and me? We're skipping the boring intro. Lu Sheng officially has zero time to worry about being too awesome and making everybody else insanely jealous. He needs to train hard, flex those crazy talents, and casually drop everybody's jaws straight to the floor. More talent equals more resources, classic power logic, right? So, our guy literally pictures himself standing right up on a massive mountain. He has to sprint to the top at breakneck speed, and then figure out how to rewrite a totally doomed future. Cut to the dreamscape. Lu Sheng steps up and directly orders his system AI to pull up his user privileges. He wants a full search, every single cultivation method, martial arts insight, and hidden record. The AI goes into absolute overdrive, practically sweating code to search the database. Boom. It spits out a ridiculous 465,715 results. Staring at that massive wall of data, Lu Sheng literally feels like suffocating. So he barks another order. Filter out the absolute best methods for level 1 beginners and only keep the high-tier, ultra-valuable stuff. The system runs a second sweep. Restricting the search range to level 1 noobs drops the pile down to 34,521 results. After sorting all that mess and pulling the absolute top-tier matches, it narrows down to just 3 flawless options. Literally the 3 greatest cultivation techniques from the last 10,000 years. First up, Stellar Body Refining Art. Made by Wang Hang, a level 10 powerhouse, and locked straight into the top-secret Tinder plan. Next is the Natural Breathing Method. Forged by a level 11 absolute monster named Yang Yidan, also saved in the plan. And finally, the Crystal Visualization Method, cooked up by another level 11 legend, Duan Yifeng. Lu Sheng instantly blanks. Level 11? Those guys are basically walking gods. In his timeline, the strongest fighter hasn't even cracked level 9. Seeing level 11 stuff here is just totally absurd and insane. Even though these are just the beginner entry-level versions, they are insanely valuable. We're talking priceless, endgame level knowledge completely locked inside the Tinder plan for safekeeping. Looks like those Martial Alliance heavyweights totally predicted this dark future. They knew they couldn't win, so they basically dumped all their elite skills into a time capsule, hoping some future kid could finally finish this crazy Tinder plan. But plot twist, they completely missed the mark. It wasn't their descendants who found it, it was Lu Sheng. But anyway, time to focus. He came here to grind and level up. He kicks things off with Stellar Body Refining, turning his body into a literal mini-universe. One hand clenches into a fist, the other rests flat against his chest. Step 1, clear the mind, and keep that spirit locked inward. This hardcore process of refining blood and toughening the soul is going to hit every single cell. Every single cell transforms into a superpowered planet, making the blood flowing in his veins look like actual glowing galaxies. His insides literally become a star system. When a martial artist hits peak density, their raw strength and defense basically go completely off the charts. Blood energy burning like stars, flowing like rivers. After that insane workout, Lu Sheng is absolutely drenched in sweat. He thinks back to all the basic moves he practiced earlier. If his old training scored a 1 on the effectiveness scale, this stellar body art easily hits 1,000, or maybe even way higher. Even though, not gonna lie, starting out it just looks like regular gym exercises. Whatever. Time to crush the next lesson, the natural breathing method. Lu Sheng closes his eyes and takes it for a test drive. He takes one massive breath, and instantly, 1,000 flames seem to erupt around him. Finishing the cycle, he literally feels like he swallowed a bonfire, countless flames roaring inside, his core temperature skyrocketing straight to the danger zone. And that was just the very first breathing technique. There are so many more insane elemental attributes waiting for him. Finally, it's time for the big boss, the crystal visualization method. This move completely sharpens the mind and maxes out raw willpower. This involves the most mysterious energy in all of martial arts. Lu Sheng sits down, crossing his legs to give it a real shot. This technique is purely for leveling up mental energy. Suddenly, a wild blue light starts glowing, completely wrapping around his entire body. In just a blink, our boy gets sucked into his own private dimension. Yep, welcome to his actual spiritual world. Inside, he spots another version of himself just chilling in his pants, hugging his knees with his eyes squeezed shut like a frightened kid. Mental willpower is absolutely everything in martial arts. A true fighter needs an ironclad mind, completely wiped of any stray, distracting thoughts. Whether it's raw combat strength or leveling speed, they will totally crush anyone with a weak, easily distracted mindset. But after wandering around, poking and prodding everything for a solid minute, Lu Sheng still has absolutely zero clue how to actually train this thing. Finally, he just lets out a massively annoyed sigh, stares at his frozen statue self, and completely throws in the towel for now. Looks like that's a problem for future Lu Sheng. Wrapping up today's crazy session, he finally slowly opens his eyes. He wakes up, gasping for air like he just ran a marathon. Training in your sleep sounds chill, right? Wrong. The exhaustion hits him like a freight train, way too real for a dream. And hold on, what is that awful smell? Lu Sheng looks down at his arm. Oh, gross. He is covered in layers of pure, unadulterated filth, literally couldn't get any dirtier. Imagine if a cute girl walked in right now. Absolute nightmare. Our boy would literally die of embarrassment on the spot. He stares at his hands, admiring the gross results of his hardcore dream workout. Yep, that black sludge is definitely all the impurities sweating right out of his system. So, leveling up in Dreamland actually upgrades your real-life body? That is absolutely insane. This whole setup is way beyond anything he ever imagined. But first, a shower. He desperately needs it. Who knew those epic stellar breathing techniques would literally squeeze the garbage right out of his pores? Wild stuff. Fresh and clean, Lu Sheng grabs a bottle from the desk, thinking hard. His power is skyrocketing lately. Once he secures that sweet scholarship cash tomorrow, he can completely bankroll his next insane training phase. Look at what he is holding. That is a priceless recipe from 10,000 years in the future. It will not just boost his stats, it is going to completely break the modern medical world. Just thinking about the epic payback makes our guy smirk like a supervillain. Cut to White River Academy. Our boy is officially on campus, completely ready to claim that glorious scholarship money. Getting him to actually attend class takes forever. But tell him there is free money? The kid turns into absolute lightning. Teacher Zhang sees him casually appear out of thin air and immediately starts complaining. At least give me a heads up next time you show up. Lu Sheng just hits him with that perfect, polite honor student act. My bad, sir. Sorry for the trouble. The teacher sighs, giving up on the lecture, and basically just tells our guy to scram if he has better things to do. Just make sure you show your face here at least once a week, all right? You cannot keep ghosting the entire academy like some kind of rebellious phantom. Lu Sheng drops a completely fake, obedient, yes sir, then immediately bolts out the door. Watching him walk away, the teacher is just confused. It has only been 2 days, but he feels like he does not even recognize his own student anymore. The kid is radiating this crazy, mysterious aura now. Good luck trying to figure out what is going on inside his head. Walking home, Lu Sheng's brain is already working overtime. He desperately needs to fix his whole low energy, weak vitality problem, and fast. He finally has cash in his pockets and a ridiculously overpowered recipe from the future. Doing a DIY science project to brew his own custom supplements is absolutely the smartest play here. He mentally pulls up that insane formula he unlocked from the future knowledge database last time. For right here and right now, his best bet is crafting the Spirit Blood Potion and the Marrow Nourishing Pill. Sounds epic, right? But let us get real for a second. Even the most basic potion needs some serious high-tech lab equipment. Mess up the heat or the measurements even a tiny bit, and the whole thing explodes in your face. What our guy really needs is a pro-tier mixing lab, but building one from scratch? Total joke. His fresh scholarship money is nowhere near enough to cover that kind of insane flex. He stops and stares at the giant pharmacy right ahead. Since he cannot afford his own super lab, maybe he can just smooth talk his way into renting their gear for a bit? Plot twist, life is not that easy. The owner instantly shoots him down. Are you kidding me, kid? The mixing lab is highly classified territory. You think you can just wander in and steal our secret family recipes? Do I look like an idiot to you? Boom! The grumpy guy slams the door right in his face, totally kicking our hero to the curb. Yeah, that makes 7 pharmacies in a row that have literally chased him away. So much for the genius rental plan. He looks down at his ridiculously heavy backpack. He already bought every single rare ingredient for the epic blood potion. Heck, he even bought extra supplies just to be super safe. Then he checks his shiny new bank card. Teacher Zong originally promised 30,000, but get this, the card is actually loaded with a massive 80,000. The old teacher probably realized 30 grand was totally pathetic and hooked his best student up. Lu Sheng keeps walking, lost in his thoughts. And before he even notices, he wanders right into a super sketchy abandoned neighborhood. He is just debating buying some cheap trash online to test things out, when suddenly, bam, another random pharmacy spawns right in front of him. 18 whole years living in this exact city, and he never once knew a random drugstore was hiding out in the middle of this creepy wasteland. He pushes the door open to step inside. The owner? Totally ignoring him, just blasting loud music in his own world, completely checked out of doing any actual customer service. This blonde dude with 3 stripes buzzed into his head just blindly yells to go grab whatever and bring it to the register. Lu Sheng tries to explain that he is definitely not here to buy basic meds, but before he can even finish, the guy cuts him off completely. He literally could not care less about his customer. Do not even think about shoplifting in here, kid. I have high-definition cameras everywhere. Lu Sheng just frowns, staring hard at this completely clueless punk across the counter. Literally every other fancy pharmacy he went to today, at least, pretended to be polite and asked what he wanted, even right before they aggressively kicked him out the door. But this guy? He acts like making money is a massive chore. The whole trashy vibe instantly gets under Lu Sheng's skin. All right, you and I are about to witness pure karma. This blonde dude is busy drooling over TikTok dancers, grinning like an absolute idiot, totally clueless that the guy standing right in front of him is about to serve a brutal reality check. If he keeps acting like a clown, Lu Sheng slams his hand right over the phone. Peak mood ruined. The blonde guy instantly jumps up, foaming at the mouth and looking ready to throw hands, basically screaming, "Do you have a totally massive death wish, bro?" But his tough guy act doesn't even last 1 single second. Lu Sheng just leans in, and boom, blonde dude instantly powers down and shuts his mouth tight. Unless he wants to be eating baby food through a straw forever. Now the panic sets in. Sweating bullets, the guy nervously asks what Lu Sheng actually wants. Meanwhile, our boy Lu Sheng keeps up that absolute boss energy, slams the table and asks, "I am just here for one thing. Does your pharmacy have a proper medicine brewing room?" The cashier is practically pale as a ghost, but he still tries to act tough and asks, "What if we do, and what if we don't?" Suddenly, Lu Sheng does a total 180. He flashes a bright, friendly smile and says that if they do, he wants to discuss a little business deal with him. The guy totally caves and leads Lu Sheng straight to the pharmacy's brewing room. But right before they go inside, he blocks the door to make things perfectly clear. He gives Lu Sheng a strict 3 hours max. He tries to add another annoying condition, but Lu Sheng totally cuts him off, smoothly whipping out a card and casually saying, "You want payment up front, right?" Seeing the cash, the blonde dude's eyes practically shoot lasers. He eagerly invites Lu Sheng in, basically worshipping the ground he walks on. "Make yourself at home, man." Haha, classic. Once inside, our boy snaps on his gloves and throws on a lab coat, looking super professional for his very first brewing session. It really is his first time cooking up potions like this. Step 1 of this wild chemistry class? Prepping the raw materials. Lu Sheng casually holds a glowing, mutated green lizard. First, he peels off its scales while it's totally alive. Then, he dumps in a neutralizer, dialing the potion to 35% concentration at a perfectly stable temperature. Next up, moonstone condensation. He uses a literal laser to perfectly tweak the visible light radiation, splitting the raw ingredients into 2 very distinct forms, flowing in pure liquid. After that, he collects the wild mix and quickly freezes it down. Finally, he chops up 30 grams of some totally rock-hard, mutated spring tree roots. But dosage control is absolutely critical here. The prepped materials go through intense sequence conditioning. He carefully fine-tunes the medicinal properties, mixing everything together exactly based on the crazy specific reaction ratios in order. And boom! He finally gets the spirit blood fortifying potion. Lu Sheng holds up this insane galaxy pink liquid. Behold, the epic fruits of his labor. Huge success. Nobody could believe he actually nailed it on the very first try. This is literal future medicine from 1,000 years ahead. But honestly, you and I won't know if it really worked until he actually chugs the thing. Down the hatch! Lu Sheng absolutely chugs his shiny new potion in one single gulp, but afterward, he feels absolutely zero special effects, not even a weird taste or anything. He starts doubting himself. Did the epic experiment actually fail? But right as he thinks that, his body suddenly starts going crazy. Lu Sheng drops to the floor, lets out a massive scream, and then just completely collapses in pure exhaustion. He absolutely never expected this crazy level of pure potency. In just seconds, it totally refilled the chi and blood he lost from leveling up way too fast recently, with even more insane power to spare. The absolute fact that it works this perfectly well without completely frying his insides? Completely unbelievable. Lu Sheng is literally mind-blown by this insane result. And get this wild fact. The fortifying potion is not just insanely strong, it literally acts like high-end elite skincare, boosting skin elasticity and totally shrinking pores. This is straight up 10,000 years of pure, distilled martial arts wisdom packed right in here. While he's totally vibing with his shiny new success, someone starts violently banging on the door. Lu Sheng opens the door to totally complain. Time's not even up. Why are you pounding on it? But the blonde guy is basically crying in absolute, total panic. There is absolutely no time to explain. Run out the back door right now. The actual boss of this place just came back. Meanwhile, outside, a super gorgeous, extremely wealthy woman in a killer outfit casually strolls right into the shop. Yep, that blonde cashier is about to get so incredibly massively busted. She carries a box full of test tubes glowing in every color: red, blue, purple, yellow, pink, and gray. She knocks back a blue one to test the vibe, but instantly looks more disappointed than a kid getting socks for Christmas. Trash. Absolute trash. The reaction is pathetically low. The medicinal properties are barely doing anything. She looks so incredibly helpless right now. Martial arts and the massive medical field are both leveling up at absolutely crazy speeds these days. Every single day, better formulas drop, and the old stuff gets tossed in the garbage. By the way, she's the young miss of the powerful He family. The He family is actually crashing super hard lately because they're stuck in the past, ridiculously stubborn, and completely allergic to any new modern ideas. All their pharmacy formulas are literally hundreds of years old. In today's insanely cutthroat market, they basically have zero chance of surviving against the modern competition. If she doesn't magically score a fresh new formula as soon as possible, the massive business that her dad personally handed down to her is going straight to the ab. Thinking about this nightmare makes Miss He grit her teeth in pure frustration. But since she can't research this stuff herself, her only move is to go team up with some cranky old potion master. Alright, you and I need to talk about this new formula from Old Man Zhang. She absolutely needed it. The whole Ha family's comeback literally depends on this moment. Just as Miss Ha walks in, that blonde guy finally shoves Lu Sheng out. He scrambles over to greet the boss. Miss Ha, wait, weren't you supposed to be at the market today? But Miss Ha? Total absolute ignore. She angrily marches straight past him and storms right into the potion mixing room. Meanwhile, Blondie looks terrified, but internally, he is absolutely down bad, completely captivated by her with zero way out. In his hopelessly romantic eyes, Miss Ha is the peak of elegance. Gorgeous aura, stunning looks, absolute perfection, no debate. She is his ultimate goddess. This dude is literally standing there daydreaming about a house, a white picket fence, and 3 little kids. Just as his delusion hits peak romantic comedy, a sudden, furious scream aggressively yanks him right back to reality. Ma Fei, did you seriously sneak someone into my private potion room while I was gone? Still totally lost in the sauce. This guy mutters that she looks pretty when she is mad. Yeah, that makes her practically explode with absolute rage. Ma Fei tries to stutter out some pathetic excuses, but she has zero time for this nonsense. She slaps her forehead in disbelief and kicks him out immediately. Whatever, just do not bother coming in tomorrow. Standing alone in her lab, she looks like she really wants to punch someone. She chucks the lab coat Lu Sheng just wore straight into the trash, angrily scrubbing the room while violently cursing. Why? Because now every single test tube needs a wash and a super annoying decontamination scrub. The deeper she cleans, the more junk she finds. But then, a box holding a mutated blue lizard catches her eye. Someone actually used activation gas on this lizard? That is some seriously expensive hardware right there. But catching herself, she figures it is probably just her own wishful thinking acting up. That random guy was probably just pretending to be some genius scientist. Real research takes insane pharmacological knowledge. She scoffs. Lu Sheng does not even own a lab. Is he seriously daydreaming about becoming a billionaire overnight? Total amateur hour. But hey, looking in the mirror, she realizes she is also throwing her hopes onto completely impossible dreams right now. Finally clearing the table, she glances down. Great. A shattered test tube right on the floor. Utterly defeated, she groans. Sneaking into someone's private lab and stealing tools is bad enough, but casually smashing equipment just for the fun of it? She bends down to grab the broken glass. Wait. Something feels incredibly wrong here. The texture of this leaked potion. That smell. Is that moon tranquil stone mixed with petrified spring scent root? She has never seen anyone combine these two ever. Dipping a finger in, she casually tastes a drop. Boom. The reaction is totally beyond human imagination. Meanwhile, our tragic hero Ma Fei drags his suitcase away, completely rejected by his goddess. He sighs deeply. That punk Lu Sheng ruined him, totally not worth the pocket change. Who knew a few bucks would permanently shatter his grand romance with his beautiful boss? Looking back at the pharmacy like a dramatic soap opera star, he literally begs the heavens. Please, big guy upstairs, let me see her just one more time. Talk about instant karma, speak of the devil, and she literally appears. Ma Fei spots Miss Ha sprinting frantically toward him, waving her hands like a crazy person. Ma Fei, stop! Do not go anywhere. Hearing her desperate voice, his eyes well up with happy tears. He literally chucks his suitcase into the dirt and sprints back. I knew you secretly loved me. I will never leave you, my beautiful, amazing boss. You are my one and only eternal sanctuary. He spreads his arms wide for a romantic slow-motion hug, but nope, she grabs him by the collar and violently screams, "Who the heck was inside my lab earlier? I need to see him right now." She shakes him so hard his soul literally leaves his body. She offers him the ultimate deal, find Lu Sheng, and not only does he keep his precious job, but she is doubling his salary on the spot. Barely conscious, Ma Fei miraculously manages to choke out that he actually has Lu Sheng's number. Her eyes light up like she struck pure gold. She snatches his phone immediately and violently tosses the poor guy right back into the corner. Heavens above, you have no idea how badly she absolutely needs this guy. That junk potion he made? It boosts blood vitality 10 times better than the stuff selling for 100 grand on the open market today. Plus, testing it out, it literally works as a beauty serum, whitens skin, and builds muscle. And the absolute kicker? The ingredients are super basic. Total cost? Less than 5,000 yuan. This could literally change the entire world. Shaking with excitement, she instantly dials Lu Sheng's number. She finally found the absolute genius she had been searching for. This right here is the ultimate golden ticket for her whole family. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng is busy sweating it out, bursting with fresh energy. That stellar body refinement technique is seriously no joke, a legit level 11 skill from the future. You and I cannot even begin to imagine the kind of crazy human potential this thing unlocks. If he keeps grinding like this, his physical body might actually forge an entire living star. And get this, the natural breathing technique? Absolute magic. It packs a seriously insane power boost. Without pairing this ridiculous breathing method, his body refining technique wouldn't be half as cracked. Seriously, our boy's vitality and blood levels have just shot straight through the absolute roof right now. That blood-boosting potion is doing absolute wonders, too. He literally just whipped up 12 whole bottles of that good stuff. With his current stats, chugging 2 bottles a day is plenty. Shenty, he's got 6 days to figure out how to brew more. Suddenly, his tea starts blowing up like crazy. His ringtone blares some cheesy pop anthem, probably cost him a fortune back in the day. Lu Sheng casually strolls over, grabs the phone, and hits answer. The second it connects, Miss He starts rapid-firing words like her life depends on it, terrified he'll just hang up. "Greetings, Master. I am so sorry to bother you. I am He Soso, the manager over at the Benevolence Hall. I saw the medicine you left behind, and it is literally a new era-defining product." Miss He practically begs to collaborate with our overpowered teen, Lu Sheng. He instantly agrees, but drops the bomb that they'll meet in a week. Then he just hangs up, leaving the poor girl completely frozen in absolute shock. Girl is literally malfunctioning right now. He Soso is completely desperate to meet this mystery genius, but he's out here acting like a total diva towards her. Realizing something crucial, she violently shakes Ma Fei awake, demanding he go find Lu Sheng and drag him back here immediately. Starting right this second, your only job is to find the master for me, as fast as humanly possible. Find him before 6 days, and I'll pay you 10,000 bucks for every day you're early. Hearing about that ridiculously massive cash bounty, Ma Fei's sleepy brain instantly wakes up, totally hyped and ready to hunt. Hey, boss lady, you better keep your word on that. But then, remembering what Lu Sheng actually looked like, Ma Fei asks if she's making a huge mistake. The dude who borrowed the mixing room was literally just a teenager, barely out of middle school. Finding out this Grand Master might just be some random high school kid suddenly leaves He Soso questioning her entire reality. She starts picturing some nerdy glasses-wearing student furiously mixing raw herbs in a lab to somehow brew up this god-tier revolutionary medicine. He Soso seriously starts doubting everything she knows about humanity. If Lu Sheng is really just a student brewing up impossible potions, what kind of absolute monster is he? Meanwhile, our boy Lu Sheng is still grinding his daily training routine. His daily grind of viciously beating up dream zombies just keeps repeating. Today, another poor undead gets spectacularly knocked out with a brutal uppercut to the jaw, a pain you can't even describe. But beating up the small fry isn't his main goal for today, not even close. Today's real target is that massive, ultra-giant zombie chilling over there like an absolute boss. If you compare their sizes, Lu Sheng barely even reaches this gigantic monster's kneecaps. Absolute David versus Goliath vibes going on here. But he wants to see if a level 1 martial artist like him can actually throw hands with a level 4 zombie. Before he can even flex, this big boy charges in, delivering a heavy punch of love that instantly deals him some annoying light damage. This towering zombie is seriously way overpowered. Its raw strength is at least double what Lu Sheng's packing right now. Unfazed, the monster lunges forward for another incredibly brutal attack. But this time, Lu Sheng smoothly dodges the strike, ready to teach this oversized freak exactly how painful reality can actually be. Out of nowhere, he slips right behind it and delivers a massive kick to its spine, making the beast squeal like a pig at the slaughterhouse. Getting attacked from behind, the zombie aggressively whips its head around, totally ready to give him the ultimate death stare. But our boy is way faster. He swings his leg up high and drops an absolute hammer kick on its skull, knocking it out cold instantly. Finally, the big guy is down. Thought it would be tough, but it was surprisingly smooth. Turns out, when this huge zombie was alive, he was a fallen battlefield warrior. Since these zombies aren't mindless beasts, Liu Sheng can easily farm their combat experience. They are basically just dead martial arts veterans waiting to be fully looted. Just like his usual daily routine, the zombie's vivid memories from when it was alive start flooding straight into Liu Sheng's brain right now. He closes his eyes, downloading the memories and power of the zombie like an absolute machine. The fight is over, and the sweet loot is claimed. Then he realizes this monster was actually a level 5 martial artist. No wonder that earlier punch nearly sent our boy straight to the afterlife. Thinking back, if it hadn't been missing an arm and completely lacking a functioning brain, and only running on whatever combat instincts it had left in its body, there is simply no way Liu Sheng could have ever beaten it. He has been grinding his stellar body refining, natural breathing, and crystal visualization techniques for almost an entire solid week now. Thanks to the massive vitality boost from the blood potion, plus all those absorbed memories, he's totally mastered this epic fist technique. If you and I are doing the math, combining his stellar body-refining secrets with his breathing, his explosive power could genuinely spike up to 10 times, or maybe even a wild 100 times its normal limit. Meanwhile, catching his fresh scent, a horde of zombies slowly creeps in. Totally clueless, they're walking right into their own doomsday. Seriously, these completely brainless idiots have absolutely no idea. They just blindly rush at him. But our guy is already revving up his shiny new power core, ready to unleash hell and show these freaks a real festival of pain. Liu Sheng punches the ground just once, unleashing a shockwave so nasty that every nearby zombie is practically crying for mercy. He warned them not to get close, but since nobody listens, they just have to suffer the brutal consequences. And with that wild flex, it's right back to his daily grind. Today, Liu Sheng hits the martial arts center again. Time to see if those crazy recent dreams actually boosted his stats or not. The moment he walks in, the receptionist spots him instantly. Resting her chin on her hand, she playfully teases him, "Little brother, why are you back here already? Got exams coming up? Let me tell you a secret. Blood Chi stats don't just magically shoot up in a short amount of time, right?" "I know, Grandma." Liu Sheng knows this absolute fact better than anyone else here. But hey, that rule only applies to perfectly normal people, not an absolute freak like him. Scratching his head, he politely plays along with the desk lady. "Haha, you caught me. I just want to make some fast progress. That is all." Seeing a handsome guy, she smiles so hard her eyes vanish. She is thinking, this is already the second time she has seen this good-looking kid Liu Sheng this month. Normal folks usually wait at least half a month or even half a year before they bother testing again. Even if a strict school really cares about student rankings, they still only run mandatory monthly exams at best. Haha, room 200 is totally empty right now. Just go on in. Do your absolute best, okay? Walking away, Liu Sheng mutters under his breath. If his raw power was not skyrocketing so stupidly fast, there is no way he would be testing this often. First up is the blood test. Wildly enough, the machine actually spits out a crazy score of 15.6. Even our boy Liu Sheng is completely stunned here. He never expected his stats to jump this high, literally shattering the standard requirements for a level 2 martial artist. He smiles happily. But honestly, it makes total sense. Combining supreme martial arts from 1,000 years later with advanced futuristic supplements, if his power did not explode, that would be the real mystery. Blood test done. Now it is time to switch over to the combat power machine to see what kind of crazy progress he made. Liu Sheng rolls up his sleeves. He winds up getting ready to give this poor testing robot a brutal one-way ticket straight to the face. Boom! He lands a punch to the robot's head so insanely hard, you would think the center has to buy a totally new one now. The final score flashes. 3,137. This number is just way too ridiculous, easily blowing past 3 times the normal standard limit. Even Liu Sheng is totally shocked by his own raw strength. This massive boost could partly be his boxing technique, but there is definitely more to it. Because if that is really the true case here, his absolute maximum combat power limit is basically something that nobody can even accurately measure anymore. Liu Sheng decides to give it one more shot just to see what happens. This time, he goes all out with everything he has, and the result is absolutely terrifying. Wrapping up, he walks out to head home. The desk lady spots him leaving and immediately rushes over to strike up a quick conversation. I mean, he is a totally gorgeous guy. If she misses this chance to chat, she probably will not even sleep tonight out of pure regret. "Little brother, are you all done with your tests? Looking at your face, I am guessing the results were pretty satisfying. Am I right?" Lu Sheng flashes a bright smile. Yeah, very satisfying. After that quick exchange, the two of them say their goodbyes before he heads out. The desk lady is grinning so hard right now that she practically outshines the actual sun. Once Lu Sheng finally walks away, she just giggles to herself, quietly thinking about how he always acts so cool. But the moment he actually smiles, oh, he is ridiculously handsome. Well, you and I saw that, but two kids nearby just caught every single thirsty expression she made. That pink-haired girl right there, that is Ni Chang, the eldest daughter of the boss running this Hongchuan martial arts center. Trailing right behind Ni Chang is her little brother. She instantly starts teasing the desk lady. I just brought my brother back from his medicine bath and catch you completely drooling over a guy. Getting completely called out, the poor receptionist panics and immediately tries to deny it, saying, that was just some totally normal high school boy. I have absolutely no idea what you mean by drooling over guys. Though, honestly, you really have to admit that Lu Sheng is just ridiculously attractive. Hearing these two older girls talking about handsome guys, the little brother in the back shakes his head arrogantly. Being handsome is completely useless. It is not like good looks can feed you. In this modern society, martial arts is literally everything. This arrogant kid is completely looking down on our guy Lu Sheng. He scoffs, saying, you can just tell from Lu Sheng's vibe that he is obviously just some kid from a completely ordinary family background. Running extra tests is just totally pointless for someone like him. Ni Chang glares sideways at her little brother. Ever since childhood, this spoiled kid has chugged down all kinds of premium power tonics. Even without doing any real training yet, his base blood chi is already double a normal person. Now that he is actually practicing all kinds of martial arts, he is constantly expanding the massive gap between himself and every other kid his age. With a crazy head start like that, it is honestly pretty easy to see why the little punk acts so ridiculously arrogant. Ni Chang finds him incredibly annoying, so she just smacks him right on the head and scolds him. Hey, stop comparing yourself to completely normal kids. She then gets deadly serious, reminding Kyung-er that having amazing resources means he needs to train even harder. He definitely should not just sit around acting arrogant all day over his own tiny little personal achievements. The pink-haired kid gets a huge bump on his head from that punch. He just squats down crying, totally too scared to fight his sister back. Still crying his eyes out, his crazy competitive side suddenly kicks right in. Instantly smiling again, he grabs tight onto his older sister's arm. Hey, Sister Ni Chang, let me make a deal with you. I really want to check out the exact test results of that guy from earlier. Ni Chang has totally no clue why her little brother suddenly cares about Lu Sheng's stats. The kid explains that just by looking at him, Lu Sheng seems to be just a few years older than himself. Since he is just a student, he wants to see if that hardcore training actually gives real results. I guess you and I are about to find out. Alright, you and I are watching Ni Chang totally cave to this kid. But before checking the score, she warns the brat that it is just a normal guy, basically telling him to stop acting so incredibly smug about everything. The receptionist hands over the result tablet, casually mentioning that only one single person bothered taking the test today. So yeah, they can easily just check the live score right there. Ni Chang grabs the shiny tablet and casually reads Lu Sheng's name out loud. Just a typical high school student, right? Wrong. Her expression drops instantly. After the three of them finally see Lu Sheng's ridiculous combat score flashing right on that screen, pure panic on every single face. That cocky little brat from a minute ago is so completely shocked he literally cannot stand up and flops hard onto the floor. Is this stupid machine broken? The receptionist firmly swears their dojo machines never break down. She insists they get regular maintenance so there is no chance of an error. Plus, they literally just fixed the thing yesterday, so a wild glitch happening right now is absolutely impossible in this place. Ni Chang's face instantly goes totally pale. If the machine is fine, then Lu Sheng's completely insane high score is 100% real. She immediately screams out loud, Xiaoling, do you have an address or phone number? But bummer, Lu Sheng is not even a member here, so zero registration info exists. He only drops by the dojo just to casually test his crazy powers. The receptionist rushes off frantically to search, totally guessing that Lu Sheng must definitely live somewhere pretty close by. Ni Chang furiously orders her to grab all the free staff and gather every single bit of information on the local high school students. They absolutely must track down Lu Sheng's exact whereabouts right this very second. Ni Chang intensely stares at the tablet screen one more time and mutters, Lu Sheng, I will definitely find you. Meanwhile, our boy Lu Sheng is already chilling in a taxi heading somewhere else entirely. Before hopping out, the driver acts super impressed with him. The guy throws up a thumbs up and laughs. Talking with you has been an absolute blast. Kid? Next time we bump into each other, I am totally introducing you to my lovely daughter. Lu Sheng steps out of the car, shaking his head. This old dude is way too enthusiastic. If he knew this would happen, he would have just claimed he was taking the level 2 martial arts exam. That way, the crazy driver would have definitely thought he was insane and stopped talking to him completely. Arriving at a massive building, he reaches for the door, but some guy suddenly runs out from inside, literally sounding like he is about to start crying. No way. My combat power at home clearly broke past 150. How did this happen? The dude acts completely cursed, dropping to his knees and raising both hands to the sky right outside. The crowd watching this pathetic scene starts whispering about how the Martial Association's gear is totally official. Compared to those cheap machines outside, this official stuff is obviously way more accurate. That guy probably got praised way too much, so he simply cannot accept the brutal truth today. Hearing that the machines here are super accurate actually gets Lu Sheng completely hyped up. Finally, he has found the perfect spot to clearly figure out exactly how terrifyingly strong he really is. Lu Sheng marches right into the lobby and hits up the reception desk. "Hello, could you please tell me which way to go for the official martial artist certification exam?" The receptionist absolutely refuses to even glance at him. The girl just keeps fiercely signing a massive stack of boring documents without stopping. She violently shoves a form at Lu Sheng, telling him to fill it out before heading up to room 203 for his testing. Lu Sheng obediently plays along, but the second he reaches the required room and pulls open the door, the wild scene totally blows his mind. There are literally hundreds of people already in front of him. This crazy crowd is ridiculously huge. I am definitely not joking around here. He seriously thought he would be the only one testing today. Who knew everyone else wanted to flex their stats too? Lu Sheng steps inside, looking totally defeated. Our guy literally has zero time to waste right now. Waiting in this massive line is going to drain all his daylight, and he honestly has no clue what to do next. While feeling completely bummed out, he overhears two random dudes nearby aggressively whispering about some incredibly gorgeous girl who is also hanging around here. Lu Sheng quickly shoots a glance over there, and sure enough, he spots a surprisingly young girl. But honestly, her hidden combat potential is probably not just average, it is completely off the charts. Scanning the chaotic room, Lu Sheng notices the vast majority of the people waiting in line are around 15 years old. By that standard, our boy is considered pretty young. Yet somehow, that mysterious girl over there looks even younger than he does. Absolutely wild. The whole room goes dead silent. Suddenly, a massive, absolutely gigantic dude stomps inside, making every single person turn their heads just to stare. Coming through. "Excuse me, right now, it is finally the turn of some overly confident guy at the testing spot. He firmly believes he will smash the test and make his girlfriend super proud, and his incredibly supportive girlfriend standing right beside him is enthusiastically cheering her lungs out for him. But right while these lovebirds are totally lost in their own little romantic world, that giant dude uses a single finger to casually shove them aside, leaving them both completely dumbfounded. Now, stick with me here. The guy turns around, sees this literal walking mountain pushing him, and his eyes look ready to pop completely out of his skull. And not just him. The whole crowd actually gasps out loud because this giant is nothing but pure, unadulterated muscle on top of muscle. The girlfriend sees this meathead acting so incredibly arrogant and gets totally furious. She aggressively steps right up to demand justice for her precious boyfriend. "Hey, who are you? Have some manners. Do you understand? You need to wait in line." The giant guy just stares at her, looking way too bored to even reply. "All right, you and I are diving into absolute chaos." The boyfriend could not stop his girl, mostly because he was way too weak to fight that giant anyway. Sometimes staying quiet keeps you alive, but nope, the girl totally lost it and screamed at him. She yelled, "Do not think you can break the rules just because you are massive." While she was passionately cursing him out, the staff dropped an absolute bombshell. Yeah, this big guy actually can break the rules. The staff finally checked his ticket. Turns out, he gets to jump the line and test first. Why? Because this absolute unit is a legit level 3 martial artist. Hearing that, the loudmouth girl instantly panicked. Her boyfriend? Basically about to throw up blood from pure fear. A level 3 martial artist taking the test is insanely rare around here. In all of Baihe City, there are literally only a little over 10 people who have ever reached this tier. Our boy Lu Sheng just watched, thinking, hey, the strong make the rules in the martial arts world. Special privileges make sense. Then, the giant dude stepped up to the podium for his exam. That annoying girlfriend from earlier was still feeling super bitter for her boyfriend. She just kept angrily muttering about the big guy. She scoffed, saying he is just a level 3 martial artist. Big deal. Just taking the test does not make him some almighty god. What a total hater. But the moment his results popped up, she got absolutely humbled. The big dude's blood energy level reached a whopping 107. The staff member in charge was literally sweating bullets while writing down the massive guy's information. But staying completely professional, he cleared his throat and announced that they would now move to the second test. This second test was honestly even more savage. Just one single punch from this beast sent a shockwave that knocked literally everyone in the room off their feet. The entire crowd down below turned into an absolute chaotic mess in seconds. But not Lu Sheng. Our guy stood completely solid, totally unfazed. Guess all that insane daily grinding and hardcore training finally paid off big time. His combat power result was 10,831. The staff happily congratulated Zhao Changfeng, declaring that from now on, he is officially recognized as a level 3 martial artist in Baihe City by the Grand Martial Arts Association. He will even get a monthly allowance of 30,000 yuan. Flexing his new status, he looked down at the fallen crowd. Amazingly, only 2 people were still managing to stand their ground. A pretty girl nearby could not help but praise the man's strength. But then, Lu Sheng randomly spoke up from the back. Is this really the standard for a level 3 martial artist? Hearing Lu Sheng say such a bold thing, the girl was totally shocked. She thought to herself, this kid is way too arrogant. So what if he survives someone else's shockwave? That is nothing to brag about. Ignoring her, Lu Sheng casually walked up to the staff and asked if he could just take his turn right now. I mean, no one was lining up anyway. Everyone else was still groaning on the floor, totally messed up by the giant dude's crazy punch. Seeing Lu Sheng acting so chill, the staff member looked pretty impressed. He actually praised the kid, saying his mental strength was not bad at all. The man smiled and called out, all right, next person. Lu Sheng, begin your test. Now, you and I need to pay close attention to this. Lu Sheng started by touching the glowing sphere. The staff nicely reminded him to not stress out, just keep a totally normal and relaxed state. Boom. The screen displayed Lu Sheng's blood energy result, 15.7. The same staff member who just told him to relax was now feeling a terrifying chill down his spine. Even the people on the floor were completely stunned, especially that girl from earlier. Her eyes practically bugged out, and her jaw hit the floor. Wait, what? This kid is only 17 or 18 years old. What the heck is going on? Even Zhao Chengfeng, watching from the corner, was baffled. A teenager hitting the level 2 martial artist standard? Isn't that just insanely unreal? The boy is way too young to possess this kind of crazy blood energy already. Next up was the combat power test. The staff told him to not let Zhao Chengfeng's monstrous punch intimidate him. Just punch comfortably until he felt satisfied with his score. But nobody expected Lu Sheng to drop a response that left the staff speechless. Haha, thanks, but I do not need to. One time is enough. With that, Lu Sheng channeled his absolute maximum power to unleash the most devastating, lightning-fast punch imaginable. The entire room suddenly flashed a brilliant purple, leaving absolutely everyone staring in pure, unfiltered shock. So what do you and I think? How many points will Lu Sheng's epic strike actually score to make everyone look up like that? The moment Lu Sheng slammed his fist into the combat power testing machine, the whole thing completely shattered into pieces. A terrifying boom echoed out. The massive surge of raw energy instantly knocked out the level 1 martial artists on the spot. Countless terrified screams filled the air, turning the scene into pure, glorious mayhem. Even Zhao Chengfeng, watching from afar, had to frown at the absolutely monstrous strength radiating from Lu Sheng. Yang Yan, who completely ignored our boy earlier, was now barely struggling to withstand this overwhelming wave of power. Right then, the scoreboard flashed his final combat power number. The Martial Arts Association staff took one look at Lu Sheng's insane score, jaw dropping to the floor, and began stuttering wildly. 15,709. Seeing the score, Lu Sheng smiled proudly, breaking the bottleneck of his boxing technique, plus the stellar force generation, and adding his natural breathing method too. His combat power shot up directly to 10 times the blood energy standard. Seriously, is this the insane charm of martial arts techniques? The association staff finally snapped back to reality after that massive shock. Trembling completely like a leaf, he nervously said, Student Lu, congratulations on easily passing the level 1 martial artist test. Wait, no! Your actual strength can totally surpass a level 2 martial artist, or maybe even a level 3. What a monster! The staff guy was totally losing his mind, finally bursting out. Sorry, I literally can't even evaluate you right now. But don't sweat it. I am reporting this crazy result straight to the top brass right now. The Martial Arts Association never buries raw talent. Wait, no, an absolute genius, especially a freakish genius like you. I am going to submit this report immediately. I am betting my entire career on this. I promise you will get a satisfying answer. Just trust me on this. Lu Sheng just stood there, completely clueless, watching the guy sprint off with his result paper like a madman. Huh? Wait, what? Staring at the guy's vanishing figure, our boy wondered, so, can I just go home now? Suddenly, a massive dude radiating pure, terrifying killer intent loomed right behind him. He spun around, totally on guard, and snapped, so, what exactly do you want from me? Enter Zhao Chengfeng. The guy reached out a hand, looking creepy as hell. Seeing this intense dude offering a handshake, Lu Sheng was incredibly confused. Looking like an absolute menace, he introduced himself as Zhao Chengfeng. Lu Sheng just stared silently right back at him with this hilariously defiant, rebellious smirk. He reached his hand out, totally ready to flex his raw strength against Lu Sheng. But plot twist, the second they shook hands, that intimidating monster Zhao Changfeng actually broke into a massive, goofy smile. And here is where it gets crazy. Suddenly, the entire crowd went completely feral, fighting just to shake his hand. Hey, Mr. Liu, I am Wang Daming. Please shake my hand. Mr. Liu, I am Hu Changming. Got a minute? Mr. Liu, look over here. Mr. Liu, hold up. It was pure unadulterated chaos. Seeing this crazy mob rushing him, Liu Sheng panicked and bolted for his life. But those relentless fans totally refused to let him escape. Damn it, that guy Zhao Changfeng totally beat us to it. Seriously, a level 3 martial artist switches up faster than lightning. The entire mob sprinted after Liu Sheng, screaming his name like maniacs. Mr. Liu! Meanwhile, outside the association building, Liu Qinghe and her two friends were still waiting for their senior. She nervously asked, "Has Senior Yang seriously not come out yet? I wonder if it went smoothly." Feng Fanfan confidently smirked. Haha, chill out. Getting a level 1 certification is basically a walk in the park for a massive genius like her. Liu Qinghe nodded in agreement, figuring she was totally right. But then, she caught sight of Liu Sheng strolling right out of the building. She was totally shocked. Wait, what the heck? Qinghe yelled out. Liu Sheng glanced over, spotted his sister with her little squad, and quickly jogged over to check on them. Qinghe, why are you hanging around here? She planted her hands on her hips, scowling fiercely. Pretty sure I should be asking you that. You literally skipped school, you sleep all day, so what on earth are you doing sneaking around the association? Liu Sheng panicked internally. Skipping school is one thing, but how the heck does she know I sleep all day in my room? Looking super awkward, he faked a cough. I am just taking care of some highly classified business. What about you guys? What are you all doing hanging around here? Feng Fanfan just smiled brightly. Hey there, Mr. Liu. I am Qinghe's close friend, Feng Fanfan, but literally everyone calls me Fanfan, and this here is Shu Ruo. We are just hanging out with Senior Yang Yan for her exam today. Totally mesmerized by his looks, she shamelessly started fangirling. Wow, you are actually super handsome. Literally nothing like the massive loser Qinghe always describes. Qinghe was so furious at her friend for betraying her over a pretty face, she aggressively snapped, "Hey, are you too serious right now?" Our guy loved the compliment and let out a smug, joyful laugh. Ha ha ha, thanks a lot. Meanwhile, Qinghe stood right there, absolutely glaring daggers. You absolute traitors. Did you conveniently forget who constantly saves your lives back at school every single day? Fanfan immediately backed down and apologized. Of course it is you, our glorious parent and savior. While they kept bickering like crazy, Liu Sheng just grinned and affectionately patted his sister's head. All right then, I am heading home first. See ya. Her friends instantly waved back. Bye-bye, Mr. Liu. Have a safe trip back. Watching him walk away, Fanfan turned and totally teased her friend. Oh, come on. You two actually have a super cute sibling dynamic. Qinghe was literally fuming that her best friends were defending him. It is not cute at all. Are you two traitors completely blind or something? Right at that moment, Shu Ruo loudly yelled out, "Ah, Senior Yang Yan is finally out." The squad instantly dropped their argument and sprinted over to her, completely anxious. "Senior Yang, how did it go? Did you pass?" But Yang Yan just let out this incredibly depressing sigh. Please do not even ask. Some massive incident happened, so they literally halted all the exams. We probably have to wait until this afternoon. Everyone's faces just dropped in pure panic. Fanfan hurriedly asked, "Wait, what incident? What could possibly be crazy enough to shut down the entire exam?" Yang Yan instantly flashed back to that ridiculous young guy. His raw power and abilities were just absolute nightmare fuel. He was an absolute monster, an utter freak of nature. That insane guy was exactly my age, yet his vitality value was 15.7. His combat power completely crushed a level 3 martial artist, casually breaking way past 10,000. Haha, what a total joke. I seriously always thought my talent was pretty top tier. But after seeing that absolute demon today, my so-called potential feels like a massive, hilarious joke. Now you and I know who she means. The whole squad listened, jaws literally hitting the floor. Fanfan frantically asked, "Senior Yang, wait, what was this crazy monster's name? Did you catch it?" Yang Yan paused, thought about it for a second, and frowned. Right. His name was Liu Sheng. All right, buckle up, guys. Hearing the name Liu Sheng completely paralyzes Liu Qinghe. Wait, what? She literally cannot process this insane truth. She pictures her absolute slacker of a brother and questions her sanity. "My brother?" she mutters. Meanwhile, our so-called prodigy Liu Sheng is just casually strolling down the street, happily munching on a piping hot steamed bun like he doesn't have a care in the world. Suddenly, he spots a squad of dudes in black suits aggressively searching the city block, causing a total public freakout. Check that side yet? Heading there now. The local market aunties instantly activate their gossip mode. "Who caused this mess?" they whisper, I heard the Hongchuan dojo is hunting someone down. Seriously, what kind of absolute lunatic would actually dare to provoke those Hongchuan dojo guys? Whoever it is, they are totally screwed. Those martial artists are ruthless. If they get caught, say goodbye to their kneecaps. Broken legs, guaranteed. Lu Sheng chews his bun, thinking they are probably hunting that guy from the recent test. Whatever, not his problem. He literally walks away, completely oblivious that he is the actual target. His phone starts aggressively blasting an obnoxious ringtone. Someone is desperately calling him, but honestly, what is the point of answering right now? It is Ma Fei from the Hall of Virtue. Lu Sheng rolls his eyes. They are calling again? Time to play it cool and give them the absolute cold shoulder. After all, his future tech medicine formulas could literally be traded for mountains of cold, hard cash. But do they even deserve his business? He needs to investigate them first. Back in his room, our guy locks the door and fires up his crazy future AI system. Lu Sheng boots up the device. A slick blue hologram flashes across the room. Optical computer, fully online. He instantly barks an order at the AI. Pull up my entire life history. The system immediately spits out his highly classified basic information panel. Understood. Fetching basic data now. Name, Lu Sheng. Lifespan, from June of the martial arts year 297 all the way to July of year 383. Peak martial strength. Level 6 martial artist. Usable authority, level 2. Then comes the wild stuff. At age 18, became a level 2 martial artist, absolutely shocking all of Baihe City. Recommended by the local martial arts association to join the super elite Dawning Province Genius Training Camp, crushed it, securing a spot right in the top 20. That exact same year, ranked number 1 in the city, 32nd in the province, and snatched the 145th spot nationwide in the insanely brutal university entrance exams. He swaggered into Dongning Martial Arts University, naturally graduating just 3 years later. 5 years later, transitioned into a badass lieutenant officer and founded his own Baihe City dojo. Hit level 6 martial artist at 45. Tried pushing for level 7 grandmaster at 50, but completely failed. Then, in July of 338, killed in action during a massive monster attack on Baihe City. Final age? 87 years old. Marital status? Married, with 2 daughters and 1 son. Peaked as a senior lieutenant officer. Absolutely 0 outstanding contributions. Basically, history gave his entire life a pathetic 2-star rating. Seeing his entire future spelled out like a cheap RPG character sheet leaves Lu Sheng utterly speechless. He stares at the screen, trying to mentally digest this absolute madness. Age 18. Hitting level 2 and completely flipping Baihe City upside down. Then getting fast-tracked by the local martial arts association straight into the super elite Dawning Province Genius Camp, easily crushing the competition to hit the top 20. 3 years later, graduating from Dongning University to serve the military, and then snagging a slick lieutenant officer rank 5 years after that, opening his own dojo, hitting level 6 at 45, then boldly trying for level 7 grandmaster at 50, only to crash and burn miserably. And finally, dying during a massive monster invasion in year 338, clocking out at exactly 87 years old. Mumbling through his own obituary, he smirks. Now, you and I both know the rule here. The future is not set in stone. It can totally be hacked. At least, his personal future is changing. Just 1 week ago, he was a pathetic level 4 fighter doomed to die at 37. Now, he's jumping to a level 6 powerhouse. He is living past 80, with a legitimate shot at the legendary level 7. Grandmaster Realm. Though, let's be real, that is still miles away. But honestly, this tiny personal upgrade means absolutely nothing to the rest of the world or the grand timeline. If he actually wants to save humanity and rewrite the entire trajectory of the world for the next 10,000 years, he is going to need God-tier strength. A basic level 6 is literally useless. Even level 7 or 8 Grandmasters, or a legendary future level 9 Martial Saint, are just minor players in this insane reality. To actually shake up the universe's destiny, to totally rewrite the apocalypse, he has to reach the absolute peak. Breaking through level 10, maybe even level 11, that is the only real ray of hope. The odds are absolute garbage, but he is fully locked in on this crazy path. No turning back now. Meanwhile, over at the fancy office of the Baihe Martial Arts Association president, we find Xiao Yuhei intensely practicing his calligraphy, completely ignoring the video call from his grumpy old boss on the screen. The old boss starts preaching. Stillness creates light, movement soars, energy rises, and the form follows. Focus your intention perfectly. Beautiful calligraphy. Seriously, you can literally feel President Xiao's massive spiritual energy pouring out of every single brushstroke. Reaching the legendary level 7 Grandmaster tier is practically guaranteed for him at this point. Sigh, the old boss grumbles. If only you put this much insane effort into actually teaching your students. Getting totally called out by his boss makes President Xiao instantly flinch, completely ruining his perfect brushstroke. Oops. He awkwardly laughs it off. Haha, come on, boss. Stop roasting me. Do you honestly think I don't want Baihei City to produce some totally overpowered martial arts geniuses? But let's be real. You know our city hasn't had a proper martial arts lineage in years. We are basically dried up. Alright, you and I know how this works. Since this place has zero resources, any kid with a drop of talent just bounces. I'm seriously helpless here. The big boss suddenly gets super dramatic, goes totally quiet for a second, and then sighs. President Xiao, the massive training camp is opening up real soon, and we haven't sent a single person to compete in literal years. Baihe is a huge city, so having zero achievements is pathetic. Not sending anyone? Yeah, that is basically the ultimate embarrassment for us. So this time, no matter what it takes, you better save some face for Baihe City. Do you understand me? The old boss coldly drops this heavy order on President Xiao and just instantly hangs up. Savage. No chance to argue. After getting hung up on, Xiao Yuhei rages, crushing the paper in his hand and screaming, "Dang it, does he think I do not want to find crazy talent and actually achieve something amazing here?" He violently flops down at his desk, gritting his teeth, his hands literally shaking with pure rage. He angrily thinks, if I actually had the top boss position and all those shiny resources, who would sit around writing these stupid letters? Zero hope for a promotion. But while he is wallowing in misery, his secretary randomly bursts through the door. Bam! She frantically yells, "President, the Martial Arts Testing Center! Something insane just happened over there." President Xiao just glares and snaps back. "Why are you running around acting so totally unhinged? Did you completely forget how to knock? Speak!" The panicked secretary practically sprints over, hugging a massive stack of papers, and shoves a crazy testing report right into President Xiao's face. "I am so sorry, but this is wildly urgent. The examiner just dropped a massive bombshell. He is here. An 18-year-old level 2 martial artist just popped up, and his combat power just smashed past 10,000. President Xiao's eyes literally bulge out of his skull. He violently snatches the shiny tablet right out of her hands and screams, "Show me the video right now!" The poor secretary gets super startled by his crazy dramatic outburst and stammers, Yes, sir." Xiao stares intensely at the security footage. Yep, that is our boy Lu Sheng, totally dominating his exam. After pausing and double-checking, the boss yells in pure shock, "That is the perfect realm punching technique." The confused secretary stands there looking totally clueless and asks, "Wait, what does that mean?" Still glued to Lu Sheng's insane moves, the president impatiently snaps back. "It is an incredibly high-level term in our entire martial arts world. Since you are totally normal, just know this. Anyone who pushes their punching technique to the absolute perfect realm, there are literally less than 10 of them alive today." But wait! Suddenly, President Xiao connects the dots. He thinks to himself, no, that is impossible. Even with the insanely overpowered perfect realm, it absolutely cannot boost his blood energy up to 15.7 and hit 15,000 total combat power. Even a perfect realm technique only doubles a fighter's maximum battle stats at the absolute most. And this kid is literally only 18 years old. His blood energy is exactly 10 times the standard power, just a normal teenager. Then it totally clicks for President Xiao, and he lights up like a literal Christmas tree. Yes, that is the only crazy logical explanation. Otherwise, this whole thing makes zero sense. Ha ha ha. The secretary just awkwardly watches her boss mumbling completely to himself and laughing like an absolute maniac. Utterly confused, she tries calling out to him. And then, boom, the poor girl gets randomly hoisted into the air. President Xiao joyfully grabs her and literally spins her around like a rag doll. He cackles, "Haha, this kid is a super rare genius martial artist. And to think this monster actually spawned right here in our own Baihe City. Ha ha ha." Spun around like a human helicopter, the poor secretary gets incredibly dizzy, hopelessly screaming for her life in total panic. "President, wait. What even is an innate talent martial artist?" Meanwhile, after years of epic failure, Xiao finally found a real prodigy and just cannot stop grinning like a fool. "Alright, listen. Some people in martial arts just hit the genetic jackpot. They casually awaken stupidly broken and overpowered abilities. Stuff totally beyond what any normal human can even imagine. Once awakened, their blood energy just violently skyrockets to the moon. Plus, they score super unique perks, totally insane explosive power, or literal lightning speed. Everyone officially calls these absolute freaks innate talent martial artists." President Xiao frantically throws his coat on and dashes for the door. "Ha ha ha, move it. I need to personally crash Lu Sheng's house right now and have a very nice chat with his wonderful parents. I seriously need to thank them for spawning such a totally legendary and overpowered kid. Ha ha ha." The extremely dizzy secretary violently stumbles but chases after him anyway. "Yes, sir, whatever you say. I will literally go scream at the driver to get the car ready right now." Meanwhile, at the Hongchuan dojo, Miss Ni Chang is aggressively forcing her entire staff to hunt down Lu Sheng. Suddenly, a junior disciple absolutely sprints over screaming, "I got it! I found him! Senior Ni!" Ni Chang instantly whips around and demands, "Well, spill it!" Panting like a total dog, the kid gasps. His name is Lu Sheng, a regular student at Baihe Institute. His dad literally just moves boxes for Shengsing Logistics. His mom works as a totally average cashier over at Jiajia Supermarket, and he has a freshman little sister. They all live in the basic Bailam District 15. Ni Chang nods super intensely and instantly gets ready to bounce. Seeing her about to violently storm out, the poor kid panics. "Wait, why are you hunting this guy down? Did he seriously tick you off or something? Come on, senior. He is literally just some broke kid from an ultra-basic family. You absolutely do not need to murder him." Realizing this idiot totally missed the point, Ni Chang furiously snaps, "Shut your mouth! It is absolutely not what you think." Suddenly, her phone rings, and she visibly stiffens up, looking crazy tense. "Hello? Yeah, I know. I figured it would be fast, but I seriously never expected those guys to move this insanely quick. All right, we are watching this junior brother totally lose his mind. If it isn't what he thinks, what is it? A crazy son-in-law search?" After hanging up the phone, our girl Ni Chang spins around and barks an order. "Go buy some insanely expensive gifts right now, stuff perfect for respected elders and a young woman." The poor guy stands there completely stunned for a few seconds before bolting. "Huh? Oh, yes, totally." Running away, he seriously wonders if this is a husband hunt. Meanwhile, Ni Chang grips her phone like a weapon. She finally tracked him down. Cut to our absolute unit, Lu Sheng. He is just chilling, training in his room when his sister Lu Qinghe starts yelling, "Brother Lu, hurry up and come outside. Someone is here. Looking for you." Lu Sheng slowly stands up and sighs. "Got it. I am coming." Throwing on a random jacket, our guy steps out. Honestly, it has been forever since Qinghe called him brother like that. Who on earth is actually looking for him? Could it be? The second he leaves the room, he spots his whole family casually chatting with some total strangers. Seeing her son, his mom waves him over. "Little Sheng, come here. This is..." But before she can even finish that sentence, the older dude completely interrupts to introduce himself. "Hello there, Student Lu." President Xiao stands up straight and politely extends his hand out. "I am Xiao Yue, the president of the Baihe Martial Arts Association. I came all this way specifically because of your insane test results." Lu Sheng mentally calculates the power scaling here. A martial arts association president means this guy is at least a level 6 quasi-grandmaster. He quickly shakes the man's hand. "Hello, President Xiao. I am Lu Sheng." Seeing our main character stay completely chill, the president is super impressed. "Not bad at all. You are incredibly calm." Honestly, just having this kind of solid mindset is already super rare. Lu Sheng casually points at the girl sitting nearby and asks, "And who is this?" His mom jumps right in to introduce her. "This right here is Miss Ni Chang from the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall." Ni Chang jumps right in. "Hello, student Lu Sheng. We actually ran into each other back at the Martial Arts Hall. Do you have any impression of me?" Our guy simply nods his head. "Yeah, hello, Miss Ni." The second Lu Sheng sits down, he just cuts right to the chase. He asks President Xiao directly, "There is no free lunch anywhere. The association gave us so much stuff. I definitely have to return the favor. So what exactly does President Xiao need me to do for you guys?" Xiao is actually caught off guard by how blunt our guy is. He sighs deeply. "You really opened my eyes, kid. Now watch this." He pulls out a shiny card from his jacket. "Then I will just be completely straightforward with you. We really hope you can join Dongning Province's absolute top genius training camp." Ni Chang literally jumps out of her seat. "President Xiao, did you just say the genius camp?" She looks completely stressed out. Sure, it gathers the most absolutely gifted martial arts freaks out there, but that place is also a giant meat grinder that completely breaks true geniuses. Our own martial arts hall once had an amazing senior brother join that exact training camp. He went in full of fiery hype, but came back as a total broken failure, completely overshadowed by the other monsters there. Ni Chang frantically steps in to stop him. "Student Lu Sheng, your future is just way too bright. There is absolutely no need to risk everything like this." President Xiao quickly jumps in to advise him. She is right. It is a huge risk. That place only selects the true, undisputed heaven's chosen ones. Even the absolute top-tier city geniuses might just end up as brutal stepping stones for someone else. But you? You are built entirely different from them. Judging purely by the wild strength and insane potential you just showed off, your future peak is absolutely not locked to this tiny level right here. But listen, student Lu Sheng, I will respect whatever choice you make. So, what is your answer? Lu Sheng stays perfectly quiet for a second, then finally reaches out and snatches the shiny card. "You are not wrong, President Xiao. I also believe this is absolutely not my true limit." Xiao breathes a huge sigh of relief. "All right then, I will personally pick you up in 2 days. Won't bother you anymore right now." The president stands up to leave. See you in 2 days, student Lu Sheng. Right after Xiao finally leaves, Lu Sheng immediately turns to face Ni Chang. All right, Miss Ni, now you should explain why you are really here. Ni Chang turns back, gets hit by how ridiculously handsome Lu Sheng actually looks, and immediately blushes hard. She panics in her head seriously. This guy looks way better in person than in his photos. Ni Chang quickly covers her mouth and awkwardly clears her throat. Ahem. I actually came here today hoping to invite student Lu Sheng to become an honorary disciple of our Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Lu Sheng stays totally deadpan. What exactly does an honorary disciple even mean? Ni Chang frantically clarifies. Basically, it means you literally never have to show up like normal disciples. Of course, you can still pop in absolutely whenever you want to. All of the training classes and premium gear are completely free of charge, and I can even have my father personally teach you himself. You get to enjoy the absolute highest tier of teaching treatment in name only, meaning you have zero annoying obligations or heavy responsibilities to carry. Ni Chang is secretly calculating everything. If they can just show off the brand of an 18-year-old level 2 or even level 3 martial artist, their hall will become ridiculously famous across all of Baihe City, right? She can't even imagine how many frantic parents will literally fight to send their kids here. But right then, Lu Sheng brutally shatters her perfect little daydream with a cold rejection. No way. Ni Chang panics and jumps up. Wait, this treatment is totally negotiable. Please do not reject me so fast. All right, stick with me. Lu Sheng accepts an honorary title. They can totally brag about him training there, since that is technically true. But anything else? Hard pass. He refuses to be their disciple, even in name only, because he simply does not need it. Take it or leave it. Obviously, he will still use their testing gear later, mostly because it is super close to his house. Classic teenager logic. Nai thinks about it for a second, then finally compromises. Deal, but the Hongchuan Dojo is buying that honorary title outright. She promises to send his 100,000 monthly salary straight to his door. With the crazy negotiation totally wrapped up, Ni Xiang stands up to leave. She says goodbye, and the door slams. Bam! Once she leaves, his entire family just stares at Lu Sheng with massive, absolute pride. His dad is totally mind-blown. A 1 million bonus? And 100,000 monthly salary? He cannot believe his own eyes. He asks, was that really the Martial Arts Association president? Coming personally to their door? When did his son become a level 2 martial artist? What in the world is even happening right now? Lu Sheng gently holds his mom's hand. He confirms it is all true, he really is a level 2 martial artist now. She does not need to work those dangerous night shifts anymore, and his dad can finally quit doing that brutal, heavy labor. His dad's back has suffered enough. Now, our overpowered teen can actually make bank. No more struggling for them. The family shares a huge, incredibly heartwarming hug, pure happiness. Meanwhile, at the clinic, He Lingzu bites her finger in pure frustration. A whole week, and still no name, no face. She scratches her head, frantically searching through piles of books on her desk, looking totally helpless. She checked every registered pharmacist record everywhere, but found absolutely nothing. Where did this potion-making genius come from? Why is there zero info? Gritting her teeth, she remembers that insane potion Lu Sheng crafted. The supplement he made is mind-blowing. The data proves it is several times stronger than any standard level 1 supplement. It destroys the Pharmacist Association standards and even beats out most level 3 supplements. Dozens of crazy extra effects, basically zero side effects, a terrifyingly long duration, and it costs less than 3,000 yuan. Insane. Level 3 meds cost 100 grand. This glorious new drug could literally kickstart a new era. She violently smashes the table and screams, "Damn it, where on earth is this guy? Did he just evaporate?" Her assistant Ma Fei stands there trembling until he suddenly gasps. "Miss He, I found the master." She jumps up like a rocket. "What? Where is he?" Ma Fei points at the TV, stuttering. "It is him. The news shows a cocky 18-year-old kid. You and I know who that is." The news reports an elite martial arts genius, passing level 2 at just 18. His combat power even shatters the level 3 martial artist standards. This crazy score completely smashed every record for his age group in the city's association. Everyone is celebrating this massive win. And this absolutely overpowered genius is none other than Lu Sheng from Baihe Academy. Seeing Lu Sheng's face, He Lingsu is completely dumbfounded. She stammers for forever before realizing he is literally just a high schooler. Over at Shuhai City's Guhu Mountain, the towering peaks and dense canopy are covered in white clouds. A totally poetic, epic scenery. A peaceful stream flows quietly. Suddenly, a little white bird on a branch senses serious danger approaching, and it frantically flaps away. Boom! A flash of light appears, moving way faster than the bird. If you blink, you miss the shadowy figure running past. It is Lu Sheng, sprinting like an absolute speed demon. He darts through like a living arrow, wildly showing off his martial arts skills, blasting through the dense forest toward the peak. Running like crazy, he realizes planetary force actually works for movement. 4 times planetary force multiplier, plus his dream absorption skills, wild. His movement techniques have clearly leveled up to an insane new height. 5 times faster than normal level 2s. He calls it cloud chasing steps. He stands on the mountain peak, looking far out, surrounded by misty clouds, colorful sunlight, fresh air, and an absolutely massive pool of rich energy. Lu Sheng takes a deep breath, feels every sense in his body ignite, and throws a devastating full-power punch. His explosive inner force makes the entire area shake violently, completely blowing away the thick clouds. This reveals the magnificent, breathtaking natural scenery stretching out below. He breathes out, totally satisfied. A breakthrough. His vitality spiked, his planetary force advanced, and he might even hit a 6 times multiplier. He quickly grabs some herbs. What an epic surprise! And to think, we only came to Guhu Mountain to pick some marrow-nourishing pill ingredients. Our boy just hit a massive cultivation breakthrough. Only problem? He completely devoured all his elixirs doing it. The old stuff just is not hitting the same anymore. It is officially time to brew some marrow-nourishing pills. Alright, you and I both know how this works. Nobody in this current era even knows what these herbs actually do. If his trusty cheat system had not spilled the beans, he would be clueless. The rest of his shopping list should be waiting right at the bottom of the mountain. Since everything is probably locked and loaded down there, it is the perfect time for a little speed test. Activating his cloud chasing technique, he absolutely blasts down the trail like a total madman. And sure enough, right as he hits the bottom, he spots his local herb dealer just chilling right there. He struts right over to get his goods. Hey there, I am the guy who placed that herb order earlier. Are we all packed up? The shady merchant puffs on his pipe with a greasy grin. Ah, little bro, you made it. Do not sweat it, your entire order is boxed up and ready to go. He immediately squats down to inspect the stash. Sun lotus, dewbone leaf. Yup, everything checks out. The herbs are super fresh, and the vintage is absolutely spot on. Standing back up, he whips out a stack of cash. All right, 10 of each at 500 a pop. 5,000 total, just like we agreed. But wait for it. The merchant suddenly holds up a hand. Whoa there, buddy, let us not rush things. Flashing a totally villainous smirk, the old guy drops a bomb. Price just went up to 1 grand apiece. Oh, and you are buying every single basket here. He gestures to his massive pile of weeds like an absolute mafia boss. A literal daylight robbery attempt. Our boy is not having it. His face goes freezing cold as he glares right back. What exactly are you trying to pull here? The slimy merchant practically laughs in his face. It means exactly what I said, my clueless little friend. You are clearly not from the Tree Sea area, are you? When you step on our turf, you play by our rules. Right on cue, a dozen thugs crawl out of the bushes. They are flexing their shiny knives, trying to look super intimidating as they creep closer. Seriously? Did mommy and daddy never teach you? When you are outside, you better learn how to be terrified. But instead of panicking, his expression just goes dead serious. He lets out a snarky chuckle as his aura explodes outward. You and I know exactly what happens next. The idiot leader keeps walking closer, completely blind to the absolute beatdown about to happen. The gang swaggers up looking tough. Do not even think about trying anything funny. Every single one of us is an official level 1 martial artist. Go ahead, call the cops. There are 0 cameras out here, and no one is going to trust some random outsider anyway. So unless you want things to get incredibly painful, I suggest you shut up and be a good little boy. The boss throws a hand sign, and the goons charge. But halfway there, they slam on the brakes, turning totally ghost pale and shaking like absolute cowards. Why? Because our guy just casually punched a massive boulder, spiderwebbing the entire thing into a million cracks. These tough guy scammers went from wanting to rob him blind to absolutely wetting their pants. They are literally dripping with cold sweat right now. He pulls his fist back, casually brushing off the dust. So let me ask you fine gentlemen a quick question. Am I supposed to be scared right now? Then he just squeezes a chunk of rock into dust like it is soft tofu. The bandits are completely speechless. It takes them a solid minute to reboot their brains before they are face-planting right into the dirt, begging. We are so sorry, boss. We were completely blind. Please spare us. We are so incredibly sorry. He casually bends down, scoops up his basket of herbs, and smirks. So we are done playing Mafia? Cool. I will just be taking these then. Realizing they are not about to get instantly deleted, the thugs start aggressively sucking up. Yes, please, take absolutely everything. You do not need to pay a single cent. Tossing the massive haul over his shoulder, he drops some parting wisdom. Since your parents clearly failed, let me teach you a lesson. If you want to do business, try being honest instead of pulling cheap scams. Acting like they just dodged a nuke, the goons are practically wagging their tails in pure relief. Thank you for the lecture, sir. We are definitely going to turn our lives around and become outstanding citizens. Seeing their dramatic tears of joy, he just shrugs to himself. Hey, I was actually planning to pay for this stuff. But if they are literally begging me to take it for free, why not? Herbs secured. Now, time to hit the training camp. Once he is finally out of sight, the boss just collapses, eyes bulging out of his head. What is wrong with the world? Are high schoolers seriously all this monstrous nowadays? Yeah, it is definitely time to update the resume. Turning a boulder into dust with his bare hands, that kid is at least a level 3 martial artist. Absolutely terrifying. Cut to one day later, our guy finally rolls up to the elite genius training camp. He spots heavily armed military guys checking IDs at the gates. Wait, is this seriously just a training camp? Because this place looks like a literal top-secret military base. And looking around, every single student is flexing an official badge, making him suddenly panic. Are we actually supposed to wear our martial artist badges out here? Oh crap. His mom totally locked his up at home for safekeeping, and he completely forgot it. Is that going to be a problem? He just sighs, picturing his shiny badge sitting completely useless inside his mom's glass display case. Before he can stress too much, a strict-looking officer walks right up to him. Which city are you from, kid? And why are you arriving completely solo? White River City, sir. I had some business to handle, so I got delayed. Hearing his city, a bunch of nearby rich kids immediately start whispering and judging. White River City? Didn't that entire squad check in yesterday? Why is there one left over? Wow, he probably bribed his way in through the back door. Look, the loser doesn't even have a badge. Stick with me here. Nobody from Baihei City ever shows up. But this year, 2 guys actually made it. An officer checks his list and asks, wait, just one? Are you that Lu Sheng kid the Martial Arts Association president was hyping up so much? Naturally, some random hater nearby immediately starts mocking him. Makes sense. So you are the special little pet project of the Baihei president. Oh, so scary. Kissing up to the boss is a better skill than being a level 3 martial artist. Wonder how many bribes you handed over behind closed doors. Seeing these punks getting way too loud, the officer points straight at them and yells, "Everyone shut your mouths right now." After silencing the peanut gallery, he signals our boy forward. He heads inside along with the Qingyuan City crew. Next up is supposedly the super official camp initiation ceremony. Drop all your bags on the floor. Someone will come collect your trash later. Lu Sheng quickly complies, tossing his gear down without a single complaint. All right. Walking into the camp, Lu Sheng thinks to himself, bringing us in group by group. Yeah, this is definitely not your standard boring welcome party. Boom! The massive doors slam shut out of nowhere, leaving absolutely everyone panicking in total shock. What the heck is happening? What are they trying to do? Are we being locked up by mistake? The crowd goes absolutely wild, losing their minds in pure chaos. The officer barks loudly to crush the panic. All right, shut up and listen to me closely. Your one mission is to survive the walk down this hallway to the opposite exit. Make it there, and you officially pass the camp entrance exam today. Fail, and you pack your bags. Good luck. The officer drops that bomb and just straight up leaves, ignoring their screaming. Wait, what the heck? I thought this was a ceremony. Why are we testing a hallway? What kind of insane hallway is this? Explain it to us, you coward. Before they can even finish whining, the floor drops them into a secret tunnel. Holy crap, what kind of sick death trap is this? Oh yeah, Lu Sheng was ready and lands safely on his feet, but the others? Not so lucky. Best case scenario, they smashed their butts hard. Worst case? Faceplant. Smack! That guy's chin just kissed the concrete after free-falling. He grabs his totally wrecked face and screams in rage, "Ouch! Where are we? I am dying. What kind of stupid trap is this?" Lu Sheng scans the dark base with his mental energy for hidden death traps. And honestly, you and I could probably guess the results. Yep, this is definitely not your average boring hallway walk. What are all these weird black shadows lurking around? Honestly, mental power is just insane. It is basically a legit superpower straight out of a comic book. While scanning the hallway, Lu Sheng watches Lin Xiaoyu acting super cocky, claiming, I thought they had some grand master plan. Is this really all they got? So boring. Right then, the poor guy who faceplanted angrily points a finger at him. Lin Xiaoyu, you already knew this stupid ceremony was rigged from the very start. You did not even warn anyone, and because of you, I just faceplanted super hard. Lin Xiaoyu puts on his best smug face and absolutely roasts him. You lack even the most basic reflexes to adapt. How do you even have the nerve to call yourself a real martial artist? Seriously, do not go around telling people you are a Qingyuan City genius at this training camp. You are embarrassing all of us. The mocked guy completely loses his mind. He tries to rush in and punch Lin Xiaoyu, but the surrounding crowd immediately holds him back. Lin Xiaoyu, you jerk! Everyone tries to calm the guy down, yelling, all right, stop fighting already! We all came from the exact same city, and getting into this camp was not easy. We really need to stick together as a team here. Right now, the most important thing is figuring out how to pass this stupid exam fast. Lin Xiaoyu casually drops his own idea. Yeah, very true. Our Qingyuan city needs to stay perfectly united. Losing anyone right now would be super tragic. This famous genius training camp? There is no way their entrance exam is going to be a simple walk. But look, we happen to have one totally extra person right here. Wonder if this kind soul would volunteer to go scout the path for us? Lin Xiaoyu aims all that heat straight at Lu Sheng, totally wanting him to be bait. A nice girl nervously speaks up. That is really not cool, but the rest of the guys absolutely love his dirty idea. Ha ha, great plan. A lab rat testing the traps sounds awesome. Ha ha. Lu Sheng just scoffs, staying totally silent. Seeing him stay quiet, Lin Xiaoyu gets super sarcastic. Well, if you are too scared to go first, step aside and make way. Lu Sheng just swats his hand away and steps up. Seeing him actually volunteer, Lin Xiaoyu hits him with pure disgust. Wow, actually taking some initiative? Little boy from Baihe City, you better put on a good show. If you do well, maybe we will actually consider carrying you later. Lu Sheng steps right into the tunnel, turning back with an insanely dark smile. Ha ha, predators always walk alone. Only weak little cows travel in herds. Getting insulted straight to his face, Lin Xiaoyu completely freezes up, totally paralyzed on the spot. He stammers back, "What did you just say?" Lu Sheng shoots him the most provocative glare ever, flashing a super mocking and arrogant grin. Huh? Being provoked like that absolutely sends Lin Xiaoyu into a raging meltdown. He points a shaking finger at Lu Sheng, screaming, "You punk! You dare call me a cow? I will end you!" But before he even finishes throwing his tantrum, the tunnel traps activate, and dozens of glowing pink orbs charge out simultaneously. Lu Sheng? He just stays completely chill. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Lam Thuavu totally panics, stumbling back and screaming, "What is that?" Those pink metal spheres hit the ground and instantly transform into dozens of massive robots. And get this, their power completely crushes your average level 1 martial artist. Yep, these are the infamous mechanical puppets, and they look absolutely terrifying. Seeing their true mechanical forms clearly makes Lam Thuavu absolutely lose his mind in fear. Even the absolute weakest of these mechanical puppets is way stronger than an official level 1 martial artist. Sending this many at once? Do the people running this training camp seriously want us all to just drop dead right here? The whole group starts screaming in total panic. This hallway is way too narrow, so running away is literally impossible. What are they supposed to do? Rumor has it these puppets can execute crazy high-level martial arts programs. The best ones are actually equal to a level 4 martial artist, just way more expensive to build than actually training a real person to that exact same rank. Seriously, this is the very first time seeing these things in action. Lam Thuavu looks over at Luke Thon and smirks like a jerk. Is this country bumpkin from Bakha City just completely brain dead? The limiters on these mechanical puppets are totally off. The second they sense a living target nearby, they instantly launch an automatic attack. These level 1 puppets are forged from some insane special alloy. Even if you have fists of pure steel, you are going down. The bystanders watching Luke Thon step right up to the robot are super hyped for the drama. I mean, that kid is not even an official level 1 martial artist yet. One punch from that thing will literally knock him brainless. Luckily, a genuinely nice girl sees the robot closing in and shouts a quick warning. "Watch out!" The robot locks onto him and throws a massive 1,000-pound punch, fully intending to completely crush Luke Thon into a literal pancake. But Luke Thon just stands there, completely frozen in front of that giant fist. Then, he simply smirks. Boom! The punch slams down right on Luke Thon, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Pure chaos erupts. Everyone shields their faces because the shockwave is just totally insane. Seeing the wild power of that punch, Lam Thuavu smiles all smug, totally convinced that Luke Thon just got squashed flat like a little bug. But nope. As the heavy dust cloud slowly starts clearing, everyone is absolutely stunned. Luke Thon literally caught the robot's giant punch with just one single hand, leaving the whole crowd completely speechless. The haters grit their teeth, their faces turning dark as they angrily mutter, "He actually blocked it again!" Not only did Luke Thon block that massive strike, but he actually squeezes the robot's metal fist even harder with pure, absolute confidence. Is that really it? Then, using just one hand, Luke Thon casually lifts the entire heavy robot high into the air and violently slams it down. Just like that, the killer machine is instantly completely destroyed, its entire body shattered with gears and metal parts scattering everywhere. After witnessing Luke Thon's insane power flex, those rival province kids do not dare utter a single joke. They quietly panic, whispering, "Holy crap, is this guy even human? What are we supposed to do now?" Yeah, it seems he is insanely strong. But suddenly that idiot Lam Thuavu bursts out laughing, scratching his head and acting all tough. "Man, I almost got tricked by this guy. What level 1 mechanical puppet? This thing is literally just a cheap pile of scrap metal. Its actual fighting power is probably equal to a weak wooden dummy. It just looks kind of scary on the outside, that is all. Seriously, If there are this many strong robot puppets here, how could anyone possibly pass the actual exam? Plus, think about it. With his weak skills, how could a trash guy who used connections and is not even a level 1 martial artist survive a real mechanical puppet attack? Right now, you and I can both see Lam Thuavu is just a hopelessly delusional idiot. How can he invent such crazy, wild, fake scenarios in his own head? Someone quickly speaks up, stammering, "No way, dude. This puppet actually looks seriously dangerous." Seeing nobody believes him, Lam Thuavu just rolls his eyes with pure disgust. Whatever, explaining things to you absolute idiots is a waste of breath. If you do not get it, then open your eyes wide and watch exactly how I clear this level. Bursting with arrogant confidence, Lam Thuavu takes a running start, jumps up high, and violently kicks right at the switch on the heavy robot's body. Nice! Seeing Lam Thuavu's incredibly flashy moves makes the whole crowd gasp in awe. Wow, so maybe this scary puppet really is just a cheap fake? Lam Thuavu stands proudly in front of the machine he thinks he just totally wrecked. Spreading his arms wide, he brags. Haha, I told you guys I was not wrong, right? These things are, but before he can even finish his sentence, the robot behind him swings a brutal punch. Still totally full of himself, Lam Thuavu gets absolutely blasted. The punch sends him flying through the air like a rag doll, slamming him straight into the wall. Bam! The thick concrete actually splinters into a dozen massive cracks behind his body. His arrogant face is completely beaten to a bruised pulp, spitting out a couple of broken teeth. Yet, he still barely manages to groan. What the heck? This is not a level 1 mechanical puppet at all. It is a freaking level 2. Right after saying that, his eyes roll back and he totally passes out cold. Someone from the group quickly sprints over to him. Lam Thuavu, wake up, man, are you okay? But he is completely out for the count. His once handsome face is now massively swollen and bruised purple on one side as the terrified crowd slowly drags him into a safe corner. Some people are literally sweating bullets in absolute pure panic. A level 2 mechanical puppet? Just how insane is his actual strength? Meanwhile, Luke Thon is still just casually chilling, effortlessly destroying the entire remaining army of killer robot puppets. Luke Thon actually sighs while fighting them off. Sigh. Every single mechanical puppet has a central core. Just tap it lightly, and they shut down. But there are just way too many of them here. So boring. Finally, after a short while, Luke Thon completely wipes out every last robot puppet in the tunnel. Now, standing right in front of him, is the final door. What happens next? You guys are not ready for this. The robot commander stares at his console, jaw literally hitting the floor. What the heck is happening? All the mechanical puppets are crashing. Weren't these supposed to be brand new? System alerts are blaring non-stop like a crazy DJ set. Unit 99 just completely flatlined. The commander is panicking hard, clutching his tablet. They are all completely trashed. How could a bunch of rookie kids, who just barely hit level 1, completely obliterate level 2 mechanical puppets? This is absolute madness. While the officer is having a total meltdown, a brutally smashed robot suddenly gets chucked right at his face. Luke Thon casually drops the mic. The second stage is open. You finally showed up. The officer stares at his screen, showing a total connection loss, only to hear Luke Thon taunt him. Bring it on. The officer is so confused right now. He is thinking to himself, since when did I become the boss of the second stage? I just work here. With killer eyes, Luke Thon is totally hyped and ready for an all-out war. Looking like the literal Grim Reaper, he coldly mutters, I really hope you do not disappoint me. Luke Thon goes all in, firing up his cloud-chasing step with 10 times the planetary force. The insane power he unleashes completely outclasses the officer. Faced with this absolute monster-level strength, the poor guy has no choice but to instantly surrender. A desperate scream echoes out. Meanwhile, over in the main control room, system alerts are just going absolutely crazy. Candidates are getting disqualified left and right. Number 8 is out. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Tin Tuyet is intensely glaring at the live camera feeds, watching the chaos. She is aggressively hacking away at her keyboard. Clack, clack. The machines around her are loudly beeping non-stop. Beep, beep. Major Tan Thu Quan strolls in looking way too relaxed, holding a coffee cup and casually humming a catchy tune. What a glorious stress-free day. Tan Thu Quan looks up, spots Dong Tin Tuyet glued to the security monitors like a hawk, and casually decides to say hello. Oh, hey, you are still here? Dong Tin Tuyet snaps her head back, frowning hard. Do not call me that, Major Tan Thu Quan. If you are so free, get over here and help me read these files. He happily struts over, takes a seat, and asks, all right, Lieutenant Colonel Dong Tin Tuyet. So, how is the quality of the so-called geniuses in this training camp? Dong Tin Tuyet grabs her head and sighs heavy. Honestly, pretty terrible. Only 8 seeds actually meet our crazy standards. They are all official martial artists who have already awakened their natural talents. 5 of them are just basic strength types. The other three are speed and defense builds. Tan Tu Quan raises an eyebrow and quickly asks, "Any cool mental types?" Dong Tin Tuyet actually looks impressed for once. This mental type is easily the absolute best. Ha Lam, 18 years old. She awakened her mental power less than 2 years ago, and she is already approaching the standard of a level 1 spiritual master. Her martial arts talent is solid too, almost hitting level 2. Tan Tu Quan smirks playfully. "Hey, that is pretty good. An absolute genius, just like you back then." Still joking around, he suddenly catches Dong Tin Tuyet's death glare and immediately knows to shut his mouth. "Yeah, better zip it. Her death glare is getting dangerously frosty. Ha ha ha." Dong Tin Tuyet frowns and warns him, "Stop messing around. I have already listed her as a key training target for this camp." Tan Tu Quan awkwardly forces a smile and quickly changes the subject. The others are not bad either. His hand taps away, switching the camera feeds. Suddenly, a wild scene on screen makes him squint. The second he realizes what is happening, he literally spits his coffee everywhere. Total panic takes over his face. "Holy crap, what is this? Now you and I definitely need to see this." Dong Tin Tuyet gets serious and leans in. Meanwhile, at Arena 7, a robot sneaks up right behind Ha Lam, trying to pull off a cheap shot while she is distracted. But Ha Lam is crazy fast, flexing her mental power to fight the bot. She blasts the robot away, smashing it straight into the wall and leaving a massive crater. With that trash bot handled, she finally lets out a deep breath. Phew, that was the last one, right? Seeing wrecked bots everywhere and a heavy iron door ahead, she smartly decides not to rush in. Ha Lam uses her mental scan to check the vibe, thinking to herself that something feels incredibly dangerous over there. That power level is at least above tier 3. But they aren't attacking me, so this definitely isn't part of the test. Probably just an exam proctor or something. But the second Ha Lam steps through that door, she instantly freezes in her tracks. The absolute chaos inside makes her instantly tense up. Yeah, there are fully armed officers decked out in bulletproof gear and riot shields, looking absolutely terrified. Weapons drawn and ready, every single one of them is hyper-focused on another gate. They are on maximum high alert, acting like some terrifying monster is about to bust through that door. Seeing this wild setup, Ha Lam thinks, what on earth is going on? This is a massive standoff. What are they so afraid of? Super curious about whatever is behind that gate, she fires up her mental power to peek through and scout the situation. Is something crazy happening in there? Ha Lam takes a peek and sees two people throwing down, totally confusing her. Wait, are two real people actually fighting right now? Why is the opponent a human? Weren't the exam targets supposed to be robots? Suddenly, Ha Lam spots a demonic shadow flashing an evil grin, rushing straight ahead. She nervously wonders, who in the world is that guy? While she is snooping, that demon guy suddenly looks over. Oh snap, he totally spotted her. All right, you and I are starting with pure terror. Those eyes stare her down with an absolutely insane pressure. A terrifying wave of fear shoots right through Ha Lam's body, leaving her completely paralyzed and freaking out. She lets out a totally wild scream and quickly slams that heavy iron door shut. Deciding to hide inside the tunnel, she actually uses her mental power to seal the door so nobody can ever open it again. The officers outside see her screaming and running for her life, and they are honestly just super confused. Ha Lam cowers in a corner, her whole body shaking like a leaf, tears totally welling up in her eyes. Ha ha ha! What even was that thing? This feeling of pure dread is seriously terrifying. Meanwhile, Dong Tin Tuyet and Tan Tu Quan finally show up at the control room. The officers spot them and immediately light up with joy, shouting, "Lieutenant Colonel Dong Tin Tuyet, Major Tan Tu Quan." Tan Tu Quan asks with serious concern, "What exactly is the situation inside right now? Where did the inside supervisor go?" The soldiers quickly reply, "A bunch of cameras near the door are totally destroyed, so we literally have zero clue. The supervisor lost contact 3 minutes ago, and we were just about to report it up." Tan Thu Quan instantly orders, "Everyone on Route 12, give me a copy of all the documents." But out of nowhere, Dong Tin Tuyet just suddenly interrupts. "There is no need for that." Suddenly, a massive, ridiculous force smashes right into the door, cracking open a tiny gap. Every single officer completely clenches their teeth like they are facing a boss monster, gripping their weapons super tight. Luke Thon straight up shatters the door and the entire wall, casually strolling out like he totally owns the place. Everyone sees the kid, breathes a huge sigh of relief, and finally lowers their weapons. Wait, what? It is just a high school student? But before anyone can actually celebrate, they all turn pale, eyes popping out in pure panic. Luke Than is literally dragging an unconscious guy. Yep, that is the missing supervisor. Instantly, the whole room goes back on high alert. Dong Tin Tuyet narrows her eyes and asks, "Are you not a student from Than Win City? Who exactly are you?" Luke Thon just drops the poor supervisor onto the floor with a loud thud and introduces himself. Bakha City, Luke Thon. Hearing this, Tan Tiu Quan bursts into a huge, beaming smile. Well done, kid. You casually dismantled that super expensive robot puppet, and you even beat up an actual drill instructor on top of that. You are seriously something else, huh? Luke Than awkwardly scratches his head and tries to explain. Just a misunderstanding. I honestly thought this was all part of the big test. He was really strong, so I simply did not hold back. Suddenly, Dong Tin Tuyet uses her mental power to completely scan Luke Than. Luke Than just stands there completely frozen. Seeing he has absolutely zero reaction to her scan, Dong Tin Tuyet finally pulls her mental power back. After confirming his status, Dong Tin Tuyet offers a cool congratulations. Congrats, you have officially passed the camp entrance exam this time. Student Luke Than, go get some rest first. The staff will take you straight to the dorms. Luke Than simply smiles and says, understood. Then he quickly follows the guide. Watching him walk away, Dong Tin Tuyet finally sighs in total disbelief. This kid is actually insane. I just checked the video, and that level 2 mechanical puppet looked like an absolute toy in his hands. Tan Tiu Quan holds up the documents, sounding totally stunned. The file says his vitality is only 15, but his combat power is 15,000? Is that even possible? It really is unbelievable. Dong Tin Tuyet flashes back to what just happened. I just used my mental power to probe him. I felt absolutely nothing, and he did not even react to it at all. Tan Tiu Quan immediately asks, so how are you planning to handle this total monster? Dong Tin Tuyet thinks for a second. I have no idea yet, but the stats in his file are definitely way off the mark. For now, let us rank him as a top seed just like Ha Lam to train him up. You and I both know this competition just got infinitely more interesting. On the way to the dorms, Luke Than is secretly thinking, was that a mental power probe earlier? Instructor Dong Tin Tuyet's mental power must be at least 5 times stronger than mine. I completely hid all of my mental power away. I wonder if she figured it out. While he is deep in thought, his stomach suddenly growls super loudly. The staff member gets the hint and leads him straight to the cafeteria. Student Luke Than, it is time to eat anyway. Let us head to the dining hall for a meal first, and then I will take you to the dorms. Luke Than shyly thanks him. Thanks for the trouble. Oh, by the way, let me just ask one quick thing. Is there actually enough food here? He mutters. My appetite has been kind of huge lately. The camp staff member laughs. Ha ha ha, do not worry. For your very first meal, there is absolutely no limit on portions. The kitchen brings out their absolute best dishes right in front of Luke Than. His face instantly lights up with pure joy at the amazing food. Even after devouring 20 to 30 plates, this guy is still ordering. This is so good, bring me 5 more plates. No, make it 10, I need this too. Watching him eat like a black hole, the officer standing nearby just stares, completely speechless and wide-eyed. While he is super focused on stuffing his face, a cute girl walks over and says, hi, you are student Luke Than, right? My name is Duong Dien. I am also a student from Bakha City joining this training camp. We actually met at the martial arts exam. Do you remember me? Would it be okay if I sit right next to you? Pure reflex kicks in. Luke Than aggressively guards the giant pile of food on his table. With his mouth totally full, he mumbles, the food here is unlimited. You can go get your own over there. Yang Yan fumes, thinking to herself, who wants your leftovers anyway? Plus, they literally said all you can eat, so what is this guy's deal? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just casually munches away and asks, hey, I remember the president saying nobody from Baihe City has made it here in ages. What's the real story there? Yang Yan immediately starts explaining. Ah, you totally misunderstood. The truth is, students from Baihe City actually show up here every single year. It's just that for years now, barely anyone actually passes the entrance exam. And even if they do squeeze by, they get kicked right out because they don't have enough points to survive. They suffer like crazy just to be background characters for everyone else. Obviously, nobody wants to put that tragic flop on their resume. Lu Sheng finally gets the picture. He tilts his head and asks, oh, so that makes sense. But wait, what exactly are these points anyway? Yang Yan elaborates, points are literally the only currency here. If you want to use any of the training camp's shiny resources, you gotta pay up in points. Using the training machines, asking the drill instructors for cultivation tips, or scoring premium supplements. Even sleeping in the dorms costs points. Heck, that fancy mutant beast meat you're stuffing your face with, that is strictly military grade, and you can only grab it if you spend those points. And get this, right now, only 3 people in the entire camp actually have any. Lu Sheng stops chewing for a second. Only 3 people? How did those guys even manage to get their hands on points already? Yang Yan doesn't hold anything back and answers right away. You only get them by passing tests. Beating assessments is the only way to earn points. Those 3 got their starting points specifically by crushing the brutal entrance exam. First is Tao Yong from Yanglin City, a level 2 martial artist with a sick kicking talent. The second is another level 2 prodigy from Donglin City, Meng Jianhe, who has crazy speed talent. But the last one is way rarer than normal martial artists, an awakened psychic telepath. Word is, Her power and potential are the absolute strongest in this entire camp. Speak of the devil! The psychic Xiaolin is grabbing her food when she spots Lu Sheng eating nearby. She completely freaks out, her whole body violently shaking as she barely holds back a terrified scream. Seeing Lu Sheng casually chowing down, Xiaolin gets instantly terrified and spins right around. Her trembling hands use psychic energy just to keep the food on her tray from flying everywhere. Sweating cold bullets, Xiaolin practically sprints away in pure terror. Lu Sheng, chatting with Yang Yan between bites, catches a glimpse of the fleeing Xiaolin. It clicks in his head. Ah, right, so it is her. Yang Yan raises an eyebrow. Wait, you actually know her? Lu Sheng takes a slow sip of water and casually replies. We met once. Lu Sheng probes further. But wait, earlier you said only 3 people passed. Hearing the juicy gossip floating around, Yang Yan immediately leans in to spill the tea. Rumor has it there is actually a 4th person. But honestly, the stories are way too absurd. They say his power is horrifying. Apparently, he smashed almost all the level 2 mechanical puppets with his bare hands. Plus, this guy is supposedly incredibly arrogant. He even beat up an examiner so badly they got hospitalized. A total out-of-control maniac. Hearing this, Lu Sheng instantly chokes on his water. He awkwardly coughs and plays along. Haha, wow, so fake. That sounds way exaggerated. Yang Yan thinks to herself, this training camp really lives up to the hype. Everyone here is a total genius. Even that absolute monster Lu Sheng, who completely shook up the entirety of Baihe City. Coming here, even he gets totally overshadowed by these freaks. Seeing Lu Sheng choking on his drink, she kindly hands him a napkin to comfort him. Hey, do not worry, Lu Sheng. I believe in you. With your strength and talent, once you train here for a bit, you definitely won't be any worse than them. Lu Sheng takes the napkin, stammering for a moment, completely at a loss for words. Cough, cough. Yeah, thanks. So about that, before he can even finish, a group of dead serious officers march right up to him. Student Lu Sheng, correct? Considering that during the entrance exam, you destroyed 18 mechanical puppets and brutally beat a drill instructor into the hospital, we now need to ask you a few standard protocol questions about the incident. Please cooperate and come with us for a quick trip. You and I both know what's coming. Yang Yan realizes the legendary 4th person she just trash-talked is Lu Sheng. Her jaw literally drops, entirely frozen in sheer shock. Everyone around them is completely blindsided by this insane plot twist. They are so shell-shocked they practically fall out of their chairs. Food drops everywhere. Wait, what? Lu Sheng just calmly stands up and sighs. Yeah, I know. Then, he awkwardly asks the officer, but I am honestly not full yet. Can I pretty please get a doggy bag to go? The officers, totally unprepared for this absurd request, freeze for several agonizing seconds before answering. Fine. After aggressively packing up all his leftover snacks to go, Lu Sheng politely waves goodbye to Yang Yan. So embarrassing. I gotta run. Yang Yan still hasn't processed this massive emotional damage and just stammers out nonsense. Huh? What? Ah, okay. Once Lu Sheng and the guards are gone, the entire cafeteria basically explodes. The crazy rumors were actually true. Oh my god, a monster like that actually exists. Holy crap, the legendary 4th person is actually Lu Sheng from Baihe City. Yang Yan spirals into deep, dark contemplation. Her soul feels like it's buried in frostbite, remembering all the incredibly stupid things she literally just said straight to his face. Right now, she wishes she could just hide under a rock forever. Ha ha ha, the sheer absolute humiliation of it all. Arrogant, out of control, absurd, totally overshadowed, fake, complete maniac. What on earth was I even blabbering about? All right, let's see the aftermath. In the main command room, Lu Sheng is getting a private chat with Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingxue. Holding the damage report, she coldly states, All right, you and I are watching a disaster. Pretty impressive, Lu Sheng. Your little stunt just blew through our entire budget for half a year. Hearing about those damages? Our boy Lu Sheng immediately tensed up hard. Dong Qingxue pauses, then hits him with the facts. Every single puppet costs tens of thousands, and absolutely none of them can be fixed. You are seriously something else. But after having a long discussion about it, we decided to just let this go for now. After all, it was just your normal performance during a totally standard exam. This massive mess is not your fault. Hearing he would not be paying for the damages, Lu Sheng finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. Right then, Major Qin Xiaojun and the first 3 students who passed the test walked in. Opening the door, Qin Xiaojun looked surprised and yelled, Oh wow, you are already here? Well, that is great news. Everyone who cleared the exam is finally gathered in one place. Lu Sheng turned around to check out the 3 of them. Jian, he just glared back with total contempt, acting completely superior. Cao Yong looked at him with eyes full of pure rage and absolute disgust. Meanwhile, Xiaolin panicked the second he walked in and saw Lu Sheng standing there. Right now, the poor guy just wanted to turn into a turtle and run for his life. Dong Qingxue glanced over these 4 elite students who crushed the test and started praising them. All right, first off, huge congratulations to everyone for passing the entrance exam. You did a fantastic job. Holding up 4 reward cards, Dong Sui dropped some facts. In this training camp, the stronger you get, the more crazy resources you can actually grab for yourself. Since you passed the test, I am giving you your rewards and your matching points. Once those points reach a certain level, we store them right inside these special point cards. These are your personal point cards. Using her mental energy, Dong Sui dramatically floated a shiny golden card over to each person. Cao Yong gripped his card tight, feeling super hyped. This is the gold card the teacher mentioned earlier, loaded with 100 points. Jian, he was practically glowing too, striking a total victory pose and thinking, awesome, I am totally standing at the absolute top of the food chain now. Xia Lin held his card too, basically crying happy tears. 100 whole points. That is enough to get a legendary advanced psychic head instructor to give him a private, one-on-one lesson. But wait, you and I noticed something off. Lu Sheng was holding a completely white card, making everyone stare at it in absolute confusion. Wait, why is his card white instead of gold? Lu Sheng stared at his card for a second and asked aloud, a white point card? I have literally never heard of this before. Does this mean it has 0 points on it? Eating one monster meat meal in the cafeteria costs exactly 5 points. Using the training room for just 1 hour takes 10 points. A normal instructor coaching you once costs a solid 30 points. Getting the head or vice instructor to teach you costs 100 points. After reading through the entire card manual, Lu Sheng casually dropped a bomb that shocked the room. Well, the only useful thing in here is just eating the meat. That flex was so insane that Qin Xiaojun literally fell out of his chair in shock. Huh? The other students were completely speechless too. Pointing at the card, Qin Xiaojun yelled, "Hey kid, what is that supposed to mean? Do not act all innocent when you got the jackpot. You are holding 1,000 points in your hand. If our instructors had not stepped in to stop the higher-ups, you would be drowning in debt from all the damage you caused." Hearing Qin Xiaojun say that, everyone else's jaws hit the absolute floor in pure shock. What? 1,000 points? Cao Yong suddenly sneered coldly. Haha, I seriously thought this elite training camp was all about raw strength. Who knew they were secretly playing the totally rigged privilege game? What a massive disappointment. Jian, he crossed his arms and scoffed too. Man, just how big are this guy's background connections? It is honestly terrifying to think about. Xia Lin covered his mouth in pure panic. Huh? Do you guys not know what he did during the exam? Cao Yong looked ready to throw hands. Of course I know. Someone spread rumors about him bribing the other students and even the instructors, right? The exam instructors are at least level 3 martial artists. To completely beat them, he would have to be level 4 minimum. Even the strongest talent from before could not pull that off. Plus, looking at him, there is absolutely 0 sign of his vital energy being worn down. If the true point of this training camp is that the absolute strongest gets the most resources, then prove it to me right now. Seeing these tough guys about to brawl, Qin Xiaojun immediately tried to stand up and stop them. Hey, you guys! But Dong Sui quickly blocked him. She totally wanted to see exactly how strong Lu Sheng really was. Lu Sheng casually shot back. Haha, are you sure? Cao Yong aggressively charged forward, screaming at him to shut up. Today, I am going to see if you can break my stone skin talent or not. If I even take one step back. Before he could finish, Lu Sheng smoothly flicked his finger. Stellar brain grab technique, youth edition with double the absolute power. Cao Yong got blasted away before he could even attack. He crashed straight through the thick base wall, leaving a massive hole and instantly knocked out cold. Honestly, you and I would scream too. The whole thing happened so fast that everyone watching completely lost their minds. What? Realizing he might have gone a bit overboard, Lu Sheng nervously mumbled. He asked me to hit him, so do not make me pay for this. All right, you and I are seeing something totally wild. After watching Lu Sheng literally flick Cao Deng through a solid wall, Ha Lam and Tian Ha are completely shell-shocked. Like they just got struck by lightning, stammering forever without forming a single complete sentence. Absolute madness. But our guy Lu Sheng, he does not care about the drama. He just wants to hurry back to his room and train. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaojun just turns away and whistles, like he totally saw this exact outcome coming. Lu Sheng casually drops, "Can I go now?" and just straight up walks away. Pure savage. Dong Shui sees him leaving and immediately calls out, "Student Lu Sheng, what exactly is your plan for your upcoming cultivation? If you use your accumulated points, you can actually get my exclusive, private coaching." Lu Sheng gently pushes the door open. "Thanks, Chief. But no thanks. I have way more important things to do." Qin Xiaojun is instantly super curious and has to ask, "Hold up. You have something more important than the chief instructor's personal guidance?" Tian Ha and Ha Lam are sweating, listening closely to hear what could be so epic. Lu Sheng just deadpans. "Yeah, I want to go back and sleep." Hearing this absolutely ridiculous excuse leaves Tian Ha and Ha Lam totally speechless, completely opening their eyes in weird admiration. Wait, what? Qin Shaojun is literally dying of laughter. Ha ha ha, this kid. Meanwhile, Dongqing Shui just looks totally drained, absolutely unable to say another word. After everyone finally leaves, Dong Shui checks the security cameras, only to see Lu Sheng actually went straight back to his dorm to crash. Hilarious. Qin Shaojun acts like this is the craziest joke ever. This little punk actually went back just to sleep. Ha ha ha! Dong Shui seriously cannot figure out his brain. What is he even doing? There are literally zero training resources inside that dorm room. Qin Shaojun is just totally here for the drama. This is the first time I have seen such an interesting genius. Let him do whatever he wants. Dongqing Shui lowers her voice, completely serious. You do not get it. He is the perfect whetstone. He can easily trigger the rapid growth of everyone else here. Qin Shaojun gets super serious. A whetstone? I am pretty sure this whetstone is way stronger than all the knives in this camp, right? Dongqing Shui suddenly recalls a certain memory. Do you remember our training class? That guy Hang Bang. Hearing that exact name, Qin Shaojun literally jumps up, clutching his chest. Of course, just mentioning his name makes my chest start hurting again. Back in our training camp, he completely crushed every single genius, stepping all over everyone else. He was the absolute, undisputed king. Dongqing Sui immediately speaks in a very deep, thoughtful tone. Exactly. Anyone with a pure strength talent has a ridiculously massive advantage early on. They can easily hit tens of thousands in combat power, even totally wrecking higher-level enemies. But technique, speed, observation skills, and basic combat judgment? Experience, tactics, and strategy. True strength is not just raw power, it is about endless growth and piling up those combat skills. Strength-based martial artists who only ever rely on their born brute force? In the end, they are just a quick flash in the pan, honestly. This is probably Lu Sheng's absolute limit. Meanwhile, you and I know better. Lu Sheng is currently inside his dreamscape, throwing hands with a massive, muscular blonde zombie. Both sides are completely evenly matched, trading hundreds of brutal blows without either of them backing down. The monster suddenly throws an earth-shattering punch, but Lu Sheng just catches it dead in its tracks. He quickly grabs a rusty iron bar right off the ground and viciously stabs it straight through the zombie's thigh and foot, pinning it down. Taking the opening, he unleashes his ultimate stellar technique, smashing a punch right into its ugly face. That single hit instantly deletes the monster from existence. The second it drops, Lu Sheng absorbs every single skill and memory this zombie had. After wrestling with this absolute tank for so long, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. Phew! Before dying, this thing was a literal Tier 6 Grandmaster, on the exact same level as Martial Arts Association Minister Xiao Yuhei. No wonder it hit so insanely hard. That last attack? If I did not use my entire mental power just to block it, he would have been toast. Now, our guy starts fully absorbing all those epic martial arts skills, combat techniques, and battle experience instead of just upgrading his blood chi. This is the ultimate cheat code of his dreamscape. He gets footwork, boxing, palm strikes, kicks, spear arts, and sword forms. A normal human's power is limited. One person absolutely cannot master everything. But Lu Sheng, he is standing on the shoulders of countless fallen warriors, totally well-rounded, with zero weak spots left to exploit. This is my martial path. The flawless martial way. After completely downloading all those sweet Tier 6 zombie skills, Lu Sheng sits down to rest, focusing on his mental power. Just now, if it was not for my mental strength, I probably could not have survived even a single hit from that monster. Sadly, I am still using my mental power in the most basic way possible. For now, this only works against brainless zombies. If I run into a real living Tier 6 expert, game over. I desperately need to upgrade my mental power training. Right after saying that, Lu Sheng goes deep into his own consciousness. He completely blocks out the world, entering a hardcore trance to intensely refine his raw mental energy. Once the refining is totally done, Lu Sheng uses that condensed energy to strike the absolute peak of his mental power. The stone shell wrapping his mind slowly cracks open, exploding with a crazy, magical glowing light. A massive force violently yanks Lu Sheng outward, his entire body screaming in agonizing pain like it is being totally ripped apart. Boom! Our guy Lu Sheng finally unleashes his mental power completely. The shockwave is so insanely massive it straight up shatters every single glass window in the whole building. But yeah, unleashing that ultimate energy has a price. Lu Sheng looks like a completely dried up zombie now, just weakly standing there on the spot. Panting heavily, he cannot hide that huge smirk. Oh yeah, our boy just broke through again. After finally catching his breath, Lu Sheng eagerly fires up the AI. He wants to see if his future self scored any crazy new breakthroughs. It has honestly been a hot minute since our guy checked his own epic life biography. Wondering what kind of wild stats he will get this time, Lu Sheng instantly gives the command. Hey AI, pull up my totally updated personal profile right now. The AI quickly crunches the numbers. Processing request, currently gathering your epic personal data. A second later, his whole life story pops up. Name Lu Sheng, male, lifespan from June of martial year 297 to April 452. Combat strength, a massive level 7 martial artist, and his current access authority just hit level 3. Absolutely cracked. At just 18 years old, he became a level 2 martial artist, totally shocking Baihe City. Then, backed by the Baihe Martial Arts Association, he joined the Dongning Province Elite Genius Training Camp. Of course, our overpowered protagonist completely dominated, securing first place and casually becoming the #1 student in his entire school that very same year. The undisputed #1 provincial champion, he ranked top 53 nationwide, easily crushing the entrance exams for Dongning Martial Arts University. Graduated in 3 years, served the military, and retired just 5 years later with the insane rank of Major General. He even founded the Sacred Martial Dojo in Baihe City. By age 65, he officially leveled up to a Tier 7 fighter. Sadly, old battle wounds flared up in July 452. He passed away at 156 years old, happily married. He had 2 boys and 1 girl. Max military rank was Major General, snagging a sweet 3-star historical rating. Seeing his own bio get such a massive flex upgrade makes Lu Sheng absolutely hyped out of his mind. A level 7 Grandmaster. He is totally losing it, realizing he actually reaches the glorious Tier 7 Grandmaster realm while he is still alive. If this was the ancient era, he would literally be ruling over an entire region as an untouchable warlord. Even in today's world, that makes him a massive VIP. Lu Sheng suddenly gets a genius idea. Wait a second. If I become a Grandmaster, then my historical rating and system authority should definitely be leveled up by now, right? Lu Sheng immediately barks an order to the AI. Hey, AI, search up the stellar body refining, natural breathing, and crystal meditation techniques. The AI instantly replies with a yes. Just a second later, countless glowing holographic skill books start popping up all around our boy. Advanced Stellar Body Refining. This insane manual was created by the Level 11 Martial Alliance powerhouse Wang He, officially added right into the legendary Tinder plan. Next up, the Advanced Natural Breathing Method, an epic technique originally forged by the Martial Alliance, crafted by none other than the Level 11 beast Yang Yizhou for the Tinder plan. And here is the Advanced Crystal Meditation Manual too. Created by the Level 11 genius Duan Yifeng and locked into the Tinder plan, Lu Sheng just stares in absolute awe at this ultimate loot drop. Level 3 authority really lets him dig up the god tier skills. But suddenly, one extremely weird-looking book catches his eye, making our guy pretty darn curious. He just has to check it out. Wait, what the heck is this? Lu Sheng quickly opens the mysterious cover, and the contents inside literally leave him totally speechless. The Divine Illumination Wisdom King Sutra, another masterpiece created by the Level 11 legend Duan Yifeng for the Tinder plan. After scanning the crazy text, Lu Sheng practically yells out in shock, realizing this is actually a 100% complete combat manual. Lu Sheng flips through the epic skill book, completely mind-blown by what he reads. So this is the legendary Divine Illumination Wisdom King Sutra. The creativity here is totally off the charts, simply unbelievable. No wonder this insane manual never showed up in the regular combat reports. This bad boy is an exclusive skill, specially custom designed for a spiritual reader. It does not just pack basic combat secrets and mental power usage tricks either. The wildest part? This crazy technique operates completely differently from literally any other mental power skill out there. The main trick of the Wisdom King Sutra is using your own internal mental energy to physically construct an entirely new body. Yeah, you heard that right, a literal second version of yourself. And the micro detail of this new body goes straight down to the muscle fibers. It perfectly copies cells and even reaches the deep genetic level. And it does all this just to grant the user a totally flawless, zero blind spot, full body upgrade. The very first level of this ridiculous sutra uses mental power organs to physically boost your actual body. This directly skyrockets your blood chi levels, which honestly happens to be our boy's biggest weakness right now. His pure combat power was stuck, mainly because his base blood chi value was totally locked. That annoying blood chi bottleneck but if he shatters this wall, he can instantly max out all his crazy core attribute abilities. Using pure mental energy to buff up a fighter's blood, ki, absolutely insane. He realizes he totally underestimated the 10,000 years of hardcore martial arts wisdom passed down through history. Trying to invent a god-tier technique like this today, you could not even dream it up, let alone create it. Duan Yifeng, our guy makes sure to memorize that legend's name. A genius with this kind of mind-blowing talent, a whole civilization rarely ever births a second one. Even among the elite level 11 powerhouses, this guy was probably an absolute top-tier god. Yet tragically, even an absolute monster like him could not prevent the brutal destruction of the entire human civilization. Lu Sheng knows his to-do list is huge, and the road ahead is incredibly long. Every single second of every day, he has to grind relentlessly to get stronger. Fast forward 1 month later. Stick with me here. Because over in the training room, Xiaolin is totally hyper-focused on her own mental powers. She is currently standing right inside a testing room, completely surrounded by automated ball shooting machines. Alright, check this out. Xiaolin's current mission is using her spiritual power to control weapons and absolutely obliterate these incoming balloons. She shuts her eyes, senses the exact flight path of the targets, and sends her spiritual alls rushing forward to smash them all at once. Boom! Those balloons are completely shattered in a split second. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Shui is watching from the outside, and seeing Xiaolin absolutely crush this test, she pushes the door open to drop some well-deserved praise. Not bad at all. Your progress is insane. You are already manipulating 3 spiritual alls perfectly. Once you can easily control 6 of them, it means you have officially broken through to the first tier of a spiritual master. Hearing that praise, Xiaolin quickly bows to thank her instructor. Thank you so much, Chief Instructor. I only made it this far because of your amazing guidance. Dong Shui keeps it polite, saying, hey, it also comes down to your own crazy talent and hard work. But then Dong Shui frowns, dropping a huge truth bomb. She points out that there seems to be a massive, glaring loophole hiding deep within our girl's spiritual will. Did someone leave you with some kind of crazy psychological trauma? Instantly, Xiaolin remembers Lu Sheng's terrifying glare from their first meeting, a look that still makes her shake with absolute fear even now. Xiaolin bites her finger hard, dripping with cold sweat as she trembles. Yes, Chief Instructor, you are totally right. Please tell me, is there absolutely any way I can fix this huge problem? Dong Shui just goes ice cold. It is actually super simple. Find the guy who gave you that trauma and defeat him, or just straight up destroy him, and your psychological shadow will naturally vanish forever. Hearing that she actually has to beat Lu Sheng sends Xiaolin into a total panic, screaming out in pure shock. Huh? Seeing Xiaolin freaking out, Dong Shui just frowns, totally frustrated by her weak attitude. What on earth is wrong with you? Your power is growing at an insanely fast rate right now, so a tiny issue like this should not stop you, right? Xiaolin thinks it over. She did hear a rumor that the scary dude has actually been in a totally depressed slump lately. If his strength has totally stalled out and stopped growing, then maybe, just maybe, I can actually pull this off. Xiaolin finally makes a massive decision. Her eyes lock in with pure determination. She is absolutely going to take down Lu Sheng. After wrapping up Xiaolin's intense training session, Qin Xiaojun, who was totally eavesdropping outside, jumps in and asks, "Are you guys finished?" "So how did it go?" Dong Shui sighs, looking a bit exhausted. Her talent is fine, but her personality is way too weak. Qin Xiaojun just laughs it off. "Do you really expect everyone to be exactly like you? Plus, there is no way her personality beats the student I am personally teaching." Dong Shui rolls her eyes. "You mean Meng Jianhe?" "Whatever, I taught him already. We only have a month or 2 left. Just grit your teeth and endure it." "Oh right, is your guy still acting like a total weirdo?" Qin Xiaojun groans. "Yep, nothing changed. Every single day I bring food, he is just sleeping. Honestly, I think the kid is completely washed up at this point." Qin Xiaojun then turns around, brutally teasing Dong Shui. "Remember that brilliant speech you gave the students? You literally said, as long as you want, you can sleep in the dorm all day and nobody cares. Haha, hilarious." Dong Shui facepalms and lets out a massive sigh. "I really never should have said that." But Qin Xiaojun is too rebellious to stop there. "So, do you still want to use him as a stepping stone?" Dong Shui completely loses it, practically blowing steam as she yells, "You absolute monkey! I was being nice and you still push it." Dong Shui angrily storms off, yelling back, "Whatever. Just go do a better job teaching your precious Meng Jianhe. Because if you do not, when the exam comes, my Xiaolin is going to absolutely destroy him." Qin Xiaojun just sticks his tongue out. Yeah, right, who is scared? Over in the gym, Yang Yan and her friends are stuck doing chores. She looks super exhausted, dragging her broom across the floor and letting out a massively depressed sigh. Right then, her buddy runs over, smiling. "Hey Yang Yan, seriously, still not done? Let me help you out." Seeing someone actually pitching in, Yang Yan happily says thanks. Her friend just waves it off. "Oh please, it is no big deal at all. You totally saved my life helping me out last time." The two of them keep sweeping, just complaining about their lives. Man, I am honestly so jealous of those guys. The ones who manage to score 100 reward points are totally set for the next 2 months. Yang Yan nods in total agreement, while tragic losers like us have to suffer and starve for a few meals just to scrape by. Sigh, we just cannot compete with those monsters. Suddenly, her friend gets curious and asks, "Hey Yang Yan, what exactly has that Lu Sheng from your city been up to lately? I thought you two were actually pretty close?" Hearing Lu Sheng's name makes Yang Yan wonder too, but she just looks sad. Honestly, I have zero clue about him. Her friend immediately starts gossiping again. Yeah, I figured you would not know anything. Seriously, you and I know that Lu Sheng is crazy. He came in acting all overpowered and crushed the entire camp, but look at him now. What is the result? The very next day, he just vanished. He stays locked in his room forever. His power level has probably been surpassed by everyone else already. Hey Yang Yan, do you think he is just a giant coward now? Maybe he realized his talent is fading and his strength is dropping, so he is just hiding like a total turtle to make himself look mysterious. But remembering Lu Sheng's insane abilities, Yang Yan still completely trusts the guy without a doubt. She thinks to herself, no way, Lu Sheng is absolutely not that kind of loser. Yang Yan suddenly snatches the broom right back out of her friend's hands and turns away. You should just take a break. I will handle the rest of this stupid work myself. Seeing Yang Yan fiercely grab the chores, her friend just stands there completely confused. But hold on, you and I need to see this. A massive crowd outside suddenly starts screaming for everyone. You guys, hurry up and look. Cao Yong is actually about to attempt the 4 times gravity challenge. Wait, seriously? Alright, you and I are diving into pure madness. That friend heard the shocking news and screamed, 4 times gravity? Is he insane? Yang Yan could barely believe it. Last time I tried 1 times gravity, I couldn't even last 20 minutes. I almost died, and this guy is doing 4. The friend dragged Yang Yan by the arm. We have to go see this. Yang Yan stumbled along, completely caught off guard. He thought to himself, Lu Sheng, what on earth are you up to now? Meanwhile, our boy Lu Sheng finally woke up from a super long dream. And yeah, his power just totally skyrocketed. He pushed open the dorm door. His face, way colder and edgier than before. Over at the gravity training room, Cao Yong was flexing hard in 3 times gravity. The guy was clenching every muscle just to survive the crushing pressure. Everyone outside was just hyped. So awesome, he is hitting 4 minutes, way longer than his last run. Finally, after hitting that 4-minute mark, Cao Yong scrambled to smash the stop button. He strutted out of the room like a total boss, soaking up all the crazy cheers, so powerful. I couldn't last 10 minutes in double gravity, but Cao Yong took 3 times gravity for 4 whole minutes. Cao Yong stepped out with this ridiculously smug look on his face. He let out a huge breath. Phew, that felt great. Seeing his personal fan club freaking out, he smirked. You guys are scared of just this little bit of pressure? Wait till I crush 4 times gravity. Haha, a total kiss-up ran over. Boss Cao Yong, you will conquer 4 times gravity in no time. You will hit tier 3 soon. Nobody in this training camp will even touch you. Hearing this ego boost, Cao Yong suddenly remembered his actual rival. He rubbed his forehead, still phantom aching. He snapped, how is that guy doing anyway? The lackey just laughed. Lu Sheng, he is literally just sleeping. Every time someone brings food, he is snoring in bed, probably dreaming about who knows what. Ha ha ha. Cao Yong sneered. What a totally arrogant fool. Sure, he beat me before, but even a slow turtle will stomp a rabbit that just sleeps all day. Plus, he slept for a whole month and wasted 1,000 points. Honestly, I would completely wreck him right now. While Cao Yong was busy daydreaming, a shadow suddenly zoomed right past him. Our tough guy actually stood there frozen for a second. Excuse me, Lu Sheng said, casually walking by. When Cao Yong finally recognized him, he absolutely lost his mind. Lu Sheng! Lu Sheng stopped right at the gravity room. So this is the gravity training room? Doesn't look too bad. Cao Yong leaned on the door, practically dripping with sarcasm. Finally out of bed? What? Slept for a month and finally remembered this place? Lu Sheng completely ignored his yapping. He just swiped his card, thinking to himself, wow, eating really burned through a ton of my points. Let's do 3 hours. Checking the system, he just casually locked in a 3-hour session. 3 hours, double gravity, points deducted. The room fired up, and Lu Sheng strolled right in. But wait, he had to drop a sick burn first. A month, huh? Perfect time to test out my new power. Cao Yong screamed in pure rage. Damn it! You slept all month and talk about getting stronger? Are you kidding me? The heavy door slid shut as the system started counting down. 5. Cao Yong poked his head in. Hey, you didn't even warm up first. The system warned about the crushing gravity effects. 3. User Lu Sheng, double gravity. Cao Yong watched from outside, absolutely thrilled for disaster. This room is no joke. If you don't follow the warm-up rules, the sudden pressure will totally freeze you in place and literally crush your organs. Ignorant or just arrogant, this guy is dead meat. 1. Cao Yong and the peanut gallery stared inside, expecting a bloodbath. But nothing happened. Lu Sheng just stood there perfectly fine, making the silence incredibly awkward. Cao Yong crossed his arms, completely baffled. The gravity is actually on, right? Why isn't he even flinching at all? Lu Sheng suddenly smashed the ground, busting out a ridiculously fast martial arts routine. Everyone outside dropped their jaws. Cao Yong was literally paralyzed by pure disbelief. That kiss-up from earlier? His legs totally turned to jelly. He stuttered in sheer terror. The other trainees noticed Lu Sheng casually throwing punches in double gravity and absolutely lost it. Wait, is that Lu Sheng? Look, guys, he is throwing bone-crushing strikes under all that insane gravity pressure. The crowd swarmed the glass. This has to be fake, right? You and I both know they were just panicking. Absolute chaos. All right, check this out. After crushing a quick set and stretching out, our boy Lu Sheng is feeling seriously good. Not bad at all. He strolls over to the control panel, hunting for a bigger challenge. Wait, is it this button? Meanwhile, Cao Yong is lurking outside the glass, watching Lu Sheng mess with the controls. He smirks, thinking our boy has finally hit his limit and is begging to quit. Nope. Lu Sheng smashes that button, and the gravity room instantly blasts a deafening alarm. The sheer noise physically hurts everyone standing around. People are desperately covering their ears to block out the crazy noise. Some guys are literally dropping to the floor in pure agony. What on earth just happened? Cao Yong stammers out, completely drenched in cold sweat. Look at the display screen outside the room. Level 4 gravity. Cao Yong finally realizes Lu Sheng cranked it to 4 times normal. Feeling that massive weight crushing down on him, Lu Sheng just casually thinks, so this is what cranked up gravity actually feels like. Oh, it is on. He drops onto one knee and firmly plants his hand. The peanut gallery outside immediately starts laughing their heads off. They think he is totally crushed. But nope, Lu Sheng pushes up into a 2-finger handstand. Right then, Xia Lin stumbles back. She is totally exhausted from her super strict instructor. Walking past the gravity room, she notices a massive crowd gasping. Being naturally nosy, she wanders over to see the big fuss. She hurries over to get the hot gossip, only to find everyone staring with their jaws glued to the floor in pure shock. Still totally clueless, she taps someone and asks what exactly is so incredibly fascinating today. Then she looks through the glass and lets out a massive scream. Lu Sheng is doing a 2-finger handstand under level 4. This is completely insane, leaving her making the exact same utterly speechless face as the rest. Her brain is blue screening with giant question marks, crying internally while laughing nervously at him. Cao Yong is having a total meltdown too. He slumps against the wall with a heavy thud, officially questioning his entire existence right now. Just minutes ago, he was absolutely convinced he could win. But now the massive gap is painfully clear. Why is this guy so insanely overpowered? Cao Yong is practically going rabid, violently grinding his teeth in absolute denial. Didn't that dude sleep for a month? The sleeping rabbit is miles ahead of the poor little turtle Cao Yong. Our turtle Cao Yong is metaphorically sobbing in the dirt, completely shattered by reality. 100 push-ups later, Lu Sheng casually decides 4 times gravity is actually feeling pretty cozy. He hits the control panel again. The crowd outside spots the new numbers and completely loses their minds, screaming level 5. Oh my gosh, get everyone over here. He absorbs the massive weight and smoothly shifts into a natural breathing technique to center himself. Listen up, guys. Once word drops about the 5 times gravity stunt, literally every student in camp stampedes over sporting absolute panic. Did you hear? Someone is surviving the gravity room. Wait, is that actually for real? Even Lin Chengyu, the hater who mocked our guy earlier, is practically snapping his teeth in fury. That annoying monster is actually back. The hallway outside the room is packed like sardines, and yep, it is totally him. Lu Sheng is just stacking surprises like crazy. Poor Cao Yong looks like his eyes might literally pop out. He slams his sweaty face against the glass, staring inside with absolutely maximum levels of confusion. Inside that crushing 5 times gravity, Lu Sheng is just casually hopping around like it is absolutely nothing. He figures this weight is honestly the perfect sweet spot for his current training. He starts testing out his stellar body refinement moves. Throwing a quick punch, he gauges just how much force he can actually handle. But nope, still not enough. He realizes he needs way more pressure to truly smash through his absolute physical limits. He heads toward the panel and everyone sighs in relief. Wait, what is he doing now? Did he finally hit his limit and decide to turn off the gravity effect? Surviving level 5 this long is already legendary. But crazy enough, Lu Sheng does not hit stop, he actually cranks it up. Watching him push it further literally breaks the brains of every single student standing out there. Meanwhile, in the command room, Dong Qingsui looks completely bored. Another 2 quitters today? How are so many recruits tapping out already? Qin Shaojun hands her an ice-cold lemonade. He casually mentions these spoiled so-called geniuses just cannot handle a little real hardship. All right, you and I are diving into some serious drama. Dong Qingsui sips her lemonade looking totally bored. Can't handle a tiny bit of struggle? She scoffs. If they cry now, how will they survive real battlefields against massive alien beasts later? Are they gonna quit? She frowns at her drink, way too much sugar. Instructor Qin Shaojun just laughs at her. You are honestly pushing them way too hard, he says. Honestly, the quality of this batch isn't even that bad. I bet 80% of these kids will survive until the training camp actually closes. Qin Shaojun checks the monitors, grinning like a proud dad. Look at this. Both the gravity and agility rooms just had their records smashed. But mid-sentence, his jaw drops to the floor. He absolutely freezes, staring in pure disbelief. Hey, somebody just broke the all-time historical record in the gravity room. Dong Qingshui barely reacts, sipping casually. Historical record? Let me guess, Cao Yang? I remember that guy was getting close to 4 times gravity, right? Qin Shaojun forces an incredibly awkward laugh. Ha, nope. It's someone you would absolutely never expect in a million years. Lu Sheng. 8 times gravity. Hearing the name Lu Sheng, Dong Qingso is so stunned she literally crushes her glass into pieces. What did you just say? You said Lu Sheng? Qin Shaojun is hyped. What insane level is this kid even at right now? Dong Qingshui brushes off the shattered glass. I do not know, but the absolute monster we've been looking for, we finally found him. Meanwhile, inside the intense gravity training room, our boy Lu Sheng is enduring absolutely terrifying pressure. The force is so heavy it crushes him down, making it impossible to even sit up straight, just painful grunts. His body is literally on the verge of total collapse. Lu Sheng realizes that 8 times gravity is way too huge a burden for his current blood qi. He is hitting his absolute limit here. His physical endurance is completely running on empty. Time for desperate measures. Let's try that brand new technique, he thinks. Lu Sheng quickly uses his raw mental power to reconstruct an entirely new, perfect heart, matching every single cellular molecule flawlessly. Then, he uses this mental heart to wrap right around his real one, forging a crazy, strong, super-powered protective barrier inside him. The second he finishes this insane heart trick, a terrifying surge of pure energy explodes from his chest, rushing wildly through his entire body. Surging directly through his blood vessels, this massive spike of raw power violently knocks Lu Sheng flat on his back. He struggles up to feel this insane new strength. Panting hard, he realizes just building one part of the cardiovascular system boosted his blood qi by nearly 10%. So this is the legendary Divine Illumination Sutra. Lu Sheng happily clenches his fist with a cocky grin, thinking, all right, let us see where my real limit actually lies. And with that, he dashes straight for the control panel. You and I know he's crazy, but the outside crowd is losing their minds seeing him touch the panel again. What is this absolute madman doing? It is already at 8 times gravity. Surely he wouldn't dare increase it. Right on cue, the thick glass door of the gravity room loudly cracks open. The crushing gravity leaking out instantly presses several nearby students flat into the actual dirt. Cao Yang is genuinely terrified out of his mind right now, screaming in panic. Lu Sheng, what in the world are you trying to do to us? Boom. The system coldly announces 10 times normal gravity. Under this absurd 10 times gravity, Lu Sheng is pinned brutally to the floor, completely paralyzed. Even the solid ground shatters to pieces under the terrifying, overwhelming pressure. Lu Sheng groans through the pain. So heavy, every single bone in my body is literally screaming. My blood is basically stopping. Forget moving an inch. Just keeping my eyes open and staying conscious is taking absolutely everything I have. This 10 times gravity is way beyond what his body can handle right now. But somehow, against all normal logic, our guy just starts getting super excited. That crazy urge to conquer obstacles pumps him full of adrenaline. He eagerly shouts out, "This is exactly what I wanted. I can change the future and stop the apocalypse." Who does it take? A master of high-level techniques? Someone born with ultimate talent? Or maybe a rich kid with infinite resources? Channeling every ounce of his willpower, Lu Sheng stubbornly forces himself to his feet. He roars, "No! It takes someone who can completely shatter their own limits." After all that impossible struggle, Lu Sheng actually manages to stand totally firm, violently blasting out an unbelievable wave of pure, overwhelming energy. Right at this very moment, every single bystander outside feels the shockwave of this massive power. Nobody even has the guts to stand up straight and face that aura. Lu Sheng's power level right now is just flat out unrivaled. Watching him push through like an absolute beast, Yang Yan silently thinks to herself, wow. The real Lu Sheng is finally back in action. When Lu Sheng casually strolls out of that hellish gravity room, everybody stares at him with totally horrified eyes. The crowd literally parts like the sea just to let him through. He walks out completely drenched in sweat. Seeing this, a pretty girl steps forward, totally blushing, and shyly offers our sweaty hero a fresh towel for his face. Lu. Classmate Lu Sheng. Here, a towel. Lu Sheng turns around, looking at her in complete confusion, while the other girls nearby glare with pure jealousy. Not wanting to ruin the nice gesture, he casually takes the fluffy towel with a small, polite smile and speaks up. Yeah, thanks. He grabs the towel and just walks off like a boss, leaving those girls jumping and squealing in absolute joy behind him. Of course, our guy doesn't pay any attention to their fangirling at all. He whips out his phone, annoyed. If he knew breaking his limits would be this quick, he wouldn't have spent 3 whole hours of training points. What a massive waste of his precious credits. Stick with me here, because moments later, a weird notification pops up on his screen. and whatever he clicks on leaves Lu Sheng completely shocked. Oh, look at that. Breaking records actually drops sweet bonus points. A massive bell rings out. Yep, new record shattered, bonus points secured. Right on the leaderboard, Lu Sheng is chilling at number 1 with 4,335 points. Seeing his insane score leaves everyone absolutely speechless. One guy glances down at his own pathetic 6 points and just screams, "Wait, what? 4 digits? If you add all of ours together, it's not even half his score. Bro, I haven't eaten meat in 3 whole days." Lu Sheng is just thrilled with the huge payout. He figures 4 grand is finally enough for a decent meal. Next stop? The training room. Some random student sees the absolute legend walking their way and completely hallucinates, thinking, "Oh my gosh, he is totally walking toward me." Nope. Wherever Lu Sheng steps, the crowd just instinctively parts like the Red Sea, clearing a massive path for him. Under everyone's absolutely dumbfounded stares, Lu Sheng just casually strolls forward, hands stuffed coolly in his pockets. Seeing that he's clearly not stopping anytime soon, the entire horde of students quickly scrambles to follow his every move. Lu Sheng really is just built different. Where are we watching this guy go now? We gotta follow him and see. Yang Yan stands frozen, staring at Lu Sheng's retreating back in pure awe. His overwhelming presence just casually eclipses literally everyone else here. The students around her are absolutely losing their minds, whispering frantically about the 10 times gravity. That guy is straight up not human. It is absolutely terrifying. Watching Lu Sheng swagger away, Yang Yan is completely overcome with massive fangirl admiration. Seriously, he looks like an apex tiger on the prowl, leading a whole pack of wild beasts right behind him. Yang Yan's friend gasps in amazement. Lu Sheng is supposed to be a pure strength talent, but he just casually smashed Cao Yong's insane defense record inside that gravity room. This is just wild. Could his blood chi value have seriously broken all the way through to tier 4 already? Hearing her friend hype him up, Yang Yan connects the dots. With that insane strength, the direction he's heading next is definitely the agility training room. Meanwhile, inside the agility room, Meng Jianhe is sweating buckets. Thanks to his crazy speed talent, he is desperately flipping and dodging through a terrifyingly dense grid of lasers. Sure, Meng is super agile, but dodging lasers for this long drains your stamina fast. Now he is seriously struggling to keep up his fancy footwork. He tries his absolute best, but zap, a rogue laser completely nails him. The automated system chimes in. Training finished. Your score for this session, Stage 2 completion rate, stands at 87%. Seeing those shiny numbers, Meng feels pretty smug about himself. He lets out a huge, dramatic sigh of relief. The system flashes a big message. Congratulations, Martial Artist Du 2, 84363. Your agility score has successfully surpassed 52% of all trainees. Meng looks at the scoreboard and gets extremely cocky. He grabs his face and bursts into arrogant laughter. Every single agility score from this training room gets broadcasted across the entire Martial Alliance. I can practically grab a top global ranking anytime I want to. I have officially surpassed half the people in the whole world. We are talking at least a few 100 million people here. Yep, there really is a massive gap between ordinary folks and a genius who awakened a rare speed talent like me. Not to mention, I even snagged private lessons from Instructor Chin. The massive gap between me and these absolute extras is untouchable now. Honestly, just watching me train is enough to prove my total greatness, right? Meng smugly pushes the heavy door open. He fully expects a massive crowd waiting to shower him with praise. He is totally ready for them to start cheering for his once-in-a-lifetime genius talent. But wow, reality hits like a bucket of ice water straight to the face, leaving him standing there completely frozen. There isn't a single soul outside his room. Literally everyone has crammed themselves outside the room next door. Meng blinks in confusion, thinking, wait, what the heck is going on? Where did everybody run off to? Even Instructor Dong and Instructor Chin are over there. What are they watching? Is a top instructor giving a live demonstration or something? He frantically sprints over, grabs some random buddy by the shirt, and demands, "Hey, what kind of crazy situation is this? What are all of you staring at?" The guy he grabbed looks super annoyed and just snaps. Huh? We are obviously watching Lu Sheng. Who else could it possibly be? Hearing that name, Meng immediately lets out a massive sneer. Lu Sheng? You mean the infamous sleeping god of Baihe City? Don't tell me you guys actually think that lazy sleeper can somehow shatter my speed record? You people have gone totally insane. Seeing Meng act so ridiculously full of himself makes the guy instantly furious. He turns around and snaps, "Excuse me? Who the heck do you think you even are?" Getting cursed out of absolutely nowhere, Meng just stands there looking completely brain-dead. He has zero clue what he even said wrong to deserve that. And right on cue, reality slaps his arrogant face. The angry guy gasps in shock, and trust me, you and I are going to love this. He screams, "Holy crap, what is going on?" Meng finally looks inside the room and absolutely panics. No way, you've got to be kidding me. Every single laser machine is firing at full maximum power. Meanwhile, our boy Lu Sheng is just super calm. He boots up the system, glances around, and instantly figures out exactly how this little training game works. He just casually thinks, alright, so I just need to dodge these shiny little lasers, right? It seems like you really cannot predict which direction these beams will fire from. That is definitely the main tricky part of this whole agility test. But honestly, for a freak of nature like him, that difficulty basically does not exist. The system flashes ready, and the machines unleash an insanely terrifying barrage of lasers. The entire room turns into a deadly glowing spider web, but with absolutely absurd, lightning-fast agility, Lu Sheng just casually weaves right through them without breaking a sweat. Watching this absolute madness, Man Tianhe shakes in terror and screams, "How is this even possible? How is it possible?" Thousands of laser beams are flashing inside the training room. Listen, you and I have no clue what happens next. With this crazy density and speed, how can he survive? Freaking out completely, Man Tianhe actually grabs his buddy by the collar and lifts him up. Are you absolutely sure this is really Luke Thon's first time stepping into the evasion training room? The poor buddy, trembling in his grip, stammers back, "Yeah, man, every single one of us followed him here." Right before this, he casually shattered the historical record in the gravity room at 10 times the normal gravity. Hearing this ridiculous achievement, Man Tianhe looks like he might actually collapse. His eyes are completely bloodshot, refusing to believe this harsh reality. He slumps straight down to the floor, agonizing in his own mind. Luke Than, wasn't his talent supposed to be purely strength? Didn't this guy just sleep for an entire month? How is this happening? The skill gap is just way too massive. The surrounding crowd sees him moping on the ground and worriedly asks, "Hey man, what is wrong with you?" But at this point, our guy Man Tianhe has zero fighting spirit left. He is just drowning in an ocean of absolute despair and total helplessness. Watching Luke Thon's crazy, flawless style makes Dongting Tuyet pretty suspicious. She narrows her eyes and thinks, is this truly his very first time doing this evasion agility training? No way. Even doing this hundreds of times wouldn't make it look this freaking easy. Instead of just fast reflexes, his movements honestly look like he is predicting the future. As expected, inside this evasion room, Luke Thon is literally like a fish in water. He is unleashing his full power, crazy agility, and absolute brain power right now. Step by step, our boy glides through the dense lasers with elegant, flowing movements. It is so insanely smooth and graceful without a single wasted motion. Standing outside, Dong Tin Tuyet cannot hold back the urge to probe his mental energy. Seeing her gearing up to use her psychic powers, Tan Tu Quan immediately asks, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Caught in the act, Dong Tin Tuyet quickly pulls back her mental energy. She feels this frustrating urge to check him again, but her willpower finally forces her to stop. She rationalizes it. There is nothing weird here. Didn't I already probe him last time? He had zero reaction to mental energy, so why on earth do I want to test him again? Am I getting stupid too? Meanwhile, the training room system flashes a massive completion screen. Evasion Phase 2, completion rate is at 62%. Luke Thon smirks internally. This training is actually not bad. He feels like his movements could become just a little bit faster now. Almost immediately after, the system drops a new announcement. He has officially cleared the second phase of evasion training. Every single bystander is left gasping in absolute awe at this terrifyingly fast, clear speed. Holy crap, it has only been a few minutes, and Phase 2 is already over? Yeah, Luke Thon makes Phase 2 look so stupidly simple. Why does it feel totally different from the Phase 2 we have seen before? Hearing these kids call the challenge simple, Tan Quan turns around to give them a harsh reality check. Stick with me here. He needs them to see this massive skill gap. He wants all of them to realize what a true genius actually looks like before calling anything simple. It only looks incredibly easy because Luke Than is the one doing it. His evasion technique is already at the perfect level. Dong Tin Tuyet stands there with her arms crossed, looking fully defiant. I actually want to see just how far his skills can go. Seeing her stubborn expression, Tan Tu Quan bursts into a loud, booming laugh. Haha, Dong Tin Tuyet, I am pretty sure this is the first time we have ever agreed on something. Right on cue, the system announces the start. Evasion Training Phase 3 has officially begun. This time, thousands of projectiles fly at him with dizzying speed. There is almost zero room to dodge, especially with thousands of lasers blasting down at the exact same time. Everyone watching completely panics at this ridiculously dense obstacle course. Massive clusters of laser beams flash non-stop, lighting up the entire training room with a blinding, terrifying glare. Even the bystanders have to shield their faces and squint against the intense light. Wow. Is this really what Phase 3 looks like? Man Tianhe has completely lost the will to compete. His jaw drops in horror, his whole body trembling violently as he thinks, this challenge is just way too hard, right? Thousands of spheres rushing at Luke Thon, perfectly combined with lasers, crank the difficulty of this phase to an insane degree. The speed is absolutely off the charts. Right now, those massive laser clusters light up simultaneously. It looks like a deadly rain of light. Luke Thon thinks to himself, things are definitely getting much harder now. They are even trying to use beams to completely block off my escape routes. Alright then, I should probably use a bit of real effort to test this out. To break through this suffocating trap, Luke Thon directly unleashes his power, violently blasting away all the incoming projectiles. A massive explosion echoes out as Luke Thon swiftly escapes the blast zone. Seeing a terrifying aura swirling behind him, Tan Tu Quan completely loses his mind. Gritting his teeth, he yells, "Holy crap, this is the micro-level realm. Did this crazy kid just achieve a direct breakthrough right inside the training room?" Listen, even among seasoned level 4 or level 5 veterans from the battlefield, almost nobody can train their evasion skills to reach this flawless micro-level realm. I was 22 years old when I finally broke through to the micro-level. Dong Tin Tuyet completely deflates and admits, I was 25. Hearing this, Tan Thiu Quan screams back in pure disbelief, but that is totally different. I am a martial artist with a speed-type talent. Alright, you and I are about to watch an 18-year-old completely break the system. Speed hacks included. The system chimes again. Phase 3 evasion. 15% complete. A laser zips right past Lu Sheng's face. We are talking millimeters here, people, but our boy easily dodges it like it is absolutely nothing. The lasers get faster, and he finally breaks a sweat. Dodging frantically, he thinks, okay, the difficulty is finally ramping up now. Relying purely on mental power to predict lasers is exhausting. Seeing him slow down, Qin Xiaojun smirks, thinking the kid is finally hitting his limit. Right now, those lasers look like a massive glowing spider web, waiting for him to fall in. Smelling danger, Lu Sheng instantly unleashes a crazy technique. Wind breathing! His speed suddenly skyrockets to insane levels. You cannot even see the guy anymore. Just a streak of light. System chimes, Phase 3 evasion, 62% complete. The spectators outside are completely losing their minds. They cannot track him at all. Where is Lu Sheng? Did he vanish? The system announces again, Phase 3 evasion is 81% complete. Qin Xiaojun watches closely and immediately figures it out. This crazy kid is just moving way too fast. Naked eyes just cannot keep up with him, making it look like teleportation. Finally it ends. Phase 3, 100% complete. Inside the room, Lu Sheng is totally drained. He just stands there, trying to catch his breath. Thinking it is over, Qin Xiaojun happily turns to leave, tossing out some serious praise. Truly terrifying potential. He gave it his all today. Level 10 gravity and Phase 3 evasion? That is wild. Looks like he is totally wiped out. Let's head back now. Dong Qingsui just stands there quietly. Hearing him suggest leaving, she frowns. No, it looks like Lu Sheng wants to continue. Qin Xiaojun is super confused but gets curious and turns back around. Suddenly, the system blares. Phase 4 evasion, 0% complete. Seeing Lu Sheng actually keep going, Qin Xiaojun practically screams in absolute disbelief. No freaking way. Even I only just started the 4th phase. Is this kid really going to power through it all in one single day? Dong Qingshui stares silently, completely locked in. After activating it, Lu Sheng bumps into a weird machine. Suddenly, it is not just one. Countless bizarre machines fly up into the air at once. 4 laser beams shoot out from them, connecting into a massive, terrifying cage right around Lu Sheng. The laser grid is unbelievably tight, leaving 0 blind spots, and it is slowly lowering to crush him. Trapped inside, Lu Sheng grits his teeth helplessly. The crowd is literally swearing in pure panic. What the heck is this nightmare? Can anyone even dodge that? Seeing this insane setup, Meng Jianhe stammers, completely speechless. This is ridiculous. But somehow, after a tense moment, Lu Sheng smoothly dodges right through it all. The system pops up. Phase 4 evasion is 30% complete. Seeing the insane difficulty spike, Qin Xiaojun gets serious. We finally reached this level. Let's see how Lu Sheng handles it. At first, it was just a small laser net. But now, the system took it to a whole new level. These lasers are crisscrossing into a massive, inescapable dome of absolute doom. Lu Sheng thinks wind breathing is already hitting its max limit. So, our guy decides it is time to flex the mental power of his divine illumination scripture. His mental energy is so ridiculously strong right now, it wraps around him like blazing fire. With one move, he distorts space itself. To his eyes, absolutely everything stands perfectly still. Even those hyper-fast lasers. Feeling out his surroundings, he thinks, wow, time seriously feels like it is crawling. If I remember correctly, the fancy professional term spirit readers use for this exact feeling is called time perception. He uses this time to breeze past the lasers. Right now, he moves at light speed, completely invisible. This is mental power reaching a true qualitative change. And this specific mutation only happens to a level 3 spirit reader, which means, wait, did I finally step into the official ranks of a level 3 spirit reader? So cool. Dong Qingxue looks absolutely horrified by his ridiculous surge of power. She feels this overwhelmingly massive mental energy. It is so strong, it shatters the training room glass. Are you seeing this? Even the solid ground is cracking open from his insane mental wave. Standing by the shattered glass, Dong Qingxue smiles happily. Are you really a spirit reader? Qin Xiaojun turns, sees her, and just freezes like a total statue for a while. At this moment, Dong Qingxue completely unleashes her own intense mental power. A perfectly clear avatar made entirely of mental energy is slowly materializing. Feeling that terrifying mental pressure, everyone nearby nervously backs the heck up. Tan Tiu Quan completely loses his cool and screams. What are you doing? Are you actually insane right now? Dong Tin Tuyet totally ignores him. She just directs all that intense mental energy straight at Luke Thon. With a deadly serious expression, she casually drops. I want to test him again. Without missing a beat, she gives her ghostly avatar the ultimate attack order. The avatar doesn't hesitate for a single second, rushing straight at our boy. Now, Luke Thon is already busy dodging lasers like a complete boss. Suddenly, he sees her psychic clone charging him with enough scary power to literally rip him into two pieces. But does our main guy panic? Absolutely not. He calmly takes the heat, flawlessly dodging every single lethal strike that psychic clone throws at him under Dongtin Tuyet's control. Catching a tiny opening, Luke Thon quickly unleashes a massive counterattack directly into her psychic clone, sending the poor thing flying way back. The avatar instantly shatters, turning into a massive swirling vortex before completely vanishing. That blow seriously injures Dong Tin Tuyet. As her mental energy snaps back, the brutal physical backlash leaves her clutching her chest in pure agony. Just one strike from Luke Thon was actually enough to leave her struggling to even stand up straight. Fighting through the absolute pain she forces out, Luke Thon really is a spirit reader, and honestly, his mental energy isn't any weaker than mine. Standing right next to her, Tan Thiu Quan hears this crazy confirmation and is completely mind blown. Meanwhile, Luke Thon thinks about her sneaky little move. Sure, watching is fine, but actually physically touching him? Yeah, that was way out of line. He turns around to face that messy web of lasers and just feels totally exhausted. Honestly, he has finally reached his absolute limit too. He didn't expect that using his time sense would drain so much mental energy, especially with somebody actively trying to mess with him. Stage 4 is only halfway done. Using the breath of the wind and his temporary blood energy boost from that crazy technique is only going to get him this far. Whatever, forget it, he thinks, stepping right into a laser beam on purpose just to finish. The system immediately flashes a bright notification: training officially over. The final score for this completely insane run, Stage 4 completion, is at 56%. Congratulations, martial artist U2 85632. Your movement speed just crushed 97% of trainees. Now, you and I know that is wild. The crowd outside sees Luke Thon's massive score and literally erupts into cheers. Seriously, is this really just a high schooler's score? Just in the movement category alone, our guy has already surpassed hundreds of millions of people worldwide. Man Tianha practically turns into absolute stone, smiling on the outside while his soul cries. Game over, tears falling. He only managed to hit 52% himself. How is he 45% higher than me? Ha ha ha. Is he really just a strength-type talent? Meanwhile, Luke Than casually strolls out of the intense training room. He looks at his massive ranking on the scoreboard and feels super disappointed, thinking there's actually still 3% of people faster than him. 3% globally means there are still tens of thousands of people beating him, right? I am still way too weak. Need to train harder. Dong Tin Tuyet leads the way, clapping loudly to congratulate our overpowered hero. Huge congratulations. Student Luke Thon just shattered the historical gravity room record, and now you have totally reset the movement speed record for this entire base. So where is he heading next? The practical combat training room, or maybe the mental energy room? Luke Thon really loves dragging everyone from one massive shock straight to another, but he just casually shrugs it off. Yeah, I am not going anywhere else today. It is almost dinner time, so I am heading over to the cafeteria. While talking, he is literally just checking the cafeteria's big announcement for today's new menu items. Seeing his perfectly calm face combined with Dong Tin Tuyet's completely speechless expression makes Tan Tu Quan burst out laughing like a total maniac. Haha, it really is just typical him. 3 whole hours later, right after stuffing himself full, Luke Thon gets called straight to the command room. He walks in and asks, "Chief Instructor, you looking for me?" Inside, Tan Tu Quan and Dong Tin Tuyet have been patiently waiting for him. "Yeah, get over here." Luke Thon politely greets them both, saying, "Hello, Instructor Tan." Tan Thiu Quan cuts to the chase. "We called you here mainly to do a quick strength test, and then we need to discuss a little something with you." Luke Thon quickly agrees. "Sure thing." Dong Tin Tuyet holds up a very sharp blood-drawing needle and asks, "Every single dorm gets assigned these blood needles, right? Have you actually tested your own blood energy levels at all recently?" Luke Than answers honestly. Never tested it. The needles in the dorms literally cannot even pierce my skin. He groans, remembering how every single attempt to test his blood ended with the needle just snapping in half. Hearing this crazy flex, Tan Tu Quan laughs and says, I totally told you this crazy kid definitely stepped into level 3 already. Without that insane level of physical body durability, how could he possibly shatter the gravity room record? Dong Tin Tuyet, go ahead and bring out the good blood needle. Dong Tin Tuyet pulls out a premium gold-plated blood needle from her pocket. This thing is specially prepared for level 5 martial artists. It should finally be enough to pierce your skin. Luke Thon holds his arm out so she can draw blood. Once she gets a decent sample, his exact blood energy value immediately lights up right on the needle. Blood energy value? 24.65. A level 3 martial artist. Both instructors stare at the insane data, absolutely and utterly shell-shocked. You and I are about to see absolute madness. Chin forces a smile. Haven't seen a tier 3 fighter this young in 10 years. Chin points Lu Sheng toward the combat power meter. Come on, let us see exactly what your combat power looks like. Lu Sheng gets totally serious. He thinks to himself, if we are doing a test, I have to go all out. Let us see where my actual limits are right now. Lu Sheng channels absolutely all his power into one punch. But wait, he stacks multiple skills together. Tremor, Stellar, Flame, Breath, Perfect Realm Boxing, and 8 times star-shattering force. This punch is straight up terrifying. The machine instantly spits out his combat index numbers. 271,920, that is tier 4 level. Chin stares at the data completely dumbfounded. 270,000. He thinks, a tier 3 fighter hitting near tier 5 levels? This kid is a straight up absolute monster. Chin hurries over, endlessly slapping his shoulder with praise. Okay, you have officially graduated from this training camp. Whatever you do next is up to you. Just remember to report your rank to the association for their records. Getting praised, Lu Sheng acts totally polite. Thanks, Instructor Chin. But then Dong Qingsui suddenly stands up. Hold on a minute. Lu Sheng still has one more test. This energy crystal is a super weird special ore discovered over 100 years ago. It was found right in the Anstra Canyon of Lion Country. It violently absorbs mental energy. They use it specifically as an intensity tester for spirit readers to see what they are made of. Just touch it with your hand. Push your mental energy inside, and it will check your exact mental intensity. After explaining, Qingshui quickly taps the stone with her own mental power. The rock instantly glows, showing her personal stats. Chin looks at her mental intensity chart and immediately starts hyping her up. Yo, your strength shot up again. Even the purity of your mental energy leveled up quite a bit. Last time you barely had over 3 points. Mental intensity 143.2, purity at 4.2. Qingshui shoots him a look of pure disgust. You think I am like you, just eating and waiting to die all day? Chin snaps right back. Dong Qingshu, you can insult me, but do not insult my precious lifestyle. Lu Sheng finally takes the stone from her. He cautiously pushes his mental power into it while those two watch in dead silence. Suddenly, Chin leans over to Qingshui and starts whispering in her ear. If you said he had half your strength, sure, but if he is somehow not inferior to you, I absolutely cannot accept that. Qingsui is laser-focused on Lu Sheng. Annoyed by Chin blabbering in her ear, she furiously yells, "Shut your mouth! Do not bother me!" Stick with me, this gets crazy. As Lu Sheng grips it, a golden aura explodes around him. The stone unleashes a blinding, brilliant light, leaving Qingsui in absolute shock. She gasps out loud, how is this even remotely possible? The stone flashes Lu Sheng's stats. Mental intensity 113.56. And mental purity? 20.3. Qingshui completely loses her cool jaw, literally hitting the floor in total amazement. How can this actually be? She thinks, purity at 20.3 is 5 times higher than mine. Refining a spirit reader's power is insanely difficult every single time. It is like endlessly folding a normal towel over and over again, compressing it tight until it becomes a tiny solid brick, let alone jumping 5 times that level. 2 years of brutal training and I barely improved. This guy is only 18, and his strength is just way too ridiculous. Genius does not even cover it. While she is stressing out, Chin suddenly squeals next to her like a totally stuck pig. Badass. Seriously badass. Incredibly badass. So damn badass he is ascending to heaven. Seeing him acting like a fool, her face darkens. She instantly launches a mental punch, smashing his loud mouth completely shut. Chin takes a super heavy hit. His eyes almost pop out of his skull as he screams in pain. Ah! After totally silencing Chin, she quickly asks, Lu Sheng, you have a master, right? You have studied mental cultivation methods before, right? Meanwhile, Chin painfully hugs the huge lump on his head, suffering all by himself. Lu Sheng acts super chill. Yeah, I have a master. My master taught me a unique mental cultivation method, along with crazy skills and application techniques. Hearing this, Shu breathes a huge sigh. Phew, just as expected, she thinks. Having a master makes this totally normal. If he reached this level purely on his own insane talent, I really would not be able to accept it. She praises him. Even with a master, your talent is undeniably strong. You probably haven't even had this awakened for very long, right? You and I know that is wild. He answers, yeah, under 3 months. That casual flex leaves both instructors frozen in deep, stunned silence. Stick with me here. This reveal is completely earth-shattering. Qin Shaojun scratches his head with a laugh. Man, even Dongqing Shui needed a minute to process this wild fact. 3 months since awakening, and your spiritual power is already at tier 3. And the purity is off the charts. Honestly, our psychic association could wait decades and still not find a total freak of nature like you. Lu Sheng blinks, totally caught off guard. Wait, psychics actually have their own association? Dong Qingshu nods right away. Yeah, it operates completely separate from the regular martial arts system, because awakening psychic talent is insanely rare. I mean, our Dragon Nation has a massive population, sure, but the people who actually manage to awaken this specific mental power? Not even 1%. Your teacher probably kept you in the dark on purpose, afraid it would mess with your training. After all, too much random knowledge creates messy thoughts, and that ruins the pure quality of your mental energy. But for a crazy genius like you, I seriously hope you decide to join our association. We can give you massive resources to boost your training. Dong Qingshui pulls out a necklace, showing off a pendant with a super sparkly gem hanging right from it. She gently hands it over to Lu Sheng. This is my personal token. Take it there, and they will hook you up with whatever help you need. Lu Sheng grabs the necklace and shrugs. Honestly, I have never even seen my teacher's face before. Every time he gives me advice, his methods are completely mysterious. Dong Qingsu nods, totally impressed. Your master must be an absolute powerhouse behind the scenes. She starts thinking to herself. Any normal kid with Lu Sheng's insane talent would eventually be treated like an absolute literal pile of gold. But this hidden master just lets him grow solo, not even bothering to show his face. Only a top-tier legend would pull a stunt like that. Makes sense, right? Absolute monsters like him do not just pop out of nowhere for zero reason. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng stays quiet, thinking to himself. Blaming everything on raw talent is getting super hard to justify. Should he just casually admit his secret teacher is from 10,000 years in the future? A tier 11 powerhouse named Duan Yufeng. But then Qin Shaojun clears his throat loudly. Ahem. Look, I know you two are having a great time chatting, but let me cut in. We actually tracked you down today because we have some serious business to discuss. Lu Sheng politely gestures for him to go ahead. Qin Shaojun whips out a sleek bank card. First order of business. Boom, 5 million right here. The training camp is not even over yet, but let's be real. You are clearly taking the #1 spot. This is a bonus reward for your insanely outstanding performance. Lu Sheng hears that massive number and practically jumps, his voice cracking as he asks again. 5 million? Dongqing Sui sees his frozen face, frowning instantly. Hey, you should not be ungrateful. That is literally the absolute maximum budget we could squeeze out. The Eastern Military District has always been super tight on cash, you know. This time, the vast majority of our funding for this training camp basically went straight into feeding you hungry kids 3 massive meals daily. Lu Sheng is still completely lost in the sauce over his 5 million bonus. Hey. Qin Shaojun jogs over and slaps his shoulder. You are literally the most famous eater in this whole camp. If we add up your food bill alone, it hits around 7 or 8 million. Hearing that insane number, Lu Sheng chokes out. 7 or 8 million? He just freezes on the spot, his face turning pale. Wait, that camp food was actually that expensive? Does this mean he will not be able to afford eating like that ever again? Dong Qingsui looks at him sincerely. Student Lu Sheng, even though this cash seems a bit low, it is absolutely enough to prove the true sincerity of our Eastern Military District. Which brings us to thing number 2. Lu Sheng grips the card, asking, the Eastern Military District? Are you guys actively trying to recruit me right now? Qin Shaojun praises his smarts. You can definitely look at it that way. Dong Qingshui gets deadly serious. You probably already know this, but a martial arts prodigy like you will inevitably hit the battlefield to slaughter enemies someday. Swords are forged in blood and iron. You cannot breed a true dragon warrior by hiding out in a safe zone and pretending the real world does not exist. Qin Shaojun quickly chimes in. The nation and the Martial Alliance do not just hand out privileges and massive support for you to chill. You will step up to the front lines eventually. We just hope that when it comes time to pick a military faction, you give our Eastern District some serious priority over the others. Qin Shaojun slides closer, gripping Lu Sheng's shoulder like an old buddy. Heh. Besides, our Eastern District has one massive, unbeatable advantage over the rest. The female soldiers in our district? Absolute top-tier beauties in the entire nation. That beauty, those bodies, everyone is rocking serious curves and endless legs. He is babbling, literally spitting everywhere, when suddenly, wham! Dongqing Xue uses her pure psychic power to launch a chair straight into his face, sending the guy flying completely across the room. After totally dealing with his nonsense, Dongqing Xue turns calmly back to Lu Sheng. All right, there is just one final thing to cover. We have actually decided you will officially represent Dongning Province's genius roster in the Eastern District's massive Qiming General Star selection process. Lu Sheng blinks in total surprise. Qiming General Star? Dong Qingshui breaks it down. Yep, the entire Eastern Province throws this massive training camp every single year for top-tier geniuses. The whole point? To pluck one freak of nature out of 10,000 who actually has the guts to be a General Star. You probably know what that kind of crazy title means, right? Lu Sheng goes completely deadpan. Yeah, it means absolute high rank, the absolute genius among geniuses, the guy standing straight at the top of the food chain, a grandmaster. Qin Shaojun chimes in. The Morningstar General is literally a future grandmaster, the ultimate reserve powerhouse. Look, you and I know how crazy this is. The entire Eastern region gets exactly one of these monsters a year, handpicked from the absolute best. Lu Sheng, think about it. But our guy doesn't even blink. Zero hesitation. He just straight up drops, I'm in. He is thinking, if he is stuck living in this chaotic era, dodging trouble is completely off the table anyway. If he wants to use his fists to literally rewrite the destiny of the human race, he has to spark that raging fire himself and completely flip the script. Qin Shaojun claps him on the shoulder, super hyped. Instructor Dong and I are totally betting on you. Honestly, if someone like you cannot pull this crazy feat off, then absolutely nobody in this entire Dongning batch stands a chance. Oh, almost forgot to drop the best part on you. The loot for winning this whole selection comes straight from the Eastern Military Region itself. Way fatter paychecks and gear than a tiny little training camp like ours could ever afford. Got it, Lu Sheng says. But in his head, he is already doing the math. Show off more freakish talent, rake in way more loot. Dongqing Shui steps up with a quick reality check. You only have a few months before the Morningstar General selection kicks off. It only officially starts once every single provincial camp wraps up. I will ping you when it is time. Don't worry, we are not going to let you miss the big college entrance exams over this. Qin Shaojun just shrugs it off. With your insane stats, skipping the college exams honestly would not even matter. Every martial arts college in the East would be begging for you. Lu Sheng immediately asks, so, can I just crash at this training camp? Qin Shaojun scoffs. Whatever, man. Did I not already tell you that you can do whatever the heck you want? If you are bored, you can bail whenever you feel like it. Lu Sheng thinks for half a second, then spins around to leave, a massive smirk on his face. Cool, I am staying longer then. If we are done here, I am going back to chill. Qin Shaojun turns to Dongqing Shui with a total deadpan look. Bruh, I bet my life that kid is only staying because the food is free. Watching him casually stroll away, Dongqing Shui lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. Wow, I never thought there would come a day where I, Dongqing Shui, would actually be this violently jealous of someone else's broken talent. Qin Shaojun shakes his head. Yeah, but he is built different. That guy was literally destined to be anything but normal from the very start. You and I both see it. Lu Sheng is going to flip this entire era upside down and totally break the system. Fast forward to bright and early. Lu Sheng strolls right into the Baihe City Martial Arts Association, building like a boss. Holding a sealed file, he glances around the lobby. He is thinking to himself, man, it has definitely been a hot minute since I visited. Pretty sure President Xiao's office is up on the 6th floor. While hunting for the room, he suddenly hears some crazy shouting exploding from inside. Enough, old man Xia, did you seriously come here just to piss me off? The assistant standing guard outside sees Lu Sheng and forces the most awkward smile ever. Lu Sheng. Oh man, you are finally back. He points at the yelling door like, what is going on? She panic opens it and basically shoves him inside. Just get in there, she whispers, then instantly announces, President Xiao, Lu Sheng is here. Lu Sheng just casually strolls right in. Boom. The second he enters, some super cheerful old guy walks up yelling, while President Xiao just sits there fuming, absolutely refusing to speak. The old dude gets right in his face, super hyped. Old Xiao, is this the top-tier genius you keep bragging about? Not bad at all. Truly a brilliant young punk. I literally told you, old Xiao, stop getting so mad. Just face the facts. Not every random kid gets to be as unbelievably awesome as my precious little granddaughter. President Xiao is literally shaking from old man Xia's roasting. He is cowering in his seat, barely even able to hold his teacup straight. But old Xia will not stop flexing. He shoves his phone wallpaper forward, patting Lu Sheng's shoulder like he is comforting him, but he is totally just gloating. Listen, being worse than my Xiaolin is normal. Half the kids in Baihe City are worse than her. Yeah, it is what it is. Lu Sheng totally ignores him and just hands his sealed file over to the Baihe City president for official approval. Xia spots the file and immediately starts roasting him again. Oh boy. Hey kid, did you screw up big time at the training camp or something? Making old Xiao here take the blame for your mess? That is pretty ruthless, kid. President Xiao snatches the file, his face literally turning purple with pure rage at Xiao's smug attitude. He violently rips open the envelope and glares down at the test results inside. But the second he actually reads it, Xiao's jaw drops. Lu Sheng's score completely breaks his brain. He shoves the paper right up to his eyeballs like it is a hallucination. Xia sees him frozen stiff like a glitching NPC and starts laughing, totally ready to add fuel to the fire. Careful, old Xiao. Don't get so angry you actually pass out. Xiao totally ignores him and screams. Lu Sheng, since when did you break through to a level 3 martial artist? Watch this, guys. Old Xiao's eyes literally pop out of his skull in pure shock. So Lu Sheng just stands there, totally chill, and says, "You and I know he is about to drop a massive bomb. About a month ago, Chief Instructor Dong personally tested my stats. She said the military district can officially certify martial artists. I just needed to find you to stamp it." President Xiao is absolutely beaming. The dude is smiling so hard his face might actually crack in half. Totally eating this up. Certify you? Oh, you better believe we have the authority. Ha ha ha. Your chief instructor basically represents the entire Eastern Military District. Hand it over, kid. I will stamp that paper right this second. But before he can even grab the stamp, old Xia angrily snatches the report right out of his hands. Let me see that, he barks, totally convinced the whole thing is completely fake. Old Xia stares hard at the paper, and boom, he starts sweating bullets. Level 3 martial artist, 18 years old, 270,000 combat power. This old guy still refuses to believe his own eyes. He holds the paper up, glares suspiciously at our boy Lu Sheng, and mutters, "Did you seriously forge this military document somewhere?" President Xiao violently snatches the document back. Oh, it is finally payback time against old Xia. Gimme that. A fake document? I dare you to try faking something like this. The giant embossed seal of the Eastern Military District is smacked right on it. Are you blind? President Xiao points at the bright red stamp, grinning at old Xia like an absolute menace. Humiliated, old Xia completely loses it and screams, "I refuse to believe a punk who got kicked out of boot camp early somehow has 270,000 combat power. How is that possible?" Lu Sheng just sighs heavily. "Look, man, I never actually said I got kicked out. You just totally assumed that all on your own." "Oh, right, President Xiao. The chief instructor told you to call her. She figured you guys might not believe this paper and wanted to verify it face to face." President Xiao chuckles, patting old Xia on the shoulder with the smuggest winner face ever. "Why wouldn't I believe it? Am I the type to doubt people? Right, old man Xia?" Old Xia is so furious he literally cannot speak. He just glares at President Xiao with pure, unadulterated hatred. President Xiao excitedly boots up his computer, practically vibrating as he says, "But we should definitely make this call. I heard Chief Instructor Dong Qingchui is a famous genius in the Eastern Military District. This video call is the perfect chance to admire her." The call connects instantly. Dong Qingchui appears on screen and immediately says, Lu Sheng, you finally arrived? President Xiao Yuhei of Baihei City here." President Xiao frantically greets her. "Yes, it is me. Hello, Chief Instructor Dong." Meanwhile, old Xia is sweating absolute buckets of cold terror, his whole body shaking. It is actually the legendary Chief Instructor Dong. Wait, you and I are about to see something hilarious. Xia Lin, who is training with Dong Qingxue, peeks into the frame. "Wait, is that Grandpa's voice? Grandpa, where are you? Why are you video calling Chief Instructor Dong?" Dong Qingxue shoots her a deadly, annoyed glare and completely turns around to scold Xia Lin. "Xia Lin, have you finished the training goals I set? Why are you getting distracted right now? Your training volume just multiplied by 10 today." Terrified, Xia Lin hugs her head, trembling as she whimpers, "Yes, Instructor Dong." Watching this brutal scolding live on camera, Lu Sheng and President Xiao both shoot old Xia super awkward, annoyed looks. President Xiao quickly shoves old Xia completely out of the way, laughing. "All right, let us get back to the main business. You and your granddaughter can chat later," he mutters. "Instructor Dong, the document you had Lu Sheng show me, I will handle it immediately." Shoved to the side, old Xia's face turns black with rage, completely helpless. Dong Qingxue nods, totally satisfied. Good, do not mess up his big event coming up next month. After all, Lu Sheng is officially representing the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp to compete in the massive Qiming General Star Selection process for our entire province. He is the absolute strongest genius of this entire training cycle. He does not even need to train with us anymore. Hearing this, President Xiao literally freezes for a few seconds in absolute shock. Qiming General Star? The strongest genius? His eyes sparkle like crazy. He drags old Xia back over, throwing an arm around his neck to joyfully show off. Old Xia hears Dong Qingxue's words and starts shaking violently. He collapses into a chair, looking absolutely dead inside. He thinks to himself in horror, oh no, the insane monster my granddaughter was crying about on video was actually Lu Sheng. On the video feed, Dong Qingsui is still angrily screaming at Xiaolin. Xiaolin, get up right now. You cannot even handle this tiny bit of difficulty? Do you still want to defeat Lu Sheng or not? Xiaolin just cries out timidly. Boo-hoo-hoo. Instructor Dong, I really do not want to. I cannot beat him. Can I just run away whenever I see him from now on? President Xiao cheerfully says his goodbyes, getting ready to disconnect. Understood, Instructor Dong. Then I will not bother you anymore. He is glowing with absolute joy, thinking, Old man Xia, did you ever think you would see this day? Seeing him about to hang up, Dong Qingshui quickly stops him. President Xiao, hold on, do not hang up just yet. I actually need to speak with Lu Sheng. Stick with me here. This is where it gets wild. Lu Sheng, those exclusive crafting materials for a spirit reader weapon you wanted? I have pretty much found everything that could be found. I will compile the complete list and specific prices to send over to you. Whatever you need me to buy, just say the word. Listen up, you and I both know the drill. Just hurry up and pass the spiritual reader test so you can log into the Star Network and buy it. Hanging up now. Boom! Instructor Dong hangs up. President Tu literally sprints over, grabbing our boy Luke Thon by the collar like his life depends on it. Wait, what did she say? Luke Thon just shrugs, playing it totally cool. Oh, nothing crazy. Just that they tested my spirit energy talent back at the training camp. So Instructor Dong casually wrote me a recommendation letter, told me to go take the spiritual reader exam whenever I have some free time. No big deal. Hearing that casual flex, President Tu slaps the kid's shoulder. The guy is grinning so hard his face might actually split in half. Slapping old Ha in the face again feels incredibly good. Yes! Awesome! Luke Thon, I absolutely knew you were the real deal. You are Bakha City's ultimate, once-in-a-century top-tier genius. Meanwhile, old Ha loses all his previous arrogant swagger. He is literally sitting there, completely crushed, forcing a pathetic smile while crying buckets on the inside. 270,000 combat power? Ha ha ha. At this point, the poor old man can only laugh. Outside the Martial Arts Association, President Tu personally escorts our overpowered teen right to the front door, acting like a super proud dad. Are you sure you do not need me to call a car for you? Nope, I am good. I have somewhere else to be. Tu treats him like absolute royalty. Come over for dinner whenever you are free. I will even introduce you to some friends so you can network. They are around your age, so you guys will totally vibe. I will even cook a few special dishes for you myself. Finally, his taxi rolls up. Luke Than hops into the cab with a smirk. Got it. He thinks to himself, having a massive power level is honestly the biggest flex. Strength makes you a king here. Inside the car, the nosy driver glances back. Hey kid, what is your relationship with President Tu anyway? Why was a huge VIP like him acting so polite to you? Luke Thon stares out the window. Even the cabbie noticed the guy's crazy good mood. Looks like President Tu finally got to show off and win big. Luke Than just gives the driver a super lazy, brush-off answer. Oh, it is nothing. We just know each other. He is always that polite. Suddenly, bam! A massive sign drops from the sky, crashing right into their path. The poor driver completely panics. Whoa, what the heck was that? Luke Thon quickly steps right out of the car to check the absolute chaos. Seeing the dojo sign completely smashed to pieces amid all the rubble, our boy just frowns hard. What in the world happened to the Hong Shuyen dojo sign? Inside the building? Total disaster. It looks like a war zone in there. All right, you and I are witnessing a classic turf war. Master Ning Hong Suyen is beaten severely, his students desperately trying to stand. A gang of arrogant thugs swaggers over, looking completely ready to demolish the entire dojo. The ringleader of this whole wrecking crew is Lam Thiet's son. This guy crosses his arms and sneers. Master Nye Hong Suyen, ha ha ha, we are not talking business today. Today is purely about martial arts. I, Lam Thiet's son, came here specifically to politely challenge your pathetic little Hong Shuyen dojo. Nye Shuang catches his furious dad, pointing right at those absolute scumbags. You call yourself a level 4 martial artist? You only attacked our dojo because my dad was already injured. Lam Thiet's son, you are completely shameless. Meanwhile, poor Ing Hong Suyen, bruised and battered from head to toe, finally throws in the towel. Trembling, he groans. Lam Thiet's son, our dojo already agreed not to accept any new students for a whole year. What more do you want? But Lam Thiet's son is basically a starving wolf. Bursting with greedy ambition, the guy makes his villainous goals painfully obvious. Ha ha ha, so what? If your precious Hong Shuyen dojo actually has the guts to proudly hang up a sign, you should be perfectly prepared to have someone smash it into tiny pieces at any given moment. Master Nanshe suddenly realizes this arrogant punk's only goal today is to completely obliterate his dojo and violently cut off his family's entire livelihood forever. There is absolutely no way he is backing down to a greedy thug like him. You can see it in his eyes, he is ready to risk his own life to protect this dojo. You are not wrong. If we hang our sign outside, we must have the raw power to defend it. 20 years ago, I came to Bakha City completely alone. I built this entire legacy using nothing but my own bare fists. And naturally, I can still defend it right now. Seeing his dad ready to die fighting these thugs, Ing Shuang panics. But his old man is absolutely burning with intense fighting spirit. He just replies dead serious. It is fine. Watching the old man act tough, Lam Thiet's son just openly mocks him. Haha, if you lack the actual skills, stop talking so big. Just look at your pathetic state right now. You got beaten half to death by someone else, and honestly, you brought this epic fail entirely upon yourself. That 18-year-old, level 2 martial artist, you really think someone like you could actually train a freak like that? Ng Shuang frantically tries to explain. I already told you guys earlier. Luke Thon is absolutely not my dad's student. He is literally just a paying gym member here. Furious, Lam Thiet's son violently stomps the solid ground. A huge crack rips open, and the entire building severely shakes from the impact. The brute screams back, I do not care about any of that garbage. All I know is you leeches used that kid Luke Thon's fame to steal half a lifetime of business right out from under our rival dojos. If you dare reach your greedy hands into our pockets, do not blame me for acting like a ruthless villain. Ing Shuang glares back coldly. Your students canceled their memberships and came here on their own. You cannot blame us. A truly nasty, evil glint flashes in Lam Thietson's eyes. I know. That is exactly why I came to tear down your dojo. We are in for a wild fight. Alright guys, you and I know the drill. If their dojo gets completely wrecked, these kids need a new spot. So who gets them? Yup, this jerk right here. Hearing Lin Tishan acting all high and mighty makes Ni Chang lose her mind. She doesn't even care he is a level 4 martial artist. She snaps back. I am fighting you right now. Seriously, Ni Chang is totally ready to risk her life against this dude. Lin Tishan is not just showing his bottomless greed here. Nope. He stares right at Ni Chang with the most disgusting, creepy expression ever. He flashes this seriously sick smile, eyeing her up like a total creep. Oh boy, now he wants to play dirty. But Ni Hongchuan instantly jumps in to stop this madness. There is zero chance she beats him. She is completely out of his league. Lin Tishan has insane physical defense and he is a level 4 expert. If her dad was not injured, he could maybe force a tie. She does not stand a chance. Ni Chang turns to her dad like, Dad, I am a level 3 martial artist, and Lin Tishan is just a level 4 guy. If we jump him together, we might actually win. Seeing them just standing there, the bad guy totally loses his patience and waves them over. Hey, how long are you losers gonna keep whispering? Keep dragging this out and the Martial Arts Association is gonna close. Just hurry up and get wrecked already. Do you really want me to come back and beat you up tomorrow too? Ni Chang is absolutely not backing down. She charges right at him, fully ready to beat this arrogant jerk straight into the floor. I am gonna make you parade our Hongchuan Dojo signboard all over the streets. Well, Lin Tishan is totally out of patience now, instantly throwing a vicious strike. You got a real sharp tongue, little girl. It honestly makes people sick. Lin Tishan launches this crazy attack that looks like actual tentacles striking all at once. The sheer power completely overwhelms Ni Chang. He dashes right at her, ready to land a brutal palm strike. But suddenly, Ni Hongchuan screams out and throws his own body in front to block the hit. Everything happens way too fast. Ni Chang cannot even react in time, so she just stands there screaming her absolute lungs out. No! Taking that massive hit sends Ni Hongchuan flying straight into the wall. He even carves a huge trench into the dirt, leaving dust blowing absolutely everywhere. Lin Tishan flashes this completely evil, sickening grin. Ni Hongchuan, you really are pure garbage. You cannot even handle a single palm strike? The dude just laughs like a maniac. Meanwhile, Ni Hongchuan violently coughs up blood after tanking that blast. He barely struggles to his feet, weakly groaning out, Lin Tishan, you actually broke through to level 5. Lin Tishan bursts out laughing, looking insanely smug. Yeah, super surprised, right? Ni Hongchuan, you always just hide away in this pathetic dojo teaching little kids. Has it been a really long time since you fought an actual expert like me? Haha, he arrogantly points at himself, shouting, now who else wants to fight? Ni Hongchuan is completely helpless at this point. He shakes in pure agony and mutters, enough. Do you just want our Hongchuan dojo shut down for good? Fine. I will go to the Martial Arts Association right now and cancel the whole thing. Hearing this makes Ni Chang absolutely burst into tears, dropping to the dirt sobbing. Of course, Lin Tishan smiles like a total villain, totally satisfied with his evil victory. He acts all chill now, saying, I guess I can still trust Dojo Master Ni's word. Since that is settled, I am heading out. The whole gang turns around to leave, flashing these massive, victorious smiles while laughing loudly. All right, you and I knew he'd show up. Lu Sheng strolls right in, casually asking, hold up. The dojo is completely fine, why close it? Where will I train? Lu Sheng scans the entire room with incredibly sharp eyes. Seriously, there is this totally ice-cold badass glare hiding right behind his look. Ni Chang is just an absolute crying mess over there. Lu Sheng, he just casually raises a hand like, "Long time no see, Miss Ni Chang." One of the bad guy lackeys whispers, "Hey, that is the kid who made all our students run over to this dojo." Hearing his dumb lackey talk, the boss walks over to Lu Sheng with pure greed shining in his eyes, barking at his own minion, "Shut your mouth!" Lin Tishan stares hard at Lu Sheng, violently slapping his shoulder. Not bad at all. You got some serious heroic vibes going on, a real genius. Little brother Lu, are you seriously stressing about finding a place to train once this pathetic Hongchuan dojo completely shuts down? Zero need to panic. Our Tishan dojo will happily welcome you literally any time. I mean, you just saw what happened here, right? This entire Hongchuan dojo is full of absolute losers. They could not even block a single one of my moves today. What could this garbage place possibly teach you? Come join my Tishan dojo instead. I will personally teach you our super secret Tishan technique, zero holding back. Lu Sheng acts totally clueless and innocent, just blinking. Huh? The secret Tishan technique? This guy just loves to flex. Lin Tishan violently rips his shirt open, showing off muscles literally as hard as solid rock, and brags loudly, "Exactly. This Tishan technique is our ultimate, totally exclusive power. Once you fully master this thing, you become completely and absolutely invincible in combat. I am not even hyping myself up. Nobody at my level can even scratch my insane physical defense. Ni Hongchuan failed, and everyone else will fail too." Hearing this absolute disrespect, Ni Hongchuan just sits bleeding in the corner, gritting his teeth. Lu Sheng gives him these huge, sparkling, totally fake innocent eyes. Wow, such an insanely awesome technique, and you actually want to teach it to me? Seeing Lu Sheng taking the bait, he smirks. Of course, you and I know this villain is getting totally played right now. Just join our dojo, make me, Lin Tishan, your master, and I'll teach you everything. Lu Sheng shoots back with the most savage, mocking smirk you have ever seen. So exactly how are you going to teach me? Lin Tishan, totally clueless to the absolute danger he is in, just laughs it off while secretly wondering, wait, huh? Why is this punk running his mouth so much right now? He starts, "If you come, I will," but boom. Before he can even finish, Lin Tishan is suddenly dripping buckets of sweat, completely in agony and violently gritting his teeth, desperately trying to brace his body. His hands fly up to guard his face, while both his feet dig crazy deep into the ground just to stay standing. Every single muscle he has is flexed to the max. Seeing the guy actually survived one punch, Lu Sheng literally gives him a thumbs up. Not gonna lie, that is seriously tough. And then, Lu Sheng just launches another absolutely massive punch. Yep, that did it. Lin Tishan totally folds, blasting straight into the wall. The whole thing explodes into rubble, leaving him completely wrecked on his knees, completely unable to stand. Lu Sheng just stares and mocks. Thought you were gonna teach me? How exactly are you teaching me from your knees? Lin Tishan literally got destroyed with just 2 punches. After beautifully handling the trash, Lu Sheng yells out for everyone to hear, "Lin Tishan, you lose." His goons see their almighty master get completely wiped out so fast, and they are basically losing their minds, screaming their heads off like totally panicked flies. Didn't you say this kid was just an 18-year-old level 2 fighter? Why are you guys just standing there? Hurry up, grab the master, and let us run. They furiously haul their defeated master away, but still try to act tough. You just wait, brat. Seriously, Lu Sheng better watch his back out there. Ni Chang desperately rushes over to help her dad sit up. Lu Sheng casually walks over, asks if she is okay, and politely holds his hand out to help her. Ni Chang gets totally flustered. She grabs his hand, blushing super hard, whispering that they are okay. Lu Sheng tells them straight up not to close their dojo. If they do, he will have to find a closer place to train, and that sounds extremely annoying. Ni Hongswan tightly grabs Lu Sheng by the hands, looking at him with absolutely massive gratitude. He promises they will stay open, thanking the kids so much for today. "If you ever need literally anything, just say the word, and I will do it." But Lu Sheng just waves it off like a total boss, saying the trouble started because of him anyway. But he also drops a warning this is a one-time save. Next time some crazy drama happens, they really need to rely on their own strength to survive. Because let us be real, in this wild world, pure power is the only thing that truly rules. Dropping those cold hard facts, Lu Sheng quickly bounces out of there. The father and daughter just watch him leave, completely awestruck. Ni Hongzuan finally breaks the silence, wondering aloud. A half-step level 5 fighter, with fully mastered physical defense, absolutely wrecked by just one single attack from Lu Sheng. That is actually terrifying. Trashing a guy like Lin Tishan so easily? Is not that something only a peak level 5 martial arts master could even dream of pulling off? Ni Chang is shaking. 3 months ago, Lu Sheng was just a level 2 fighter. So listen guys, what kind of crazy monster level is he actually at right now? Meanwhile, our boy heads back home. The second he walks through the door, Lu Sheng flashes a massive, happy smile. He announces he is back, and his mom rushes out instantly. She immediately fusses over him, asking why he is home so incredibly late when he promised he would be back early this afternoon. He just casually brushes it off, saying he saw a bunch of punks bullying some weak folks on the street, so he just threw hands to help them out a bit. His mom goes into full panic mode. She aggressively checks him up and down, frantically asking if he fought and got himself totally hurt. But his dad shouts from inside the house with the biggest, proudest ego ever. He tells her their son is an official martial artist now, so obviously he is completely fine. But moms will be moms. With actual tears in her eyes, she aggressively squishes his face, obsessively looking for any scratches. Did you get hurt here? Or maybe over here? His dad takes a highly satisfying sip of his drink, declaring that martial arts is totally about this. Seeing street injustice and totally wrecking the bullies to save the weak that makes you a real man. Lu Dahai's son is destined to hit the actual battlefield, slay mutant beasts, and heroically protect the entire nation. Then, his little sister sneaks up and aggressively whispers, "Hey, big brother. What exactly was all that crazy meat you mailed back home?" Dad ate it and his body got ridiculously healthy. Even my blood energy leveled up to 1.1. Honestly, that meat works way better than any expensive magic supplements. Wait, did you seriously steal it from the training camp? Hearing his own sister suspect him of epic crimes, Lu Sheng savagely pinches her cheek, asking why she would ever think her amazing brother would do that. He tells her to chill out because he totally earned all of it himself. Meanwhile, his sister is just dramatically screaming in pure agony from the cheek pinch. Ow, ow. While they argue, Mom walks out carrying a rice bowl piled so high it looks exactly like a mini mountain. She looks at him with pure worry, asking if the training camp is horribly brutal. She begs him not to do anything dangerously stupid, because staying alive is definitely what matters most. But Dad struts out of the kitchen, totally hyping his boy. He tells his wife she just does not get it. "Son, your old man can clearly see it. Since you were a tiny kid, you always had this insanely intense main character aura. You are definitely destined to become a legend and do absolutely massive things. But even if you fail horribly, this entire family will forever be your ultimate backup squad." The old man literally thumps his chest with pure pride, which actually makes Lu Sheng crack a genuine smile. He tells his dad he knows, finally getting to completely enjoy these perfectly happy family moments. This super cozy, perfect atmosphere makes him realize something absolutely crucial. Yeah, if he wants these completely normal, warm, and happy days to actually last, he absolutely needs to keep grinding and getting insanely stronger. He has to be strong enough to totally obliterate any disaster and protect everything he loves. So, you and I know what is next. Right after dinner, Lu Sheng dives right back into his intense dreamscape training. All right, strap in. Our boy Lu Sheng is treating these city zombies like absolute jokes right now. These mindless freaks aren't even on his level anymore. But out of nowhere, one sneaky zombie totally tries to jump him from behind. Bam! Lu Sheng shuts it down, sending that loser straight to heaven in a split second. He raises his fist, blowing off the steam. Phew! Right now, even a grade 6 martial artist zombie gets dropped with just one single disrespectful punch. And with that flex, Lu Sheng finally crashes the dead center of the city. Inside the main building, just an extremely creepy, villain-style neon green light glowing in the dark. Lu Sheng chills at the front door, staring into the creepy glow, and asks himself, "So, this is the center of the main base, right?" He remembers the insanely heavy pressure from that super boss zombie he felt before. Now he's wondering, am I actually badass enough to wreck it this time? Better play it cool and sneak in to scout the vibe. Suddenly, he spots a zombie's shadow watching him from way up high, making him totally jump out of his skin. Whoa, that freak is so fast, Lu Sheng literally can't even react. He just throws his arms up to block and desperately slides backward. This isn't your average undead bum. This zombie rolls up radiating massive Grandmaster energy. Lu Sheng is sweating bullets, feeling this absolutely savage power. He's thinking, its physical blood aura is dense like pure steel. A grade 6 martial artist could never, ever put out this kind of insane, suffocating pressure. Our guy absorbed way too many intense combat memories from the Grandmaster realm in one go. His brain is screaming with this crazy urge to destroy everything. Normally, just channeling his crystal visualization technique would totally chill him out and kill that destructive urge. But screw that, he wants to keep this psycho fighting spirit. Time to throw hands. Lu Sheng spams his ultimate combos, wind breathing, 6 times stellar force, absolute carnage. But after dropping all those flashy moves, the zombie literally just stands there, completely unharmed. It swats away Lu Sheng's sickest attacks with one lazy move, leaving our boy looking totally goofy. Lu Sheng is just screaming internally, "What the heck?" Okay, sure, he wasn't exactly going 100%, but that was still 6 times multiplier force, backed by his literally perfect kicking technique. His combat power is over 100,000, bro. And the result? He couldn't even make this monster budge 2 stupid fingers. Total disrespect. That is Grandmaster power for you. Gritting his teeth, Lu Sheng goes absolute beast mode, unleashing his craziest move yet 10 times, Stellar Force Flame Breathing. Boom! A massive explosion and twin heavy strikes slam right into the Grandmaster zombie. The entire area gets totally obliterated, with rocks vaporizing into straight dust from the blast. But then, the epic smoke clears out, the dust settles down, and the sight literally leaves Lu Sheng paralyzed with pure shock. What the actual? There's an insanely overpowered glowing force field completely wrapped around that Grandmaster zombie. It doesn't matter how hard you hit, that broken force field just eats all the damage. Our boy didn't even touch a single rotting hair on that Grandmaster zombie's head. Lu Sheng just stands there in front of the freak, thinking, is this the legendary invisible force field? Not even bullets could scratch this thing. Yep, you guessed it, that is the legendary, cheating Grandmaster force field. Lu Sheng just stands there totally helpless, looking for literally any weak spot, but zero flaws. And the zombie? Just chilling, arrogantly waiting for him to try again. It's not chasing him? Not even trying to attack? Lu Sheng just sighs like a defeated gamer, plopping right down on the ground to catch his breath. Panting hard, he realizes it's completely hopeless. His absolute maximum damage hits that thin little shield, and 99% of his savage power just totally vanishes. He can't even force the guy to take one single step back. And get this, that's just the leftover force field from a dead Grandmaster. Thankfully, this totally busted Grandmaster-level zombie basically sees our guy as a mildly annoying mosquito. It just passively blocks his flashy hits without bothering to attack back. Because if it did, yeah, Lu Sheng would be getting a one-way ticket to the afterlife instantly. Now he finally gets the hype. Grade 6 and Grade 7 might sound close, but the power gap is literally the size of the Grand Canyon. Grade 7 is practically God tier, the Grandmaster rank. While Grade 6 is still just playing in the regular martial artist sandbox, the level difference is honestly just completely insane. Right now, our MC can't even force a single drop of HP damage. So what's the play here? Does he really just give up? Lu Sheng grinds his gears and refuses to back down. No way, there has to be a glitch in the Matrix. If he drops this boss, he scores those sweet Grandmaster memories. Getting his stubborn swagger back, Lu Sheng charges in for round 2. This time, he's throwing absolutely everything, gritting his teeth to shatter that stupid glowing cheat shield. Hundreds of brutal, super-powered punches just start raining down with pure destructive fury. But after all that frantic swinging, the troll shield finally triggers a counter. All of Lu Sheng's savage kinetic energy violently rebounds, completely blasting our boy flying backward into the dirt. Okay, yeah, even Lu Sheng hits his limits. He sits his exhausted self down to brainstorm a strategy. Panting like crazy, he realizes something huge. Wait a minute. That Grandmaster's cheating force field isn't actually invincible. The barrier actually weakened a tiny bit. Sure, it was totally microscopic, like literally almost impossible to notice, but the absolute defense definitely got weakened. If he just keeps chipping away like a total madman, there's a chance. But wait, he'd probably have to punch it a literal million times to break it. And honestly, his stamina bar is blinking pure red right now. If he wasn't constantly spamming his fancy natural breathing technique to cheat some health back, any other ordinary grade 3 martial artist would have totally passed out on the floor a dozen times over. So seriously, what's the big brain play here? You and I know the smart move. Fall back, grind for some serious levels, and come back to crush this impossible boss later. But hitting level 3 mental power makes killing zombies under level 6 feel like mowing the lawn. A massive sweep. Wait, our boy Lu Sheng realizes he hasn't even tested his raw psychic strength yet. Let's see what happens. He wants to attack with pure mental energy, right? Mostly because he honestly hasn't learned any actual psychic combat skills yet. Totally winging it. So up until this exact moment, his mental power was basically just sidekick support. He treated it like the Ming Wang Sutra to boost his blood chi, practically forgetting he's an actual level 3 psychic master now. Crazy thing is, compared to his martial arts, his raw power as a mental master is actually way more terrifying. No hesitation. Lu Sheng instantly flexes his brainwaves, turning invisible mental power into these massive, chunky crystal blocks out of thin air. Gripping those solid crystals, Lu Sheng casually thinks, okay, so I can't shape my energy into cool spears or staves yet, but honestly, this will do some serious damage. And boom, he launches his mental energy and that heavy crystal block straight at the zombie. The crystal smashes the monster's protective barrier, shaking it up real good, but sadly does absolutely zero critical damage. Seeing that barrier wobble actually hypes him up to try way harder. It worked a bit, but it simply wasn't enough to finish the job. Lu Sheng refuses to give up, instantly manifesting another massive chunk of glowing crystal. Going all out, he condenses the mass and fuses it with pure power, slamming it down hard for the kill. He wants to shatter that shield completely. Under that insane pressure, the protective barrier finally cracks, practically falling apart. But seeing it still holding on, just barely cracked instead of totally destroyed, makes Lu Sheng completely lose his mind. He frantically spams countless crystal blocks. Still not enough? You're kidding me! Fine then. Flame breathing, maximum mental power, stellar force multiplied by 10. Perfect star fist! Lu Sheng packs every single martial art and ounce of strength he owns into one massive finishing punch, screaming his lungs out. And finally, the shield shatters completely, exposing the Grandmaster zombie waiting inside. But here's the twist. The zombie doesn't even try fighting back. It just stares at Lu Sheng with dead, empty eyes. Honestly, the poor guy was probably begging for this release. Lu Sheng raises his glowing fist for the final blow. Your immortal spirit lives on, old man, and I will inherit your iron will. Taking the hit, the zombie actually smiles in relief. That ugly, wrinkled face completely softens up. And right then, a massive wave of the Grandmaster's lost memories floods directly into Lu Sheng's brain. He gasps out, "What the heck?" Inside his mind, he sees everyone throwing a huge party, cheerfully cheering for Mr. Shi Shengnin's massive breakthrough. Starting from that glorious day, the man was officially an elite Grandmaster. Then the vibe violently shifts. Breaking news shows terrifying monsters flooding the entire city. The situation gets incredibly desperate, spiraling out of control way too fast. Even with the legendary star-level fighters rushing across the battlefield, human defense bases kept falling apart, one after another. The top 100 bases sat right at the center of the Martial Alliance. That was literally the safest zone on planet Earth. I secured the getaway boat. You guys leave this afternoon. Wait, Dad, aren't you coming with us? Shi Shengnin tearfully says goodbye, leaving his wife and daughter behind so he can stay and fight the beast wave. He made sure they had a totally secure shelter first. For the sake of the country, he had to march straight to the bloody front lines. He softly strokes his crying daughter's hair, whispering his final heartbreaking words. Dad is a Grandmaster, so he must stay back, shedding his final drop of blood. The memory skips again. Right in front of him stands an apocalyptic level 9 monster, a beast packing enough raw firepower to easily erase an entire city off the map. Just looking at that thing from miles away gives you the chills. But he's an elite Grandmaster with unbreakable will, so he refuses to show fear. Why be scared? Why? Just as Shi Shengnin hypes himself up for the absolute fight of his life, Lord Wang, he suddenly steps in like a total boss, effortlessly pushing the nightmare monster back. Eastern Extreme Setting Sun, a casual, offhand strike from Lord Wang. He is just too ridiculously overpowered. With absolute legends like Lord Wang, he defending humanity, there is definitely still hope. We actually won. Haha! Watching Lord Wang he fight, he discovers brand new martial arts concepts. Suddenly, hitting the absolute peak of a level 8 Grandmaster in this lifetime doesn't seem so impossible. But right while he's celebrating their epic victory, a sneaky monster totally blindsides Shi Shengnin, impaling him straight through the stomach from behind. He crashes down hard, lying perfectly still in the dirt, watching the beast slowly approach, feeling incredibly cold. Is this really what impending doom feels like? He remembers the Martial Alliance launching the massive Tinder plan. They wanted to combine all human resources to forge an unprecedented level 12 god-tier fighter. Does humanity actually have any real hope left? Too bad he'd never live to see how the story ends. Snapping out of the memory, our boy Lu Sheng is completely freaked out, drenched in nervous sweat. He's practically gasping for air. So that was the brutal life of a martial arts Grandmaster? This memory drop was ridiculously stronger than anything he had absorbed before. What an absolute legend of a life. This heroic Grandmaster named Shi Shengnin, when he was alive, was totally obsessed with mastering bare-handed fist techniques. His flawless boxing skills, the profound secrets of his strikes, his bloody combat experience. It's all rapidly fusing straight into his body right now. Lu Sheng's fist technique is leveling up like crazy. Micro-perception tier. Advanced micro-perception tier. Literal peak micro-perception tier. Lu Sheng stares at his bare palms with insane excitement. The absolute control realm. This is exactly what Grandmaster Shi Shengnin spent his entire tragic life mastering. All right, grab your popcorn. Lu Sheng turns to the slumped zombie dude and says, Wang He. In Shi Chengning's memories, aside from his wife and daughter, this guy was mentioned a ton. And get this, the name Wang, he matches the exact founder of the mysterious star body forging technique. Absolute madness. He gives the guy a super deep, thoughtful look. Wang, he practiced martial arts for 1,000 years. Obviously, the dude was an absolute top-tier legend. His nickname? The East Pole Evil Sunday just sounds insanely overpowered, right? Even a level 7 Grandmaster like Shi Chengning was basically just a massive fanboy of his. But apparently, Shi Chengning only saw Wang He fight exactly one time and got totally inspired by it. He created an incredibly powerful martial arts technique from that one look. So Lu Sheng is wondering, why on earth can't he find it inside Shi Chengning's memories? Our boy starts tossing things around, flipping through the mental mess. Is it hidden away in an even deeper, darker layer of his memory? After digging for a bit, a shiny, glowing golden orb catches Lu Sheng's eye. He sits right in front of it and mutters, "What in the world is this?" So naturally, he touches the weird, shiny thing. Boom! Lu Sheng gets violently sucked right into the orb. Once inside, moving feels like swimming through actual wet cement. He feels completely overwhelmed. Behind him, countless creepy red eyes flash out of the dark. He frowns, wincing hard at the sheer pressure. Are these the insane enemies Shi Chengning faced? Lu Sheng is half a step into the Grandmaster tier himself, so he really shouldn't be feeling any fear right now. So why is he utterly terrified? Staring at the scene in front of him, Lu Sheng is completely and totally confused. What exactly is hiding inside all that total darkness? And wait, is that figure in the vision actually Shi Chengning? Up ahead, Shi Chengning stands right in the middle of a blinding sun, surrounded by insanely thick smoke. Suddenly, bizarre rays of light explode from exactly where he is standing. The light pierces straight through those massive bones up above and shatters them completely. Lu Sheng remembers ancient myths where the heavenly emperor's sons were golden crows. They had a specific job. Each golden crow literally represented one single blazing sun in the sky. When 10 suns appeared in the sky together, rivers instantly dried up and the ground cracked apart. The terrifying light and heat burned absolutely everything. No living creature could possibly survive under the power of those 10 burning suns. Lu Sheng realizes with massive respect, this is the exact martial art Shi Chengning poured his entire life's blood and sweat into learning. He even planned to use this to reach the supreme Grandmaster skill of the level 8 tier. He totally nailed the name, calling it 10 suns in the same sky. Now Lu Sheng clenches both fists, his whole body exploding with rich energy. He throws a massive punch forward and yells, "It's all mine now!" Our boy Lu Sheng looks absolutely majestic and incredibly badass right now. The very next morning, golden sunlight sparkles beautifully over the incredibly peaceful and quiet city. Sitting on his bed in the warm morning sun, Lu Sheng stares deep in thought at his hand. He realizes his spiritual power definitely went through some crazy qualitative change. He raises his hand, his eyes totally focused, and a purple energy gathers right there. Lu Sheng is shocked. He actually pulled the crazy move off. He can feel that the total amount of his spiritual power hasn't really changed much since yesterday, but the quality, it is literally night and day compared to before, completely different worlds. Looking up at the sky, he feels something that normal martial artists could never even begin to imagine in their wildest dreams. In a very real way, he can sense that he has completely stepped into the domain of a genuine superhuman life form, absolute madness. With eyes full of solid determination, he is totally sure of one thing. Just the pressure from his spiritual power could crush a level 3 or even level 4 martial artist. And not just that, his body has actually developed a true Grandmaster force field. Sure, right now it is just an incredibly thin layer, but by pumping in more spiritual power, it will easily become so much stronger. Except, even if he maximizes it right now, its thickness wouldn't even equal 1% of that crazy zombie Grandmaster's field. If that guy is a giant ostrich egg, our boy Lu Sheng is still just a tiny little chicken egg. In front of his door, Lu Sheng's hand glows with golden energy. Having this force field means he already has the starting concept of a Grandmaster's will. Even though it is just a tiny sapling right now, Lu Sheng clenches his fist hard. That little sapling is growing fast, and his face shows absolute total confidence. Very soon, it is going to grow into a massive, towering tree. Then it will transform into his very own, genuine Grandmaster-level martial arts will. Just wait. Cut to the Ocean Sky Banquet, where Lu Sheng is waiting. He sends a message about the heavenly room, and she quickly apologizes, promising to be there right away. Lu Sheng sits back and thinks. Since leaving the training camp, he doesn't get that daily supply of mutant beast meat anymore. More importantly, he desperately needs tonics to support his cultivation journey. It is officially time to make contact with the people from the Good Deeds Hall. Right on cue, He Lingsu comes running in, totally panting and sweating like a literal fountain. Seeing Lu Sheng, she is a bit surprised that her contact is just a high school student. But she quickly regains her confidence, looking super smug. She figures this kid will be totally easy to handle. Lu Sheng quickly invites her to sit down. He calmly opens the menu, takes a look, and tells her, "I hear the steak at this place is actually pretty amazing." Then his eyes suddenly turn razor sharp. "You don't mind if I eat while we talk, right?" He Lingsu flashes an affectionate smile and replies, "Not at all." She hands her coat to the staff. She looks super friendly on the outside, but inside, she is actually panicking a little bit. How on earth is she supposed to start this conversation? Let us kick things off with absolute madness. Luke Thon turns around and casually drops a bomb. "Waiter, bring us 40 of your absolute best steaks." The waiter, totally sweating, just stammers out, "Yes, sir, right away." The waitress is absolutely thrilled by the huge order. But Ha Lin too? Her face is pure confusion. She is sitting there thinking, is this guy a literal pig? 40 steaks at once is insane. She swirls her cup. Okay, sure, Luke Than is a martial arts student, so eating a lot makes sense. But wait, one steak costs 1,280. 40 portions? That is 51,200 total. Ha Lin Tu starts wondering. Since he is eating all this by himself, he would not dare make me pay, right? Luke Than glances up and casually asks if she wants any. She politely smiles and turns the offer down. Thanks, but I already ate. The second she refuses, Luke Than does not even hesitate. He snaps right back to the waiter. She is not eating. Bring the food out now. I am starving over here. Ha Lin, to fiercely judges him in her head. What an absolute pig. Putting on a completely fake smile, she starts, so, I came here today. Boom. Luke Than suddenly tosses a paper right at her. It lists her full background, Ha Lin. To 22, from Ba County, Hungan Province, Quang Lam City. He stares right at her. Your ancestor, Ha Tae Min, originally started out as just a lowly little apprentice at the old Taeon pharmacy. 15 years ago, when martial arts blew up, he used his decent fighting talent and insane medicine-making skills to rise above the rest. He officially became a level 5 pharmacist, and he founded Han Thien Duong. Hearing her family history, Ha Lin to completely drops the fake smile. Her face darkens, and she glares coldly right at Luke Than. Luke Than does not care about her death glare at all. He just keeps going. The branches spread across over 20 cities in Dongnin Province, totaling 213 stores. And even though Han Thien Duong has remained pretty famous over the last few years, she furiously mutters, "You," under her breath, but he instantly cuts her off again. Luke Than just stares her down seriously. But because of terrible business decisions, by the time it reached your father, Ha Hak Chi, the whole thing fell apart. Ha Ling too is clearly furious now. She scowls hard at him and snaps back. Did you seriously come all the way here just to recite public online records at me? What exactly are you trying to prove? Just showing off my super memory, Luke Than replies with an incredibly smug smirk. Right on cue, the waiter arrives carrying 40 plates of sizzling steak. Luke Than looks like a kid on Christmas. He immediately digs in, savagely devouring the first few plates. Before you know it, a massive mountain of empty plates stacks up. Chewing loudly, Luke Than casually drops another lore bomb on her. Actually, I also know about your mother, Tran Lam. Because of family drama, she has not returned to Dongnin Province in 20 years. She completely abandoned her own daughter. And as for why the Ha family pharmacy business is collapsing so incredibly fast under your watch, it is not just outdated ideas and terrible management. These brutal words stab right into her heart like a dagger. Hearing this, Ha Lin can only force a painful smile. Luke Than cuts straight to the chase. The biggest reason? For years, your own mother and the Tran family have been secretly crushing your business from the shadows. Ha Lin absolutely loses it. She slams the table, jumps up, and screams, "What? Mr. Luke, do you have any actual proof of this? You cannot just spout absolute nonsense." But Luke Than's next words only reel her in even deeper. Real or fake? Just go home and ask your father, Ha Hak Chi. He will confirm everything. Meanwhile, our guy is just mentally celebrating his meal. Great meat, high nutrition, decent energy boost. Awesome. Hearing his massive revelation, Ha Lin falls completely silent, deep in thought. Mom left us behind when I was only 2 years old. All these years, I have not seen her face even once. Could she really be this incredibly evil? Thinking about it, she grits her teeth. The Ha family business really has been failing. It perfectly aligns with when her mother left and her dad took over. She starts piecing together all those strange memories from her past. Back then, branches were going bankrupt daily. Even if her dad was truly awful at running a business, it should never have crashed that spectacularly out of nowhere. Suddenly, Luke Than throws out a question that completely catches her off guard. Is it true that every single time you finalize a business deal, your partners mysteriously vanish without a trace? Still stuffing his face with steak, he adds, "Miss Ha, do not be mad at me for digging way too deeply into this." But his words force her to really think. Bankrupt branch stores, suddenly canceled business deals. The weird and creepy coincidences just keep piling up in her mind. If her own mother is really sabotaging them? Wow. Pushing the family trauma aside for now, she looks right at our MC and says, "Everything you just told me. I will verify it myself later. Right now, let us discuss our business deal." Having polished off 40 plates of steak, Luke Than wipes his mouth and agrees. Done. I will be fully in charge of providing the medical formulas and technical guidance. Meanwhile, your pharmacy handles all the heavy lifting with manufacturing and sales. Getting dead serious, Luke Than drops his price. For the final profits, I want 90%. Hearing this outrageous demand, her face twists in utter disbelief. 90%? Are you insane? Why not just demand the entire thing? Leaning both hands on the table, he smirks. I did consider that actually, but figured you would say no. This guy really knows exactly how to enrage someone. Fuming, she tries bargaining down to 60%, offering 70 at the absolute maximum. But obviously, our greedy genius is not going to accept that. He shakes his head and presses on. Those extra 20% are completely non-negotiable. 10% is simply a solid guarantee for our long-term business partnership. Standing up, he delivers the final hook. And the other 10%? That is my personal fee for helping you eliminate all those annoying little troubles. Hearing this, Ling Su looks confused. What do you mean, she asks. Lu Sheng just smirks. Your He family has been completely crushed by the capital's Chen family for years now. He leans in, and you and I are about to see a masterclass in manipulation. Miss He, haven't you had a single thought about it? Suddenly, his eyes flash this intense emerald green. He lays it out for her. Time to fight back. Time to steal back absolutely everything that belongs to her. Now watch this flex. Lu Sheng casually uses his powers, making drops of spilled water just float right up into the air. He looks at her. Miss He, take a good look at this. I am pretty sure you understand exactly what this is, right? Staring at that floating liquid gathering right in front of her face, Ling Su is completely stunned. Her jaw practically hits the floor. Are you a spirit reader? She gasps. Her mind is going absolutely crazy right now. A level 2 martial artist at just 18? The #1 talent in White River City? And now he has the legendary spirit reader talent too. She knows this is insane, even if she doesn't practice martial arts herself. Lu Sheng quickly drops the floating water back into the glass. Ling Su totally gets it now. She fully understands just how terrifying this level of power really is. After a brief pause, Lu Sheng asks her, Miss He, earlier, you specifically used the word you guys. Looks like you don't actually believe I researched that medical formula all by myself, huh? Ling Su stammers, completely caught off guard. Wait, is there someone behind you? Lu Sheng praises her for being so smart. So that remaining 10% cut, that buys her his partnership. And the mysterious powerhouse backing him up too. He hypes her up, building totally fake trust. Is there any better deal in the entire world than this right now? Ling Su just stands there, totally conflicted. If everything Lu Sheng says is true, then sooner or later, she is going to have to face the Chen family anyway. She stares blankly at the water glass in her hand, thinking hard. Even if she hasn't held any grudges or wanted revenge for the past 20 years, those guys are definitely not going to let her off the hook. Because partnering with Lu Sheng for this formula, that gives them the perfect excuse to attack. Having a treasure is a crime. Quick explainer for you guys, that basically means having something super valuable just paints a massive target on your back. Ling Su grits her teeth and glances at Lu Sheng. My god, she thinks, this insane talent, plus the totally crazy manipulative social skills he just showed off? Finally, she snaps out of it. Fine, I agree to give you 90%. Oh, Lu Sheng is thrilled. He whips out a USB drive and hands it over. The spirit blood potion formula is saved right in here, ready to go. She happily grabs it and says, I really hope everything Mr. Lu promised comes true. We absolutely have to make this work. Deep down, she suddenly feels real hope. When that day finally comes, just how unbelievably strong is Lu Sheng going to be? Business done! Lu Sheng casually waves at her. You need to hurry to the Pharmacist Association and register this patent right away. If you do not understand something while making the potion, ask me anytime. As for anything else, I do not care. I completely trust your skills. Oh, and I want to borrow your potion lab soon, so make some time for that. Anyway, I am stuffed. If there is nothing else, I am out of here. Happy partnering. With that said, he just shuts the door and walks out. Once he is gone, she lets out a huge sigh. She seriously thought he was just some dumb kid who would sign any contract she threw at him. But nope. Turns out, she wasn't dealing with a normal 18-year-old high schooler at all. He acted more like some terrifying top-tier boss. She stares nervously at the water glass. Even the way he addressed her completely shifted to sound like her boss. While she is deep in thought, a waiter suddenly pops up. Hello, miss. Are you ready to pay the bill now? She looks at the huge mountain of empty plates Lu Sheng demolished and feels insanely annoyed. He ate literally everything, bailed without paying, and just left her with the check. Sighing in defeat, she asks, All right, how much is it? The waiter taps the machine, 90 premium portions. The total is 115,200. I will drop the change, so 115,000 exactly. That crazy number hits her like an absolute lightning bolt. She points frantically at the messy pile of plates. What? How are there 90 portions here? You guys clearly only brought out 40 of them. Seeing her total disbelief, the waiter quickly holds up the super long receipt and explains. The gentleman ate 40 portions here, then got 50 packed up to go. He said he wanted his family to try it. Cash or card, miss? She is literally shaking as she hands over her card. Her hands tremble, tears well up in her eyes, and she violently screams 2 words in her mind. Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, the waiter is just thrilled about the massive sale. Thanks for your support. Scene change, ding-dong. We are back at Lu Sheng's house. He is standing at the door hugging 50 boxes of steak. His mom's jaw drops to the floor. What is going on here? Our guy just smiles. These are all premium steaks. You do not need to cook dinner tonight, Mom. Let's just eat this. Taking the heavy bags, his mom totally freezes. One steak per box. Wait a minute. Isn't this food from that insanely expensive restaurant? Are all of these huge boxes filled with steak, sweetie? If you wanted to eat, just tell me. That place is expensive and portions are tiny. How much of your money did this pile cost? Flashing the most wicked, innocent smile ever, he explains. Oh, it wasn't my money at all, Mom. A super rich second-generation friend treated me. She is loaded. I said no, but she practically forced me to take it. Cut to the cafe. Ling Su is violently sneezing while swiping her card. Hearing that lie, his mom relaxes and carries the steaks inside. Man, we really gotta feel bad for Miss He today. Just do not do this again, okay? All right, buckle up. So his folks are like, taking free stuff isn't cool. Oh, and Mr. Zhang came by asking about our boy. Our guy Lu Sheng thinks, man, what a legend. Honestly, Mr. Zhang hasn't been to school in forever. Guess he's dropping by tomorrow. Next morning at Baihe High School. We zoom right into Mr. Zhang Zhengguo's office. Knock, knock, coming, he yells. But wait, he opens the door and boom, Lu Sheng is standing right there. Talk about a massive surprise. Lu Sheng casually holding a potted plant like a boss. Mr. Zhang, been a while. He cheerfully hands it over. Hey, I totally wrecked your old plant last time, so I bought you a fresh new one. Mr. Zhang takes it, totally caught off guard. Oh man, you're too kind. Taking in Lu Sheng's insane new swagger, he smirks. Honestly though, it hasn't even been that long, but you give off a completely different vibe now. He quickly ushers our boy inside. Come in, let's chat. Lighting up a quick smoke, Mr. Zhang finally breaks the ice. School classes are wrapping up soon. Honestly, after today, I'll probably only be seeing your crazy overpowered face on national TV. He gives Lu Sheng a look. So, what's the next big move? Lu Sheng doesn't even blink. Oh, hitting the Kaiming General Star Draft, then crushing the Spiritual Master Association exam. Absolute flex. Mr. Zhang's jaw literally hits the floor. He violently shoots up from his chair. Wait, what? General Star? Spiritual Master? Lu Sheng stays totally chilled out. Yep, my training camp instructor hooked me up. Found out I had some insane Spiritual Master talent there too. Mr. Zhang slowly sits back down, chuckling in pure disbelief. Suddenly, he reaches out, grabbing Lu Sheng's shoulder with this massively proud grin. Awesome. I never really taught you much anyway, so go out there, conquer the world. I am rooting for you. Lu Sheng smiles. Thanks, Teach. A bit later, Lu Sheng heads out. They wave their goodbyes. Standing there, Mr. Zhang realizes he had completely underestimated this wild kid. This absolute madman isn't just Baihe High's pride anymore. He is straight up becoming the absolute pride of all humanity. Meanwhile, in an 11th grade classroom, a teacher is sweating bullets, lecturing passionately. Stubbornness is simple. True freedom is hard. Moving between stillness and action, only the void holds the ultimate truth, he preaches. Poem finished. He dramatically pushes up his glasses, then aggressively slams his textbook down. Veins literally popping on his hands. He screams, "Wake up! Everyone, eyes up front right now!" He fiercely smacks the chalkboard. I've told you slackers a million times. Do not underestimate your academic grades. I know half of you signed up for martial arts university, but guess what? These boring written exams still count. Miss just 1 point, and you fail. Making up that 1 point in pure physical stats could take you weeks, or even months of brutal, sweaty grinding. But here in academics, it's just a couple of easy essay questions. Guys, down there, Zhou Xingji yawns like crazy. When does this torture end? I'm literally dying of boredom. He turns around to his buddy Qiming. Yo, Qiming, hitting the cyber cafe after class? I'm about to hit platinum rank. Qiming, scribbling furiously, shuts him down. Nah, go without me. I joined the Extreme Martial Arts Cram School. Got extra training tonight. Zhou Xingji looks completely dumbfounded. Dude, what's up with you lately? Hustling this hard is totally not your style. Right then, the teacher shoots them absolute death glares. Zhou Xingji, Liu Qiming, what are you two clowns whispering about? Stand up. They jump up, sweating bullets. The teacher snaps. You two punks. Completely ignoring everything I say, right? Suddenly, a wildly familiar voice echoes from the doorway. Mr. Hong, I made it. The whole class collectively drops their jaws. Standing right there, our boy Lu Sheng smiles and waves. Hey everyone, been a hot minute. Absolute chaos erupts in the room. Holy crap, that's Lu Sheng. Is he seriously back in class? Oh my god, I legit thought we were never gonna see this legend again. Dude, I heard the association elders made him their ultimate disciple. Word is he's been training like a monster, gearing up to hit that insane grandmaster rank. Lu Qiming totally geeks out. Bro, I heard the mayor even offered him his daughter, but our boy rejected her just to grind martial arts. An autograph. It's impossible to see him nowadays. We gotta get him to sign something so I can frame that masterpiece on my wall. Mr. Hong basically sprints to the door, totally fanboying. Lu Sheng, my star student, you actually came. Lu Sheng casually replies, I just wanted to attend one last academic class. Is that cool? Mr. Hong practically sheds a tear. Yes, absolutely yes. Now, check this out. He spins around, hyped out of his mind. All right, students, open those textbooks. Totally pumped up, he shouts. Let's begin the lesson. Lu Sheng hits his seat, flipping his book. Zhou Xingji whispers to Qiming, Bro, is this real? I'm literally sharing a class with Lu Sheng. His aura is so wildly overpowered. Is he even a normal student anymore? You guys, word on the street is he's already a level 2 martial artist. Lu Qiming stares at Lu Sheng, mind blown. Honestly, our boy has seriously leveled up his vibe. Ring, ring, the school bell finally screams, signaling the end of class. Teacher Hong breathes a massive sigh of relief and slams his book shut. Class dismissed. Lu Sheng casually stands up, flashes a dramatic movie star smile at the entire room, and drops the classic line, Goodbye, everyone. I promise I will never forget you guys. With that mic drop, Lu Sheng turns straight to Lu Qiming, leaving the rest of the classroom absolutely buzzing with crazy gossip. One kid literally swears, For the first time ever, I feel honored just breathing the same air as him. I swear I'm passing the martial arts university exams. Same here. We can't embarrass the legendary class that produced the absolute beast known as Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, Qiming is just standing there looking completely starstruck. Lu Sheng throws a brotherly arm around his shoulder and smirks. Keep grinding, Qiming. Let's push our ranks together when I'm free. Qiming's face totally crumbles. He's literally fighting back happy tears as he watches his legendary bro walk away into the sunset. Clenching his fists, Qiming makes the ultimate vow. Even if it completely kills me, I will pass that exam and make it to the martial arts university. Later, our boy Lu Sheng is chilling at his desk, furiously typing away while his big brain works. He already told He Lingsu to grab all the ingredients for the spirit blood broth and marrow nourishing pills. These two bad boys are absolute cheat codes for strengthening bones and muscles. But yeah, they cost a total fortune. If he gets enough stock, he's basically set until level 4. But then comes the real headache, getting his hands on a proper spiritual reader weapon. Here's the catch, without passing the official exam, he's totally locked out from buying weapons on the 6-star network. So, before the big Qiming general selection kicks off, our guy desperately needs to squeeze in that spiritual reader certification. Otherwise, he'd have to keep begging Dongqing Shui for favors, and that's just a fast track to accidentally leaking his massive secrets. He casually checks the market prices, and boom, his jaw basically hits the floor. The Infernal Blade Wheel, $37.5 million. The Silver Sky Shuttle, a cool $29.5 million. Lu Sheng is absolutely sweating bullets now. The Infernal Blade Wheel and the Silver Sky Shuttle? Those price tags are straight up highway robbery. He thought his sweet $5 million reward would let him ball out like a billionaire. Turns out, in this economy, it's literally pocket change. Folding his arms, Lu Sheng closes his eyes to run the ridiculous math. Crafting those two elite weapons from scratch requires over 9,000 grams of pure, solid iron. Just one single blade wheel piece takes over a kilo of material. That 5 million? Not even close to enough. Especially before adding all the fancy secondary ingredients. Plus, he's not just planning to forge one measly blade, and since his spiritual power is ridiculously overpowered compared to normal humans, your basic, run-of-the-mill iron weapons? Yeah, those would instantly shatter. He needs top-tier deep silver to forge a weapon that won't break, but that stuff costs 10 times more. With the cash currently in his pocket, he couldn't even craft a single loose screw. Rubbing his chin, Lu Sheng realizes there is only one crazy option left. If you want something done right, you gotta DIY it. He slides his desk drawer open. Sitting right there is a shiny badge and a mysterious, tightly folded piece of paper. Unfolding the paper, Lu Sheng smirks. Thank the heavens he snagged this elite combat resource map from the martial arts Fireseed database. Talk about a crazy stroke of luck. And now, it's finally time to use it. Glancing at the map, he spots an entirely untouched deep silver mine just sitting there, waiting for him at Oxhead Mountain. Flashing a super confident grin, he devises a master plan. He's gonna mine every last ounce of that deep silver himself, then hire a master blacksmith to forge his ultimate weapon. Plus, if he digs up extra deep silver or solid iron, he can flip the leftovers for some serious stacks of cash. Talk about hitting two birds with one stone. Once He Lingsu finishes brewing that massive batch of marrow-nourishing pills, he's packing his bags and heading straight for Oxhead Mountain. Fast forward exactly 1 week. Over at the Hall of Benevolence, He Lingsu is furiously pacing back and forth. She glares at her phone, totally annoyed. Where the heck is Lu Sheng? Look at the time. Speak of the devil, Lu Sheng strolls in holding a lab coat. My bad. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lingsu snaps back with maximum sass. Oh, so you finally decided to show up? Slipping on his lab coat, Lu Sheng suddenly switches to super serious mode. Ran into some minor issues. Do we have every single ingredient ready to go? Seeing him act all intense makes Lingsu blush out of nowhere. Suddenly shy, she mumbles, "Yeah, I got everything perfectly prepped, exactly like you asked." Snapping his surgical gloves into place, Lu Sheng stares down a massive table packed with exotic ingredients. He casually asks, "So, what was the total damage for all this stuff?" Lingsu sighs, roughly 200,000. Inspecting a rare herb, Lu Sheng grins like a mad scientist. Not bad quality at all. Put it on my tab, we'll just deduct it from my future profits. Pulling a face mask up, our guy gets completely in the zone. All right, time for me to cook. Miss He, do you mind stepping outside for a bit? Hearing that, Lingsu crosses her arms, looking totally annoyed. Fine, whatever. As she walks out, Lingsu glances back at him, grumbling in her head. They haven't even launched the spirit blood broth market yet, and she hasn't seen a single penny. Yet, she's already burned almost $1 million just buying random ingredients for this guy. Closing the door, she sighs in relief. Thankfully, Lu Sheng's research notes were stupidly detailed. She's completely confident she can brew the absolute perfect batch of spirit blood broth. But honestly, is he researching some crazy new drug? The dude has practically lived in that lab all week. Seriously, how many insane secrets is this guy hiding? 3 agonizing hours later, Lingsu is still waiting outside when the door finally clicks open. All right, Miss He. The ultimate brewing session is officially complete. Our boy Lu Sheng just casually drops the mic. I'm heading out for 2 days. Relax. I'll totally refund your original potion investment when I get back. But he, Lingsu, she just looks away, giving him the absolute coldest of shoulders. Yeah. Lu Sheng just smirks at that. What a famously stubborn girl. But literally the second he walks out, Lingsu bolts straight for his secret lab curtains, rips them wide open, and instantly sneaks right inside. Bingo, she gasps. Right in front of her, a crazy stash of test tubes glowing in literally every single color. She grabs this glowing blue tube, sweating bullets. Just as she suspected it's that insane, completely nameless new potion he's been hiding. She's actually tested this stuff before, and it's crazy strong. The side effects? Literally intense enough to forge your bones directly. Bone-forging tonics sold out there on the market are high-tier stuff, costing millions of bucks. Yet our genius boy casually brewed this absolute masterpiece using literal pocket change for the cheap ingredients. Like what? How is that profit margin even real? Lingsu frowns, completely baffled. Plus, his backpack was definitely stuffed with even more wild new potions. Suddenly, some blonde dude comes rushing into the room like an absolute maniac. Miss He, I did exactly what you asked. The guy pants heavily. But while checking the security footage, I literally couldn't see a single thing. Every camera glitched out. Once Lu Sheng left, they magically fixed themselves. The monitors went totally dead, but the second he walked away, everything just snapped back to normal. Lingsu just sighs in pure, utter defeat. Ugh, I totally knew this would happen. Trying these basic spy tricks on a literal telekinetic esper? Yeah, that's just embarrassing yourself for absolutely no reason. She stares super intensely at that glowing blue tube in her hand, then just tosses it straight into the trash can. Whatever, I really should just focus on actually cooperating with this crazy guy instead. Because right now, he's her family's only real hope. Now, you and I are jumping to Imperial Ming City, an epic place surrounded by some seriously massive, majestic hills. A rickety tourist bus is cruising along a sketchy mountain trail. The overly hyped tour guide grabs the mic. All right, my beautiful passengers. Our destination is the Fairy Forest Camp, deep inside Oxhead Mountain. The scenery? Absolutely gorgeous, I promise. It's super isolated and ranks as an elite scenic spot in Dongning. You'll totally get to experience the warm, rustic vibes and awesome local customs of the folks living there. You get to taste some incredibly unique, traditional local dishes. Take in the absolute epic and majestic views of Oxhead Mountain. Plus, you'll even get the awesome chance to buy some deeply mysterious, beautifully crafted traditional souvenirs straight from the camp. A super grumpy lady in a red shirt immediately scoffs hard. Traditional crafts? You aren't going to force us to buy all that overpriced junk, are you? And in this totally remote mountain, where are we even sleeping tonight? I bet this place is absolutely crawling with gross bugs. The guide sweats. Ma'am, please, we're a famously legit travel agency. I swear, there is absolutely zero forced buying on this trip. Relax. Tonight we're staying in local homestays. The conditions are actually super nice, complete with actual AC and big TVs. Meanwhile, our boy Lu Sheng is chilling in the corner, staring out the window. He calculates his stash. 93 marrow pills crafted this week. That insane amount should definitely keep him fueled for a while. But man, this place is insanely remote. Perfect spot for a hidden silver mine. Nobody's found yet. Total Monopoly vibes. Suddenly, a bright yellow ball rolls over, completely snapping Lu Sheng out of his greedy little daydreams. A cute little girl with light brown hair runs over to grab it. She beams brightly at him. Mister, want to play with me? But right after, her pretty young mom quickly pulls her back, whispering softly, Stop messing around, sweetie. We really shouldn't be bothering the other passengers. Okay, I'll sit still. The mom then turns her head to Lu Sheng, giving him a super apologetic look. I'm so incredibly sorry about that. Lu Sheng just nods and smiles gently. Hey, it's totally fine. But suddenly, Lu Sheng's eyes widen in absolute pure shock. He spots a glasses-wearing dude sitting right next to the mother and daughter, casually chuckling, and his whole body is literally wrapped in this wild purple aura. Lu Sheng smirks, highly amused, as his own blue psychic power flares up. Well, how incredibly interesting, he thinks. Turns out, he's definitely not the only telekinetic esper on this little trip. Meanwhile, on this sweaty Oxhead mountain bus, Jung Dandan is aggressively fanning herself, desperately trying to create some breeze and cool off. This is so boring, she groans out loud, and it's literally insanely hot. Like, what karmic sin did I even commit to get dragged to this cursed place with you? We have 3 days and 2 nights left. How am I supposed to survive this torture? Sitting next to her drama queen friend, Lin Shishan is the total opposite. Despite the miserable heat, she is just chilling, super calm and collected. Flipping open a fan, she calmly replies, Dandan, it's not like I forced you at gunpoint to come along. You literally volunteered. Hearing those sassy words, Dandan gets totally triggered, violently snatches Sishan's little fan right out of her hands, and yells, Oh, please! I'm only out here because you just went through a horrible breakup, okay? I was genuinely terrified you'd do something crazy alone in this creepy deep forest. Seriously, no good deed goes unpunished. Seeing her bestie getting so unbelievably riled up, Shishan immediately waves her hands to pacify the situation. Okay, I know you're my absolute best friend. Relax, I'm really not that emotionally fragile anyway. It's just been ages since I actually traveled, so I took the chance to just unwind. Yeah, this tour group is kinda trash. But you gotta admit, the Oxhead Mountain views are stunning. You definitely won't regret this trip, I promise. Dandan is still totally unimpressed, just rolling her eyes and giving the most sarcastic, half-hearted reply. Yeah, sure, zero regrets. Suddenly, a kid's happy giggling echoes behind our 2 girls. Stick with me, because things are definitely about to get wild from here. Alright guys, picture this. This adorable little girl is having the absolute time of her life, smacks a ball and yells, Catch this! And right across from her, our main guy, Lu Sheng. He easily catches the ball with both hands and immediately praises her awesome throw. Then he flashes this absolute knockout of a charming smile. Jung Dandan turns around, sees this whole wholesome scene, and is instantly mesmerized. Her eyes are literally sparkling looking at him. Meanwhile, Lin Shishan sits right next to her, looking completely confused about what is happening. Suddenly, the ball bounces completely off target, making the little girl panic and scream out, Ah! The ball flies straight toward Jung Dandan. She panics, frantically reaching out to grab it. Totally surprised and stressed, she yells, I got it for you! Then she looks right at Lu Sheng and says, Catch! Lu Sheng catches it effortlessly with just one hand. Holding the ball, he looks back at Jung Dandan and gives her this super genuine warm smile. Thanks. And bam, Jung Dandan is instantly captivated by his insane good looks. Hearing him actually talk to her, her face immediately turns tomato red. She gets super shy and awkwardly mutters back, Oh, you are welcome. Lin Shishan watches her friend acting totally flustered from a distance and immediately starts teasing her. Haha, look at you acting all obsessed. Anyway, after 2 extremely long hours on that bus, everyone finally arrives at the famous Oxhead Mountain. Jung Dandan looks around at the trees and completely dismisses the view. She complains, Wait, is this not just a totally average, boring mountain? Is this really supposed to be a top-tier scenic spot? Completely ignoring her complaining friend, Lin Shishan checks the map and casually says, Actually, it looks pretty good to me. I heard there is even a big waterfall up there. We will find out tomorrow when climbing. Jung Dandan hates it, but honestly, if it makes her best friend Lin Shishan happy, then she is happy too. While she is busy checking out the area, she suddenly spots Lu Sheng again, and her whole face instantly lights up. She excitedly whispers, He is right over there! Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just gets off the bus when that same little girl runs up, grabs his hand, and happily asks, Can you please play with me again tomorrow? Lu Sheng sees the kid, squats down to gently pat her head, and smiles. Sure, if I have time tomorrow, we can play. Hearing that, the little girl is absolutely thrilled. She laughs loudly and cheers, Hey, that is so awesome! Jung Dandan sees them getting along so well and totally uses this chance to shoot her shot. She walks up and says, Hey, little sister, can we both play with you tomorrow? Right behind Jung Dandan is Lin Shishan, carrying all their heavy bags, looking at her thirsty best friend with absolute disgust. But get this, the kid hates the idea. She instantly steps up, hugs Lu Sheng's arm tight, pulls down her eyelid, and sticks out her tongue to reject her. Total savage. No way. You are a huge meanie who stole my ball. I am not playing with you. I only need him. Hearing that, everyone's jaws just dropped in pure shock. Suddenly, a voice called out, Nam Nam, hurry up. We have to go to the camp. Nam Nam looked at her mom but kept clinging to Lu Sheng's arm. Finally, she took her mom's hand to leave, waving a sweet goodbye to the guy. At the same time, Jung Dandan was forcing a fake smile, but inside, oh, she was absolutely fuming about it. Like, I even want to play with you, brat. Seeing her friend act like this, Lin Zishan covered her mouth, giggling nonstop. Seeing her get so annoyed, Lu Sheng finally spoke up. Kids say silly things, just ignore it. Hearing this handsome guy actually talk to her, all of Jung Dandan's anger instantly evaporated. Haha, why would I get mad at a kid? Then she shyly held up her phone. Hey handsome, do you want to add each other as friends? Lu Sheng was a bit caught off guard by that. He thought for a second, then gave a light, agreeing smile. Sure. A tiny ding rang out, followed by the classic friend request accepted notification. Just like that, all three of them traded their contact info right into their phones. Let's pause here, guys. Looking at her screen, she just had to praise him. Lu Sheng. Wow, that name sounds seriously badass. Even while totally fangirling, she remembered her main mission cheering up her best friend, Lin Zishan. Jung Dandan quickly pulled her friend away, smiling happily at Lu Sheng. All right, handsome. We will definitely see you around next time. Staring at her phone screen, she was grinning so hard her face hurt. You didn't even need to add that hot guy yourself. Hey, I totally thought this camping trip was going to be a snooze fest, but it just got incredibly interesting. Seeing her friend this happy made Lin Zishan smile too. But behind them, Lu Sheng watched them walk away, and his friendly fake smile instantly vanished. His whole expression turned terrifying. He thought back to that crazy bus incident. How interesting. This trip didn't just have a super rare level 2 spiritual master. It also had 2 level 2 martial artists. Now you and I know he means Nam Nam's dad, but that master still hasn't figured out his true identity, only sensing his basic martial arts. Lu Sheng stared quietly at the wild power surging around his body. All right, you and I are back. Lu Sheng realizes after forming his Grandmaster will, he can finally control and compress his mental energy like an absolute boss. As long as he keeps it hidden, normal people won't even sense his insanely overpowered mental strength. He just wonders if there's any martial artist actually stronger than him on this mountain. Thinking back to all those random passengers sharing that bus ride earlier today, Lu Sheng straight up decides he does not care why anyone else came to Oxhead Mountain, but if they get in his way, game over. Right on cue, Lu Sheng spots this weird mutant beast blocking his path. He doesn't even hesitate for a second. Might as well crush this ugly thing like a bug. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away on the highway, we have this insanely flashy white luxury car totally speeding down the road like a total maniac. So dramatic. Inside this ride, a guy named Wu Jijing is casually holding a wine glass, staring down at a dude literally kneeling at his feet. To his right, a woman in a red cheongsam sits completely terrified and frozen. Wu Jijing swirls his wine like a total movie villain and asks, "So what is the deal? Did you finally track down Tang Maolin or what?" The scared guy on his knees instantly jerks his head up and nervously replies, "Yes, we found him. He is at Oxhead Mountain in Chuming City. He dragged his wife and kid there to hide." Hearing this, Wu Jijing glances out the window, twisting his face into a sneer. Oh, Tang Maolin actually has half a brain, doesn't he? Who knew? If he seriously stays hiding deep in the woods, I genuinely have no way to drag his cowardly self out. The kneeling guy hears this and instantly jumps in to talk. Do not worry, boss. We already sent our guys to stalk their every move. Even if Tang Maolin wants to play wild man, I promise we will easily find the exact rat hole he is hiding in. Wu Jijing bursts out laughing at that. Haha, perfect. You guys just stick to watching him like hawks. 2 level 4 martial artists like you guys are definitely not his match anyway. Once we roll up to Oxhead Mountain, I will personally handle this trash. The guy on the floor instantly gets the villainous vibe and agrees. Yes, sir. Now, during this whole unhinged villain speech, the only girl in the car has not moved a single inch or made a peep. It is seriously so freaking weird. Thinking about finally catching Tang Maolin gets Wu Jijing super hyped. He tilts his head back and chugs his glass, not even caring that wine is spilling everywhere. Tang Maolin, do not blame me for being ruthless. You crossed me first. If I do not end you, everyone else will think I am some easy pushover. Downing the rest of his glass, Wu Jijing's face quickly contorts into this absolute psycho nightmare expression. He thinks, if I let him live, random losers will just start messing with me. Then, he literally just shoves his empty glass toward that totally silent girl sitting there. You and I are about to see something totally messed up. The girl finally moves, looking straight up. Then, this purple liquid, exactly like his wine, literally pours out of her eye sockets and mouth. It keeps pouring out faster and faster, perfectly filling up the empty glass in his hand. After taking a little sip, he actually reviews it. Absorbing the innocent love and that unique 28-year-old youthful energy, it turns out completely intoxicating and sweet. What a total sicko. That freaky purple liquid just keeps leaking out, turning this girl's beautiful face into something straight out of a horror movie. Staring at a photo in his hand, he smirks. Tang Malin even brought his little daughter. The picture shows a happy family of three, completely unaware, just living their absolute best life together. Nobody normal would want to ruin that. But Wu Jijing? Oh, he is absolutely thrilled by it. Haha, looks like I got myself another fun little toy. Meanwhile, little Nam Nam gets led into a room by her parents, walking around looking completely amazed at literally everything. Her mom sees her jumping happily all over the place and softly says, "Slow down, sweetie, be careful not to fall." But Nam Nam's dad, Tang Maolin, is pacing around looking paranoid and super alert. He quickly activates his powers, sending his energy wrapping around the entire room and then expanding through the whole building. After his intense security check, he tells his wife, "This room is totally clean. No traps here." His wife just sighs. "You are seriously being too careful. Even if that creep Wu Jijing is powerful, he cannot possibly reach his grubby hands all the way to Oxhead Mountain, right?" Tang Maolin frowns, looking super worried. "Better safe than sorry. I brought you and Nam Nam here, so being extra paranoid is totally fine. Do not forget, we are literally running for our lives." Wu Jijing is a famous level 3 spiritual master. The guy is super petty, holds massive grudges, and honestly, everyone who crosses him ends up totally dead and buried. Tang Malin wraps an arm around his wife, just hoping we can actually dodge his psycho radar this time. "Your dad has been hiding for over a year and a half, so he should be perfectly fine now. If he somehow actually tracks us here, your dad and I, two level 2s, will just team up. We might even stand a real chance against him in a fight." Hearing this, his wife still looks extremely stressed out. "Let's hope so. It has been forever since I saw my dad. I wonder how he is doing. His martial arts level is not weak, plus he is a peak spiritual master." Tang Malin hugs her tight, comforting her. "Honestly, he is probably level 3 by now. With a body that strong, he definitely won't get sick. Relax. I am absolutely not letting those thugs put a single scratch on either of you." "Alright guys, check this out." He pulls his wife into a hug, getting all lovey-dovey, while little Nam stares out the window, completely confused. Meanwhile, our boy Lu Sheng is using the exact same psychic trick as Tang Maolin to scope out the area. You and I are watching absolute madness. His power crushes Tang Maolin's, blanketing the city. He sees everything, from random people walking the streets to some creep with binoculars hiding in the forest. Lu Sheng sees it all. He figures, hey, besides that one sneaky spy, everything looks totally normal. And since the guy isn't bothering him, yeah, just ignore him. Lu Sheng casually reaches right into his pocket and pulls out a little bottle. He pops a medicinal pill into his mouth. With these awesome pills helping him out, his immortal golden body training is speeding up like crazy. It is seriously overpowered. At this insane training rate, he'll finish the first stage of the immortal golden body in under 2 months. Boom, level 4 martial artist. Suddenly, his phone goes ding-ding. Oh look, the Happy Family group chat just hit him with 2 new messages. "Stay warm, be careful, and please don't eat too much cold food, buddy." Then, another voice message drops in. Reading those sweet messages, Lu Sheng smiles to himself. Come on, he is not exactly a little kid anymore. Ding! A text from his sister Lu Qinghe pops up. She is complaining he ran off, and mentions Senior Ni Yan is back at school asking about him. She teasingly demands to know the truth. Are those two secretly dating or what? She even sends a funny sticker of an apple holding a gun. Teased, Lu Sheng types furiously. Focus on your own martial arts training and mind your business. And remember to drink the tonics I left. If your blood stats do not hit 1.3 before I return, you are getting a serious scolding. He hits send with a fierce pointing cat sticker. Lu Sheng tosses his phone aside and lies back on his bed. Time to test out his hard training from the past few days. He closes his eyes and drops straight into the dreamscape. Not bad, right? After 10 days, he mastered a grandmaster skill. Brainless zombies rush in, but Lu Sheng easily slaughters them all, forming his very first grandmaster will. Right now, this guy is basically unstoppable. Nobody can stand in his way. Boom, Lu Sheng drops a fatal punch that explodes like a massive bomb. The charred zombie goes flying. But wait, suddenly, razor-sharp ice spikes shoot across the ground. Lu Sheng stops dead in his tracks. Something is hiding over there. That aura is insanely powerful. A pair of legs steps into view. It is someone with curly hair, rocking an iron mask and wing ornaments. She swings her spear, and everything freezes in brilliant blue ice. The scene looks absolutely terrifying and totally awesome. The freezing ice rushes at Lu Sheng, and he instantly realizes this is a Grandmaster-level zombie. Floating ice blocks everything. Suddenly, his vision completely blacks out. The zombie vanishes. He triggers his spiritual senses, and his brain is screaming danger from every single direction. Lu Sheng panics. What exactly is the threat of this massive avalanche? Suddenly, the female Grandmaster Zombie launches a brutal attack from right above him. She dives at Lu Sheng. Unbelievable power swirls right around her deadly spear. Here is where you and I realize the truth. This is a real Grandmaster skill. Lu Sheng is literally sliced entirely in half. Her terrifying power crashes down with absolute destruction. Lu Sheng suddenly snaps awake in the real world, sweating intensely and looking totally freaked out. So painful. Clutching his chest, his face twists in agony. It honestly feels like his body was ripped entirely in half. Is this exactly what dying in a dream feels like? He leaps up, gripping his chest where he got slashed. Dripping with sweat and gasping for air, he calms down. Thank goodness that was just a crazy dream. Sitting up, he lets out a massive sigh of relief. If that was real, our guy's life would have ended right then and there. Grabbing his head in terror, he flashes back to getting obliterated like a total noob. He used all his mental power to block, but it was absolutely useless. That chick's power is on a completely different level than anything he has ever faced before. And here he was, actually thinking his little dreamscape explorations were going so smoothly. Even in the high-level zones, he always managed to outsmart those dumb, high-tier monsters with just his quick wits and reflexes. Lu Sheng sits to meditate. Turns out, this dream world is not the safe little playground he thought it was. In these apocalyptic ruins of a dead civilization, only blood and fire can forge a true, unstoppable savior. Lu Sheng nervously thinks about that scary Grandmaster chick. Seriously, her strength is just completely absurd. Her combat instincts totally eclipse Chengning. She has to be an ultra-powerful Grandmaster. Heck, maybe even a legendary level 8 Great Grandmaster. Just thinking about it makes our boy sweat bullets. Looking at his hands, he is absolutely terrified. But honestly, he is pretty hyped too. That glowing ice river must be that Valkyrie's Grandmaster will. If he could somehow steal that power for himself, man, the possibilities are wild. If he had reacted instantly and fought her at his absolute maximum power, using his top-tier fist techniques, maybe he could survive longer. You know what? Let's watch him go round 2. Lu Sheng straightens his back and begins meditating. Luke Thon tries entering the dreamscape, but boom, a massive headache hits. He grabs his head, totally shocked. Wait, I can't get into the dream space right now? He thinks. Is it because I actually died in there and now I have to wait out some annoying respawn cooldown timer? Looks like there will be absolutely zero dream space training for him tonight. As he rubs his temples to fight the headache, his phone suddenly buzzes. And let me tell you, when Luke Thon checks the screen, it is a barrage of messages from Trin Dan Dan. The texts are practically dripping with flirtation. Hey, cute guy, are you back in your room? Are you packing up your stuff? Want to head out together tomorrow morning? I am an official martial artist, you know. I can totally protect you. She even sends a meme of a cool dog wearing sunglasses just to look extra reliable. Hey, cutie, it is dinner time. Do you want to eat together? Boo-hoo, why are you not replying to me right now? Are you ignoring your phone? She texts, backing it up with a sticker of a puppy flashing massive, sparkly, teary eyes. Luke Thon stares down at this avalanche of painfully cheesy texts and looks totally annoyed. He honestly regrets ever adding this girl to his contacts in the first place. But when his stomach violently growls, he shoves that regret aside. Whatever, time to grab some food. Down at the dining hall of the inn made specifically for traveling tourists. The moment Luke Thon walks in, someone yells his name. Big surprise, it is Trin Dan Dan waving enthusiastically from her table. Hey, over here, come over here. Right nearby, little Nom Nom and Duong Mao Lam call out, Big brother! Luke Thon just cracks a smile and waves right back at the kid. Duong Mao Lam gives a polite, formal nod. Luke Thon does not think much of it and casually walks straight past Trin Dan Dan to a completely empty table. His butt barely touches the chair before Trin Dan Dan practically sprints over. She bluntly asks, Hey, why did you not come sit over with us? Eating with more people is way more fun, right? Lam Tusan watches her friend, looking 3 parts completely helpless and 7 parts extremely judgmental. Luke Thon gives a painfully awkward laugh. Have you two not eaten yet? Hearing him ask, Trin Dan Dan happily shoots back. Nope, not yet. But at that exact same second, Lam Tusan loudly announces that they already ate. Wow, these two best friends are just so incredibly in sync, huh? Trin Dan Dan shoots her friend a furious death glare, but instantly flips back to flashing Luke Than a sweet, innocent smile. I just had no appetite earlier and barely ate a thing, but now I am starving, so it is the perfect time to eat with you. Lam Tu San immediately starts teasing her. Honestly, I am completely full just watching this play out. What this girl really means is that our guy Luke Thon looks like such a delicious snack, she does not even need real food. Hilarious. Meanwhile, over at the family table, Nom Nom really wants to eat with Luke Thon. She hits her dad with the ultimate puppy eyes. Daddy, can I please go sit and eat with that big brother over there? Seeing this adorable request, her mother grabs a napkin, gently wipes the little girl's mouth, and tries to softly coax her. Nom Nom, is eating right here not exactly the same thing? Hearing her mom say that, Nom Nom immediately pulls out her best pouty face. But I really want to eat dinner with him. Hearing this, Duong Mao Lam flashes a gentle dad smile. Haha, all right, go ahead. Just make absolutely sure you do not cause any trouble for the nice guy, okay? Hearing her dad's permission, Nom Nom instantly bolts upright, her eyes shining like literal stars. Thank you so much. In total contrast to Duong Mao Lam, the mother looks super stressed as she watches Nam Nam grab her little food bowl and happily march straight over to Luke Than's table. She scolds her husband. Why let our kids sit with a total stranger? Especially with the dangerous situation we are currently in. Duong Mao Lam casually sips his soup. You and I know he is hiding something. He reassures his wife, telling her she is simply overreacting and being way too paranoid. He confidently continues, I already used my mental energy to run a full sweep of this entire area. They are literally all just normal tourists. There is zero threat to us here. As Nam Nam reaches Luke Than's table and he warmly greets her, Duong Mao Lam praises him. That young man actually has a pretty solid personality. His eyes are totally pure. He is definitely not a bad guy. The dad also carefully studies Luke Than's pale face, his slightly wobbly walking stance, and his wildly unstable energy aura. He figures even if the kid is a martial artist, his power is completely average. Nam Nam even playfully sticks out her tongue to tease Trin Dan Dan, making her furious but completely helpless. Nam Nam's dad also points out, plus, those two girls over there are just college students. Hitting level 2 martial artist at that age means their natural talent really is not bad at all. Duong Mao Lam calmly wipes his mouth and states with absolute confidence, within my observation range, I can crush anyone with a single thought. There will be zero unexpected accidents today. Hearing that massive flex, his wife breathes a huge sigh of relief. Yeah, I guess I was just being way too anxious over nothing. Meanwhile, over at Luke Than's table, a waitress hauls out a massive feast, dropping a giant tower of steamed buns right down. All of your requested food is finally here. Please, enjoy your ridiculous meal. Both Nam Nam and Trin Dan Dan literally drop their jaws, staring at the absolute mountain of food Luke Than ordered. Completely shocked, they ask, Big brother, are you really eating all of this? Luke Than just casually replies, Yeah, I have been eating quite a bit lately. He then smoothly reaches over and hands Nom Nom 2 cute little pig-shaped buns. Seeing them, Nom Nom cheers with pure excitement. Wow, these are just too cute. Luke Than chuckles, looking over at her. All right, little sister, let's see which one of us finishes our food first, okay? Nom Nom puts on a fiercely determined game face. Okay, the eating battle begins. Nom Nom barely takes one tiny bite of her bun, only to turn and see Luke Than shovel an entire massive tray straight into his mouth. The kid is completely paralyzed. Lam Tu-san watches Luke Than inhale his food like a vacuum. She wearily thinks to herself, only folks from a completely normal family background, and who have not even become official martial artists yet would ever need to eat this ridiculously much, right? Because as you and I know, rich ranked fighters just use fancy supplements to recover their daily training energy. Even those without massive wealth would at least choose some high-quality monster meat to replace cheap carbs. Alright, watch this. Take Lin and Dandan, here they only brought jerky. A level 1 martial artist survives on just a few bites a day. Eat that much, and you're spending half your day on the toilet. Lin watches them scarf it down, absolutely mortified. Meanwhile, Dun Dun is full-on swooning over Lu Sheng. Wow, he eats like an absolute beast, so incredibly gorgeous. Lin realizes things are getting way too weird. She leans right into Dandan's ear and whispers, Hey, Dandan, don't tell me you actually have a crush on this Lu Sheng guy? Dandan just blinks back with total innocence. Well, duh. Is my face right now not making it obvious enough? Right on cue, little Nam Nam totally ruins the moment by dragging Lu Sheng out of his seat. Big brother, there's a buffet over there. Come with me. Lu Sheng totally spoils the little kid and actually follows her, leaving the two girls completely alone. Hearing her bestie's shameless confession, Lin is just absolutely mind-blown. She frantically tries talking some sense into Dandan. But wait, he's literally younger than us. Plus, he is literally just a high school kid. You saw his super unstable aura earlier, right? Honestly, I bet his martial arts potential and his family background are basically nothing special at all. You're a top student at Dongning Martial Arts University, an official level 2 martial artist. Dandan just shrugs it off like an absolute boss. It's only 3 or 4 years. Age means absolutely nothing. If you want a younger guy, youth is definitely the main prize. I'm telling you, it's destiny. You dragging me to Oxhead Mountain just to meet him? That is straight up heaven-sent fate. Lin refuses to give up and keeps lecturing her hopeless friend. Okay, but if you guys actually date, how are you even going to live together later on? Long-distance relationships? Trust me, no matter how deep the love is, it never survives that. An official martial artist's starting salary is only around 5 or 6,000 a month. So how do you pay for a house? Or a car? Seeing absolute zero reaction from her, Lin pushes even harder. Dandin, please listen. Romance isn't just some flashy temporary spark. It's about paying bills and surviving the harsh real world. As your martial arts strength gets stronger over time, the huge gap between you two will just keep growing. It'll all slowly build up until boom, everything violently explodes. Dandin listens to this whole dramatic rant and just calmly explains, honestly, all those little issues you mentioned, not a single problem. I'm a level 2 martial artist. I can totally mentor Lu Sheng on his martial arts journey. Even if he fails to get into Dongning University, I'll literally take a bus to visit him every single week. He has no car or house? Who cares? I do. Dandin clasps her hands together with the biggest, goofiest grin. And hey, taking 10,000 steps back here, even if my precious Lu Sheng turns out to be just an ordinary guy, then I'll happily just live as a totally normal person right by his side. If I get to live normally, I won't have to grind martial arts every single day. How amazing does that sound? Lately, all this intense training is making my calves look way too thick anyway. Dandin gazes dreamily at Lu Sheng joking around with Nom Nom, her cheeks flushing bright pink. Besides, whoever said Lu Sheng is ordinary? In my heart, he will forever remain absolutely, dazzlingly handsome. I firmly believe his true potential won't just stop here. Hearing her friend's insane delusions, Lin is utterly stunned and aggressively whispers right back into her ear. You have completely lost your mind, throwing away over 10 solid years of hardcore martial arts training, all for some random high school boy? Lin frantically points over at Lu Sheng, looking utterly baffled. I mean, just look at how wobbly his walking posture is right now. I seriously have absolutely no idea what goes on inside your head. Dandin looks back at Lin and dramatically sighs. Seriously? Don't you think you're stressing over my future a little too early? Nothing's even happened yet. Let me actually manage to date Lu Sheng first, then we'll talk. Plot twist. Thanks to his insanely high martial stats, Lu Sheng is standing way over there but hearing absolutely every single embarrassing word they say. Lu Sheng awkwardly scratches his head and cringes hard. Man, that is way too extra. Little Nam Nam looks up, super confused. Big brother, what does extra mean? Lu Sheng forces a painfully awkward smile. Oh, it's nothing. Just a fancy way of saying those girls over there are very pretty. Hearing this, Nom Nom's little gears start turning. The little kid instantly sprints straight over to Dandin and Lin, aggressively points right at them, and shouts, Big brother, both of these ladies are way too extra. Lu Sheng cringes so hard his soul leaves his body he desperately wants a hole to hide in. Meanwhile, the two girls just stare blankly, deeply confused by this random toddler's insult. Fast forward to the next morning. The tour group is boarding the bus, absolutely whining nonstop. Those beds were literal rocks. I barely slept. And the bugs. Another guy groans. I got chewed alive all night. Mark my words. I am never ever coming back to this absolute dump. Suddenly, a grumpy old man looks around, confused. Hey, wait a second. Where did that weird family of 3 go? The bus is literally about to leave without them. The poor tour guide starts panicking. Huh? Wait, you mean they aren't inside their room? Everyone, please help me look for them. Their phones are completely unreachable. Just then, the old man does a quick head count and points out, Hey, hold on. That one quiet teenage boy is missing too. The gossipy grandmas immediately start stressing out. How do 4 whole people just vanish into thin air overnight? This is super creepy. The panicked guide frantically dials her phone. Everyone, just sit tight and relax. I am calling the mountain rescue team right now. Overhearing the sudden panic, Dandin and Lin exchange some incredibly confused glances. Wait a minute, why are Lu Sheng and that weird family of 3 completely missing? Lin frowns, deep in thought. Honestly, I am not worried about that family that Dad gave off major dangerous vibes anyway. But our boy Lu Sheng vanishing into thin air? Now, that is seriously bizarre. Jung Dan Dan looks totally stressed. I don't even care if those guys are normal. The guide is running around looking for people, so our whole trip is probably getting canceled anyway. Classic teen panic, right? And just like that, she throws her hand up, bolts straight into the creepy forest, and yells, I am going up the mountain to find Lu Sheng. Obviously, her bestie Lin Shishan is not about to just leave her hanging. Hey, slow down a sec. So they just ditch the gossiping crowd and march right into the wild woods. Wild move. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, a super cute squirrel is just munching a chestnut, minding its own business, when boom, someone blasts past like an absolute hurricane, scaring the living daylights out of it. Turns out that blur is Lu Sheng, speeding through the trees. He figures a good night of sleep really helped shake off the brutal pain of dying in his crazy dreamscape. Healing goals, honestly. Hitting a massive cliff face, our guy literally just hops right up to the top. Effortless. No time to waste here. He drops to one knee and sends out his mental radar. And bingo, after scanning the area, he finally spots the exact rare ore he came hunting for. Using pure brain power, he effortlessly yanks up a massive chunk of dirt, making all those shiny ores tumble right out. With a quick flick of his finger, he points at the pile. The huge chunks shatter, morphing into tiny, pebble-sized pieces that just magically float right there above his hand. Pretty slick trick. He stares at it. Is this really the legendary dense silver? Totally curious. He injects a burst of his mental energy straight into it. And wow, the rumors are completely true. The second his mental power hits it, this dense silver starts shifting and changing its shape like completely random liquid metal. Those little floating pebbles suddenly stretch out into one super long, shiny wire. He grabs the wire, swinging it around in circles like a lasso, guessing he is holding maybe 4 or 5 pounds of the stuff. If market prices match his cheat sheet, this handful is already worth over 2 billion. Huge flex, right? But hold on, this is just the raw, unrefined ore. To actually craft weapons for a mental power master, this stuff needs to go through dozens of hardcore smelting processes first. Boiling 4 or 5 pounds down to just 1 pound of pure silver is considered a total win. Plus, he still has to check if the purity of this batch is actually any good. Peering into the tiny crater, he lets out a dramatic sigh. Calling this a small mine is a massive compliment. Micro-sized is definitely more like it, he complains. He has already scooped up about 70% of it. If someone else tried, they would literally strip this place bare in under a week. He turns his attention to the ridiculously massive chunk of ore left behind. How the heck is he supposed to transport that? Hauling a giant rock like that around is just begging for unwanted attention. He planned to just chip off a tiny piece and bail, but once you start digging, you really cannot stop. Looks like he has to hire some local muscle to haul this loot. So, our boy casually dumps his precious silver back into the hole, shovels the dirt over it, and stomps it down flat to hide the evidence perfectly. Very stealthy. Then his brain starts ticking. He remembers there is a super tiny minority village just a few kilometers away from his current spot. He could totally score some help there. People living cut off from the modern world are usually super honest and chill, right? Offering them a fat stack of cash should easily get the job done. But wait, what if the sight of money actually makes them crazy greedy? His mind immediately goes to the darkest timeline. He hires the villagers, hands over the cash, and they instantly gang up to rob him blind. Classic anime betrayal scenario. A seriously villainous smirk creeps onto his face as he grips his silver. Well, I would just have to completely obliterate them, he thinks. Then smack! He totally facepalms, catching himself. Crap, why is my brain getting so incredibly dark and violent lately? Hello, we literally live in a society with actual laws, he scolds himself. Society of laws? Sure. Looking down from the cliff, he spots the little village right away. He clenches his fists, suddenly feeling a tiny bit nervous about this. He hypes himself up. Keep it polite. Absolutely no punching people, and win them over with pure charm and virtue. Yeah, virtue. Meanwhile, completely lost in another part of this massive forest, Lin Qishan and Zheng Dandan are still stubbornly hunting for Lu Sheng. Zheng Dandan is looking around like she is starring in a horror movie. It is way too creepy and deserted out here. Would he actually come this far? Swatting away a million bugs, Lin Qishan fires back. Hey, you are the one who wanted to play detective. Do not tell me you are chickening out already. But wait a second. Lin Qishan suddenly spots something totally out of place. She stops Dandan, pointing dead ahead. Take a look at that. What is that? Dandan squints in that direction and instantly spots a bright yellow plastic ball sitting in the dirt. Her jaw drops. No way, that is definitely that little girl's ball from the train. While Lin Qishan is distracted checking their surroundings, Dandan foolishly reaches out and grabs the bright yellow toy. Big mistake. Bam! A massive swarm of black spiders and sticky webs explodes out of nowhere, completely wrapping both girls up in seconds. What is happening? I literally cannot move. All right, let's check out the village. A young kid comes sprinting through, screaming his lungs out. Village chief, big sister is finally back. He aggressively busts the door open, shouting that her whole entire family has returned. Inside, an old dude is just chilling, carving some wood. Yep, that is the village chief. Before the old guy can even process what is going on, little Nam Nam comes rocketing towards him. Grandpa, I missed you so much, she yells. Oh, Nam Nam. He barely gets her name out before she tackles him into a massive hug, making him completely drop his wooden carving on the floor. She literally bumps her forehead from the impact, but just giggles and asks, Are you doing okay, Grandpa? He looks a little rough, but warmly pats her head anyway. Cough, cough, still going strong, kiddo. Right on cue, her parents finally step into the room. Nam Nam's mom looks super anxious as she greets her old man. Dad, we are finally back, she says softly. Tang Malin, looking guilty as heck, mutters, father-in-law. Seeing their super tense faces, the old chief just stares back in heavy, dramatic silence. Two guys step out from inside to say hi. Big sister, brother-in-law, what brings you guys back here today? The old man looks super grumpy but still answers. Coming back to visit this old man? What else could it possibly be? You two go hunt some beasts, catch the big ones. Tonight, we are throwing a massive feast to celebrate. The two guys instantly take off to follow his orders. Yes, sir. Seeing how hyped little Nam is, one of the dudes scoops her onto his shoulders and laughs. Hey Nam, let us go catch some wild beasts together. Nam cheers back with pure joy. Heck yeah, wild beasts. I want bird soup. The one I had last time was insanely delicious. I almost passed out. The old village chief lights up a smoke and sighs. All right, you guys would never visit unless you needed something. Spill it. What is going on this time? Hearing that, the wife throws a worried look at her husband, Mao Lin. Catching her drift, Mao Lin turns to his father-in-law, looking dead serious. Father-in-law, we. So, the three of them face each other and start talking. After hearing the whole crazy story, the old man literally chokes on his smoke. Cough, cough, level 3. You guys ticked off a level 3 psychic master? He blows up, screaming right at Tang Mao Lin. I knew it the second you showed up. You never bring anything good with you, you absolute troublemaker. Ever since the first time you crashed this village and took Minghua away, I totally predicted a disaster like this would happen. Seeing him rage, Minghua desperately jumps in to defend her husband. Dad, please help Mao Lin, do it for me. Tang Mao Lin sweats bullets and adds, Father-in-law, I remember you tried breaking into the level 3 psychic tier a long time ago. Did you finally succeed? But before he can finish, the old man just brutally cuts him off. I failed completely. Worse, I got internal injuries and my power dropped. If that level 3 monster actually tracks you here, the best I can do is buy you guys a tiny bit of time. Grab the kid and run, go find someone else to help. Hearing this horrible news, both of them are left completely stunned. Minghua covers her mouth, totally speechless, while Mao Lin shoots up from his chair. Help? Who the heck am I supposed to run to for help? The old man glares with bloodshot eyes, blowing smoke as he yells at them. Who? The local authorities, you idiots! Call the freaking cops! Their jaws hit the floor, completely confused. The old man just keeps going. We live in a society of laws now, kids. Even if that guy is a level 3 psychic master, he cannot just murder people in broad daylight, right? Tang Mao Lin grabs his head, grinding his teeth. Bro, if calling the cops actually worked, why would I even be hiding here? Suddenly, a village dude bursts into the room, screaming his lungs out. Village chief. An outsider just showed up. Hearing that, the three of them instantly think the level 3 psycho tracked them down. Pure, unadulterated panic drops over all their faces. Meanwhile, just outside the village, Lu Sheng is chilling, checking his map while walking up the stairs. Spotting the wooden walls and a few random people walking around, our boy wonders, is this really the village marked on the map? Looks pretty dead to me. Thwack! Out of nowhere, a throwing dart shoots right at him, but he effortlessly dodges it like a total boss, letting it slam right into the tree behind him. A dude gripping a dart glares at him on high alert. Hey, who the heck are you? How did you even find this place? Lu Sheng stays dead silent, his eyes turning razor sharp like he is about to absolutely wreck the guy. But suddenly, little Nam pops her head out. Oh, big brother. Nam literally launches herself into Lu Sheng's arms, super hyped. Big brother, you came to Grandpa's house just to play with me, right? This catches him totally off guard. Right then, Nam's parents, Mao Lin and Minghua, rush out with the old man. Seeing him, they let out a massive sigh of relief. Oh, it is just that kid. Thank goodness. The old man looks at them, super surprised. Oh, you guys know each other? Tang Mao Lin steps up. Kid, why are you out here? Lu Sheng quickly plays it cool. I hated the tour group vibe, so I hiked the mountain alone. Got super lost, wandered around for a bit, and somehow ended up right here. Big brother Tang, did you guys also get lost and end up here? Mao Lin happily replies back. Ha ha, no way. This is actually my wife's hometown. We come back to visit every single year. This time we just tagged along with that tour group for convenience. Ah, makes sense. Lu Sheng nods at the answer, not asking any more questions, playing it totally cool. The old man eyes him up and chuckles. You have got a pure look in your eyes. I like that. Welcome to the real Xianlin village, kid. That dude with the dart from earlier? Now realizing they are all friends, he slaps Lu Sheng on the shoulder. Oh man, so we are all practically family here. I am seriously so sorry, bro. I totally overreacted back there. You actually showed up at the perfect time, right when Big Sister's family got back. Just wait, I am going to personally hunt down some wild beasts for you. A city boy like you has absolutely never tasted anything this insanely good before. Haha, you bet. Thanks a lot. Lu Sheng completely brushes off the whole dart incident. Suddenly, a sweet old lady walks up. Young man, want to buy some handmade crafts? No, I am good, thank you. But inside, our boy is running the math. This Xianlin village is definitely not your average tourist trap. Just looking at that family, psychic masters are supposed to be super rare, right? But this random hidden village somehow has 3 of them just hanging out. Plus, that old man is at peak level 2. Holding little Nam in his arms, Lu Sheng just shakes his head, letting out a heavy, tired sigh. Since they are psychic masters, they definitely know exactly how valuable that silver silk is. How the heck am I supposed to even bring that up? Am I seriously supposed to threaten this entire cute family just to level up my own strength? Yeah, no, that is a terrible idea. Suddenly, little Nam looks super bummed out. Big brother, we cannot play ball together anymore. I completely lost my ball. Lu Sheng looks at her, asking in a super gentle voice, Huh? Gone? I got you. Before Lu Sheng could even finish talking, his radar pinged. Something huge was coming. Okay, grab your popcorn. Our guy senses Zheng Dandan and Lin Sisan nearby. Like, are they on some weird vacation too? Feeling something totally sus, he channels pure spirit power straight into his eyes to check out the drama. Nope, wrong. It is not just those two. Little Nom Nom spins around, pointing her tiny finger. Hey, a ball! That is my ball right there! The ball rolls right up to Lu Sheng. He smirks and goes, Oh, wow. Did not expect you guys to crash this creepy, deserted forest. Zheng Dandan and Lin Sisan spot him, but they can only muffle awkward grunts, basically frantically waving at our clueless dude to run for his life. Some massive, beefy dude is literally carrying them like sacks of potatoes. Leading the charge, the infamous Wu Shijing. He smirks like a total villain. You guys really wasted a ton of our time. Tang Maolin and the old man start sweating bullets. Is this the massive headache you two brought? Big yikes. Things just went completely south. Looking at Wu Shijing's insane power flex, even the old man is low-key terrified. Bro is not just a level 3 spirit master. He is at the absolute peak of level 3. Striking a dramatic combat pose, he frantically yells at Tang Maolin. Maolin, grab the kid and get the village folks out of here, right now. Dozens of flying darts zoom straight at Wu Shijing under the old man's control. But this villain? He does not even care to look. With one sassy flick of his wrist, the darts freeze in midair. A sneak attack? He mocks the old man. Is this cheap parlor trick seriously all you got? Or is this fossil supposed to be your backup? Tang Maolin and the old man literally drop their jaws as this guy ruthlessly clowns on them. Ugh, that pathetic excuse for spirit power is an absolute insult to the very title of Spirit Master. Hearing this savage roast, the village chief gets incredibly furious. Wu Shijing struts toward them, gathering this super edgy purple smoke around himself, and goes, Whatever, never mind. Today, I am going to totally shatter every single piece of your hope. Let me make you taste what real, absolute despair actually feels like. Knowing he is totally out of options, Tang Maolin decides to go all out. He aggressively flexes, gearing up for a desperate boss fight. Wu Shijing, I am taking you down. Tang Maolin desperately channels his power, telekinetically chucking these heavy iron cannonballs straight at the smug villain's face. Facing a literal storm of iron, Wu Shijing does not even flinch. He just casually stands there, arms crossed, watching them like a bored moviegoer. Then, with a lazy wave of his hand, a massive web of spider silk effortlessly slices those iron cannonballs into tiny metal confetti. The pieces patter harmlessly around his feet. Maolin is totally shook. Like, what? His rock-solid iron cannonballs did not even leave a scratch on this guy? Wu Shijing picks up a metal chunk and laughs right in his face. Flexing solid iron weapons against me? You are kidding, right? You literally have zero clue who you are messing with. Reaching out, he blasts a flurry of silk threads, tightly binding everyone up in seconds. Manhwa panics, desperately trying to reach little Nom Nom, who is crying out for her mom. Total failure. Maolin furiously screams, Wu Shijing, just come at me instead. Bullying innocent women makes you feel tough, huh? But Wu Shijing just laughs like an absolute maniac. Haha, knocking on death's door and still acting like a tough guy? He brutally twists his hand, pulling the silk threads tight. The bindings crush into Maolin and the old man, making them groan in agonizing pain. This villain is ruthless. Wu Shijing glares over at Zheng Dandan and Lin Sisan, eagerly spilling his super messed up master plan. Originally, I was just gonna off these two girls and easily frame you for it. The space is completely covered in his weird spider webs. Now, you and I are about to hear something crazy. He says, did not expect this isolated spot to be so perfect. Now I can take my sweet time. Licking his lips like a total creep, he stares straight at little Nam Nam. I will sort you out. Oh, do not you worry about a thing. I will even save you a cup of wine made from your precious daughter. Then he cackles like an absolute lunatic, while poor little Nom Nom just shivers in pure, unadulterated terror. Dude is seriously sick in the head. Tang Maolin realizes what he means, some twisted dark magic turning humans into wine jugs. You absolute sick animal, he yells in pure disgust. Maolin's blood is boiling right now. He strains against the silk, violently trying to break free, but it is totally hopeless struggling. Wu Shijing laughs like a proud troll. Haha, yes, that exact expression. Lin Sisan watches this whole nightmare unfold, her eyes completely brimming with terrified tears. She despairs, thinking, game over. He is a peak level 3 spirit master. We are literally going to die on this stupid Oxhead Mountain today. Right now, she is super regretting her life choices. Coming here to blow off steam was the worst idea ever. Zheng Dandan stares at Lu Sheng just standing there. She refuses to accept it. Are we seriously all gonna die here? So not cool. She is fuming. Lu Sheng, maybe catch you in the next life. Meanwhile, Wu Shijing barks an order at his two beefy henchmen. Hurry up, drag those girls over here right now. Following orders, those two giant goons just ruthlessly drop Zheng Dandan and her friend into the dirt. They swagger forward, heading straight for little Nam Nam. The poor girl trembles, helplessly staring up at these two massive thugs closing in. Watch closely, folks. At the most critical moment, Lu Sheng finally acts, totally severing Wu Shijing's spiderwebs with one epic strike. The villain is completely dumbfounded. How did my thick silver spiderwebs just break? Lu Sheng casually keeps using his spirit power, snapping the rest of those threads like nothing. Free at last, Nam Nam runs over and hugs Lu Sheng's arm. I can move. Big brother, please hurry and save my parents and everyone else. The two bulky thugs get furious and charge at him, yelling, hand her over. But guess what, do you really think he will back down? Lu Sheng just smirks like an absolute boss. Zero fear. He gifts each thug a single, casual punch, literally sending those massive dudes flying backwards. Wu Shijing is totally shocked. What the heck is happening? Are you a level 5 martial artist? But after asking, he immediately doubts himself, just looking at our hero's skinny, nerdy vibe. The villain actually sneers. No way. He looks completely weak. Zero aura, zero internal energy. He can't possibly be a level 5 expert. How on earth did you do that? He spins up his freaky spiderwebs again, mocking them. Did you really snap my heavy silver webs earlier? Tang Maolin, is this little brat actually your real secret weapon? Yeah, you and I know this guy has no clue. Maolin is totally clueless, just standing there and letting out a super confused, huh? Meanwhile, our spider freak stays hopelessly overconfident. Without an aura shield, you're literally just some random kid who happens to have a tiny bit of superhuman strength. My heavy silver webs will easily slice right through your squishy little body like a hot knife through soft butter. Honestly, I absolutely cannot wait to hear your pathetic, super miserable screams. Seriously, bro is reaching peak villain delusion here. Lu Sheng confidently holds little Nanan. Don't worry, I got this. Then he drops the coldest response on Wu Shijing. Go ahead, you can try it. Wu Shijing absolutely loses his mind, waving his arms to launch a massive attack. You arrogant fool. A giant freaky spider blasts straight at Lu Sheng. But our guy literally just raises one hand, and boom, the giant spider gets instantly ripped to shreds. The villain's jaw drops. Mastery? Mastery tier martial arts? Lin Shishin hears this and looks up totally shocked. Mastery tier martial arts? What on earth is the mastery tier? Absolute control with just one hand. Oh my god, she had only heard legends about that insane tier, a level that totally leaves normal mortals in the dust. It's basically god-level power. Wu Shijing's face turns completely dark, standing totally frozen as his brain short-circuits. How is this even possible? How? Are you done talking? Before the villain can even process the shock, Lu Sheng literally grabs his webs and violently yanks the guy right toward him. Getting dragged through the air, Wu Shijing is totally freaking out in pure confusion. Why can this kid magically control my own heavy silver spiderwebs? This is insane. Curse you! Seeing zero chance of winning, he makes a psycho move, deciding to self-destruct his mental energy. If I'm dying, you're all coming with me. His body quickly swells up, flying aggressively right toward Lu Sheng's face. The village chief panics, screaming, "Oh no, he's trying to blow up his mental core. If that hits, everyone here will die from a total brain meltdown." Zheng Dandan looks at Lu Sheng, literal tears in her eyes. Lu Sheng, what do we do? Facing a literal human bomb, Lu Sheng doesn't even flinch. He just smirks with ultimate disrespect. I gotta say, man, your mental power is actually pitifully small. It's almost sad. Then Lu Sheng's aura explodes massive, effortlessly trapping the guy inside a giant energy palm. Boom! Lu Sheng just squeezes his hand, directly crushing the villain until he totally pops. Honestly, Wu Shijing was just a complete and utter piece of trash. He completely collapses in front of Lu Sheng and vanishes. What an idiot, bringing absolute doom upon himself. And poor little Nanan just witnessed that unbelievably brutal high-level destruction. Then our boy Lu Sheng casually scoops up the leftover threads, nodding in approval. Hey, this is some pretty nice loot. Finally, Zheng Dandan and Lin Shishan can breathe again, their faces completely drained from pure pain and sheer terror. The awesome weapons are quickly snatched up and retrieved by Lu Sheng. Mental master weapons crafted from heavy silver. Just scraping these together makes a super solid temporary gear set. Nanan is absolutely thrilled, tightly hugging Lu Sheng to cheer for her hero. Wow, big brother. You're so incredibly awesome. Thank you for saving everyone. And our overpowered guy? He just gently replies, Yeah, it was nothing. Tang Maolin and the village chief finally let out huge sighs of relief. Maolin whispers that Lu Sheng's martial arts power was already horrifying, but his mental strength is just straight up nightmare fuel. The shocked village chief shakes his head, sighing. How old is that crazy kid anyway? He literally looks like a normal high schooler. He furiously praises Lu Sheng hitting level 5 martial arts strength at just 17 or 18 years old. Having mastery tier martial arts at that age is already completely monstrous. But his mental power casually and effortlessly crushed a level 3 freak like Wu Shijing. Honestly, it really just proves that insane, god-tier legends are truly born from generation to generation. Our nation is about to witness a true dragon rising. Lin Shishan is still utterly dumbfounded. How on earth does Lu Sheng have such ridiculously broken strength? Wasn't he just a useless, lazy trash bin? Zheng Dandan looks at her totally stunned friend and just flashes a knowing, awkward smile. Lu Sheng is insanely handsome and ridiculously overpowered. Turns out, he's the actual hidden genius. Thank God I totally guessed right about him. Haha, nailed it! Tang Maolin clutches his injured arm and awkwardly steps up to Lu Sheng, having a total internal crisis. How do I even address this god now? He nervously stammers. Mr. Lu, this time I truly. Seeing Tang Maolin acting so ridiculously polite, Lu Sheng just casually waves it off, smiling. Come on, Brother Tang. I just conveniently swatted away some psycho who didn't value his own life. Seriously, no need to thank me. Suddenly remembering the heavy silver mine, Lu Sheng adds, Speaking of which, there is actually one huge favor I need from you guys. Before even hearing what insane task he needs done, Tang Maolin locks in with total dedication and quickly replies, Don't you worry about a thing. I will absolutely give it my absolute best shot. Alright, fast forward with me. 3 hours later on the bus, Lu Sheng stares out the window, happily thinking. The main goal for this crazy Oxhead Mountain trip? Officially accomplished. He looks super relieved and incredibly satisfied, tossing the entire headache of managing the heavy silver directly into Tang Maolin's totally capable hands. That guy literally passed the official level 2 mental master exams. So yeah, he's definitely got the underground connections to easily fence this massive stash of precious heavy silver. Next up on the agenda, time to go register for the mental master exams himself. Lu Sheng happily stares down at Wu Shijing's heavy silver webs with a massive grin. Plus, scoring a totally unexpected heavy silver mental weapon? That's easily 4 to 5 solid kilos of pure, shiny profit right in his pocket. Honestly, what an absolutely wild surprise. Meanwhile, Lin Shishan nervously peeks at Lu Sheng, totally stunned. Who knew our guy's power level was actually this incredibly broken? Without him, I would totally be dead meat on Oxhead Mountain, Zheng Dandan realized. She turned to our overpowered boy Lu Sheng. So, where are you heading off to next? He answered honestly. The capital. The Spirit Master Association is out there, and I have some epic business to handle. Hearing that, Lin Shishan was totally shocked, but Zheng Dandan's eyes lit up like fireworks. The capital? What a wild coincidence. We're heading there too, so we can totally crash together. Lu Sheng just gave her this awkward, tight-lipped smile. Aren't you two students at Dongning Martial Arts University? Why go to the capital instead of heading back to Dongning Province? Busted! Zheng Dandan completely froze up, leaving Lin Shishan literally speechless at her friend's terrible lying skills. Sighing dramatically, Lin Shishan jumped in to save her bestie. Dandan's family actually lives in the capital. Before she even went to Oxhead Mountain, she told me she was planning to visit home while we were out. Grabbing onto that excuse like a total lifeline, Dandan nodded frantically. Yeah, exactly, right. I just wanted to go home and visit my folks. Lu Sheng didn't overthink it and just casually agreed. All right, let's go together then. I actually have zero clue how to navigate the capital. I can ask you for directions. Dandan giggled like a total fangirl. Hey, no problem at all. You can even just live at my house. While Dandan kept chattering away at lightning speed, our guy Lu Sheng mentally sighed. Phew, what on earth am I actually getting myself into right now? Am I really about to start dating her? Whatever. I have way too much epic stuff to handle. Once we hit the capital, I am so out of here. Suddenly, his phone started ringing off the hook. Lu Sheng picked it up. Hello? On the other end, Dong Qingshui's sharp voice answered right back. Lu Sheng, it is Dong Qingshu. Recognizing her immediately, he replied, Hello, Instructor Dong. What's up? Do you need me for some top-secret mission? Frowning, Dong Qingshui dropped a major bomb. The Qiming General Star selection is starting early. Where exactly are you right now? I am coming to pick you up immediately. Lu Sheng was totally caught off guard but answered smoothly. Starting early? All right then. I'm actually almost at the capital's main passenger transit station. Hearing that, she locked it in. Perfect. I will be there in about 15 minutes. Wait right there for me. All right, you and I both know things are about to get chaotic. At the capital's bus station, the trio walked out together. Lu Sheng casually broke the news. Something just came up, so I am not going into the capital anymore. Let's just split up right here, guys. Dandan instantly looked super depressed. She whined loudly. Where are you going then? I can call a car for you. Suddenly, the whole crowd went wild, jaws literally dropping to the floor in pure shock. Holy crap, look, it is the Emperor's heart from the Lion Nation, and it's the brand new model. Oh my god, it's real. Rich people live so crazy. A wildly expensive luxury car pulled up exactly where Dandan was standing. A girl sprinted over, hugging Dandan like crazy while screaming, Dandan, Dandan, you finally came back home! Seeing the hyper girl, Dandan was super surprised. Wenhui, how did you guys get here so fast? A blonde dude in the driver's seat smirked. Hey Dandan, long time no see. You're looking even prettier than before. Are those guys your friends or what? Introduce us. Wait, why is he even here? Dandan totally frowned, completely annoyed by this blonde guy, but she reluctantly did the introductions anyway. This is Lin Shishan, my absolute best friend from Dongning Martial Arts University. She is a level 2 martial artist. Lin Shishan just gave a cool, slight nod. After introducing Lin Shishan, Dandan nervously pointed at our main guy, Lu Sheng. And this is Lu Sheng. I met him during our little trip to Oxhead Mountain, just a good friend. Honestly, she thought, Lu Sheng is wrapped in way too many dark secrets. Now that I think about it, I barely understand him at all. The blonde dude glared at Dandan and Lu Sheng, clearly reeking of bitter, absolute jealousy. Wenhui excitedly bounced over to shake Lin Shishan's hand. Wow, a level 2 martial artist? That is so incredibly badass. Nice to meet you. I'm also Dandan's super good friend. My name is Zi Wenhui. Seeing this, the blonde guy totally had to butt in, and I am Cao Mingliang. Since you are Dandan's friend, you're my friend now too. You must be dead tired from the trip, so get in the car. I'll drive you girls back to the capital and then take you out shopping. Classic, arrogant rich kid move. Suddenly, Dandan cut him off. Hold up, your fancy car only has 4 seats. We will just catch our own ride back. Lu Sheng quickly waved them off. No need to worry. My ride is showing up soon, it's totally fine. Wenhui immediately started trying to convince Dandan to stay. What the heck is going on, Wenhui thought. He is literally just some random guy she met on a tourist trip. Why is she treating him like royalty? We are her actual friends. Wait a second. Does she actually have a massive crush on this guy? We have tons of handsome guys around us, right? Then, Cao Mingliang whipped out his thick wallet, speaking with the most obnoxious, questionable tone you could ever imagine. My bad, my bad. I completely forgot to think this through. Anyone lucky enough to know our Dandan shouldn't be treated poorly. We can't just leave him stranded. He literally held out a fat stack of cash. Here, is this enough for you? Take the money and catch a cab yourself. Dandan scowled, absolutely furious, and yelled at them. You two, what the hell do you think you are doing? Seeing her explode, Lu Sheng gently patted her shoulder to calm her down. It is fine, really. I already told you my ride is coming. Suddenly, a massive gust of wind roared out of nowhere, blowing Cao Mingliang's arrogant cash everywhere. Lu Sheng grinned. My ride is here. Now watch this, guys. Out of the sky, a massive military helicopter descended, leaving absolutely everyone staring in pure, unfiltered shock. What the actual heck? Dong Sui stood at the chopper door, looking ice cold. Hurry up and get in. We cannot land in this street. This entire scene was so incredibly badass, it was practically illegal. Yeah, coming, Lu Sheng answered, effortlessly leaping high into the air and grabbing the rope ladder. Everyone's jaws literally dropped to the floor. Wait, is he actually taking the Eastern Military Region's jet? Meanwhile, our guy Lu Sheng just turns and gives them the most casual little wave. All right, folks, stick with me here. Just like that, the military helicopter lifts off, leaving everyone completely speechless. The blonde girl gasps out loud. Holy crap, you have got to call this guy a literal street god. Meanwhile, the other dude is just sweating bullets. Seriously, our boy gives off the exact same chaotic energy as a middle-aged auntie rolling up on a rusty bicycle and buying an entire luxury apartment complex in one single swipe. Dao Mingliang is completely frozen in place. He aggressively stammers, Dandan, who the heck is your friend? Zheng Dandan just glares at him, clearly super annoyed. Then, she aggressively loops her arm through Lin Zishan's and drags her away. Zishan, let's just catch a ride back to Liang City. And yeah, my bad guys, they are heading to Liang City, not the capital. Totally messed that up earlier. Dandan stomps off fuming with absolute rage, leaving the other two standing there looking incredibly stupid. Up above, the military chopper is flying insanely fast over a dense maze of buildings. Lounging inside, Lu Sheng stares down at the crazy view and says, You know, this is actually my first time riding a chopper. Everything down there straight up looks like a tiny little Lego toy town. Dong Sui smiles and asks, You like it? If you do, you should totally join our Eastern Military District when you get the chance. Our boy Lu Sheng, completely oblivious, just drops the most hilarious line ever. Oh, I totally thought you were going to offer me a free helicopter. Shui leans right into his face and snaps. Do you seriously think you are dreaming right now? I literally meant you could ride one every single day. If you eventually reach Grandmaster level and become a Major General, the Eastern District will straight up prepare your very own private luxury chopper. Dongqing Shui frowns, secretly thinking to herself, this crazy kid actually got stronger again. I seriously cannot read his power level at all anymore. Snapping back to reality, she tells Lu Sheng, all right, let us talk serious business. 3 days ago, every single provincial training camp across the Eastern District officially wrapped up. The final candidates are officially locked in, and I checked their files. Her expression turns dead serious. The competitors in this batch are way more terrifying than any previous generation. Qin Xiaojun grabs the stack of files and smirks. If it was not for you, I would seriously have to step up and fight. Over 80% are gifted martial artists. We are talking an elemental control user, plus some absolute freak who already passed the second-tier spirit reader exam. There are over 20 total geniuses at tier 3 or higher. And the cherry on top? One absolute monster sitting at tier 4 strength. Lu Sheng listens without a single worry. He just gives a painfully casual "oh." Dong Qingshui smiles bitterly and sighs. Hearing about how ridiculously strong those guys are, do you really feel absolutely nothing? Lu Sheng slaps on the fakest shocked expression ever. Wow, so crazy. I am literally trembling with fear right now. Xiaojun points right at him and laughs. Hey kid, you look incredibly fake right now. I completely knew it. For an absolute freak of nature like you, no matter how terrifying the other competitors are, you literally would not feel a single thing anyway. Qing Shui, just tell him about the massive rewards already. The second he hears the word rewards, Lu Sheng's eyes light up like stars, his whole vibe shifting to maximum excitement. Qing Shui starts explaining the deal. I totally knew you would be interested in this part. Now pay attention, guys. This year's selection is super special. The Eastern District bosses are coming to watch personally. No more boring tournament brackets for us to watch. Both of them suddenly look dead serious. Instead, you will be thrown into actual live combat against alien beasts. Hearing this, Lu Sheng stares incredibly intensely at his own hand. Alien beasts? He wonders. Those things are the absolute worst enemies of our current world, literally pouring out from dimensional cracks in the earth and sky. Their overwhelming power is completely endless and unmatched. Even though humanity throws countless elite fighters into the meat grinder every single year, they still cannot stop our living space from being brutally ripped away from us, inch by inch. Lu Sheng finally cuts to the chase, speaking dead seriously. I definitely did not expect the military to throw students at alien beasts this early. The current battlefield situation must be looking pretty dark right now. Seeing that he actually gets it, Qing Shui nods. Exactly. All the top experts in the nation are desperately trying to break this deadlock. So, the absolute higher-ups finally decided. For ridiculous future geniuses, exactly like you guys, who actually have an incredibly high success rate, they will absolutely no longer use the soft, gentle training methods of the past. Instead, they are throwing you out there to feel the pure pressure, forcing you to turn it into martial arts motivation. Lu Sheng sits there, listening closely as Qing Shui continues. To quote some famous big shot, only true blood and raging fire can ever forge an absolute top-tier martial arts expert. Do not just complain about the selection getting incredibly hard, because the reward pool just got a massive, ridiculous upgrade too. Lu Sheng lets out a super interested "oh." Alright, hit me with it. If you break into the top 10, you snag a pure portion of alien beast blood. Top 3, you get to soak directly inside the beast blood pool. And if you take first place, you enter the legendary beast marrow pool. Hearing all this, our boy Lu Sheng gets understandably confused. Beast blood? Beast marrow? Why does that sound so incredibly gross? Qing Shui quickly explains, it is literally a massive, concentrated energy extract ripped straight from an alien beast's body, way better than that basic beast meat you ate back at camp. That meat was just the absolute most basic processing possible. Beast blood is directly extracted straight from the cellular fluid of the monsters. Okay, get this. The grand prize is literal alien spinal marrow. The Eastern region isn't playing around, they're handing out juice from level 4 beasts and up. This is honestly totally unheard of. Qin Xiaojun practically jumps out of his seat. He explains that anyone hitting the top 10 gets some alien blood, maybe a few hundred milliliters. But crack the top 3? You get the whole pool. We're talking an absolute treasure chest of power-ups here. It is basically an unlimited all-you-can-eat buffet of pure energy. Xiaojun knows our boy has an insane appetite. He tells him to slurp up as much as he wants. A single drop of level 4 juice usually costs at least 50 million bucks, so a whole swimming pool of this stuff? We are talking 10 billion, minimum. Lu Sheng is totally hyped, but he's also acting super shocked. Wait, an unlimited supply of something this ridiculously expensive? Internally, he is completely freaking out because his hardcore immortal golden body technique desperately needs a massive, absolutely insane amount of energy. If he just sticks to those basic bone pills and weird spirit blood soups, who knows when he'd ever finish phase 1? It would take forever. But if he can score all that explosive energy from the alien marrow, he could totally cheat the system and cut his training time down to practically nothing. This is literally the opportunity of a lifetime. After thinking it over, our boy confidently agrees. I get it, Instructor Dong. Meanwhile, outside the window, they've finally pulled up to their destination. Welcome to the Eastern Military Region. From up here, you can see it's completely surrounded by these insane, ultra-thick walls. Xiaojun nudges Lu Sheng and asks, "Pretty wild, right? Mind-blowing?" Lu Sheng is seriously not impressed at all. In his head, he's basically rolling his eyes. Mind-blowing? What's so crazy about this dump? He remembers the future martial arts base 10,000 years from now. It was way bigger than this place, but the alien beast still completely trashed it without breaking a sweat. Honestly, that memory is the only thing truly mind-blowing here. The chopper finally touches down in some random courtyard. Our guy hops out and starts heading straight to his room. He barely gets a few steps before Ching Shu yells out, "Lu Sheng, I'm coming to grab you tomorrow." She gives him a serious look. If you need snacks or whatever, just use that weird wall gadget. Someone will literally deliver it right to your face. Just get some decent sleep today. Lu Sheng has zero idea how to respond to that mom energy, so he just gives her a super awkward nod. Right after that, he crashes in his room and totally zones out on the bed. A minute later, bam, our boy is right back into the crazy dream world. Same snowy mountain setting, same massive ice blocks, and yep, that same incredibly intimidating girl is still just standing there looking like an absolute boss. Lu Sheng stares her down, quietly realizing something pathetic. Just standing here making eye contact with her is literally making him sweat with pure terror. But nah, he flashes this super cocky grin. He's totally ready to challenge her for round 2. Our guy aggressively pumps up his blood aura, instantly switching over to that intense, fiery breathing technique. Literal flames explode, whipping up a wild tornado straight around his body. His eyes flash with insane energy as he activates the Wisdom King's spiritual mirror. The spirit manifests as this ridiculously ripped, super jacked young warrior, boosting his stellar magic power tenfold. He throws an absolutely massive punch. The Grandmaster's Ten Sun Strike unleashes wild, burning fire, but then bam! He wakes up totally drenched in sweat, completely wrecked by the intense phantom pain. Lu Sheng instantly drops into a meditation pose, thinking, "Phew, epic fail again." But honestly, since he went in totally prepared this time, he actually put up a decent fight against her. Getting beat up actually leveled up his martial arts even more. Over 10 different styles just hit the perfection tier, pushing his flawless martial path to a crazy new level. But the biggest flex? He basically cured his fear of dying. His mental state is now rock solid and completely hyper-focused. While he is busy hyping himself up, someone suddenly walks up to his door. He swings the door open. Instructor Dong, Instructor Chin. Xiaojun smirks and asks if he slept okay. Lu Sheng shrugs. Yeah, pretty chill, but this room is kind of stuffy and way too hot. Ching Chue just sighs at him. Deal with it. Just a few hundred kilometers straight from this eastern base is literally the absolute main battlefront against the alien monsters. Since a bunch of those beasts spit out crazy toxic gas, the base is ridiculously paranoid about its air filtration system. Suddenly, she just stops and totally stares him down, looking super confused. Lu Sheng hits her with a smirk and goes, what's up? Do I have something weird on my face?" She shakes her head. "No, you just honestly vibe totally different today compared to yesterday." That answer totally throws him off, and he lets out a dumbfounded "oh." Guess you and I aren't the only ones noticing his insane glow-up. Xiaojun aggressively nods in complete agreement with her. "Yeah, I'm totally getting that feeling too." Instructor Dong is seriously puzzled. "Yesterday," she says, "he looked like a rough piece of jade completely covered in mud and dirt. But today, all that grime is totally washed away. Now he is shining like a perfectly polished, expensive piece of flawless jade." With both instructors staring at him like he is some alien, our boy Lu Sheng immediately starts styling on them. He confidently hits them with a smirk. "Maybe I just got way more handsome overnight, right? I mean, puberty hits crazy fast. Having a much sharper, better-looking face out of nowhere is honestly just normal teenager stuff." Xiaojun literally bursts out laughing so hard he's crying. "Ha ha ha! Okay, you got me. That was a good one." Being totally shameless is absolute peak Lu Sheng style. I highly respect it. Meanwhile, Ching Shui is just standing there staring, completely and utterly speechless at the sheer cringe. The three of them finally head out. On the way, Xiaojun nudges him. "Hey, be real with me for a second. What are your actual odds of taking the absolute top spot?" Lu Sheng genuinely thinks about it for a quick second before shrugging. "Honestly, not that high." "Alright, check this out." Suddenly, some absolute clown struts up. Well, well, well. If it isn't Instructor Dong Ching Shui, what a massive coincidence. It's been way too long. "Yeah, I remember our last meeting. You haven't changed a bit," Instructor Dong replies, her face absolutely deadpan and completely unbothered. "Shang Guanling, you're still as painfully obnoxious as ever." Meanwhile, our boy Lu Sheng is just standing there confused. Like, wait, aren't these two supposed to be rivals? Hearing her absolutely roast him, the guy completely deflects and points right at Lu Sheng. Haha, Qin Xiaojun, seriously, look at yourself. Being completely useless yourself is one thing, but apparently your eye for scouting new rookie talent is absolutely garbage too, right? You actually picked a kid like this? Are you trying to humiliate our entire Dongning province? In response, Instructor Qin just pinches his nose and fans the air, acting like the guy's breath is violently rancid. Qin glares right back at him. Shangguan Ling, maybe try brushing your teeth before you start yapping today. Breathing your toxic morning breath all over the place is literally a public menace. The annoying dude just whips out a file folder, flips through the pages, and starts violently mocking them. Oh, let me guess. Does your Dongyi province actually have a genius? Oh, wait, nope, you guys are totally pathetic too. Is your squad's name literally missing from the star rankings? Shangguan Ling sneers with an evil grin. Oh, now that is super interesting. Tell you what, let's make a little bet right now. One portion of Tier 5 mutant marrow. We'll see whose rookie actually manages to score a higher rank in this whole selection process. Sound fun? Instructor Dong instantly fires right back, fully trying to bait this guy. Oh, please, there are 3 of us here. You're only betting a single portion? Wow, how incredibly boring and cheap. After dropping that absolute bomb, our trio just walks away. Qin even casually flips the guy off as a parting gift. Hey, Shangguan, if you're completely broke, maybe don't try to show off. It is seriously embarrassing to watch. Dongqing Shui just smirks and keeps walking away. He is way too broke for this bet. Let's just go. Meanwhile, Shangguan is left standing there, literally grinding his teeth in pure, salty, miserable rage. Our squad barely takes 3 steps before Shangguan snaps. Hey, hold up a second. The salty dude throws up 3 fingers and yells. Fine, 3 portions it is. We are betting 3 portions of Tier 5 mutant marrow. Seeing Instructor Dong stay completely silent, the guy just sneers like a total villain. What's wrong, Dong Qingshu? Are you actually terrified right now? Or was jacking up the price just your pathetic little excuse to run away? Tell me, who's the broke coward now? Ha ha ha. Hearing that, Dong Qingshui violently grinds her teeth together, looking absolutely livid. Fine, I accept. Shangguan laughs like an absolute smug maniac. Ha ha ha, perfect. He immediately pivots around, heavily slapping his own student right on the shoulder. Zhao Li, my boy, did you just witness that? Now that is what I call sheer absolute confidence. 3 portions of Tier 5 mutant marrow, that is totally enough to push your fire control talent up to a crazy new level. Quick, go say thank you to Instructor Dong. Playing right along, Zhao Li crosses his arms, flashing the most punchable, arrogant smirk ever. Well, then I guess I should thank Instructor Dong in advance for the crazy loot. Instructor Qin completely loses his mind, violently screaming at the top of his lungs. Wait, what? An elemental control martial artist? Shangguan, you absolute dirtbag, you actually just scammed us? Why the heck wasn't an elemental talent listed on his official file? Shangguan is literally howling with laughter. Haha, who said we had to put every single secret on the paperwork? You guys are just unbelievably stupid. You better get those rewards fully prepped. 3 juicy portions of Tier 5 marrow. Ha ha ha, poor Instructor Qin is literally shaking with absolute rage, totally unable to do a single thing about it. Meanwhile, our boy Lu Sheng is just standing there chilling. And Instructor Dong? She seriously acts like she couldn't care less. Now, watch this crazy pivot. The second Shangguan leaves, Qin instantly drops the angry act. He clears his throat completely. So, was my angry acting absolutely Oscar-worthy, or what? Did it look fake to you guys at all? Instructor Dong just turns around, completely ignoring his hype. Literally everyone hides some of their true power off their official files. Only an absolute idiot like Shangguan thinks he's the only one secretly doing it. But honestly, elemental control is definitely a massive flex. But seriously, I wonder how it stacks up against a Tier 3 spiritual master? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just aggressively shakes his head, turning back to Instructor Qin. 0 out of 10, dude. Your expressions were way too extra, and your movements were super stiff. A total flop. Instructor Dong turns around and looks straight at Lu Sheng. Look, the Shangguan faction and our Dong and Qin families have literally always hated each other. That guy is super famous for being a massive troll. He absolutely has to start beef every single time we meet. Plus, our zone hasn't produced a real genius in forever, so we've just been getting completely bullied and stomped into the dirt nonstop. So honestly, absolutely all our hopes are completely riding on you right now. Just ignore that stupid bet. I agreed to that mess myself. If we actually lose, I'll pay the full 3 portions. But if we win, you get my share too. Qin happily jumps in with a grin. And you can totally have mine as well. After walking a bit, they finally reach the spot. Dong points ahead. All right, this is the place. We're only dropping you off right up to this line. Someone else will explain the actual selection rules to you now. Lu Sheng nods smoothly. Got it. Thanks a lot, instructors. The elevator doors are closing when Dong blocks them with her hand. Hold up a sec. She stares at him, suddenly dead serious. Lu Sheng, seriously now, are you actually completely confident about surviving this insanely brutal selection? I mean, claiming the Qiming General star. Lu Sheng just stands there, striking a very dramatic, deeply thoughtful pose. I'm a little confident, but honestly, not that much. Hearing that terrible answer, Dong just drops her arm. The doors violently slide shut, leaving the two instructors completely shell-shocked. Not that much? Wait, exactly how much is not much? So yeah, you and I can tell these two elite instructors are incredibly stressed, utterly convinced they are totally doomed. But Luke Thane just drops a cocky grin. 99%, he says. Because if you guys somehow manage to disqualify me right now, well, I obviously wouldn't be number one. Inside the conference room, the second this guy walks in, everyone instantly shoots up and salutes. Commander Du, Commander Du. He casually waves a hand. Sit down. All right. You and I are looking at a true powerhouse here, Major General Du Feiyi, a level 7 Grandmaster. Taking his seat at the table, he gets straight to business. Are all the genius representatives from every province fully gathered yet? Officer Dong quickly reports that yes, everyone is here. The beast selection test is completely prepped, and every single contestant will be thrown right into their own personal exam path. The rules are simple. Whoever beats all the assigned mutant beasts and reaches the finish line first is the ultimate winner. Every single path is loaded up with exactly 3 level 2 beasts, 1 level 3 beast, and a nasty level 4 beast. But here is the crazy part. The final boss is a quasi-level 5 golden-eyed demon ape. The officers below hear this and completely lose their minds in pure shock. A quasi-level 5? And not just any beast, but the golden-eyed demon ape, literally the absolute strongest brawler in its entire tier. Listen, even experienced field officers need 2 people just to survive against that thing. Throwing a bunch of 18-year-old kids at it? Isn't the difficulty completely off the charts here? Dong Qing steps in to explain. The kids do not have to solo this quasi-level 5 golden-eyed demon ape. They actually get to team up and face it together. A Morningstar General is the ultimate military leader. When facing a massively overpowered enemy, grouping up all your strength is the only path to victory. Yes, even if you are teaming up with your direct rivals. Du Feiyi looks dead serious now. The Eastern Military District guards the second most crucial zone in all of Dragon Country. It is also our second most dangerous front line. Yet somehow, we have embarrassingly ranked dead last in the national military competition for years. If we group up the absolute top martial arts geniuses in the entire Eastern District, and they still cannot even defeat one single measly quasi-level 5 beast, then we are doomed. Dragon Country would basically have zero future. His face is intensely strict right now. He speaks with absolute, unquestionable authority. All the instructors listening to him just swallow hard and stay completely silent, totally unable to argue back. Du Feiyi calmly orders, begin the test. Let's see what kind of talents we actually have. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, one contestant is already sprinting at max speed. This kid is hyping himself up. He thinks this year's selection is incredibly special, and as the ultimate hope of Haiqing Province, he is the only one worthy of becoming a Morningstar General. But the second he finishes that arrogant thought, a massive mutant beast suddenly blocks his path. The guy completely panics as the giant beast instantly charges forward, and he gets aggressively flattened to the ground. He angrily curses out loud, "You damn filthy animal!" The beast brutally pins him right against the wall. Gritting his teeth with wide eyes, he uses absolutely all his strength to block it. Who the hell do you think I am? I am the strongest genius out here. Get off! Yeah, you and I can both see this kid is definitely not passing. The beast transforms and completely dominates him. Back inside the quiet observation room, the old general watches through the monitors and immediately starts lecturing. A Morningstar General is humanity's absolute brightest new hope in this dark world. The chosen one carries the country's hope, so just being slightly talented is not enough. The person we need must completely surpass every normal limit. He orders the safety instructors to pay very close attention to the screens. These kids are the nation's future, so they cannot afford to let them get seriously injured. Zoom in on the candidates who actually got a star rating. Let's see how these supposed geniuses among geniuses actually perform under pressure. Yes, sir. We switch over to Dongzhe Province's genius. Kong Qing, exactly 17 years and 8 months old. She is an incredibly rare elemental control martial artist. Kong Qing specifically commands the lightning element, and her current power control level is officially resting at rank 1. The second genius representing Jiangzhou Province is Jia Hao Ran. He is 18 years and 3 months old, a level 3 fighter with a wild mental talent. This kid already passed the rank 2 Spirit Master exam. Next up is our third star from Shilin Province, Xingji. Look at those absolutely massive muscles. He is an 18-year-old level 4 fighter who easily bullies these giant beasts. After crushing them, he just flashes this insanely confident smirk. He is actually a defense-type martial artist. His current talent tier is a rank 3 Iron Skin, and he is ridiculously arrogant about his pure defensive abilities. Even the mutant beasts get completely frustrated trying to scratch him before one heavy punch blows them away. Watching this, Du Feiyi nods. Not bad at all. Actually quite impressive. These young kids are genuinely gifted, easily shrugging off those vicious level 2 beasts without breaking a sweat. Some are even one-shotting the massive level 3 threats. That kind of talent is incredibly blinding in literally any selection year. It really looks like these kids. Suddenly, the old general stops mid-sentence as a new screen zooms in. He gasps out loud in pure surprise. Wait, is that absolute fire elemental control? This kid is fantastic. Why is he not marked with a star? Hearing the general's praise, Shangguan Ling jumps right up to report. Commander, Zhao Li actually awakened his explosive abilities very recently, so his official files were not updated yet. My apologies. Du Feiyi just waves it off. It is perfectly fine. True strength speaks for itself. You did a great job raising such a solid prospect. Thank you. Just doing what a proper subordinate should do. The moment he sits back down, the other jealous instructors start gossiping. Purposely hiding a student's strength just to steal the spotlight later. We all know that cheap, overly dramatic trick. Then another sneaky instructor flashes a secret hand signal. Meanwhile, old General Du Feiyi just watches the screens, looking incredibly satisfied. Okay, you and I are about to witness absolute madness. The general was nodding, praising a recruit's breakthrough. But then, he totally freaks out over something else. Wait, what? He yells in complete shock. What on earth is happening with the insane progress on this specific test path? Why are there literally 0 monster red dots showing up on the radar? Turn the cameras on right now. Instructor Dong quickly taps the controls. The screens flickered to life, only to show a total massacre. Monsters already dead everywhere. The general is absolutely mind-blown. It has only been 3 minutes, and someone wiped out every beast, moving way faster than the 4 top elites. He impatiently demands answers. The control room scrambles, and Dong is totally stunned as she replies. Sir? This is the exam path for a kid named Lu Sheng. Boom. Our boy Lu Sheng's face pops up on the big screen. Let's rewind 3 minutes. Lu Sheng steps into the combat zone. Honestly, our guy has some really wild luck. Right off the bat, a massive drooling beast with glowing blue eyes spots him. This ugly thing looks starved and immediately charges at Lu Sheng like an absolute maniac. But our teen hero just stands there, totally chill. In this little showdown right here, we really do not know who is on the menu yet. He clenches his fist, smirking confidently. I have had your meat before, not bad. He throws an insanely heavy punch. A huge blast of raw energy crashes down with his strike. That punch literally shakes the air itself. Next second, the beast explodes into chunks, its nasty little pieces rolling all over the bloody floor. The kid just scoffs. Way too weak, bro. 2 more freaks crawl out of the doorway. Seeing their buddy turned into absolute ground beef, they go completely feral and lunge in for revenge. One gets too close and Lu Sheng violently crushes its head with one hand. It screams. The other one, smashed flat into the ground from above. Interesting. He drops these nightmarish beasts effortlessly. Right now, he is fully feeling the crazy power surging inside him. It is like Control Realm martial arts, but a whole tier higher and way more complete. Control Realm means condensing power for a highly precise burst. You see every weakness, basically becoming totally omniscient. Suddenly, a hidden sneaky attack comes from a dead boar's leg. A 3-eyed fox lunges right at his back. But he calmly senses the whole thing. Nothing gets past this guy. Lu Sheng literally just flicks a tiny rock with his heel. And boom, the rock blasts that monster far away. That is perfect martial arts. Stick with me here. This gets even crazier. How is this competitor so ridiculously fast? He is already at the final stage. The other instructors nervously agree. Yeah, he looks completely average and boring, but that punching force is straight up ridiculous. Every single beast drops in one punch. No second hits needed. The general demands, get me his file, read it. Dong grabs the folder. Lu Sheng from Dongning Province, 18 and a half, level 3 martial artist, strength type talent. Another instructor starts sweating bullets, nervously wondering if she is hiding something crazy from them. The room bursts into loud gossip. The kid has 0 shiny achievements. He did not show any crazy special powers. His stats are better than a normal level 3, but nowhere near level 4. Hearing them yap, the general steps up and asks, are you all blind? This kid has clearly mastered at least 4 types of perfect realm martial arts. His movement and boxing are at the micro level. That is why his combat power is so insane. The instructors freeze. 4 perfect realms and 2 micro levels, and the kid is only 18. Even if he started training in the womb, that should be mathematically impossible. The general crosses his arms, looking super pleased. It has been years since I saw such a pure martial arts genius. You only saw talent like this 100 years ago when martial arts began. But right now, suddenly his jaw drops wide open as another totally crazy twist grabs his attention. Just watch this. A creepy beast clings to the wall right behind Lu Sheng, vibrating like crazy to attack. Oh, but our boy senses the danger. Instantly, super fast clones of the monster dash out. They have completely surrounded our guy. All at once, these freaky clones leap into the air, aiming to tear him apart. Not so fast, buddy. Suddenly, pure blue energy swirls around Lu Sheng like a storm. This is perfect martial arts sense. He keeps feeling it, realizing this perfect martial arts potential is way scarier than he originally thought. He just grabs one by the neck, leaps high into the sky like a madman, and violently slams the beast down before landing. Absolute cinematic peak madness. Problem solved. Lu Sheng casually walks away while the monster twitches pathetically on the dirt. The general stands up, totally stunned. A level 4 leopard. Just wiped out. Insane, right? Old General Yu Fei finally gets it. He called it wrong. This kid's boxing is not just micro level, it is straight up control level. Mind blown. Qin Xiaojun rubs his chin with this huge, amused grin. So that is what that 99% meant, he chuckles. It all makes sense now. Makes total sense why he is so insanely confident. Haha! Meanwhile, instructor Shangguan Ling sitting right next door suddenly remembers their little bet. Dude is literally sweating buckets right now. He is grinding his teeth, absolutely raging. Qin Xiaojun, he just throws up the middle finger to provoke him. What the heck are you looking at, you dumb trash talker? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng is just casually strolling forward, deep in thought. That mutant beast earlier was the final one on this track. He is basically done testing the absolute limits of his perfect martial arts first state right now. Standing right outside the next door, Lu Sheng senses something wild. A ridiculously massive mutant beast aura is waiting for him just on the other side. He steps into the arena. Boom. A golden-eyed demon ape locked inside an iron cage. Lu Sheng finally cracks his knuckles to warm up. So, you are the main event? Since my warm-up is officially over, I guess there is no need to hold back anymore. The golden-eyed demon ape opens its massive jaws and roars like a total nightmare. It is terrifying, sure. But bro, it is but ugly. Like, seriously ugly as a gorilla. Lu Sheng just raises his fist. He is looking unbelievably badass right now as he shouts, "Go ahead and tremble for me!" Standing right in front of him is this gigantic quasi-level 5 mutant beast. Up in the control room, old General Yu Fei rests his chin, sweating bullets at the monitors. Dong Qingxue stands right next to him, continuing her detailed briefing. The final stage's golden-eyed demon ape is still locked up. They are waiting for the timer to end and all the genius reps to arrive before unleashing this massive beast. Finishing her report, Dong Qingxue thinks to herself, "Lu Sheng, you have seriously given me way too many insane surprises today. I knew the guy was crazy strong, but I never expected him to be an absolute monster like this." The Morningstar General's impossible dream is literally coming true right now through Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, 2 random guy instructors are gossiping over in the corner. With Lu Sheng's insane power, once the other star geniuses catch up, they will definitely have enough firepower to take down that quasi-level 5 demon ape. But the other instructor just shakes his head. Nope, he probably does not even need a whole squad. Just 1 or 2 sidekicks backing him up, and he could totally slice that thing into pieces. Their total score depends on how fast they push deep inside, plus their contribution points from slaying the final ape. Down below, Lu Sheng just casually strolls up to the beast's iron cage. Those two keep gossiping. Looks like Lu Sheng is the absolute star of this entire competition. Right in the middle of their chat, every single instructor freezes in pure shock. They literally cannot believe their eyes, sweating buckets, jaws totally glued to the floor. Alright, you and I are seeing this, right? Lu Sheng just completely smashed open the cage. Even the giant ape is shocked. The massive demon ape slowly gets on its feet, growling aggressively like it wants to start some serious trash talk, standing right in front of this hulking giant. Our boy Lu Sheng looks practically bite-sized. But hey, being tiny does not stop this crazy kid's absolute thirst for a legendary battle. He wiggles his fingers in a classic bring it on taunt. "Come here, let me check something out. What is the real difference between a quasi-level 5 beast and a level 5 martial artist? Hurry up, before the others crash our epic one-on-one." Back in the room, the instructors are dropping their— What the heck? This kid is actually planning to solo the golden-eyed demon ape? Has he totally lost his absolute mind? That is not confidence anymore. That is just pure arrogance. But another instructor quickly cuts in, waving his hands. "Hold on, guys, do not forget the facts. Just look at the insane skills he showed off earlier. Micro-level movement, plus a whole bunch of perfectly maxed-out martial arts techniques. The golden-eyed demon ape only specializes in crazy brute force, meaning heavy, raw punches. As long as our boy avoids getting hit directly, he might actually have a solid winning chance here." Snap! The giant demon ape brutally shatters its iron chains. It opens its monstrous jaws and roars, eyes rolling completely white in pure, unadulterated beast mode. Absolute madness. It violently thrashes, ripping apart the very last of its heavy chains. Then it glares down, screaming out a totally bone-chilling roar. Look at those massive, freaky fangs. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng gathers his energy. He is actually getting ready to clash with this enormous manhwa. Boom! The impact creates a massive explosion. These two absolute units just traded a straight-up earth-shattering punch right off the bat. Completely insane. The instructor's eyes practically bulge out of their heads in pure disbelief. They scream, "Wait, what? He actually took it head-on?" Lu Sheng's hand looks hilariously tiny compared to the ape's massive giant fist. Our crazy guy is literally holding his ground against a giant gorilla punch. The sheer force is instantly ripping massive cracks all over the entire floor. Lu Sheng holds it back with one hand, keeping his other arm locked in a defensive stance. But instantly, the monster winds up its second gigantic, meaty fist for a smash. Instructor Shangguan Ling just watches, flashing this incredibly smug, punchable smile. Haha, what a stupidly arrogant kid. Trying to block the golden-eyed demon ape's heavy punch head-on? Honestly, the dude could literally have 10 extra lives and he would still get completely flattened right here. Dong Qingshui completely panics, screaming his name. Lu Sheng! Down below, buried in a massive cloud of dust, the beast is brutally swinging its second gigantic fist straight down. That terrifying fist violently rips through the white smoke. Underneath it, our boy Lu Sheng pushes back with absolutely everything he has. But get this, you and I know he is not done. Lu Sheng throws a vicious counterpunch. Bam! Another massive explosion rocks the arena, kicking up crazy dust. Seeing that hulking ape actually get knocked backward, old General Yu Feiyi gasps out loud. Not bad, kid. Meanwhile, the entire battlefield is literally bursting into raging flames. Lu Sheng looks at the demon ape, totally pumped. Not bad. You took a 10-time stellar punch from me and actually survived? That means you officially qualify to be my dinner tonight. Down below, Shangguan Ling literally drops her jaw, completely unable to process what her eyes are seeing right now. A massive sea of fire violently erupts all around our boy Lu Sheng. He just stares it down ice cold, raises his fist, and tells the beast to rest in peace with this final blow. 10 suns in the sky. He throws a devastating punch. Blinding light explodes everywhere, making it totally impossible to see a single thing. General Du Feiyi glues his eyes to the screen, while Dong Qingshui looks completely stressed out but also insanely hyped. Right after that, the golden-eyed demon king just shrieks in absolute agony. Lu Sheng follows through with his insane punch, blasting the golden-eyed demon ape miles away while a sea of fire roasts it alive. General Du Feiyi absolutely cannot believe his own eyes. Looking at Lu Sheng's ridiculously overpowered stance, he instantly recognizes the will of a grandmaster. Completely hyped up, the general violently slams his desk and bursts into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, this is way too good. Throughout my entire life, I seriously never thought I would actually get to witness a kid barely 20 years old already manifesting the sheer willpower of a true grandmaster. The path straight to level 7 has officially opened up. Just give it a little more time, and our eastern region is definitely going to score another grandmaster. General Du Feiyi declares this, looking insanely happy and totally satisfied. A teenage grandmaster? Wait, is Lu Sheng currently even stronger than me right now? Down below, Qin Xiaojun finally sighs in relief. You brat. You literally scared me to death. Meanwhile, after beautifully destroying the golden-eyed demon ape, Lu Sheng just casually exhales. I do not sense any more mutant beast energy. Guess this is the final stage. Wow, so it is already over? That is honestly kind of a total bore. But then, a totally crazy idea pops right into his head. If things are boring, I can just make my own fun. And just like that, he plops down. Du Feiyi looks insanely confused. Wait, what the heck is Lu Sheng doing now? He just soloed the final boss, so why is he just chilling there instead of leaving? Is he seriously? But then the general suddenly figures it out and just awkwardly chuckles. Haha, I get it now. Just leave the kid alone. As long as nobody actually gets killed, let him mess around however he wants. The instructors below also look super amused. Oh my god, you guys, this genius selection has literally scaled up to cover the entire eastern region. But honestly, General Du could not care less about that stuff right now. The only thing grabbing his attention is one single, totally overpowered teenager, and that is Lu Sheng. Wait, what did he mean by as long as nobody gets killed? Is he implying knocking out 1 or 2 candidates is totally fine? I seriously cannot even imagine. The final trial boss is literally Lu Sheng, a level 3 martial artist and level 3 spiritual master. Lu Sheng just sits there smirking to himself. The Keeming Star General Selection is officially wrapped up. Now, it is time for Lu Sheng's personal playtime. While Lu Sheng is just casually chilling, all the other candidates are still sweating bullets, desperately trying to clear the previous stages to reach the finale. All right, you and I need to check on my boy Xingji. After finally defeating the Scale-Swift Leopard, his entire body is aching like crazy. He angrily winces, realizing that level 4 mutant beast was insanely strong. His stressed face makes it super obvious that this was one brutally tough stage. Even with his iron body protection, he just could not block all that incoming damage. But realistically speaking, beating that thing definitely means he cleared the stage, right? Xingji confidently pushes the door open to the final area. It is a massive, wide-open space, but incredibly dead, silent, totally creepy without a single sound. No noise ahead at all? Man, I must be the very first one here. But then, he nervously glances up and gets the biggest shock of his life. It is the legendary golden-eyed demon ape. An adult demon ape is literally the absolute overlord of all level 5 beasts. Right in front of him, the ape has a massive gaping hole blasted straight through its chest, and casually sitting on its giant hand is a guy facing away. Xingji completely panics. Who the heck is that? Now he is literally sweating bullets, his whole body tense with total anxiety and caution. What kind of absolute monster can instantly reduce a level 5 overlord into a literal donut with just one punch? Could it seriously be him? Xingji inches forward super carefully, cautiously bowing his head to politely ask, hello? What exactly is the situation right now? Does this mean I passed the selection? Still chilling on the demon ape's hand, Lu Sheng just lazily drops a single word wait. Jingzi practically jumps, nervously looking back up at him. Huh? But right at that exact crazy moment, the other two doors suddenly swing open. Kong Qing from Dongzhe province with her elemental talent, and the long-haired Jia Haoren from Jiangzhou with his spiritual talent come walking right into the room. These two are completely oozing with arrogant confidence. Kong Qing is literally just standing there, unbothered, blowing bubblegum. Jia Haoren just stands there, hands shoved in his pockets trying to look super edgy. You are Xingji from Shilin province, right? Pretty sure we met before. Xingji quickly turns to look at the guy. Pointing forward, Jia Haoren looks genuinely confused. Wait, is this the finish line? And what is the deal with that mess up there? Hearing that, Kong Qing finally pays attention. Her eyes widen as she suddenly realizes that Dead Heap is actually the quasi-level 5 boss beast, the golden-eyed demon ape. Now all three of them are frowning in total confusion. Xingji nervously mutters, no way, that corpse is just a prop to scare us, right? Otherwise, literally nobody here could defeat that thing. Sensing something is off, Jia Haoren immediately points up and asks, okay, then why is that random guy just sitting up there? Now, stick with me here. Xingzi suddenly gets a light bulb moment and loudly gasps. Oh, I totally get it now. That guy sitting up there must be the final hidden gatekeeper for our entire selection process. If we pass whatever weird test he gives us, we officially clear the stage. Hearing Xingji's wild theory, Kong Qing and Jia Haoren just stare back, completely dumbfounded. Huh? Hinchi crosses his arms, trying way too hard to look cool. Heh, bet you didn't see this coming. Luke Thon jumps up and points. Look at that ridiculously bright face. His eyes glow blue like some cunning mastermind hatching a prank. He generously gives them 5 minutes to chill. 5 minutes, then challenge me, fight me, and try to survive me. Let us see what you elites bring to the table. You and I both know this will end badly. Hinchi just laughs. Ha ha ha, I totally knew it. Jia Haonian points right at him. Yeah, looks like we don't have to fight a giant monster for the final stage. We just have to beat up this one guy. And there is our boy Luke Thon, standing on a dead demon ape, looking like a total final boss. Taking in Luke Thon's scrawny nerd vibe, Kong Tin squints. The guy doesn't even have astral aura. How strong could he possibly be? Jia Hao Nian nods. True, 0 aura detected. Is the Eastern Military District seriously looking down on us right now? These three arrogant prodigies are practically bursting with confidence. As for their stamina, 5 minutes is plenty. But then Jia Haonian uses his spiritual sense, and his smug face instantly drops. Hold up, my intuition tells me. This dude is absolutely built different. What is going on? Hinchi scoffs. Who cares how strong he is? We are literally the top under 18 combat powerhouses in the entire Eastern Hemisphere. Why are we scared of one guy? Luke Than hears this and smirks. Dude thinks his acting beats Instructor Tan. Meanwhile, watching the cameras, the elite instructors are practically choking. This wild kid, wow. Torture all the candidates at once? General Doofy Duke loudly laughs. Haha, this Luke Thon is hilarious. Grab some popcorn, this gets good. Suddenly, a panicking instructor stands up. Commander, please end the test now. This is going to be a massacre. The others aggressively agree. Yeah, shut it down. Seconded. This Dongnin genius is way too overpowered. He is going to leave these poor kids with permanent physical and psychological trauma. Seriously, save them. Tan Thiu Quan whistles. Turns out those crying men are the chief instructors for the rival provinces. Makes total sense now. Ha ha, their hearts are bleeding for their precious geniuses. Getting completely wrecked by Luke Thon is embarrassing. Dong Tin Tuyet rolls her eyes. When they dropped a level 5 beast in there, nobody cried about it. But now that it is Luke Thon, everyone is losing their minds, which just proves how insanely dangerous everyone knows our boy is. but General Duke waves them off, keeping his cool. All right, how about this? Keep your eyes glued to the screens, stay alert, and be ready to jump in. Just don't let Luke Than actually murder anyone. Dong Tin Tuyet nods. Understood. Over with Thuong Quan Lang. The guy is utterly drained. He falls backward, eyes bulging, completely traumatized by what he just witnessed. The kid Dong Tin Tuyet brought here. How on earth is he this insanely overpowered? Losing face was bad enough, but now he is losing 3 whole bottles of marrow paste. He is completely ruined. All right, you and I are back to the final boss stage. Hinchi flames up, 90% recovered. Jia Hao Nian cracks his knuckles, 90% here. Kong Tin smirks, 80. Way more than enough to crush him. Even if that demon ape woke up, I would fight it. Meanwhile, Luke Thon glows radioactive blue. He points right at the arrogant trio with an evil laugh. Not bad at all. That is the attitude. Rush me together, beat me, and you all get to be the shiny new stars. Hinchi sneers. Together? Please, I do not need help. I can crush you solo. He launches upwards. Kong Tin clicks her tongue. Damn it, he jumped the gun. Jia Hao Nian plays it cool. Whatever, let him rush first. We can sit back and gauge the final boss's true power. But let's be real here. Staring at Hinchi's massive muscles, Jia Hao Nian adds, the guy is a beast, easily the strongest out of us 3. Hinchi literally catches fire, his muscles ballooning out. His arms harden like steel as he charges straight at Luke Than. Absolute defense activated max iron skin, totally unbreakable. Watching this ridiculous display of raw power, both Kong Tin and Jia Hao Nian lose their minds. This energy, he reached peak level 4. Let us kick this off. Qingzi is rushing in like an absolute missile, eyes glowing blood, red with pure desperate rage. Meanwhile, our boy Lu Sheng, just standing there, perfectly chilled out. All right, you and I are watching peak madness. Qingzi charges with full force, but Lu Sheng blocks it with one single finger. Beat me if you can. To make it worse, Lu Sheng literally yawns like he is ready for bed. Qingzi stares at that single finger, absolutely dumbfounded. Huh? How is this even possible? And just like that, Lu Sheng playfully flicks his finger, sending Qingzi flying. Bam! He crashes into the dirt with a massive thud. His 2 teammates just stand there, frozen for a solid 5 seconds. Dust and rocks fly everywhere, completely hiding poor Qingzi. Lu Sheng glances over at the other 2 and sighs. Hey, are you guys really not attacking together? Our guy just casually chills on the giant golden ape's hand, waiting. Meanwhile, Qingzi is still taking a nap in the rubble. The dust is still settling. After Lu Sheng dares them to jump him, Kong Qing and Jia Haorun just stand there, absolutely terrified. They are totally spooked by his insane power. I mean, he just one-shotted Jingzi. Jia Haoran is questioning reality. One single hit ended their buddy. He looks like a high schooler, so how does he have this ridiculous, monstrous power? Both of them flinch and stumble backward the second Lu Sheng hops down from the giant ape. Sweating bullets and panicking, Jia Haoran decides to share his very reliable street smarts. He whispers, I heard some crazy fighters drank sketchy energy potions when they were young, completely destroying their hormones. Their bodies just stopped growing. So even if this guy is like 40 years old, he still looks 20. He is definitely one of those weirdos. Kong Qing gasps in pure horror. Wait, he looks 17 but is old enough to be our dad? What kind of fake youth is this? The military is playing way too dirty. Did they do this just to lower our guard? Jia Haoran frowns, stressing out. Yep, this is the big Eastern Zone selection after all. They will literally use any sneaky trick available to them. But who expects the final boss to be a walking medicine jar? Seeing these 2 just whispering instead of fighting, Lu Sheng starts losing his mind. Did those monsters hit them so hard they actually went brain dead? He strolls up. Done talking? Stick with me, this gets good. How about this? Let us change the rules. If you can make me take 1 step back or block 1 strike, you pass. Kong Qing and Jia Haoran stare at him with their jaws hitting the floor. And then? Kong Qing looks like she is about to absolutely explode. She lights up with this crazy blue aura, eyes glowing white as she screams. Stop mocking us! Jia Haoran grits his teeth too. Purple energy erupts, forming these terrifyingly sharp glowing spikes. With a massive palm thrust, he launches those purple needles straight at Lu Sheng. Seeing them finally act, Lu Sheng smiles like a kid in a candy store. Now that is better, Jia Haoran laughs in his head. Stupid bug. Underestimate a level 2 spiritual master and you die. Let us see you dodge solid flying steel, idiot. Lu Sheng just calmly raises one hand. Insane energy bursts out of him into a defensive shield. Those deadly steel spikes? Absolutely useless here. In a flash, Lu Sheng easily catches and controls every single spike. He gathers them into a neat pile and casually drops them in front of Jia Haoran. The guy sweats buckets, totally brain-fried. How is that possible? He stumbles backward, legs shaking. I threw that solid steel with everything. He caught it barehanded. Lu Sheng ignores his mental breakdown and gives Kong Qing a sweet smile. All right, your turn next. Pikachu girl looks ready to drop 10,000 volts on him, but suddenly she just stops. Her eyes go wide in pure shock. What? Lu Sheng effortlessly grabbed her wrist. He gives her a little scolding. This is bad, you know. Never zone out mid-fight. Did your instructor teach you nothing? Kong Qing slumps down, her brain doing backflips trying to figure out how he caught her. What kind of monster speed is this? Then Lu Sheng says something that freezes her. Okay, go ahead and shock me. She just goes, huh? Like a confused puppy. Lu Sheng holds her arm, waving teasingly. Still not getting it? Shock me. Hit me with 10,000 volts. If the tingle is good enough, I might just let you pass. Kong Qing loses her absolute mind, gritting her teeth. I told you to stop underestimating me. Boom! A gigantic blast of raw lightning erupts right out of her. Lu Sheng just closes his eyes, enjoying the buzz. Not bad, this hits the spot. All right, watch this. Our guy just stands there, soaking in the electricity. He cranks up his natural breathing method, literally hijacking that lightning power to make it his own. Boom! A massive shockwave blasts everything away. Lu Sheng just smirks success. Meanwhile, Kong Qing is standing there, absolutely totally clueless. She's like, what did I do? Sparks are literally still flying off Lu Sheng. Boom, fourth special breathing method. Thunder breath unlocked. Lu Sheng casually strolls over to her, nodding like a boss. Not bad, not bad. This dude literally pats her on the shoulder. Great job, you passed the selection. Kong Qing's jaw is straight on the floor, utterly confused. Huh? What did he just say? Suddenly, her face turns bright red with pure joy. Wait, did she actually pass? I passed the Morningstar General selection. Just me, I'm the winner. Kong Qing is literally jumping up and down like a little kid. Wow, the strongest fighter under 18 in the entire Eastern Zone, the ultimate martial arts genius with maxed out talent. Supreme glory, she thinks she nailed it. Beaming, she turns around and throws a crisp salute right at Lu Sheng. Thank you, instructor. Thanks for believing in me, she chirps. Wait, did you call me Pikachu? Awesome, that is officially my superhero nickname from now on. Lu Sheng tries not to burst out laughing. Haha, don't thank me. You were just that amazing. That's why you passed. Keep it up, Pikachu. Right then, Jia Haoran throws his hands up in total utter disbelief. Huh? She passed just like that? What kind of garbage standard is this? What the heck? Xing Ji chimes in, sounding super salty too. Wait, it's just over? Did all of my intense hardcore training literally just go down the drain? As Lu Sheng is casually trying to slip away, an actual instructor walks in. He stares at Lu Sheng. Had enough fun yet? Lu Sheng from Dongning Province. The commander said you need to go get ready for your Morningstar General Awards ceremony. Seriously, why let a monster like you compete? These three kids just got ridiculously unlucky. Hearing this, Kong Qing freezes up, completely lost. Wait, what? What does he mean? Why is he telling this guy to go to the winner's awards ceremony? Aren't I the Morningstar General? Wait, wasn't this guy the final boss we had to beat? Jia Haoran and Xing Ji are literally malfunctioning. No way. Him? The real instructor points a finger and drops the absolute truth bomb. You kids got it all wrong. He's a contestant just like you. He just arrived here 20 minutes before you did. Pointing right at the golden-eyed demon ape's body, he sighs. There was never a final gatekeeper, you guys. Look here. This near-level 5 ape was the actual final boss, and our boy here literally one-punched it straight to the afterlife. That stuff earlier, he was literally just trolling you. The three kids just stand there, their brains completely short-circuiting. Hearing this absolute violation, Kong Qing straight up faints on the spot. The instructor completely panics. Hey, Dongzi Province contestant, where are the medics? Somebody get over here and save her right now. All right, you and I need to see this. Let's cut over to Zhao Li, Sheng Guanling's prodigy, literally the last guy on the track. He lunges at a beast. Aha, finally caught you. After what feels like an entire lifetime of hardcore struggling, he finally pins the monster down. Damn it, level 4 beasts are way too tough. Zhao Li controls fire, so blazing flames instantly erupt all around him. The beast screams and gets barbecued into a crispy burnt nugget. He even kicks the extra crispy charcoal pile just to make sure. Right after, Zhao Li totally collapses onto the dirt. Panting and dripping with sweat, he groans, "Man, I almost died out here." Dude is running on absolutely zero fumes. Stamina and energy are totally drained. But suddenly, he smirks. So what? Didn't I literally just secure my very first solo kill on a level 4 beast? He slicks back his hair, tilting his chin up with pure arrogance. Level 4, baby. Not 2, not 3 level freaking 4. Honestly, I can't even believe how utterly magnificent my own combat record is right now. I bet all the instructors watching me through the cameras right now are completely losing their minds over my raw talent and insane stamina. Haha! Suddenly, an instructor drops from the sky. Zhao Li from Dongyi Province, right? This guy, still utterly clueless, strikes a super edgy pose, looking absolutely full of himself. Oh, snap. That's me. The instructor checks his tablet. Stop advancing. The selection is totally over. Pack up your gear and leave with me. The screen flashes. Zhao Li's final combat scores are officially uploaded to the system. Hearing this, Zhao Li completely lights up. Selection's over? Tell me, instructor, how epic was my final score? He flexes his hands, practically begging for praise. Am I rank 1? Did I just become the Morningstar General? The instructor hits him with a brutal reality check. Absolute cold water to the face. Huh, bro? What are you daydreaming about? The Morningstar General was literally already decided over half an hour ago. Hearing that brutal truth, Zhao Li just stands there, absolutely frozen like a complete clown. All right, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. The instructor hesitates, almost admitting this entire selection felt like Lu Sheng's personal playground. But he stops, shakes his head, and just sighs. Never mind. No point explaining it to you. You didn't even make the top 5, so just leave. Hearing that, Zhao Li literally looks like his entire soul just left his body. What? Me? Outside the top 5? Are you kidding me? I am Zhao Li. The guy absolutely loses his mind, screaming like a total sore loser. I mean, the dude did solo a level 4 beast for the very first time. The instructor just watches this epic meltdown, sighing. Honestly, words fail him at this point. Meanwhile, the giant screen flashes right over to Kongqing. Veteran General Yu Fei tells Dong Qing to add the Dongzhe province girl straight into the mutant blood pool roster. He shakes his head, totally impressed. That kid had a seriously rough time, man. Kongqing's instructor practically jumps out of his seat, bowing and aggressively thanking the commander for this huge favor. He is celebrating hard inside. Only the top 3 get that blood pool VIP pass. And Lu Sheng? Oh, he easily took that number 1 spot. Xing Ji sitting at 2nd place makes total sense. But 3rd place is a dead tie between Jia Haoran and Kongqing. But hey, she is a spiritual telepath. That is way rarer. The instructor is grinning like an absolute idiot, totally thrilled that things magically worked out this well for his student. All that pain was worth it, Kongqing. Keep grinding. Now, let us smash cut over to our overpowered main guy, Lu Sheng. He is walking into his room, totally lost in thought. Right after exiting that brutal selection tunnel, they sent him straight back here to catch some much-needed sleep. Honestly, he totally thought they would hand over the epic loot immediately. Sitting on the table are 4 random cans. They look exactly like cheap soda. But nope, these are actually high-grade recovery potions. Lu Sheng walks over, picks up a can with a weird face logo, and spins it around. He remembers them mentioning something about prepping some recovery meds just for him. Like, do modern meds even work on a monster like him anymore? Probably not, but our guy pops the tab anyway and chugs the whole thing in one giant gulp. Turns out it tastes exactly like a premium energy drink. Might keep you awake, but honestly, it is completely useless for his crazy stats. He cracks open a second can, immediately waving his hand in front of his face. Yep, he is visibly disgusted by that nasty chemical smell. At this rate, recovering his stamina is going to take forever. He sighs. This garbage cannot even compare to the custom pills he crafts himself. Maybe the weird soda actually hit him, because he quickly crashes on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He wonders how Ling Su is handling that special blood-boosting formula. It has been way too long since they last talked. Whatever. Time to dive back into practicing his breathing technique. Instantly, Lu Sheng feels these wild, crackling electric currents surging violently through his entire body. He stares at his hands. This lightning breathing style perfectly combines the fiery, explosive power and the crazy speed of the wind style. It is way faster and hits way harder. But somehow, it still has not hit the absolute limit of either element. Basically, it is a brilliantly balanced, ridiculously overpowered breathing method. Lu Sheng sighs heavily. Is he pushing himself too hard? I mean, guys, his age like Zhou Xingji and Lu Kaiming are just normal high schoolers. They ditch class to game or just violently nod off during boring lectures. Thinking about normal teenage life just fills his head with absolute chaos. Everyone deserves a simple life, right? Honestly, what does the survival of humanity 10,000 years in the future have to do with him? By that time, he will be long gone anyway. Heck, knowing his luck, he probably will not even have any descendants left. Who knows if he will even survive this crazy era? If he just chills and enjoys a peaceful life now, would that not be enough? But wait. His hand suddenly clenches into a tight fist. No way. After seeing that apocalyptic future with his own eyes, he cannot just pretend everything is totally fine. He already made his choice, so why would he give up so easily? And you know what? He is not just fighting for humanity 10,000 years from now. He is doing this for himself. Lu Sheng stares hard at his trembling fist, fiercely deciding to go all out. Even if it shatters his bones, he is risking it all. Not everyone gets to see their destiny and actually burn their soul trying to reach it. After thinking it over, his eyes go sharp. Hands pressed to his chest, fueled by hope. Yeah, this is absolutely the right path. All right, enough with the depressing teenage angst. Time to get back to the grind. Lu Sheng quickly boots up the futuristic system to check out historical records. The glowing screen pops up. Name? Lu Sheng. Gender? Male. Lifespan marker? Martial era. June of year 297. Death date? Martial era. August year 432. Power level? Tier 7 martial artist. Then, the database casually rolls out his entire life history. 18 years old, became a Tier 2 fighter, totally shocking all of Baihe City. After that, backed by the local Baihe Association, he crashed the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp and literally snatched first place. That exact same year, he entered the elite Keeming Star selection event and straight up secured the legendary Keeming Star title. Lu Sheng reads it, thinking deeply. His personal data is not drastically different from his last check, honestly. The background details just look a lot flashier this time around. His max strength is still capped at the Tier 7 Grandmaster realm, but his historical rating actually shot up. He finally reached that sweet 3.5-star status. This massive upgrade probably happened because he actively chose to join the Eastern Military Region, right? But fighting that giant mutant beast literally shaved 20 years off his lifespan. If he had not died there, could he have broken through to the Tier 8 Grandmaster rank? Now, here is where things get completely wild. The family status section looks super glitchy. Staring at the spouse category, Lu Sheng's eyes literally bulge out in pure, unadulterated shock. Wait, hold up. Look at that wedding photo. Holy crap, is that instructor Dong Qingshu? Who the heck saw this plot twist coming? Our guy Lu Sheng is seriously glitching out right now. No way, dude. Dong Qingshui is way older than him, she is pushing 30, for crying out loud. But honestly, you and I are probably wondering why she still looks like a teenager, right? It is all thanks to martial arts magic. Cultivating that crazy intense energy literally freezes your anti-aging clock. Pretty unfair, honestly. Get a load of this utterly bizarre picture. Dong Qingshu is literally carrying Lu Sheng like a princess. He is scratching his head, completely baffled. How did he end up marrying his scary instructor? Talk about an older woman robbing the cradle. This entire situation is just absolute unfiltered madness. And oh boy, next up is a super spicy photo. Lu Sheng is sweating buckets just looking at it. But wait, he thinks about it. After joining the Eastern Military District and becoming the famous Qiming General Star, he will be spending tons of time with her. Makes sense. In our dude Lu Sheng's wild imagination, tough instructor Dong Qingsui is going to fall madly, secretly in love with him. Lu Sheng literally shivers, totally lost in his own crazy thoughts. Add their past connection to future sparks flying, and yeah, this totally crazy scenario might actually become 100% real. Damn! Instructor Dong Qingshui is going to be his actual wife. He can never look her in the face again. Meanwhile, miles away, the real Dong Qingshui is aggressively sneezing her brains out from him talking trash. Back to reality, Lu Sheng is practically staggering down the street. He is super twitchy, deciding he really needs to find some poor guy to punch and vent his frustration. He looks ahead, completely freezes up like a deer in headlights, then violently forces himself to chill. Deep breaths, man, deep breaths. He remembers the female martial god is over that way. Over here, a massive crowd is already hyping up for the big awards ceremony. Old General Yu Fei and the other instructors have the epic loot totally ready to go. And obviously, our main character Lu Sheng has to make his grand entrance. The vibe in this place is absolutely loud, packed, and wildly electric. The legendary General Yu Fei spots our boy and shouts, "Since the whole gang is finally here, let us get this party started. Lu Sheng, get up here right now." The general personally pins an incredibly shiny, pure 24-karat gold badge right onto Lu Sheng's chest. Gotta admit, our boy is looking insanely cool and ridiculously handsome right now. Right after hooking Lu Sheng up with that serious bling, the old boss speaks up. This material is exactly the same as a real Grandmaster badge, just a slightly different style. I really hope that one day you will be wearing the true Grandmaster badge. Staring straight into General Yu Fei's intense eyes, Lu Sheng fires back without missing a beat. I definitely will. All right. You and I are in for a wild ride. Our boy crosses his arms, looking absurdly confident, claiming that day is coming soon. Doofy Duke absolutely loses his mind laughing. He actually laughs out loud, saying he will gladly wait for that epic day. Instructor Tan Tu Quan watches this bizarrely friendly vibe and just sweats, completely baffled that Luke Thon has the guts to speak like that. But here is the crazy part. Our guy does not even sound arrogant. He acts like he is just stating the most obvious, indisputable fact in the world. Dongtin Tuyet is just standing there thinking, the Eastern Military Zone gets a Morningstar General every single year, right? But someone getting treated this well by the top brass? Luke Thon is literally the very first one. Then comes the big announcement. Everyone in the top 10 is officially scoring a shiny bottle of mutant blood as their sweet, sweet reward. Obviously, the top 10 finalists are losing their absolute minds as they grab this ridiculously rare and special prize. The old general points his finger directly at them. Luke Thon and the other top 4 winners, follow me. Everyone else, scram and go home. Hintree is totally hyped up right now. This is it. They are finally heading to the legendary mutant blood and marrow pools. Kong Tin is vibrating with excitement too, because the rewards this time are insanely stacked. Jia Hao Nian is thrilled, since usually only the top 3 ever get the exclusive pass to enter the mutant blood pool. But because our absolute monster Luke Thon exists to break all the rules, the old general literally broke the rules to let all of them in. They are so lucky. Meanwhile, Truliet is down below, crying massive, salty anime tears of pure frustration. The mutant blood pool, and yet, this poor guy only gets to scrape by with a tiny little portion. Darn it. His instructor made a dumb bet, lost, and now owes 3 whole portions of mutant blood. Chances are, his own tiny reward is going straight to paying off that ridiculous debt. Talk about having the absolute worst teacher ever. A little bit later, they finally arrive right at the entrance of the mutant blood pool, and the old general casually asks the poor guard, "Is everything all ready to go?" The guard immediately snaps to attention and replies, "Everything is fully prepared, sir. You guys can head inside whenever you want." All right, everyone step right in. But the second they walk inside, the whole squad spots a massive, terrifying monster head looming above, and they instantly break into a cold sweat. The old general walks a bit further down, then stops and points. Right here. He casually strolls up to 3 epic mutant blood supply pods and tells them, "All right, you 3, strip down and get ready to hop in." Jia Hao Nian and Hintree are acting like they just won the lottery, yelling, "Yes, sir!" Kong Tin, on the other hand, totally panics for a second. Wait, what? Strip right here? But she quickly drops her clothes too, because honestly, that insane reward is just way too tempting to pass up. Wow, so this is the legendary Tier 5 mutant blood. Now she is just rocking a bikini, showing off an absolutely stunning figure. You and I can see she totally threw her embarrassment out the window, just screaming in pure excitement. All right, we are jumping right into the madness. A whole chamber just for her to absorb? Way stronger than that single drop. She hops right into the alien blood tank. Meanwhile, the crusty old general turns to our boy Lu Sheng. He says, "Follow me. I will show you the alien marrow lake." The general and Dongqing Sui lead him straight in. Lu Sheng walks in, looking around like he owns the place. Then he asks, "Wait, is this the mutant marrow? Why is the tank only half full? I'm a general star, aren't I?" They can't be this stingy. His future wife instantly fires back. "Just half? Do you even know how much money this stuff costs? Over 1.5 billion. And that is just the base cost. If we sold it, it would go for at least 10 times that." Our guy jumps bash on you. 1.5 billion? Oh wow, what if this tiny puddle isn't enough for me? Can you top it off? Dongqing Shui just laughs and tells him to finish this batch first. Literally no one has ever absorbed this much before. She turns away, waving him off. "Get in. Absorbing this marrow is no joke, you know." Lu Sheng smirks. "All right, let us get this party started." He hops straight into the liquid. Boom, Lu Sheng flexes those absolute unit, ridiculously shredded muscles. His gorgeous future wife hits the start button, totally checking him out. This kid is actually super ripped, she thinks to herself. Okay, pretty yummy. He really must have trained like a maniac. Meanwhile, our boy is floating in the tank, feeling like he just got blasted into another dimension by the sheer power. He grits his teeth hard. Ugh, this mutant marrow is insane. It feels like a living monster is literally crawling inside my body, so this is what everyone was warning him about. No wonder no one could handle this terrifying pressure. But our guy, he just smiles. Bring it on. I am going to absorb every last drop. Suddenly, his eyes glow a bright, piercing blue-white. Whatever beastly energy is in there, he is making it completely his own. A massive, ultra-badass green dragon aura erupts around him. Meanwhile, let us check on the other kids in their mutant blood tanks. Over here, Jia Haoran is flexing hard, sweating buckets. Soon enough, he starts panting heavily. Is this really level 5 blood? Checking the monitor, the instructor nods. Not bad. You almost sucked an entire tank completely dry. Exactly what I expect from a level 2 spiritual master. He wipes his wet hair with a towel, clenching his fist and grinding his teeth. This juice is a total cheat code. Sadly, my body is capped out right now. He looks up. What about the others? The instructor answers, yeah, they are still soaking. You are actually the first one out. But hey, do not feel bad. Your real strength is your crazy mental power. Your physical martial arts talent is just a bit weaker, that is all. Different paths. The poor guy completely freezes up, but forces a super awkward smile. Haha, yeah, totally right. Next up, Kong Qing's pod pops open. She is totally drenched in sweat, panting heavily. She stares at her own glowing hands and realizes how incredibly powerful she feels. I absorbed it all. I can feel myself about to hit level 4, and my talent just leveled up too. She smiles. This is literally amazing. The instructor looks seriously impressed. sucking an entire tank dry. Her talent is legitimately insane. Now it is Jingzi's turn. He sits up, looking pumped. Perfect. Steam is literally rolling off his body. He laughs like a maniac. This blood is absolute gold. Just a little more training and I will hit level 5. The instructor bursts into loud laughter. You are the real deal, kid. Jumping from level 4 to level 5 in a single year? That is crazy. It took me 10 whole years to do that. You kids are just built entirely different. He points over. Your clothes are ready. Go change and head out. Suddenly, Jia Haoran runs over, pointing a shaky finger. Wait, you? Didn't even finish your tank, but you are already leveling up? Zheng Zi ignores him completely and leaves. The instructor decides to drop a total bombshell on Jia Haoran. He already finished an entire tank. That was his second one. Jia Haoran's jaw absolutely drops to the floor. 2? Which means, in the exact same amount of time, that absolute monster absorbed twice as much juice as the rest of them. He sighs, totally defeated. I was already weaker, but now the gap is just gigantic. Kong Qing smirks from the sidelines, ready to roast him. You two are just on completely different levels. Even among geniuses, the food chain exists. While those two are busy fanboying over him, Xingzi suddenly flinches like he just saw a literal ghost in the next room. He is staring straight at the mutant marrow pool. His brain short-circuits. What the heck? How is that even physically possible? Look at how much he is absorbing. That is actually unbelievable. Yep, while all the normal kids have already packed up and finished, our boy Lu Sheng is still chugging away. The whole squad is staring at the monitors, completely locked in, ready to hit the emergency stop button. Yu Fei leans in. Well, is he still holding up? Dong Qing stares at the screen. Yeah, surprisingly smooth, but the marrow is draining way too fast. He already sucked down a quarter. Seeing Lu Sheng just devour the energy, Yu Fei nods. Okay, this kid is miles ahead of everyone else his age, no doubt. But we can't let up. Dump the entire reserve tank into his pool right now. Let us see what this absolute madman can really do. Alright, stick with me here. The marrow chamber suddenly lets out a loud beep. The operator totally panics, yelling, "Bad news, something absolutely crazy is happening right now." The entire reserve of alien marrow fluid? Yeah, it's already been completely drained out. What's left in the tank is the absolute last drop. The fluid levels are dropping insanely fast. Even the veteran general, Doofy Duke, is completely mind-blown. What the heck? The general gasps. When I hit Grandmaster tier, I only soaked up half a tank. The old guy points his finger, shouting, "Hurry! Raid the warehouse and bring everything!" Dong Tin Tuyet nods, sending her crew sprinting to drag every last drop of marrow over. General Du slides up to the glass, squinting at our boy Luke Thon inside. He's totally hyping himself up, thinking, let's see just how huge of a shock this crazy kid is going to give me. In a flash, fresh alien marrow gets dumped straight into the massive holding tank. Inside, our guy just keeps drinking up that energy. A wild, blazing golden aura quickly wraps around Luke Thon's entire body like a boss. He is casually doing his stellar body training while soaking up the juice. Epic golden light is literally blasting out from the machine in every single direction. Boom! The fluid levels drop insanely fast again. And obviously, since our dude hasn't stopped eating, they just have to keep pouring more in. Giant barrels of this rare fluid just keep getting dumped in. But inside the machine, it is still vanishing like water in a desert. Naturally, Luke Thon is swallowing it all up in seconds. Everyone outside is absolutely freaking out watching their precious supply drain with zero breaks. It's completely gone the second we pour it, a guy stammers. Boss, do we keep going? General Togon the serious and snaps back without missing a Keep feeding the kid, let him gorge himself all he wants. There is no way on earth he can swallow this entire military zone's massive fluid supply by himself. Dump it all in right now. More ridiculously massive barrels of the juice just keep getting hurled directly into the holding tank. Meanwhile, Luke Than is hyped. Unbelievable. This insane energy is actually going to let me finish the first stage of my immortal golden body. And get this is only tier 4 marrow. Yet it is already this ridiculously overpowered. Imagine tier 5, 6, or even tier 7. That would be pure madness. Outside the tank, the sweating operator stutters once again. Excuse me, do we seriously keep pouring, sir? The old general literally collapses to his knees in pure shock. The guy's blood pressure is probably spiking so hard he might just pass out right now. His hands are violently shaking, but the stubborn old dude stands his ground. More, keep pouring until that crazy kid physically cannot absorb another drop. He curses under his breath. Damn it. If this punk refuses to join my Eastern Military Zone after all this, I am going to skin him alive. A single bottle costs $1 billion. I just burned through $10 billion on this guy. And yeah, that is the wholesale discount price, mind you. Back inside the wild tank, Luke Than feels his whole body leveling up. Man, it literally feels like several massive volcanoes are erupting right inside my veins. His blood is boiling like actual lava. Every single bone in his body has turned glowing gold, shining so bright it is completely blinding. This is real internal energy. I finally broke past Tier 3 and hit Tier 4 martial artist status. Luke Thon stares at his glowing hands, totally pumped. His massive jump from a Tier 3 to a Tier 4 fighter is absolutely nothing like what those normal, boring side characters go through. Those basic guys just scrape together some internal energy. But him? Not only does he have insane energy, he just fully mastered Phase 1 of the immortal golden body. Now, you and I both know what this upgraded physique means. It is a massive breakthrough. His raw combat power just got an insanely terrifying boost like never before seen. The blinding golden light totally floods the tank, flaring up so violently that the protective glass literally starts cracking right open. The poor operators in the Marrow Zone are absolutely losing their minds in terror. General Du is totally stunned. Our boy Luke Thon literally sucked the Tier 4 Marrow completely dry. The entire military base's massive reserve wasn't even enough for just one dude. Seeing this wild display, the grumpy old general suddenly gets super hyped and incredibly hopeful. Good heavens, he thinks. Is there an actual literal black hole hiding inside this punk's stomach? Seriously, what kind of absolute monster is this kid? His gorgeous future wife, Dong Tin Tuyet, is completely speechless, and her cheeks suddenly turn bright red without her even realizing it. The tank is totally filled with thick smoke now. Suddenly, Luke Thon shoots straight up. A ridiculous blinding golden light totally explodes across the entire room. Our guy quickly throws his shirt on, casually noticing he definitely got taller. Outside, Kong Tin, Hin Chi, and Jia Hao Nian are literally shaking, refusing to believe their own eyes. Hin Chi is angrily grinding his teeth together. Why? How is this guy so insanely strong that I don't even have a tiny shred of hope to catch up? No, scratch that. He is on a terrifying power level I cannot even begin to comprehend. Seriously, why him? If the edgy guy can't process it, Kong Tin and Jia Hao Nian definitely cannot. Those two are just standing there totally deflated, completely out of words. Taking in this whole crazy scene, even his future wife, Dong Tin Tuyet, has to sigh in pure admiration. Luke Thon, you actually surpassed me in less than 2 short months. That is just terrifying. Suddenly, General Du shouts his name across the room, leaving our overpowered hero totally confused. General Du's booming voice echoes again. Take my attack, because you know, the older the fighter, the harder they punch. And this veteran is definitely not messing around. Intense blue energy violently explodes all over the old guy's entire body. Dong Tin Tuyet totally panics, screaming, Commander, wait! But our boy Luke Than? He is just smirking, radiating pure confidence as actual fire surrounds him. So what do we do next? The kid quickly clenches his fists, drops into a fighting stance, and lets those fierce flames burn wild. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. Commander Du is secretly thrilled this kid has that legendary aura. Boom! The clash sends Marrow Room operators running for their lives. The shockwave is absolute madness. Xingzi stares in shock. Wait, are 2 Grandmasters fighting? Our guy Lu Sheng gets blasted backward. He skids a crazy distance, totally stumbling around. Then our young hero looks up. Commander Du, your force was way too insane. I only just hit level 4. He lands on his feet, looking completely confused. Level 4? Ha! Golden bones, jade muscles. You look like a grandmaster with 500,000 combat power. Kid, you seriously claim you just hit level 4? Lu Sheng shrugs. But I really did. Suddenly, Commander Du snaps, completely losing his patience. I do not care about your level. You drained almost 1.5 billion of my mutant marrow fluid. One punch was letting you off easy. Want another one? The whole Marrow Room is an absolute disaster zone right now. Lu Sheng is sweating serious bullets. Watching Lu Sheng block that strike, Qin Shaojun literally grabs his head, jaw-dropping. Hold up, is this a joke? Commander Du is a literal level 7 Grandmaster. A direct punch packs 1,000,000 combat power, yet Lu Sheng just completely neutralized it. Kong Qing, Jia Haoran, and Xing Ji are pouring sweat. Kong Qing's eyes roll back, and all 3 stand there with jaws unhinged. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng struts away looking handsome and totally badass. Jia Haoran points with a shaky finger, looking ready to cry-laugh. Ha ha ha, we really have to compete against this monster? No one has ever heard of a gleaming General Star being this wildly terrifying. Kong Qing looks ready to pass out, soul leaving her body. Dong Qingshui sneaks a peek at Lu Sheng while Instructor Qin talks. This Lu Sheng kid is actually stronger than me now, and he is only 18. He hasn't even taken the national exam yet. Suddenly, Qin Shaojun's eyes bulge out. Wait. Hearing this, Dong Qingshui pauses to think for a second. Looking completely satisfied, she announces with absolute confidence, the dragon climber this time is definitely Lu Sheng. Xingji still looks slightly crushed. Ha! He knew he was weaker, but he never expected the gap to be this insane. 500,000 combat power? A level 4 guy swinging with peak level 6 strength? What happens when he hits level 5 or 6? His combat power will smash straight through 1,000,000, way beyond any regular Grandmaster limits. Plus, he already unlocked his Grandmaster will. The dude's path to absolute greatness is fully paved. Honestly, you and I both know our boy Lu Sheng is just too terrifying. Xing Ji crouches down, questioning reality. Is the gap between them and him really this hopelessly massive? Nearby, Lu Sheng acts shy around veteran Commander Du. Scratching his head, he asks, I absorbed 1.5 billion? Haha, Commander Du is way too generous. Heh, the commander glares back seriously. Whatever. When you hit the battlefield, just kill plenty of mutant beasts. Do not waste my Eastern Military Region's precious marrow fluid, got it? Lu Sheng flexes his confidence. That is an absolute given. Going to the battlefield and crushing enemies is my mission. Since I use so many resources, I will definitely contribute more strength. Commander Du smiles, totally pleased. Haha, handling your duties without slacking off, very martial-like. He turns his back, laughing out loud. Next time we meet, you'll probably be a Grandmaster. I cannot wait for that day. Future wifey Dong Qingxue walks over and tells Lu Sheng the Qiming General Star event is finally wrapped up completely. Now he can focus purely on the national exam. She caringly asks where he will apply. He replies, Instructor Dong, got any epic recommendations? Clearly, Lu Sheng totally missed her subtle hint. She offers her honest advice. With your current crazy strength, you can pick literally any martial arts university in the Dragon Kingdom. Around here, Dongning is best. Since you are from Dongning Province, heading there means you score massive privileges and epic benefits. He rubs his chin, eyes wide with thought. Dongning University? Wait, isn't that her old school? Dong Qingxue keeps talking. If this was a month ago, I would absolutely tell you to go there. She raises a finger, looking crazy confident. But right now, I highly suggest hitting the capital. Because the capital holds 7 sacred martial universities, it is the true birthplace of Dragon Kingdom's martial arts. Every elite martial genius in the whole country gathers right there, a true hub for hidden dragons. Using some intense body language, she makes her point. If you smash the Sacred Tower record there, you could even catch the Martial Saint's eye. All right. You and I know joining the Martial Saint sect practically hands you a level 8 Grandmaster ticket. Our guy Luke Thane gets super curious and blurts something out. Dong Tin Tuet just shoots him a serious frown. She drops the lore. Martial Saints are the literal peak of this world. Crazy, unimaginable power, absolute authority, and they even boss around the entire military and nation itself. She breaks it down for him. The Dragon Nation only has 3 level 9 Martial Saints. Triu Kuk, Damtrung Nok, and Lam Tring Nuyet. Total absolute legends of power. Luke Thane starts sweating bullets, his brain working on pure overdrive. His system says level 9 is the absolute maximum cap right now, meaning these martial saints are the undeniable apex predators of the entire world. Dongtin Tuyet sighs. She tells him she cannot make this massive choice for him because she feels it. Looking at our boy with insanely high hopes, she predicts his future goes way past everyone else, matching even the saints. That makes Luke Thon sweat even harder. He definitely did not expect his strict instructor to hype him up to the actual moon. His eyes turn dead serious. Level 9, Martial Saint? He literally has 3 level 11 supreme techniques. Beating a saint is totally guaranteed. Nearby, Tan Tu Quan listens and thinks her expectations are completely wild. Like, Luke Thon is only level 4 right now, rivaling a level 9? But then he quickly checks himself. Nope, maybe his own vision is just painfully low. That kind of monstrous talent is totally unheard of, so who actually knows? Dong Tin Tuyet keeps dropping facts. The military's absolute highest rank is only a level 8 Grandmaster. A level 9 Martial Saint? Not a single one exists there. Luke Thon is completely confused. Why not? It is just a 1-level difference. Can the entire military really not boost someone up to break through? Tan Tu Quan walks over and chuckles. It is nowhere near that simple, kid. Just making a level 8 Grandmaster completely drains all of the military's top-tier resources. Nobody even knows how much insane cash level 9 requires. The gap between 8 and 9 is literally a totally unimaginable cosmic joke. Dong Tin Tuyet gets super serious. Producing a level 9 is her ultimate old dream, and the military's biggest goal. She stares right at him. As an Eastern District Lieutenant Colonel, she strongly advises him to officially stay in the East. That way, he probably joins the military later, but she warns their huge dreams should never become chains holding him down. His path has to be decided entirely by him alone. Hearing this, our totally flustered MC suddenly remembers that crazy fake wedding photo of them. He sweats buckets, looking down with a huge sigh. Then he clenches his fists, looking totally confident. He warmly thanks Instructor Dong Tin Tuyet for caring so much. Just like he promised Du Su Toa, stepping onto the battlefield to protect the nation is a fighter's lifelong duty. He swears he will absolutely never forget the Eastern District's massive support and care. Dong Tin Tuyet feels incredibly happy hearing those words. Then her cheeks flush a super adorable shade of red. Now stick with me here, this gets funny. She mutters he is dangerously handsome. Meanwhile, Tan Tu Quan watches them both turning into massive red tomatoes, totally confused. Instructor Tan's mouth drops into a massive O. He covers it, teasing about what kind of spicy scene makes him blush too. Dong Tin Tuyet quickly changes the subject. The selection is totally over. With college exams days away, she tells him to go pass the Psychic Association test to easily log into the Star Network. Luke Thane nods with a smile. He will pack up and head out immediately. As he leaves, she hesitates, clearly holding words back. Once Luke Thane is gone, Tan Thu Quan walks over to poke the bear. He totally teases her. They have known each other for years, and he has literally never seen her make a face like that. Does she actually have a massive crush on Luke Thane? Dong Tin Tuyet nervously pokes her tablet, aggressively denying his absolute nonsense. No feelings at all. Yeah, right. That is completely unbelievable. Next second, Instructor Tan gets hilariously smacked, sporting 2 massive bumps, while Instructor Dong furiously storms off. She sprints to hide behind a random wall. Her face burns bright red like a tomato again, her brain totally screaming Luke Than's name. Oh my god. They say when a girl says no, it definitely means yes. Next day, a helicopter hovers super low in Dongnin Province airspace. The engine absolutely rears, shaking the entire area. Inside are Dongtin Tuyet, Luke Than, and Instructor Tan. The chopper door slides open, letting wild winds blast right in. Between the howling wind and that insanely loud roaring engine, trying to hold a normal conversation is practically impossible. Dongtin Tuyet shouts from behind, asking if he is seriously dropping here. Our boy stands right at the edge and yells back. Perfect spot. All right, folks. Dong Qingshui is totally stressing over her boy Lu Sheng and throws out a suggestion. She says to let the chopper drop lower so she can lower a rope. But our boy Lu Sheng is completely clueless about her feelings. The dude just casually replies that he doesn't need it. Then he literally leans back, waves his hand, and says bye to Instructor Dong. Like, seriously, bro? Instructor Chin is sitting right there in the chopper, but our guy only bothers to say goodbye to his future wife. Classic move. Seeing Lu Sheng just drop like a rock, Qing Shui panics hard. She literally risks her life leaning straight out the chopper door to check on him. Looking down from up there, Lu Sheng looks like a tiny bug falling into a massive forest. Falling super fast, he is almost at the ground. Instructor Chin watches this absolute madman stunt and screams, "Damn, does this crazy kid have a death wish or something?" They are at least 200 meters up in the air. And guess what? The dude does not even have a parachute on his back. Qing Shui quickly tries to calm Chin down while desperately trying to chill herself out too. Deep down though, she is low-key freaking out over Lu Sheng. She tells him it is fine, he will not fall to his death, reminding him that Lu Sheng is actually way stronger than her. Hearing Qing Shui say that actually makes Qin Shaojun finally relax just a little bit. True, but the kid is still completely unhinged. Lu Sheng plummets fiercely from the sky, his entire body glowing in this crazy, blinding golden aura. Down in the woods below, there is a little kid and a guy walking around. The kid spots this insane meteor man and just points up, totally speechless. The older dude shields his eyes to see what the heck is going on. Terrified, the kid grabs onto his arm for dear life and asks him what it is. Wow, is that Superman? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng is just tearing through the air, his power exploding even wilder. Squinting up in total shock, the guy in orange replies, "No, that is a martial artist, and an absolutely overpowered one at that. At least tier 6, maybe even a martial arts grandmaster." While flying, Lu Sheng just feels his entire body, his skin, his muscles, everything, his bones, and even his internal organs, undergoing a massive transformation. He has completely surpassed any normal tier 4 limits. His natural defense stats? Straight up terrifying. Way more broken than a tier 5, or honestly, even a tier 6 fighter. A water drop from this high would smash into pieces. A rock would do the same, but not this guy. He is about to straight up shatter the earth. Boom. A massive shockwave rocks the entire ground, sending thick dust flying everywhere. That is the exact moment Lu Sheng touches down. Our boy is completely protected by his blinding golden aura while a massive dust cloud billows out around him. When the smoke finally clears, there he is. Lu Sheng standing like an absolute boss, with a giant crater left right behind him. He stares off into the distance at Dongning City. His body moves, and after hitting tier 4, pure kinetic energy spreads through his veins. Even now, his internal energy just keeps infinitely generating. He jumps down, thinking to himself that it will probably take a whole month to fully produce all this energy. But here is the weird part. His energy is actually gold, while every other fighter has 0 color to theirs. Like Yufei said before, golden bones, jade muscles. It is the literal image of a grandmaster, proving just how overpowered his immortal golden body is. Lu Sheng chuckles, completely loving the sick golden light effects every single time he strikes. This is honestly peak style right here, just absolutely epic. Top tier stuff. Anyway, Dawning Province is right ahead. Gotta rush to the Spiritual Master Association to finish the evaluation, so logging into the Star Web becomes easier. Rumor has it, a good score even adds bonus points to the big exam. The second he thinks that, Lu Sheng zooms off. The guy in orange and the kid catch this exact moment. Both are literally shaking, jaws on the floor, unable to believe their own eyes. Cold sweat everywhere. He is way too young. Seriously, this kind of thing is fundamentally impossible. That kid definitely had to use some crazy high-tech gadgets to fall from the sky and survive without a scratch. But before they can even process it, Lu Sheng vanishes. The guy in orange is so stunned he cannot even process reality anymore, so he straight up lies to the little kid just to make things sound somewhat logical. There is no Superman, kid. They are just filming a movie. Meanwhile, our boy Lu Sheng arrives at the Spiritual Master Association in record time. Besides the guy standing next to him, there are 2 girls and a bald old dude taking the test. Seeing the bald dude messing with a purple orb and some weird energy, Lu Sheng figures this must be the actual exam. The orb suddenly turns pink and just keeps wobbling wildly right between the bald old guy's trembling hands. He is sweating bullets, muttering that he is so close and not to touch it. Boom. The orb instantly smacks into the blue barrier and cracks into pieces. It turns purple again and sadly rolls across the floor. The bald dude grabs his head and screams about failing again. Little Lee stands right there, holding a pen to record the bad score. The old man's eyes roll back, looking completely and utterly crushed. That was literally his 6th try. Lee turns around and bluntly tells the bald guy that at his age, a breakthrough is basically impossible, so just go home. Do not even bother coming back next time. Lee coldly announces that it is Fei-Fei's turn next, adding that this is her 3rd attempt too. Seeing Lee totally judge her for failing so much, Fei-Fei instantly snaps back with maximum attitude. So what? What does that have to do with you? She basically goes, look, I hit level 1 at 20. Failing level 2 at 25 is completely normal, right? Yeah, sure, whatever helps you sleep at night. Then she actually points at this bald dude and yells, that old guy is almost 50, totally different vibe. Little Lee just hits her with a flat. Okay, he is so not dealing with her drama right now. All right, move it. But then she completely freezes. Wait a second. Who is this new kid? Jing Xuan immediately chimes in. He was personally recommended by Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qing from the Eastern District. So, play nice and say hello. Xu Fei checks him out and literally gasps. So young, and he is a psychic too? Seriously. When you are this good-looking, girls will literally obsess over you anywhere. She takes one look at our boy Lu Sheng and starts aggressively winking. She literally props her chin up, staring at him for an uncomfortable amount of time without even blinking. In her head, she is totally screaming, okay, but this little bro is actually super hot though. Then she leans right in to hit him up. Hey there, little bro. I am Shui Fei. Cannot believe someone your age is already a psychic. First time taking the test? If you need anything at all, just ask your big sis here. I can teach you everything. Lu Sheng just hits her with the coldest thanks. Then he asks, it is my first time. Was that whole mess earlier the actual test? Shui Fei immediately jumps into explanation mode. Spot on. There are 3 parts total. First, a machine checks the raw power and purity of your psychic energy. After that, it is all about the actual control test. All right. You and I are about to see something wild. You get a time limit to thread every single heavy iron ball through a glass wall without touching. Get this, that glass wall is paper thin. One tiny tap from solid iron, and boom, shattered completely. The last guy only needed to pass 1 single layer. But our girl here, she is level 2, meaning she has to survive 5 whole layers. Shui Fei sighs super hard. You level 1s have it insanely easy. Level 2 is literally going to be the death of me. Oh heaven, please let me pass this stupid exam today. I refuse to take this a 4th time. Then, Xiao Li suddenly yells, Shu Fei, you are up. She slowly shuffles forward, muttering that she is coming. Look at that completely deadpan, serious face. She steps up and slaps her hand onto this weird rock, radiating this intense, glowing yellow light. The screen flashes instantly. Mental power is 11.33. Affinity is 1.02. Her face immediately lights up with pure joy. Phew, target reached, baby. Xiao Li nods and says, not bad at all. Basic power is cleared. Now it is just raw control. Xiao Li guides our nervous girl to the final step. Pointing straight at the marbles and glass layers, she announces the classic old-school test rules. Control 15 solid iron spheres through 5 totally fragile glass layers. Lu Sheng watches like a hawk, absorbing everything. Xiao Li whips out a timer. You have exactly 20 seconds. Shui Fei squeezes her eyes shut, looks totally hyped, and yells begin. Her eyes suddenly snap open, glowing with wild pink energy. Lu Sheng watches her and thinks, oh, so that is how it works. Moving 15 heavy iron weapons at once? For a level 2 mental master, that is incredibly stressful. She starts pushing the marbles toward the glass. You and I know she has to stay ridiculously calm here, because even the tiniest wobble from that heavy iron will shatter the fragile glass completely. Plus, juggling 15 different spheres at the exact same time requires insane, absolute precision. This is seriously not a walk in the park. Right now, she is locked in absolute focus mode. The iron spheres are creeping closer and closer to that first glass barrier. Her bright pink aura wraps tightly around every single sphere. They are inching super close to the first layer, and she is already sweating bullets. The metal spheres slowly pass through the first glass layer, and Shui Fei is absolutely thrilled. Nice. First layer down. She locks in, totally focused, and ready to keep this exact momentum going like a boss. Second layer? Crushed it. She adjusts her stance. Third layer? Easy money. Now that our girl has smoothly cruised right through 3 layers of glass without breaking a sweat, Shui Fei is hyped. She's thinking, just one more layer, layer 4, and she officially levels up to a second-tier spiritual master. She can almost taste it. Right at this exact moment of absolute peak excitement, while her ego is literally touching the sky, Xiaoli drops a brutal reality check like ice water straight to her face. First test time is completely up. Total failure. The iron spheres just drop to the floor. Fei Fei is left panting, super salty and frustrated, like absolute garbage luck. But hey, a second later, she snaps right back into the zone. Phew, whatever, that was just a quick warm-up round anyway. Let's run it back. She focuses up and starts controlling the spheres all over again. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng has been chilling in the back, just watching this whole show. Our guy mutters to himself, kinda interesting, honestly. Xiao Li looks at her and asks, you ready for this? Round 2 is officially a go, and Shui Fei drops into her starting stance. And begin. Same annoying glass layers as before. Shui Fei is intensely locked in, guiding those spheres straight through the very first layer like it's absolutely nothing. Her fists are clenched tight. Yes, keep going, push it to the absolute limit. Then she speedruns those spheres right past layer 2, layer 3, and boom, layer 4. With 12 whole seconds left on the clock, we actually have a real chance here. She carefully maneuvers the iron spheres for the final push. Alright, picture this. 15 spheres zip straight toward the glass, squeezing right through those little round holes. Suddenly, a loud crack echoes out. Yep, huge ugly fractures instantly spiderweb straight across the glass panels. Shui Fei screams in total panic. Her eyes go totally dead, and her jaw literally drops. Her legs turn to absolute jelly, and she just flops down, hitting the floor hard in pure defeat. Even those metal spheres drop to the ground, looking totally depressed. She just sits there, sadly mumbling to herself, man, I failed it again. Xiao Li instantly jumps in, asking, hey, you want to give it another shot? But honestly, Shui Fei has absolutely zero patience and zero energy left to keep trying. So she just hangs her head sadly and mutters, nope, I am still way too weak. There is basically no way I can ever pass this test. Suddenly, our boy Lu Sheng chimes in from behind her. Nah, you can definitely pass this, he says, jumping right into a super smooth and totally unprompted lecture. You actually have enough power to clear it. Your method is just totally wrong, honestly. Try using your brain a bit more. Do not just stare blindly at the front, look further ahead. Hearing this spicy roast, Shui Fei gets extremely curious and turns to ask Lu Sheng. Huh? What the heck do you mean by that? Lu Sheng instantly starts breaking down the exact details for his brand new older friend. Your clunky method earlier was adjusting the position for each sphere right before hitting the glass. Only then did you push them through, before awkwardly readjusting every single sphere to match the holes on the very next glass panel. That way is not exactly wrong, but it takes absolutely forever, plus it drains way too much of your precious mental energy. What this test actually checks is a spirit reader's insane calculation speed. Right at the start, you must figure out exactly which hole every single iron sphere will fly through. Hearing Lu Sheng drop these truth bombs, Shui Fei's eyes fill with absolute intense stress. Lu Sheng just keeps talking. Then, treat each hole as a dot. Connect one dot to the next, and boom, you have mapped out a totally complete pathway. All you gotta do is make those 15 spheres follow 15 different routes. Hearing this completely wild logic, Shui Fei is just absolutely mind-blown. Seriously, how does a basic level 1 kid know all this crazy stuff? Lu Sheng casually steps up, leans in to grab Shui Fei's hand, and asks, is not that way simpler? Wow, what an absolute smooth opportunist. Shui Fei is completely caught off guard by this incredibly bold move, and she just awkwardly stammers back. Yeah, that actually makes total sense. Xiao Li, standing nearby, hears Lu Sheng's ridiculously flawless logic and just has to shout out loud. You are super smart, dude, but doing it is definitely not that simple. Nobody can map out 15 paths that fast, while simultaneously calculating the exact distance of every single hole and the pass rate. Our edgy boy Lu Sheng instantly fires back. You are totally wrong. For completely average people, this amount of math is probably huge. But for a spirit reader, it is an absolute joke. The second he finishes talking, Lu Sheng literally demonstrates it right there. Watch closely. That flex from Lu Sheng makes Shui Fei freeze up completely. He casually scoops out every single iron sphere from the box and says, I am only showing you this once. Seeing absolutely every metal sphere float high into the air under his total command, Xiao Li severely panics. He is controlling all the solid iron spheres at once. Our guy Lu Sheng holds up 2 fingers, eyes glowing intensely bright, and just declares, let us go. Right after his extremely epic command, those heavy metal spheres soar even higher and instantly lock together into a perfect freaking cube shape. Next up, the spheres form a neat little line, pressing right up against the glass layers below. Then, they smoothly thread right through those round holes, one after another. In just a blink, every single ball has pierced through the first layer. Lu Sheng keeps on steering them like an absolute boss. A wildly blinding blue energy flares up extremely hard, radiating right from the palm of our teen hero's hand. Thousands of iron spheres prep to pierce through. Not just one pane, not 10, but over 50 layers of glass all at once. For our boy, this is seriously just a total walk in the park. Lu Sheng casually calls back all the metal spheres and smirks, saying, the logic is actually super simple, just execute it in order. Seeing Lu Sheng pull that off so insanely fast, Shui Fei literally turns into a statue. He casually turns his head and asks, excuse me, how many seconds did that take? Xiao Li is practically shaking as she stutters, 11. Wait, no, exactly 10 seconds. Both she and Jing Xuan are just staring with massive bug eyes. Our guy Lu Sheng puts hands on his hips and replies, for a first attempt, that was decent enough. Those exact words, very first time, make our blonde girl Shui Fei flinch incredibly hard as she loudly yells out, wait, your first time? Lu Sheng spins around, staring intensely right into the poor girl's soul, and casually asks, well, did you get a really good look at that? Her huge round eyes are basically sweating cold bullets, and inside her head, she is completely worshipping this absolute god-tier skill. Then she forces a super bright smile and cheerfully replies, I saw it, but how the heck do you actually do it? I seriously do not understand. Staring at Lu Sheng, she secretly thinks it feels exactly like a crazy street magician performing wild magic right in front of her very face. Even though she can perfectly see every single move he makes, she still has absolutely no clue how it ends up looking so ridiculously magical. Xiao Li is literally sweating buckets, analyzing this whole flex. Guys, in 10 seconds, he steered a massive swarm of spheres through a dozen glass panes and 1,000 tiny holes. That demands a giant mountain of calculations so absurdly complex, you honestly would not even know where to begin doing all the freaking math. Xiao Li frantically whips around and tells Jing Xuan next to her, quick, hurry up and get President Jiang over here right now. Something totally insane just happened. All right, you and I are about to see absolute madness. The guy simply replies, yes. Cut to the president's office. Bald old man Jiang is looking totally miserable. His cards are complete garbage. Being on a team with someone like you is just my rotten luck. He grinds his teeth, absolutely salty. Damn it! Even with level 4 mental power, I still cannot become the god of gamblers. Suddenly, that young guy sprints to President Jiang's room. No knock, no warning, he just aggressively shoves the door wide open. He screams in total panic. President, urgent news! You need to check the computer data right now. The old man snaps back. Why are you panicking so much? He clicks the computer to check. Immediately, he jumps back and blurts out, what? Then the guy whispers right into his ear. It happened exactly like this, and ended like that. Hearing this, the old man starts sweating buckets and asks, is this a joke? Jing Xuan grabs the screen and continues, why would I lie to you? That guy named Lu Sheng is about to start his mental power index test. Just look at this, right through the glowing computer monitor. President Jiang watches Lu Sheng place his hand on the golden stone for the mental test. Instantly, a massive beam of light erupts straight from Lu Sheng's palm, blindly illuminating the entire area. Those two girls literally have to cover their eyes. The light intensity is just way too overpowering. Old Jiang bites his nails, totally confused. What is up with this crazy glowing light? Suddenly, the results pop up. Mental intensity 435.87, mental purity 126.02. The insane results leave our two girls with literal question marks over their heads. Their eyes are wide open in pure shock. Shui Fei points at the machine, looking incredibly suspicious. Is this stupid machine completely broken? These stats are absolutely, ridiculously terrifying right now. Xiao Li breaks into a cold sweat, thinking hard. The guild's purity standard for a level 1 mental master is 1. Even a level 4 master only ever scores a 10. Our own president is literally just a level 4 mental master. Meanwhile, the guy standing right in front of them has the face of a high school student. Staring at Lu Sheng, she is completely stunned. His purity level is more than 20 times higher than a normal level 4 master. What does this even mean? Is this actually allowed? Haha, this is straight up magical illusion territory. At this exact moment, President Jiang sprints from his office down to the testing room. He is already screaming from a mile away. Xiao Li, arriving completely out of breath, he points at the machine. Xiao Li, check if the machine is busted. Do we need to fix this thing? Xiao Li quickly fires back. President, the testing machine is perfectly fine. It just tested those other two accurately. If you do not believe me, test yourself. Lu Sheng crosses his arms and innocently asks, is there some kind of problem with the stats? Old Jiang immediately waves both hands, denying everything. Honestly, you and I can see the old man is still trembling in pure terror inside, he says. Mr. Lu, we meant absolutely no offense. It is just that your results are insanely terrifying. It is simply so hard to believe. Please tell me, are you the hidden heir of some level 7 Grandmaster or a level 8 Supreme Master? The young man Lu Sheng answers with total honesty. I do not have a ridiculously powerful family like that. I am just a kid born into a totally average home. You are President Jiang, right? Please start the final testing phase. At this point, old Jiang has to use a towel to wipe his sweaty forehead. Mr. Lu, your power is already this insane. Do you really need the final test? Isn't this just getting a little too troublesome now? Lu Sheng instantly replies with absolute confidence. Not troublesome at all. It is just a simple, easy little test. But the second he finishes speaking, our guy starts controlling the iron balls. Seeing this, Xiao Li frantically clicks her stopwatch and shouts, "Start the timer." The time is 1.88 seconds. The spheres rapidly follow each other, zooming perfectly along the test's pre-drawn path. It looks insanely twisty and winding. They smash past the glass layers so incredibly fast, shaping up like a ridiculously powerful azure dragon. The time hits exactly 2.0 seconds, but Lu Sheng is fiercely determined to go even faster. The chained spheres easily shoot straight through the tiny holes in the glass. The time is now 4 seconds. In a flash, every single ball completely pierces through. Young Lu Sheng watches this with unbreakable confidence. My second time operating this is definitely a little more skilled now. The time probably hasn't even reached 5 seconds, right? Holding the stopwatch, Xiao Li replies. 4.5. It really is under 5 seconds. Her hands clicking the watch are completely trembling under pressure. Xue Fei continues shaking violently, her mouth just constantly mumbling to herself. This operation is several times harder than before, yet the completion time is actually shorter. And his only excuse is that his second attempt was slightly more practiced? Haha, looking at how ridiculously calm he is, this is clearly not even close to Lu Sheng's absolute limit. President Jiang's jaw literally drops to the floor. This raw power is at least approaching Grandmaster level mental control right now. I feel like 100 rocket poker hands just slapped me in the face. I don't even know how to describe it. Basically, an unbeatable, flawless winning hand. He heavily sighs. Ah, the new waves of the Yangtze River truly push the old waves forward, only for the old waves to die on the beach. Holy crap, this kid is a total monster. The next generation is way too overpowered, completely crushing the old one. He then timidly tells Lu Sheng, Mr. Lu, your power has been completely recognized by our guild. Stick around, guys. He's just getting started. All right, you and I are jumping right into the madness. I will personally craft your certificate and issue your official badge, the old man chuckles, rubbing his hands together like a cartoon villain. However, our branch here can only officially certify up to a level 4 psychic master. To go higher than level 4, you would actually need to visit the main association up in the capital. Does that work for you? Lu Sheng just scratches his head. Yeah, sure, whatever. And hey, Chairman Jiang, don't sweat it too much. I'm literally just a high school student studying for the big college exams. Hearing that casual flex, the poor old man basically suffers a mental breakdown on the spot. Xue Fei is sweating buckets, practically stammering as she asks the million-dollar question. Mr. Lu, how old are you exactly? Our boy answers instantly. I am 18. What else would I be? Did you guys seriously think I just looked like a normal high schooler but was actually some ancient monster who lived for hundreds of years? Lu Sheng gleefully bounces on his heels, super excited. 18. Young, fresh, and perfectly healthy. Ha ha ha. Xue Fei blushes furiously and snaps back at him. Wait, how did you even know what I was thinking? The teen just shakes his head playfully. You need to stop reading so many ridiculous fantasy novels. Then he crosses his arms. I've got the National College entrance exams in 2 months. Honestly, if this official Psychic Master certification didn't give me bonus points for my exams, I wouldn't have bothered coming here to test. Xue Fei shoots Lu Sheng a glance. Looking absolutely adorable in her flustered state, she carefully asks our overpowered main character a question. I still have one last chance to retest. Should I even bother trying again? Of course you should. You totally still have the potential to pass this thing. Just relax. The moment he says that, the bold teen completely wraps his arms around her from behind. Wow, he is shamelessly taking advantage here. This move makes Xu Fei jump, her face turning super red. She feels embarrassed, but whatever, she just rolls with it. Lu Sheng casually holds her waist with one hand and grabs her hand with the other, smoothly guiding her. Look, just feel the sphere like this. Feeling his grip on her hand, Shui Fei's heart starts absolutely hammering in her chest. She is definitely thinking about how this kid is way too smooth for his age. After getting that hands-on personal instruction from Lu Sheng, Shui Fei suddenly finds the mental focus to cleverly manipulate those floating spheres like a total pro. In no time at all, Shui Fei watches the iron spheres pierce through multiple layers of glass and gets insanely excited. Oh yeah, I actually managed to pass the test too. Shui Fei is overjoyed, flashing a huge bright smile as she turns to look back at Lu Sheng. The teen smiles back and says, "See, it wasn't actually that hard. No, it's just because you're an amazing teacher." Chairman Jiang happily joins the hype, loudly announcing, "Congratulations to you both for successfully passing the evaluation. We absolutely must grab a celebratory dinner tonight." To celebrate Dongning Province giving birth to its second ever level 4 psychic master, the young Lu Sheng steps forward to shake old Jiang's hand and thank him. But we really don't need to do the whole dinner thing. However, seeing the pure, sparkling enthusiasm and intense hospitality radiating from both of their glowing eyes, Lu Sheng is immediately forced to reconsider his escape plan. He has literally no choice but to accept old Jiang's invitation. Sigh. All right, fine, I'll go. Both old Jiang and Shui Fei basically erupt into cheers of joy upon hearing the young master finally accept their dinner offer. Then old Jiang drops another perk for his new VIP guest. "Mr. Lu, our association actually owns an exclusive hotel specifically for hosting highly important individuals. Please go rest up for now. We will pick you up later tonight." Hearing this, Shui Fei enthusiastically volunteers. "I have a car! Just leave picking up Lu Sheng to me." She places a hand over her heart, trying to look super reliable. Out in the parking lot, Xie Fei literally opens the door and gestures for Lu Sheng to sit. Yep, being ridiculously good-looking definitely gets you the absolute royal treatment. The teen casually says okay and hops inside the vehicle. "Thank you." Old Jiang waves eagerly from outside. "All right, we will see you both later tonight then." From inside the car, the teenager politely waves right back. "Sounds good. See you later, Chairman Jiang." The car zooms off into the distance while old Jiang just stands there waving like a proud grandpa. The little car speeds down the road, easily zipping past other vehicles. As she drives, Xu Fei keeps blushing and secretly peeking at the young Lu Sheng through her rearview mirror. She thinks to herself, looking at him, he honestly just seems like any normal young guy. Who would have ever guessed this kid is actually a genius level 4 psychic master? Even the chairman of the Psychic Master Association treats him with crazy amounts of respect. He is so young, insanely handsome, has an amazing body, and his natural talent is just ridiculously terrifying. Stick with me here. After staring at the young guy, she clutches her head, remembering the usual spoiled trust fund kids she meets who only know how to shamelessly brag. They really are just a bunch of total absolute garbage. A bunch of walking trash cans. Just remembering their creepy "I love you" Fei lines makes her physically sick. But while she is completely distracted thinking about Lu Sheng, Shui Fei suddenly realizes something terrifying. She nervously glances over at Lu Sheng, her entire face already breaking out into a massive, panic-induced cold sweat. Turns out, the handsome teen is also staring intensely right back at her with a very strange look. Shui Fei jumps, eyes wide, jaw dropping as she totally panics internally. Oh my god, Lu Sheng is totally staring at me right now. What does he mean by that look? Could it possibly be? She lowers her head, super tense. No way. I literally just met this guy not too long ago. But then, our girl suddenly gets a massive boost of absolute, undeniable self-confidence. Wait a minute, teenage boys going through puberty usually love older, pretty women. And honestly, I am pretty darn gorgeous myself. My figure is smoking hot, and I perfectly fit that mature older sister vibe. You know what? An older woman and a handsome younger guy is a classic romance combo. We can totally make this work. While busy dreaming about flirting with the young guy, Fei Fei suddenly snaps back to reality and realizes something wild. All right, you and I are watching peak chaos. She slams the gas pedal, shooting her shot, while our clueless boy Luke Than just sits there totally confused. Tyat Phi refuses to lose in love or on the track. Whoosh! The car tears through the wind like an absolute rocket until screech. She suddenly slams the brakes hard. What an absolute mad driver. Her cheeks are glowing beet red, her brain practically smoking from overthinking this entire situation, as she stutters out her next words. We are here, Luke Than. But our dense main character understands zero about women. He just turns away, desperately trying to hop out of the car. Oh, thanks for the ride. Tiat Phi, still completely nervous and stuttering, tries to keep the conversation going. So, about what happens next. We have no clue if he caught the hint, because he instantly replies, "All right, you need to run away now." Tiat Phi jumps in shock. Eyes wide, she turns to Luke Thon and asks, "Huh? Run? Why should I run?" He calmly points out that she was totally speeding earlier, blew through 5 red lights, and oh yeah, there are literally 2 police cars chasing her right now. Tiat Phi panics, her eyes going blank white. Trying to flirt with this guy is proving to be an absolute nightmare. Our boy Luke Thon bluntly adds, "Yeah, even though you are a powerful telepath, maybe try driving safely next time." Totally embarrassed, Tiat Phi slams the gas pedal and speeds off, her voice loudly echoing from the fleeing car. "Mr. Luke, I will come pick you up tonight." Scene cuts to his hotel room. The television screen flashes an image of Holland 2. Our guy mutters to himself, Holland 2 is actually doing a pretty great job. The news anchor reports, starting today, Bakha City's charity pharmacy will rebrand itself as Lin Thon Pharmaceuticals. And get this, they are officially launching a brand new product called the Spirit Blood Formula. Ha Lin. To confidently introduces, this single medicine will literally change our era. It completely redefines what a health tonic can do. The entire world's martial arts progression is about to enter an insanely new stage. Hearing these massive announcements from Ha Lin, to our guy just clicks his tongue in annoyance. Changing the company name and dropping a new drug without even telling him? Hello, he is literally the biggest shareholder owning 90% of it. Only then does Luke Thon check his phone. Turns out, he has a ton of missed calls from her. He was just too busy dealing with crazy drivers to notice. Okay, yeah, maybe that one is my fault. Feeling totally drained, our boy flops backward onto his hotel bed after an insanely exhausting day. He figures tomorrow he will head back to Bakha City, dive into the dream world, and see exactly how massive this Linthan pharmaceutical company is destined to become. Once inside the dream world, tons of crazy data instantly pops up. Oh, wow. Would you look at that? Ha Lin, who actually has some serious skills. With just the basic version of the Spirit Blood formula on the market, she built a massive corporate empire worth hundreds of billions. It even became the absolute top dog in the medical industry. That is ridiculously impressive. Our guy is now looking at Ha Lin too with totally new respect. But wait. He suddenly spots something completely weird on the data screen. Now, you and I need to read this next part carefully. Under her personal info for husband, Eastern Military Region Lieutenant General, Luke Than. He reads that line and literally falls backward in pure panic. Huh? What the heck is this? Who out there is investigating my personal info like this? Staring at his own futuristic profile, he gets hit with total shock. Huh? What in the world? His wives are listed as Eastern Military Region Lieutenant Colonel Dong Tin Tuyet and Pharma Chairman Ha Lin Tu. His future rank? A literal Lieutenant General. He just mutters in total disbelief. Dong Tin Tuyet and Ha Lin Tu, I have 2 wives? The dude literally wants to bow down to this system, or honestly, just bow to his own insane life. What kind of total Chad does his future self become? Why does the marriage section keep throwing wild surprises at him? Give it some time. Is a 3rd wife going to randomly pop up on this list too? After freaking out, he pats his chest, forcing himself to chill. Phew. Deep breaths. The future is unwritten. Anything can happen, and it will probably shift again soon anyway. Getting back to business, he commands the system. Right. AI, search for the Spirit Blood formula. But the AI violently rejects him. Your authority is insufficient. Cannot search for pharmaceutical recipes above level 5. Luke Thon just smirks. His crazy theory was totally right. Since he published the formula back in the martial arts year 300, 10,000 years of future development happened. It evolved from an absolute garbage-tier common potion into a ridiculously precious medicine ranked way above level 5. If that logic holds up, he just needs to keep dropping insane future knowledge into his current present timeline. That means human civilization gets an extra 10,000-year head start to research and massively upgrade those exact concepts. They can absolutely push everything to an unimaginable new height. So here is the million-dollar question for us. Could this butterfly effect actually stop the world from being completely destroyed in the future? He aggressively commands the AI to check world history. And boom, it changed. The timeline for humanity's total destruction has actually been pushed back by over a dozen years. That literally means dropping just one future medicine gave human civilization an extra decade of survival time. Imagine what else he can do with this broken cheat code. But what if he drops the 3 supreme martial arts manuals written by those legendary level 11 grandmasters? If he releases those massive secrets to the public right now, could he completely shatter humanity's destined doom once and for all? But the hype instantly dies in Luke Thon's eyes as he realizes the brutal truth. No. Forget about whether dropping those god-tier manuals into his current era would even guarantee humanity's survival. The moment he hits publish on those secrets, it would trigger absolute global chaos. The world's current power structure and social order would be brutally shattered in the literal blink of an eye. Let me tell you, if he dropped this knowledge now, society would totally lose its mind. Our guy and his family would be right in the middle of a massive hurricane. Heaven only knows what kind of absolute disaster that would cause. Thinking it over, Lu Sheng was sweating bullets. Plus, if he still could not save humanity's future after all that, then the absolute last spark of martial arts from 10,000 years in the future would be completely wiped out. Humanity's future would literally have zero hope left. Game over. Lu Sheng dropped right down to his knees. He realized the smartest play was to wait. Wait until he actually had enough raw power to completely control the situation, and only then slowly release those overpowered techniques. The weak humans of this 300-year martial arts era desperately needed a proper guide. Staring down at the entire city, our boy finally understood his massive responsibility. That ultimate guiding light? Yeah, it had to be him. Snapping awake from his dream, Lu Sheng was feeling completely confident. He hyped himself up, mostly because he actually had a date with a girl tonight. So the kid dressed to impress, throwing on an incredibly sharp and luxurious suit. He looked so incredibly handsome. All the ladies were definitely going to fall head over heels. Just as he was adjusting his outfit, it hit him. Oh crap. He still had not replied to He Lingsu's text messages yet, so he quickly whipped out his phone. He needed to get some new potion ingredients ready for her when he got back tomorrow. Our guy shot off a text to He Lingsu. I will be back tomorrow to prep the ingredients for 3 potion prescriptions. She just replied with a simple lazy cat sticker. But behind the screen, she was scowling incredibly hard, muttering to herself, this arrogant brat finally decided to text me back, opening his mouth only to demand potion ingredients, not caring about this company at all. Does he even know how hard I work? Furious, she angrily typed out a massive rant, calling him a labor exploiter, a greedy demon with a wicked heart, and a massive money hoarder. A guy whose eyes and brain were literally just stuffed completely full of cash, just rotten to the core, a totally stupid pig, a shady merchant, an absolute villain, a bottomless greedy demon who only knows how to eat. Eat my foot, she sighed inwardly. It was totally hopeless. Why did she have to run into this absolute devil anyway? With dramatic tears totally streaming down her face, she pitifully deleted it all and just sent, I know. Suddenly, a crisp ding-dong echoed right outside Lu Sheng's room. Our boy stepped up and pulled the door open. Bam! Standing right there was Shui Fei, looking incredibly gorgeous, totally seductive, and as elegant as a high society princess. She gave a little wave with a totally radiant smile. Mr. Liu, I am here to pick you up. The party was completely ready. She had piercing eyes, shining blonde hair, and absolutely killer curves that could easily steal any young man's soul. Looking completely sharp and insanely handsome himself, Lu Sheng stepped forward. Just call me Lu Sheng. That whole Mr. thing feels super weird to me. Let us get going. Shui Fei took one look at him and instantly caught feelings, like Cupid literally shot her. Oh my gosh, he is way too handsome. They quickly hit the road together, arriving right at the big party. The massive center banner screamed, Congrats to Dongning Province Liangcheng for getting a brand new spiritual master. Lu Sheng scanned the room and saw the hall was absolutely packed with people. He leaned closer to Shui Fei. Was this not supposed to be a simple dinner? Why in the world are there so many people here? Shui Fei just flashed a huge, beaming smile. Do not let old Jiang's usual goofy attitude fool you for a single second. He is actually a massive big shot in Liangcheng. Honestly, this crazy crowd is just the downsized version after he tried to keep it low-key. Our boy Lu Sheng quickly grabbed a drink and shrugged it off. Fine. If the old man wants to throw a crazy party, let him go absolutely wild tonight. I am leaving the city tomorrow anyway. Meanwhile, the bald guy old Jiang was busy laughing it up with the ladies. Who knows what he was saying about Lu Sheng, but the girls were giggling like crazy. They looked totally amazed. Is that actually true? Mr. President, that sounds way too insane to be real. The old man instantly shot back. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not believe it either. Every era really does have its own absolute geniuses. Just then, even more fancy girls started walking into the grand hall. 2 girls were strolling up from a distance, and would you look at that, one of them was actually Zheng Dandan. What a crazy coincidence. The purple-haired girl took a quick sip of champagne and whispered, Tonight is a seriously big deal. Just look over there. The mayor of Liangcheng, the Martial Arts Association president. I am telling you, literally everyone at this party tonight is a massive celebrity across all of Dongning province. She looked right at her friend. If our luck was not so insanely good, we never would have gotten through those doors. Mostly because the guy throwing this party has a terrifyingly huge background. It is Jiang Jinian, president of the Liangcheng Spiritual Master Association. She stared at the old man joking around over there. Do you have any idea how much more valuable a spiritual master is than a regular fighter? The purple-haired girl just kept rambling on and on, while the pink-haired Zheng Dandan stood there quietly listening. But hearing that specific title, she suddenly felt like something was totally off. Spiritual master? Wait, Lu Sheng totally said he was heading to the Spiritual Master Association. So she immediately turned to ask her purple-haired friend, "All right, you and I are diving in. Tan Uyen, can you check if any Luke Than is here?" Giving her a deadly yet curious glare, Tan Uyen fires back. "Luke Than? Word on the street from Van Tu is that you are crushing hard on some random high school boy you met on vacation. Absolutely wild gossip." Trin Dan Dan flashes a bright, totally guilty smile. "No way. Stop listening to Van Tu's nonsense." But Tan Yuyen is not buying it, literally pointing a finger right at her friend's face. "Huh, you seriously think you can still fake it with me? You have been stubbornly camping out here in Luangthan instead of going back to school just to wait for that kid, right?" While getting completely interrogated, Dan Dan just keeps nervously scanning the whole room, desperately trying to spot her boy, Luke Than. Tan Uyen casually swirls the wine in her glass and keeps talking. "I heard he is crazy, handsome, comes from an insanely scary background, and even has ties to the Eastern military. Honestly, Dan, what do you even want me to say right now? Look, even if you grab some broke, totally average college guy to date, I honestly would not even care or try to stop you. Seriously, do what you want. We are young, dating a few random guys is whatever, because you are obviously going to dump them soon anyway. Just another sad name added to your long list of tragic exes." Rubbing Dan Dan's head like she is a lost puppy, she sighs. "But catching feelings for a high schooler? Girl, did you seriously lose your mind?" Dan immediately fires back, completely defensive. "Luke Than is not just some ordinary high school student, okay? He is totally different." Tan Uyen rolls her eyes, frustratedly taking another sip of her wine. "Not an ordinary student? Yeah, whatever. Do your thing. I am way too lazy to care." Tucking her hair back, Dan looks ridiculously sad, thinking to herself, "Ever since Luke Than and I parted ways, I have been stuck waiting here in Luong Than. Just because he promised he would eventually visit Luong Than, I have literally been spamming him with so many texts like a crazy person, saying things like, 'Are you there? Good night, good morning,' or even nervously asking if he wanted to catch a late-night movie together. Typical thirsty stuff. But this dude has not replied or even left her on read. Could it be that she actually means absolutely nothing to him? Peak tragic romance right there." Suddenly, Tan Uyen slaps her shoulder, breaking the dramatic trance. Dan, why are you spacing out? You are my absolute bestie, so I am dropping this exclusive info for you." Then she leans right into Dan's ear, whispering the ultimate, crazy secret. Tonight's huge VIP party is actually celebrating the grand arrival of a level 4 spiritual master, someone exactly on par with Elder Jiang. Tan Uyen starts waving her hands around like a total maniac, exaggerating to make Dan understand. A massive VIP like that stomps their foot, and the entire Dongnin province literally shakes in pure terror. Now, here is where you and I need to pay attention. If an insane VIP like that notices us, both our families would absolutely skyrocket straight out of this world. But Dan's brain is completely empty except for Luke Than. Thinking this mystery VIP is actually him, she brightly smiles and asks, "Is this level 4 spiritual master super young?" Tan Yuyen just crosses her arms and blatantly replies, "Honestly, I have absolutely no clue. But considering Elder Jiang's fossil age for level 4, I bet this guy isn't super old, but definitely not young either. Just look around. So many older women showed up tonight, mostly pushing 40. The entire scene right now is absolutely packed with ladies. Barely one or two dudes, and a whole squad of middle-aged women hunting for a prize." Glancing around the crazy room, Dan realizes her friend actually makes sense. Sighing in defeat, she mutters, "Yeah, true, it is probably not him at all." Putting both hands fiercely on her hips, Tan Yuyen yells, Dan, why are you still obsessing over that annoying high school kid? Forget him entirely. Tonight we seriously need to treasure this golden opportunity. In our entire circle, besides you and me, literally nobody else is even qualified to step foot in here." But Dan's soul has already been snatched by Luke Than. Her body is physically here, but her mind is totally with him. Seeing her friend spaced out like a zombie, the purple-haired Tan Uyen screams out, "Earth to Dan, I am literally talking right to you." Suddenly, Dan spots something that makes her eyes go wide as saucers. It is Luke Than. The very familiar image of a guy absolutely inhaling food like a machine appears right before her. Homeboy is eating like an industrial excavator, making the nearby waitress completely terrified and judging him with a super weirded out stare. But the crazy difference tonight? Luke Than looks significantly more handsome than usual, so his savage eating style is actually slightly toned down. A moment later, Luke Than turns around and casually waves hello. Dan instantly confirms it is really him. Seeing her dream boy, she completely ditches everything else. She tells Tan Uyen, "I am going for a walk by myself. I just saw a friend." A very confused Tan Uyen yells, Dan, where are you going?" Her friend keeps calling out to her, but Dan completely ignores her, sprinting straight toward Luke Than like a missile. The guy is just holding a plate of snacks. Dan. Dan happily stops to yell his name, but before she can even finish saying it, she violently hits the brakes. Out of absolute nowhere, Tiet Phi glides in, wrapping her arm right around Luke Thon's neck and winking playfully. Seeing the blonde-haired Tiet Phi getting all painfully romantic with Luke Thon makes Dan freeze like a statue. Her mood flips 180 degrees. She just stands there, face completely darkened, staring at the main characters in total confusion. Who the heck is that girl? Trin Dan's face is a complete mask of pure panic. Seriously, who is she? Could she actually be Luke Thon's girlfriend? Just thinking about that makes Dan sweat nervously, violently grinding her teeth, terrified that her precious chance is completely gone forever. But there is zero chance she is giving up now. Trin Dan. Dan waves from afar with a forcibly bright smile. Hey Luke Than, long time no see. She is definitely thinking to herself, if the flower is already claimed, I guess I will just smash the pot and steal it anyway. How could anyone just abandon a guy looking that insanely gorgeous? Hearing Dan call his name, the young man quickly turns around and raises his hand to wave. What a crazy coincidence you are still in Luang Than. Watch this. You and I can see his face totally light up for her, suddenly bursting with massive energy. Zheng Dan steps right up to our guy, Lu Sheng. She just stares at him. In her mind, she's totally tripping because they haven't even been apart that long. Yet somehow our boy has leveled up into this insanely mysterious dude she cannot even begin to figure out. Seriously, it feels like there is a 10,000-foot canyon between them now. Seeing some random cute girl enthusiastically walking up to greet Lu Sheng out of nowhere, Shui Fei gets super curious and asks, "Who is this?" Our slick guy Lu Sheng quickly introduces them. "This is Zheng Dan, just a friend of mine. We met last month while traveling around Oxhead Mountain." Hearing this, Shui Fei instantly flashes a warm smile and politely greets her. "Oh, nice to meet you, Miss Zheng." "Hello." Right on cue, Dan's bestie, this snobby girl, Xin Yuan, struts over holding a fancy wine glass. She smirks and asks, "Hey Dan, who is this guy? Got a friend and didn't even introduce us?" Zheng Dan quickly jumps in. "Lu Sheng, this is my absolute best friend in the world. And Xin Yuan, the guy standing right in front of you is the Lu Sheng I mentioned." Xin Yuan's eyes practically pop out of her head in shock. The dude standing in front of her is completely different from what she imagined. Oh, so this is Lu Sheng? No wonder he is so incredibly handsome. Makes total sense why Zheng Dan is acting completely obsessed and will not leave his side. Xin Yuan scans the room and quickly realizes the girl standing next to him is actually Shu Fei from the Shui family. Seeing this, her brain immediately starts formulating some seriously toxic, judgy thoughts about Lu Sheng. So that is how it is. No wonder a random high school kid got into this place. Turns out he is just using that pretty face. She judges our guy so hard right now, totally convinced he is just some spineless gold digger clinging to a rich woman's skirt. After jumping to these absolutely ridiculous conclusions, Xin Yuan drops some hilariously fake, totally insincere social pleasantries. "So you are the famous Mr. Lu. Dan talks about you all the time. Meeting you today, you truly look like a dragon among ordinary men." Our boy Lu Sheng hears this fake nonsense and gets super annoyed. His expression completely darkens. "And you and I know exactly why the guy can literally read minds." Lu Sheng coldly replies with 2 words, "Hello there." Xin Yuan takes a smug little sip from her wine glass and asks, "Pardon my bluntness, but where exactly is Mr. Lu from?" Lu Sheng quickly fires back his answer, "White River City." When asked about his background, our guy gets brutally blunt. His family is actually super poor, so you would expect him to feel insecure. But nope. Staring straight into Xin Yuan's judgmental face, Lu Sheng smirks. "Next, you are probably going to ask about my parents, try to figure out my financial situation, and then conveniently ask how I even managed to get into this high-class party today, right?" Hearing her thoughts exposed, Xin Yuan literally freezes in pure shock. Lu Sheng flashes a highly sarcastic smile and continues, "It is exactly what you are thinking. I am just a normal student born into a completely average working-class family. I am fundamentally not on the same level as you wealthy elites. Coming to this fancy party was just an unexpected coincidence." Having dropped the mic, our guy waves his hand dismissively, turns around to leave, and says, "Stop acting out this cliché teen drama script. Chat amongst yourselves, I am out of here." Walking a few steps away, our boy Lu Sheng lets out a heavy sigh and thinks to himself, "Phew, I seriously hate these kinds of pretentious parties. Reacting like that in front of everyone? Maybe I was being a little too sensitive just now? But honestly, my family is the most precious thing in the world to me. I will never allow anyone to insult or hurt them." Watching this bizarrely intense reaction from Lu Sheng, Zheng Dan just stands there frozen, completely lost for words. Both beautiful girls are just staring wide-eyed, jaws practically hitting the floor. Shui Fei is utterly stunned as she calls out, Lu Sheng!" She watches Lu Sheng walk away, completely baffled. Why is he reacting so intensely today? What in the world triggered him like that? This is way too weird. He is totally different from his gentle, warm self yesterday. She turns back to furiously glare at Xin Yuan, then quickly sprints after him. Lu Sheng, wait for me. Meanwhile, Zheng Dandan is left stammering helplessly. Seeing her best friend still staring longingly after Lu Sheng, Xin Yuan gets super mad and practically yells, "Let it go, Dandan. A guy like that is fundamentally not worth your time or affection." Her eyes flash with absolute malice and pure anger. I hadn't even said anything bad yet, and his reaction was incredibly violent. Do you know what that actually proves to us? It proves he is feeling incredibly guilty and super defensive. He cares way too much about his status. He has absolutely zero real skills, but his ego is massively inflated. To put it nicely, he is arrogant. To put it bluntly, he is completely pathetic. She tilts her head, glaring at Lu Sheng's back with utter disgust. I have seen so many losers exactly like him. He is fundamentally not worthy of you at all. You definitely noticed that rich girl standing next to him earlier, right? Watching the two figures walking away, Xin Yuan explains, her name is Xue Fei. You definitely already know about the powerful Xue family. Plus, I heard she already passed the level 2 spirit reader exam. Among the wealthy second-generation kids of Liang City, she is absolutely a famous heavyweight. You and I can see how suspiciously close they are acting. If you ask me, this Lu Sheng definitely used his good looks or some shady trick to hook Xue Fei. That is the only way he got an invite to tonight's party. Xin Yuan then screams right into Zheng Dandan's face. You need to wake up right now, Dandan. He is nothing but a pathetic gold digger clinging to a woman for status. Open your eyes and see his true, ugly colors for what they really are. Zheng Dandan totally disagrees. She takes a step back in pure disbelief and says, what on earth are you even talking about? How could Lu Sheng possibly be that kind of person? Having ranted way too much, Xin Yuan sighs heavily a few times before catching her breath to continue. All right, you and I know the truth can be absolutely brutal sometimes. But hey, it is just a harsh reality that everyone eventually has to face. She basically drops the mic, telling her to figure the rest out. But no matter what crazy rumors people spread, our girl Dan Dan stays absolutely rock solid. In Trin Dan Dan's head, Lu Sheng is basically completely flawless. She denies the rumors. Lu Sheng, her precious Lu Sheng. Her eyes go incredibly wide as she stares at our main guy. To her, Lu Sheng is radiating pure glory, shining brighter than the actual sun itself. He is the ultimate hero who literally saved her life. Then Dan Dan starts furiously slapping her own cheeks just to wake herself up. Her face turns completely serious. She thinks she is losing her mind for actually doubting Lu Sheng and calling him some kind of a total wimp. Dan confidently spins back around to face Tan Yuyan. She swears that Lu Sheng is absolutely nothing like what those crazy rumors are saying. She literally talked until her throat went totally dry, but her best friend will not budge. Tan Uyen is sweating bullets and looks completely utterly confused. Dan, seriously, what is totally wrong with you? Right on cue, someone in the massive hall screams out, "Look over there, President Jiang just showed up." Spotting old Jiang, Tan Uyen completely flips her mood. Smiling like a bright flower, she casually turns and says, Dan, forget about that wimp for a second. The hall is totally about to introduce the Tier 4 big boss, so you better quickly get yourself ready. From way across the room, old Jiang spots Lu Sheng and Fei Fei. Immediately, he marches right over to Lu Sheng and actually reaches his hand out first. Seeing this absolute madness, Tan Uyen completely drops her jaw in pure shock. Why on earth is President Jiang walking straight toward that alleged total wimp? Wait, is President Jiang actually greeting him? He smiles brightly and says, Mr. Lu, I am so sorry. I completely forgot that you dislike super crowded parties this much, Lu Sheng quickly responds. No worries at all. President Jiang has massive responsibilities, so helping out is absolutely fine. President Jiang lets out a huge sigh of relief. Phew, thank you so much for supporting me. Then he confidently steps right into the middle of the massive crowd. Everyone, please quiet down and listen up. He points straight at Lu Sheng and loudly makes an epic announcement. This right here is the absolute genius who just emerged at our very own Dongning Province Spiritual Master Association. A Tier 4 Spiritual Master, Mr. Lu Sheng, ladies and gentlemen. He laughs cheerfully and continues. Mr. Lu here is barely 18 years old. Honestly, standing next to a prodigy like him makes an old geezer like me want to just disappear. Oh man, all the girls in the room spot this young, super handsome Tier 4 Spiritual Master, and they absolutely lose their minds screaming in pure hype. A Tier 4 Spiritual Master? You and I know that is completely insane. Only 18 years old? And get this, he has not even taken the unified exam yet. Endless waves of crazy praise and absolute admiration flood in for our boy Lu Sheng. He is a totally outstanding hero and an absolute powerhouse talent. Watching all this unfold, Tan Uyen literally cannot even stand up anymore. She collapses straight onto the floor, jaw completely dropped, just stammering in absolute maximum shock. Wait, huh? Him? That guy? Dan finally speaks up. Tan Uyen, do you finally see it now? He is literally like someone walking among the stars. A legend shining as bright as the freaking sun. This is the real him. Dan just stares at Lu Sheng, absolutely head over heels in love. Now this is the real Lu Sheng. Finding out he is a tier 4 spiritual master completely short-circuits her brain. She sits paralyzed on the floor, her eyes wide open in total bewildered panic. She honestly cannot believe her own eyes or ears right now. After a really long moment, she finally manages to calm down just a little bit. Her mind races, desperately thinking, how could it possibly be him? No way. I seriously need to somehow fix my massive embarrassing mistake from earlier. She desperately struggles to stand back up and frantically grabs her best friend by the shoulder. Dan, you have got to help me here. But Dan replies with a totally heartbroken face. Do you see that huge, crazy crowd over there? Everyone is literally begging him to take their business cards, but Lu Sheng is completely ignoring every single one of them. Literally everyone in front is bowing a full 90 degrees offering their cards. But honestly, our guy does not care about any of that stuff at all. Look at him just casually waving his hand and rejecting everyone. Even the most powerful and wealthy VIPs are getting completely shut down before they can even try. Do you really think you have a chance? With a super depressing sigh, Dan continues. Honestly, even for me, this entire crush is just a completely hopeless one-sided love. He is absolutely playing in a totally different league from us now. This romance was over before it even officially began. A little bit later, our young legend Lu Sheng finally escapes the party and hops right into a random taxi. Finally feeling like he can actually breathe again away from that suffocating party, our boy smiles cheerfully at the driver. Sir, take me straight to Baihe City. Rubbing his forehead, Lu Sheng lets out a heavy sigh. He seriously hates this fake social networking nonsense. He only showed his face just to be nice to President Jiang. Lu Sheng is just super happy to finally head home. Having his family and training martial arts is the exact kind of chill life he actually wants. You and I can easily see he is still just a regular high school student coming from a completely normal everyday family. The taxi driver speeds down the highway, and boom, they arrive back in his familiar Baihe City. The second he gets home, his mom happily throws open the door to welcome her boy. Oh, little Sheng, you are finally back. His mom smiles brightly, pointing at her absolute favorite golden child. Hurry up and sit down. Let me grab you a bowl and some chopsticks right now. Meanwhile, his incredibly stubborn little sister Lu Qing, he stares with huge wide eyes. Wait, big brother, when did you even get back here? His dad is literally grinning from ear to ear with pure joy. Little Sheng, you finally made it back. Watch this. Little sister Qinghe runs over, jaw literally on the floor, measuring herself against her brother in absolute shock. Bro, how did you get so insanely tall after just one trip? She gasps. This sibling dynamic, pure comedy gold. Our guy Lu Sheng hilariously strikes a pose, looking down at her. I barely grew at all. You just shrank, obviously, he laughs. What a menace. That completely shameless answer leaves poor Qinghe utterly speechless. She has absolutely zero comeback for that level of sass. Then Lu Sheng stares her down. School's on break, right? I'm checking your combat skills later. Don't tell me you forgot the warning text I sent before I left. Uh-oh, big bro mode activated. If you haven't improved, he clenches his fist, raising it with the most dangerously evil smile imaginable. Heh, those expensive martial arts resources he funded aren't a free ride. Suddenly, Mama Lu happily walks in, carrying a ridiculously massive bowl of steamed buns straight to her beloved son. Sit down and eat, sweetie. Lu Sheng's eyes literally sparkle at the sight of the food. Thanks, Mom. Tearing into a bun like a starving wolf, he glances at his dad. Hey, old man, that meat and medicine I stuffed in the fridge earlier. Are you actually eating it? His dad happily nods. Of course I am. But seriously, what kind of crazy magic tonics did you even put in there? He stares at his water cup, looking totally confused. I drink it every day instead of water. I feel insanely strong. Literally like I'm 20 years old again. That stuff must be crazy expensive, right? Having already inhaled half a bun, our guy quickly lies. Not at all. A buddy who owns a pharmacy just gave it to me for free. They specifically research middle-aged folks like you. You and Mom need to drink it religiously. Seriously, don't swap it back to normal water. I've got tons of it. Little do these parents know, their future daughter-in-law is a master pharmacist. They'll have so much magic water, they'll be swimming in it. Hearing this, Mom smiles warmly and replies, all right. Listen, sweetie, the big college exam is coming up fast. You don't need to travel anymore, right? Looking perfectly innocent, he hands his completely empty bowl back to his mom. Nope, no more traveling. I'm staying right here until exam day. By the way, Mom, can I please get another massive bowl of rice? And just like that, we're right back to the classic sibling food war. He instantly starts fighting his sister for scraps. Shoving food into his mouth, he snatches her plate. I need more. Don't blame me because your hands are slow. Mom sighs, telling them there's plenty left, while Dad just chuckles. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, poor Ching-hei just stands there completely helpless, watching her monster of a brother steal literally all her dinner. Bro, why are you stealing straight from my bowl? She complains. But completely ignoring her outrage, our guy easily inhales the entire thing. Then, he casually drops an absolute bombshell. Since we're free today, and this place is cramped, let's go check out our brand new house after we finish eating. That wild statement makes the other three family members flinch so hard, they all scream in perfect unison. Huh? He is totally a man of his word. After getting stuffed, he marches the whole squad over to the new property. Stepping inside, their jaws hit the floor. Wow, this is way too luxurious. Lu Sheng stands there, hands on his hips, absolutely beaming. I had someone buy this new house for us. What do you think? Dad immediately starts sweating about the money. The old house really wasn't that bad. This place looks insanely expensive, son. There is no way we can afford this burden. But Lu Sheng just smiles with pure confidence. Don't sweat it. These past few months, I've been joining all sorts of training camps and competitions. I racked up a massive amount of prize money. This is just a fraction of it. More cash is still hitting my bank account. Millions of dollars? Yeah, I've got plenty of that. Of course, he conveniently leaves out the part where he was piloting heavy combat mechas. Hearing these crazy numbers, Mom gets completely dizzy and screams. What? How much money did you just say? I'm hearing things, right? Dad looks incredibly suspicious. Little Sheng, you better not be joking around. And his little sister? She's just hilariously starry-eyed. Wow, big bro, did you seriously win that much money in just 2 months? Lu Sheng pats her head, grinning. Obviously. What, do you think I secretly went out and robbed a bank? He keeps rubbing her head, adding, all right, this epic new house officially belongs to us now. Mom, Dad, pack your stuff, we are moving in. Overwhelmed with happiness, his parents get super emotional. Literal tears stream down their faces. Our boy is bringing so much honor to our ancestors. The heavens are truly blessing us. Raising a son like this is the proudest moment of our lives. Now, you and I know playtime is over. Lu Sheng cracks his knuckles and glares at his sister. Qinghei, come with me. There's a training ground out back. Time to see your current power level. Terrified, she trembles and squeaks. Yes, big brother. Too impatient to walk, he hilariously grabs her by the head and just drags her along, completely helpless against her overpowered sibling. Qinghei wildly kicks and struggles, whining, ouch, 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 stop dragging me. Hitting the training ground, she strikes a totally fierce combat stance. Remember, her stats used to be way higher than his, so she flares her aura looking surprisingly intimidating. But Lu Sheng just stands there, totally unfazed. Stop striking stupid poses and attack me. Triggered, Qinghe channels all her energy into her legs and launches incredibly high into the air. She drops down with a vicious, plunging kick. Meanwhile, our guy just casually waits there, looking ridiculously arrogant. Right as her foot gets close, he catches her attack with one single hand. She's forced into an incredibly painful mid-air split, immediately clutching her leg in pure agony. Her face scrunches up. Ow, ow, ow! And instead of helping, he just roasts her. Stand up straight, will you? You are this useless, and you call yourself my sister? Utterly humiliated, she faceplants directly onto the floor, growling with pure, unadulterated rage. She whines, how can I stand while you grab my leg? You are a high-tier martial artist. Look at my level. She frowns and yells, I am not even an official martial artist yet. You just love bullying your little sister. I am not useless. Lu Sheng finally gets totally serious. Stand up first, he says. I will teach you some insanely practical techniques that I figured out myself. Boom! Those fake crocodile tears instantly vanish. Her eyes completely light up as she asks, really? Are we talking about a secret martial arts manual? Lu Sheng watches her insane 180-degree mood swing and thinks to himself, you were literally just crying your nose out. Now it is like I swapped her for a completely different sister. He casually replies to her, just treat it like a top-secret manual. Follow exactly what I teach you, but absolutely do not leak this to anyone outside. She is absolutely overjoyed, smiling like she just won the lottery. Yes, sir. He then guides her through the moves, making sure she circulates her energy perfectly right here. Meanwhile, she just stares blankly at her big brother and starts overthinking everything. Honestly, nobody just powers up this insanely fast in a few months. She is feeling super curious, but also totally suspicious of him. If she had not watched him transform from a perfectly normal high school student with her very own eyes over these past few months, stepping up his game to this crazy level, she would never believe it. But this stubborn girl actually convinces herself he is just lucky. Even though absolutely everyone thinks her brother suddenly awakened his potential, she just knows deep down that he is definitely hiding some massive secret. Her own martial arts talent is definitely better than his, so obviously she can snatch that secret for herself too. She smiles with absolute confidence. With her brilliant genius brain, she will easily surpass him one day, making his life so incredibly tough. Ha ha ha! But she totally misses him glaring at her with cold eyes. Seeing her spacing out instead of actually focusing on training, Lu Sheng just smacks her head. Wham! A loving sibling strike that makes her yell out, "You are making me shorter." She then trains so incredibly hard that she is literally sweating all over the place. A little while later, she finally drops the stance. The second she stops, she is gasping for dear life because that workout was absolutely brutal. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just stands there with his arms crossed, watching his breathless sister with complete amusement. She can barely stand and completely faceplants into the dirt. He just laughs out loud and asks her, "So how is it? Feeling the effects yet?" Even though she is completely exhausted, her eyes instantly light up as she excitedly clenches both her fists. She jumps straight up and happily yells, "Brother, that is so awesome! What exactly is this move?" The results are seriously peak. Doing it just once feels 10 times more effective than my old training. Hearing this, Lu Sheng thinks to himself, what lie will keep my goofy sister from exposing this massive secret to outsiders? You and I know he needs a good cover story. After racking his brain over this secret, a genius idea finally hits him. Playing it totally cool, he just waves his hand. It is exactly what you always practice, just the shiny new version. She looks completely confused. Wait, what do you mean the latest version? Lu Sheng confidently continues his explanation. It is just like how the phones and computers you use right now get updated to version 2.0 or 3.0. But inside their crazy secret labs, they already made version 9.0, maybe even 10.0. Version 2 is just basic civilian stuff. This is just an early test phase. It will not hit the market for years, which is why you absolutely must keep your mouth shut. Hearing that, she jumps back, flaring with angry energy. Hold up! Are you seriously using me as your personal lab rat? What an absolute drama queen. Seeing her wildly exaggerated reaction, he just violently pinches her cheek, lifts her right up, and slowly speaks. With a crazy cheat skill like this, totally normal people would actually beg to be lab rats but get rejected. This elite physical training art simply has not been released to the public yet, but the core routine is already flawlessly complete. Holding her totally squished face in pain, she asks him worriedly, "But this feels super dangerous. What if I accidentally cripple myself doing this?" Lu Sheng just stares helplessly at his incredibly stubborn little sister and her endless stream of paranoid questions. He stands up, saying, "I am your brother. We have the same parents, so our physical bodies are extremely similar. I have trained this for ages. If anyone gets crippled, it would be me first." But she keeps scratching her head, completely overthinking. That is way too tragic. If our family ends up with two cripples, who is going to take care of our parents? Plus, if you become crippled first, I can still feed you. Hearing her absurd logic, his face goes completely dark, eyes glowing bright red. He immediately sprints after his absolute menace of a sister like a ticking time bomb. "Get back here so I can teach you a painful lesson." She runs away laughing. "I was just joking. Why so serious? Chill out, bro." Running for her life, she totally faceplants straight onto the hard floor again. You and I have to wonder the same thing she does. "Bro, if this art is so insanely good, did you do something totally illegal? Let's watch this." Lu Sheng keeps a straight face. "Of course not, your brother wouldn't break the law." "Yeah, right." He completely squashes his stubborn sister flat on the floor, absolutely bending Lu Qinghei's leg out of shape. Total menace behavior. She screams in pure agony, totally calling out his obvious bluff. "Then let me go. You're literally about to murder your own sister right now. And you seriously dare claim you aren't doing anything illegal?" Finally, Lu Sheng throws his hands up and lets go. Honestly, her insane screaming and wild thrashing are just way too annoying to handle. Lu Qinghe immediately pops her head back up, curious. "Learning this body technique from you, it won't cause any trouble, right?" Lu Sheng instantly slaps on a super serious face to terrify his poor sister. "Good point. The master who taught me this made it clear absolutely zero passing it on to anyone else. Otherwise, our entire family gets dragged into massive trouble." Hearing this, Lu Qinghe practically jumps out of her skin. "What the heck? But you already taught me. Doesn't that mean we're—" Before she can even panic completely, Lu Sheng plays the ultimate loving brother card. "I had no choice. Blame yourself for being my precious little sister." This super fake deep emotional act makes Lu Qinghe blush completely red. "Brother!" she cries, totally moved. Lu Sheng raises a hand, whispering seriously, "Just keep this a total secret. As long as nobody else ever finds out about it, I think we will actually be completely fine. Remember, literally no one, not teachers, besties, or your future husband. This involves my life, your life, and seriously, the survival of our entire family." Hearing their entire family is at risk, Lu Qinghe nods, looking extremely serious and totally understanding. Yeah, don't worry, big brother. I swear I absolutely won't let anyone find out." Successfully scamming his gullible sister, he happily stands up. "All right, I will teach you a few more times. Once you get it, go practice in your room." Lu Qinghe glances at him and thinks, so that is why her big brother is always hiding in his room. secretly practicing this stuff. She clenches her fists, totally daydreaming. Haha! Her talent is way stronger than his anyway. Surpassing him in the future is absolutely going to happen. Wow, her acting skills are so good she definitely deserves a Nobel Prize. Meanwhile, our guy is equally smug, thinking his own dramatic performance definitely deserves a Best Actor award. Two total fakers. Lu Sheng turns around waving at his sister. I need to head out this afternoon. Practice hard at home. I will teach you real combat later. She nods obediently. Boom, scene change. We arrive at the fancy Ocean Sky restaurant. Lu Sheng strolls to his meeting spot, finding his future wife He Ling-su waiting. Really sorry for keeping you waiting so long, he says. He Ling-su is extremely thoughtful, having already ordered him a massive mountain of beef plates. I knew you loved steak, so I ordered plenty. Lu Sheng looks impressed. Wow, you are so thoughtful. Thanks. Our boy casually cuts his meat, locking eyes with his future second wife. So, how is the company business doing lately? He asks. He Ling-su answers smoothly. The initial market price for the Spirit Muscle Serum is 49.88. Now, this price tag isn't exactly outrageous, but it is definitely way out of reach for your average, ordinary person. My strategy aims for mid to high-end clients who actually have serious cash to burn. And hey, the sales are honestly looking great. The entire first batch of 20,000 Spirit Muscle pills completely sold out in less than a single week. Money-making genius, He Ling-su smiles brightly. Plus, the repurchase rate is incredibly high. I guarantee that soon enough, our reputation will absolutely explode. It will definitely become the absolute star product for martial arts supplements across all of Dongning Province and Baihe City. Lu Sheng absolutely devours his steak, chewing happily while giving He Ling-su some serious praise. Great job. Leaving this in your hands was the right move. He pauses. So, is our cash flow still good? Once we expand, opening a branch is absolutely mandatory. At that point, I will probably need a bank loan, because I really don't have much cash left on hand right now. You gotta love his confidence. He finishes eating, sips his drink, and naturally keeps flexing his plans for his future wife. In just a little while longer, I'll give you more cash soon. Don't sweat the previous funds, He Ling-su nods. Then I'm relying on you. Suddenly, she blinks, remembering something. Wait, isn't your unified exam coming up really soon? Lu Sheng doesn't even sweat it. Yeah, that is exactly right. So I'll be completely locked down, entirely focused on prepping for this exam. I am not going out. The whole business operation is entirely on your shoulders now. Lu Sheng suddenly remembers he just moved, so he gives her a quick heads up. Oh yeah, I'm moving in a few days. I will send you my new address then. Sitting across from him, He Ling-su secretly sweats, completely baffled. She almost forgot. This intense guy casually radiating absolute boss energy with every single gesture is realistically still just a high school kid. He hasn't even taken his final exams yet. She sips her wine, completely mind blown. 6 months ago, she would have absolutely laughed in your face if you said her family's entire fate rested on this kid. All right, guys, look at our boy here. Trusting his gut feeling was totally the right call today. I mean, haha, letting your future husband handle the business? You just cannot go wrong there, folks. Ha Lin, to thinks about it for a second, stands straight up and says, I am out of here. See ya. Oh wait. Before she bails, she drops a casual bomb. Ma Fi is the new store manager. Ma Fi is looking so smug right now. Dude is basically smelling the cash already. Luke Thon totally backs his future wife up. You are the boss, he says. She leaves and our dude finishes gobbling down his giant meal. He watches her walk away and smirks. He knows her company is his ultimate cash cow. It is the perfect spot to secretly cook up his super overpowered future meds without anyone noticing. Is she gonna betray him once she gets filthy rich? Nah, our boy is not sweating that at all. She looks super chill outside, but girl is actually drowning in drama. Sooner or later, she will come crying for his help. He looks sharp. Plus, even without all the crazy pressure, whatever insane stuff our guy hands out, he can easily snatch right back. Right now, the only thing that matters is getting stupidly buff and strong. With that settled, he calls the cute waitress and casually orders 50 steaks to go, fist clenched tight. Time to level up his crazy spirit weapons, stellar body tricks, and immortal golden armor stats. Once he gets those shiny new buffs, the next time he runs into that overpowered female martial god, he will not just run away, he will absolutely wreck her. Months practically vaporize in a flash. He crushes the general selection and totally aces the spiritual master exams. The dude heads home, flexing that sweet stash of bonus cash to buy his family a massive crib. Standing right in front of the epic new house, he points and smiles like a total boss. Then he stares at the moving crew, scratching his chin with one hand parked on his hip. He watches the Hong Shuyan guys happily carrying boxes and wonders, how the heck did that martial arts hall even find out about this move? They just rolled up offering free labor. Downstairs, his little sister and True Lan Tone are whispering, while his parents grin like crazy. His sister Luke Kan Hoa side-eyes him so hard. Squinting, she casually whispers to a super blushing Lan Tone, They keep moving boxes until sunset. Our boy takes it all in. We finally moved into the fancy Hoafu neighborhood. Right now he is playfully smacking his sister on the head, but still grinning. Behind them, the parents are laughing their heads off seeing the kids goof around. The little sister squints and ducks, taking her big bro's fake rage like a champ. Way in the back, some random auntie with a bag mutters, "These new neighbors are pretty weird. You and I know tomorrow is the massive joint exam." Upstairs, Kan Hoa stretches her arms and screams at the window, "Finally my own training room." Haha, yep. Downstairs, his mom grabs a red box of fruit, shooting his dad Lamtrake the sweetest, gentlest smile. "We just moved in. Let us go say hi to the block." Dad smiles back, grabbing another gift box to totally agree. Hearing this wholesome stuff, Luke Thon smiles gently and says, "I will go with you guys." Lam Trock looks over, about to say something, but then just chuckles calmly and raises an eyebrow, refusing completely. "No way, kid. You need to rest up. Tomorrow is the huge martial arts exam, so get some sleep." His mom stands there holding the gifts, smiling warmly and backing up Dad. Then his dad cracks up, looks at him with huge eyes, grabs his shoulder, and declares, "If you score top scholar, our ancestors will be totally flexing in heaven." He just smiles and bows. Fast forward to bedtime in the new room. He realizes his inner strength is peaking at level 4. Deep inside his body, wild, untamed energy is just rushing through his veins. Our boy knows he can absolutely smash right into level 5 literally whenever he feels like it. He could have leveled up way earlier, but he has been stalling on purpose just to temper that crazy inner strength over and over again. His boring pale yellow energy has mutated into this sick flowing amber gold inside his core. He starts shadowboxing in his brain, throwing a massive energy punch. Brows locked in a hardcore glare, he yells, "Third tempering is basically done. This dude's power is about to skyrocket insanely. All right, you and I are starting hot." His strike blasts a massive magma wave forward. The magma slams straight into a totally frozen wasteland. Giant ice blocks slowly stop the burning lava in its tracks while heavy snow just keeps falling from above. Our guy literally surfs on the glowing lava, heading straight toward the fire and ice boundary. Over there, Zhao Lengquan stands on a huge ice chunk, weapon ready, watching him. With her clothes whipping in the blizzard, Lu Sheng casually shouts out a greeting to her. "I have arrived." Hearing his dramatic entrance, Zhao Lengquan just stares at him in complete silence. Sharp metal flashes. The very next second, they clash head-on. Half ice, half magma, splitting the entire battlefield right down the middle like a crazy movie scene. Lu Sheng yells out with absolute hype, "Time to kick off today's crazy training session with the tutor." Zhao swings her heavy weapon fast. Lu Sheng quickly blocks with one bare arm, punching the weapon itself with his other fist. His face totally winces from the harsh impact. He thinks to himself, he can finally use 20 times the stellar force power output. Gritting his teeth, his body radiating insane heat, he glares forward. Boom! His fist actually smashes into Zhao Lengquan's face. She grits her teeth as blood flies from her mouth. Her head gets knocked sideways, but she instantly snaps back and regains her total composure. Pivoting her heel for momentum, insane ice power radiates everywhere. Then she lands a brutal kick straight into his stomach, sending Lu Sheng flying back like a rag doll. Right beneath where Zhao Lengquan is standing, a massive solid block of ice forms. Smacked by that icy blow, he crashes hard into a building, triggering a massive explosion. Broken rubble, heavy smoke, and fire go flying everywhere in total chaos. Suddenly, he explodes out of the rubble, analyzing the special four gates breathing method in his head. A glowing ball of pure magma condenses right in his open palm. Frowning hard, he dashes forward again, thinking fast. His fire breath has reached level 2 mastery, and it does way more than just make a simple fireball now. Looking exactly like a falling meteor, he dives down from the sky with that insane energy sphere, dropping straight toward Zhao Lengquan waiting down below. She calmly tilts her head up to look at him. Lu Sheng screams in his mind, realizing this thing can detonate and deal absolutely massive damage to anything it hits. Simultaneously, he thrusts the blazing energy ball straight down toward her. But she instantly raises her shield, blocking his glowing sphere and forcing its burning explosive energy to just scatter uselessly around her. Next, sharp ice spikes erupt from her body. She smiles with total smugness, her arm still holding that shield above her head to block his fiery attack easily. Finally, a massive ice pillar fully forms and brutally stabs right toward him. Howling, fierce, freezing winds wrap around the whole area like crazy. Lu Sheng quickly teleports out of the way, dodging around that giant ice pillar with a seriously annoyed frown on his face. The snow just keeps falling relentlessly. Down below, Zhao Lengquan is still grinning, holding her ice shield and weapon while chilling in the absolute blizzard. Seeing this impossible flex, Lu Sheng quietly reflects in his own mind. Lately, it seems he tracks down this female martial god grandmaster for brutal training every single day. Watching her from a distance, his eyes spark with pure excitement as he smiles, confirming a thought deep in his mind. He can finally last a whole 5 minutes fighting this overpowered female grandmaster without actually dying. His frozen hand clenches into a tight fist, his body glowing with a bright green aura while standing in the freezing snow. He realizes the difference is basically night and day compared to getting one shot during their first meeting. His perfect martial arts have fully merged right into his own body. Then, one hand unleashes fire to melt the solid ice, his body radiating that green light, while tiny arcs of lightning slowly form in his other empty hand. His eyes widen, face completely serious as he stares ahead into the blinding blizzard, coming up with a crazy new theory in his head. If every single martial art he uses breaks through to the micro level, wouldn't his perfect martial path advance another massive step forward? Far off in the distance, Zhao Lengquan is still standing there grinning wildly at him, gripping her weapon tight like a total boss. Lu Sheng clutches lightning in one hand and roaring fire in the other, charging straight at her. But then he abruptly stops, fully retracting all the wild power around him. He gives a totally annoyed shrug, his face darkening as he glares intensely toward the waiting Zhao Lengquan. With fire still burning in one hand and leftover lightning sparking in the other, he actually speaks up. "All right, fine. I cannot beat you right now." He adds that once the big exams finish, his authority will hit level 4. You and I know he's plotting something huge. He declares that when that time comes, he will finally secure the next 3 major manuals of level 11 martial arts. Lu Sheng imagines the legendary Crystal Contemplation Method book and pictures that epic stellar body refining art scroll in his mind. Finally, he literally pictures crushing the mighty Zhao Lengquan right in the palm of his hand. He confidently claims his strength will keep breaking limits. Once his inner energy reaches level 5 aura, he will absolutely take her down. Looking incredibly sinister, Lu Sheng flashes a dark, rebellious smile right at her, a glowing blue light flashing deep in his eyes. Lu Sheng thinks about how the more he clashes with this insanely strong female martial god grandmaster. Wait, he suddenly pauses. Staring at Zhao Lengquan holding her giant shield, he realizes something crazy. Fighting her only makes him crave her grandmaster martial art of condensing ice into a deadly spear even more. But then, our rebellious guy reconsiders his whole plan. But honestly, I guess I already have my own weapon now. Pressing 2 fingers together and folding the rest, his body erupts in a purple glow as he smiles slyly. All right, watch this. Our guy pulls out the infernal bladed wheel, a chain of deadly throwing darts, and he flexes it with absolute arrogance. This shiny toy right here, it burned through 27 billion. One hand casually tucked behind his back, the other directing the deadly swarm floating around him. Lu Sheng smirks, looking way too pleased with himself. Because of course, he just has to brag about his shiny new weapon system right now. 27 kilos of dense silver mined from Oxhead Mountain, dumped entirely into forging this masterpiece. Yes, he is broke now. They ripped the ore from some random mountain just to craft every single link of this weapon, making each blade progressively smaller and deadlier. Internally, he is crying. After all that crafting, he only has a few million left. No wonder telepaths are treated like absolute gold in this universe. What can he do? Lu Sheng controls his flying death blades while smiling through the pain, hiding an ocean of financial tears. This class is literally a giant, fiery money pit. Lu Sheng pulls his hand back, watching his insanely expensive blades fly out while muttering about how ridiculous his life is. Luckily, once he actually holds this weapon, there is only one word to describe it. He screams it out loud, absolutely unstoppable. Then he reminds himself of one very comforting fact. Even 10,000 years in the future, a telepath is still the most overpowered, heavily sought-after martial arts class in existence. At the same time, he raises his hand, manipulating the blades. Blue light violently erupts from his hands. Lately, he just casually mastered a lethal Tier 5 martial arts ultimate move for the infernal bladed wheel, because he is just built different. Finally, he hypes himself up in his mind. The ancient Fireseed records describe this ultimate attack in just 4 simple words. And boom, his weapon launches at Zhao Lengquan so fast, the human eye cannot even track it. Our boy firmly believes this strike can butcher a grandmaster. Meanwhile, she stares down his incoming blades on high alert, completely unimpressed. He calculates the math. If Tier 5 can slaughter a grandmaster, what kind of absolute chaos would Tier 6 or 7 unleash? Then he hits a wall of confusion, asking himself the real questions. Are there any telepath combat techniques out there actually stronger than the infernal bladed wheel? His eyes narrow, clicking his tongue in annoyance. He glares straight ahead, quietly judging Zhao Lengquan's ridiculous defense. It is just that this Valkyrie's fighting spirit is way too insane. You seriously cannot compare her to your average, everyday grandmaster. On the other side, she just raises her weapon, pumping it full of energy until massive spikes erupt. The shield in her hand easily blocks every single flying blade he throws. He still cannot breach her absolute 3-foot defense radius. Seeing this, Lu Sheng grinds his teeth in pure frustration. His face darkens as he directs his weapons, screaming internally at the absolute unfairness. Damn it. His precious, super expensive weapons just bounce completely off her shield, crashing uselessly into the dirt. He quickly lifts one of the blades back up. His face is total confusion, brows furrowed, sweating actual bullets as sheer panic sets in right now. Normal attacks from the infernal bladed wheel do exactly 0 damage to her. He sinks into deep thought. What if he risks it all and uses his absolute ultimate strike? Immediately, Lu Sheng realizes the harsh reality here. Once that ultimate move drops, he hesitates. Then his weapon viciously pierces right into Zhao Lengshuan's arm, forcing her to drop her defensive shield entirely, massive shockwaves of energy violently colliding. Lu Sheng does the math. Sure, he could heavily injure this Valkyrie, but his mental energy would hit rock bottom, instantly turning him into a completely useless sitting duck. Suddenly, the Valkyrie's deadly spear thrusts straight at his face. Lu Sheng has absolutely 0 strength left to fight back. Frowning weakly, he struggles to swing a punch, panicking as reality hits hard. In the very next second, this crazy Valkyrie is definitely going to blow him into absolute ashes with one strike. Then he quickly figures out a backup plan. His current breath of the wind can still buff his immortal golden body. In terms of raw speed, he easily matches her. Lu Sheng tactically retreats from the battle, glancing back at Zhao Lengshuan. She is busy dealing with his lingering weapons on the ice block, giving him a huge realization. As long as he does not actively throw his life away, she cannot touch him. Still, he sighs. It is a huge shame he lacks a proper opponent to test things. This Valkyrie is way too overpowered for a simple skill test. If he stays stubborn now, she might get hurt, but he will straight up die. He firmly concludes the truth. Without a balanced rival, you never truly know your own strength or absolute limits. Snapping back to reality, Lu Sheng wakes up, sitting on his bed. One hand on his knee, the other leaning back, as he screams internally about his crazy life. The entrance exams. Tomorrow is literally the perfect testing ground. Sitting alone in the dark room, he stares silently into the void, muttering to himself. City martial arts champion. Provincial martial arts champion. Lu Sheng interrupts his own thoughts as the house gets swallowed by night. He practically shouts his absolute resolution. That is my goal. He gazes out into the endless galaxy inside his mind. Finally, a smirk forms, his eyes shining with terrifying, absolute determination. Outside the window, the morning sun finally rises, lighting up his body. But our boy Lu Sheng is definitely not stopping there. Next up, we get a full breakdown of his major skills, because hiding stats is for cowards. His body diagram, techniques, and power setups are completely revealed. His crystal light meditation technique is constantly running on passive mode, constantly grinding and leveling up his mental strength. Just a crazy manual running purely in his head. Alright guys, check out those sharp blue eyes, pure hawk energy right there. When our boy Lu Sheng gets serious, he drops an electric glare that straight up paralyzes people. Next, zoom into his cells. That is the stellar body tempering art at work. This crazy technique basically turns his cells into tiny suns. Honestly, the ancient manual's description? Total understatement compared to this absolute madness. The Grandmaster definitely held back some secrets. Just watch his foot absolutely obliterate the ground with one massive stomp. Immortal golden body, insane wound regeneration, and completely unbreakable transcendent defense. Throw crushing gravity at him? He just walks through it like a breeze. His physique is flawless, though he is not quite a literal cosmic god yet. Now check out his 4 elemental power-ups. He uses this natural breathing method to swap out different insane abilities depending on who he needs to smash. Drop a comment on which element he ignores the most. Moving on, peep that blazing flaming fist from the Divine Illumination Sutra. By bending the rules of physics, he creates a second avatar inside himself, launching a blast with double the ridiculous firepower. And here is that epic second spiritual body. We are talking the Ten Suns technique, inherited straight from the master. It is an ultimate apocalyptic killing move. Finally, let us talk about Lu Sheng's terrifying sensory organs syncing perfectly with his body. After mentally upgrading himself, his time sense is hypersensitive. He literally perceives high-speed combat in slow motion like he is in the Matrix. Flash forward to breakfast the very next morning. His mom is standing off to the side in her apron, eyes tightly closed in deep prayer. She is begging the universe for a smooth day and perfect test scores for her precious boy. The table is stacked with steamed buns and breakfast snacks. His little sister Lu Qinghe rests her hands on the table, staring right at him, and casually suggests tagging along to his big exam location today. Hearing that bold idea, he just happily munches on his steamed bun with a huge grin. He reaches over, gives the kid a classic older brother head pat, and completely agrees. Might as well let her experience the intense exam vibes early so she stops stressing later. The little girl takes a massive bite of her bun, scrunches up her face at him, and starts loudly grumbling her absolute dissatisfaction. Yeah, right, like she would ever panic. Beside them, Mom gets super hyped, clenching her fists and flashing a giant smile to cheer on her son. She tells him to stay completely chill. No matter what crazy score he gets, he is still the son they are incredibly proud of. Right on cue, a car pulls up outside, and Dad starts honking and yelling for his golden boy from the driver's seat. Time to go. Lu Sheng turns to the window with wide eyes, gives his dad a quick wave, and shouts back that he is coming down. Sitting nearby, Qinghe just keeps aggressively chewing her breakfast bowl, shooting her brother a major side-eye as he gets ready to leave. Out on the open road, the tires keep spinning while his dad drops some serious pressure on him, basically saying, "Do not mess up." The entire Liu family's shot at getting a martial arts top scorer literally rests entirely on his shoulders. Hearing this blatant favoritism, Qinghe pops up from the back seat, angrily grabs her dad's chair, and squints furiously while loudly screaming a reminder that she literally still exists. Our main guy just closes his eyes and laughs at the chaos. Meanwhile, Dad keeps driving, smiling from ear to ear while roasting his own daughter, telling her that if she wants that #1 spot, she has an insane amount of grinding left. All right, check out the exam center. The sky is perfectly blue, and the place is absolutely swarming with cars. Lu Sheng hops out of the ride looking like an absolute boss. He closes his eyes, bursting with a cool purple aura, and mentally visualizes his crazy family hyping him up as Mom's perfect little angel. In his head, they are yelling at him to destroy the test. Getting into a top-tier martial arts college would literally make their ancestors flex in heaven. His imaginary parents are aggressively asking if he needs water, food, a bathroom break, or if he somehow forgot his extremely important exam ID. Seriously, how could this kid leave something so incredibly crucial back at the house? Total imaginary panic. They are practically screaming for a taxi, freaking out way more than he actually is in real life. Snapping back to reality, Lu Sheng locks those goofy memories in his heart. He opens his eyes, staring ahead with fierce determination, and cracks a tiny, confident smile at the challenge. He realizes it has been forever since he actually felt like a regular teenager, just showing up to take a completely normal standardized high school test. Everything he survived over the past few crazy months makes him suddenly pause. Out of nowhere, his dad walks up from behind. He squints at the giant building, flashing a nostalgic smile while bringing up his own rookie exam days here. Too bad his old man had zero talent and awful nutrition, tapping out before he even really started. Hearing that little reality check, Lu Sheng zones out for a second, just staring straight ahead. Then his dad violently slaps an arm around his shoulder, laughing like absolutely crazy. He proudly declares his teenage son is 100 times stronger, cutting the boring life lesson short to drop one final tip. The old man stops talking, throws a hand on his hip like a superhero, while Lu Sheng looks over at his grinning dad with total respect. Dad just gives him the ultimate hype up and tells him to go all out. You can literally see Lu Sheng's eyes get a little glassy. A brief look of genuine shock hits him, but he instantly shakes it off, closes his eyes, smiles like a champ, and walks away tossing back a super confident, "I know, Dad." All right, you and I are about to see something wild. His dad stands behind him, smiling proudly. His little sister quickly pops up next to him. She clenches her tiny fists, staring at her big brother's back, and loudly cheers him on. "Do your best, big brother. Dad and I will wait right here." Our guy just casually waves back at them without a care in the world. And just like that, the highly anticipated annual martial arts exam officially kicks off. Inside the massive hall, candidates line up in perfectly neat rows. The examiner holds a clipboard, glaring down at the crowd of students before making a loud announcement. Enter the room based on your assigned number. The first test measures blood vitality, and the second tests sheer combat power. He pauses for dramatic effect, then calls out numbers 0023 to 00240. "Please step into the exam room right now." Another examiner stands close by. Instantly, the students with those exact numbers rush into the exam room ahead of them. Everything is strictly guarded, and the guide is barking orders at everyone. Suddenly, a bright light flashes. The examiner widens his eyes, furrows his brows, and glances down at the floor, letting out a loud humph. He notices the whole crowd backing far away from Lu Sheng and angrily shouts at them, "What in the world are you kids doing?" Meanwhile, our guy just stands right in the middle, hands casually chilling in his pockets, radiating pure killer intent. The examiner yells again, "Why are the front and back rows squished up together like a complete mess? Why leave such a massive empty gap in the middle?" He then demands, "Stand up straight and fix your lines." One terrified student in the trembling crowd points a shaking finger right at our guy, looking absolutely horrified as he stammers out, "Examiner, sir!" It is not that I do not want to step forward, but the second I get close to him, I feel this crazy, terrifying pressure. My entire body starts shaking uncontrollably. I cannot handle it. Hearing that, the examiner frowns hard, clenches his fists tightly, and stomps down, yelling furiously, What the heck is this? The examiner marches right up to him, glaring hard with furrowed brows and grunts. But our boy remains completely unbothered, a dark, emotionless expression on his face, while his whole body keeps leaking insane killer intent. Suddenly, the examiner feels it too and flinches. His entire body completely freezes up in shock as he nervously screams inside his own mind. This pressure is absolutely terrifying. The examiner's face twists into a massive struggle. He glares at the kid, gritting his teeth in pure fear while coming to a wild realization. When a martial artist's blood vitality reaches an incredibly dense level, it naturally unleashes this exact kind of crazy, overwhelming aura all on its own. And that killer intent is subconsciously attacking him without even trying. Now get this. A massive, invisible red beast literally seems to appear right behind our boy, glaring at the crowd. The examiner's face turns pale, stepping back as he screams internally. For a normal person, just getting close to him feels exactly like standing next to a wild, bloodthirsty monster. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just casually keeps his hands in his pockets, staring back at the poor guy without a single flinch. The examiner then realizes that this is just the human body's basic survival instinct, practically begging them to stay far away from extreme danger. Staring in utter disbelief, the examiner mutters nervously in his thoughts. His body shakes violently as he screams in utter confusion. What kind of absolute monster is this kid? Our boy's face looks perfectly calm, but he stares at the guy like a predator. His eyes glow brightly, and his entire body radiates a totally oppressive aura. Finally, the poor examiner coughs awkwardly, closes his eyes, and tries to regain his composure. He points directly at the open door right behind him and formally announces, "I give up. Lu Sheng, you should just go into the testing room by yourself first. Go ahead and test your blood vitality." He quickly adds that the other students will follow right behind him. Hearing that, the massive crowd instantly scatters in a panic. Everyone looks totally shocked as they rush to get away. In the end, absolutely nobody is left standing near him except the examiner. The fleeing students glance back, totally agreeing that this guy is way too terrifying. Stay away from Lu Sheng. They are finally able to dodge him. Lu Sheng just closes his eyes, offers a bitter smile, lowers his head, and sighs deeply. Understood. The crowd behind him has long since stepped aside, whispering and gossiping about him. He casually strolls in with his hands in his pockets when a desperate voice suddenly echoes out. "I did not take any forbidden drugs, I swear." The kid violently struggles, crying out, "I did not do it." Seeing this absolute mess, Lu Sheng glances up at the guy. His face shows pure curiosity, completely speechless. The struggling kid screams out his defense one more time. "I only drank some chicken soup. My uncle cooked it using an old traditional recipe." Then, as two guards brutally drag him away, he completely refuses to give up, squeezing his eyes shut and screaming his defense. "He told me it would actually help with the exam." In the back, another skeptical examiner just stands there silently with crossed arms, not buying it. That guy with the glasses in the back crosses his arms, sneers darkly, and gives a sharp reminder. "I explicitly warned you right at the very beginning." He adds that if you ate something forbidden over the past 2 days, you better confess it now. The examiner's stern face practically screams the words, "Zero tolerance for cheating." Then he lays down the final verdict. "I have absolutely no other choice but to completely revoke your exam qualifications for the next 3 years. Just go back home." The kid gets dragged right out the door by two guards, still frantically wriggling and screaming his lungs out. "I did not cheat. This is not fair. I refuse to accept this." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just quietly watches him disappear. Right after that, a middle-aged man simply closes his eyes, lowers his head, and lets out a really heavy sigh. "All right, you and I are about to see something wild. These cheating kids? Banned for life. Their martial arts careers are completely over." The examiner makes it crystal clear, absolutely zero martial arts universities will ever recruit a student caught cheating. Total game over. The guy with glasses right next to him crosses his arms, nodding in total agreement. Then he glances down at the clipboard in his hands, points straight ahead, and shouts at the next student. And that next student? It is our boy, Lu Sheng. He just stares right back at them, face completely blank. The examiner impatiently tells him to hurry up and step forward. Lu Sheng casually strolls right past them, hands stuffed in his pockets, looking totally bored. But the second he moves, a massive wave of pure killing intent slams into the room, freezing both examiners completely dead in their tracks. Just like that, the examiner with glasses practically bugs his eyes out in absolute terror, and the middle-aged guy beside him, exactly the same, sweating and staring in pure shock. As our overpowered student walks by, their bodies just start shaking uncontrollably. They stand there completely frozen, jaws dropped, muttering about how absolutely insane his aura feels. They immediately realize the crazy truth. They are level 5 examiners, yet they actually just stepped back unconsciously. Highly embarrassing. Inside the testing room, the glasses guy is still shaking off the shock as he carefully picks up a medical syringe. He stares wide-eyed at our main character and asks if he is ready, explaining they need to do a blood test first. Lu Sheng just grabs that syringe right out of his hand. With literally 2 fingers, he gives the sharp tip a tiny squeeze, completely bending the metal, and hits them with a deadpan look. He calmly drops the bomb. He has already finished his body tempering phase. That basic needle is absolutely never getting through his skin. Hearing that, the poor examiners practically lose their minds. They stare at him with wide, clueless eyes, dropping a huge collective "what the heck," utterly dumbfounded. Panicking a bit, the glasses guy furrows his brow and quickly pulls out a whole handful of much sharper, heavy-duty needles. He loudly announces he grabbed the special kit, meant strictly for high-tier martial artists. Right next to him, the older examiner awkwardly shuffles forward, holding a needle up while nervously dripping huge drops of sweat. Our guy Lu Sheng just shrugs and casually walks right up to them. He snatches the entire fistful of heavy-duty needles, gives them a side-eye, and drops the coldest line. Testing one by one takes way too long. Seeing this insane behavior, those two totally freak out and let go. Then, without hesitating, Lu Sheng slams his bare palm straight down onto the extremely sharp points of the whole needle pile. He tells them to just try and get it over with right now. And guess what? They stare at the mangled pile of high-grade steel needles, completely crushed and bent like cheap grass in his grip. They look up at his face in pure panic, then back down at the wreckage, practically screaming. Like, are we seeing a ghost right now? Just how absurdly thick is this kid's skin? The examiner with glasses is literally shaking as he tries to process it. Absolutely clueless. He mutters that he needs to go beg his boss for instructions. Frowning hard, the guy forces the most awkward smile ever, points a shaking finger toward the next door, and looks at Lu Sheng. He awkwardly asks our overpowered student to go take his combat power test first. Lu Sheng actually plays nice for a second. He glances over at where the terrified examiner is pointing, and a genuinely excited smile finally spreads across his face. He agrees and strolls straight toward that heavy door. Meanwhile, inside the combat testing room, some muscular dude with shoulder-length blonde hair is absolutely hyping himself up, throwing a massive punch. Screaming wildly, the guy throws a heavy punch straight at the testing dummy in front of him, dramatically yelling for it to die. A bright blue flash explodes right where his glowing fist connects. The automated system chimes in, announcing his combat power just broke past 100 officially enough to scrape into Dongning Martial Arts University. Hearing his own score, the guy practically bug-eyes the screen in disbelief. Back to the main event. The panicked examiner quickly escorts Lu Sheng inside. The tough guy running this room holds his clipboard, glancing over at the ridiculous duo. He lets out a totally arrogant scoff, but a second later, his eyes go completely wide as he stares at the trembling glasses guy, utterly confused. He asks old Zhang what on earth he is doing here. Seeing Zhang's absolutely tortured expression, he guesses the vitality score for the next student hasn't even been registered yet. Right then, Zhang quickly shuffles over, covering his mouth to frantically whisper the crazy details directly into the boss's ear. The guy's eyes practically pop out of his skull as he yells. He cannot believe something that absurd actually happened. Old Zhang then nervously glances over at the heavily wired testing dummy and decides to drop a crucial warning. He asks if these combat machines are really tough enough. He begs him to grab the most premium gear so they do not completely humiliate themselves in front of this monster. Hearing that weak warning, the room boss just laughs it off. Bursting with pride, he pats his massive testing rig, completely guaranteeing that this bad boy is the absolute highest tier available. He smugly flexes some stats, dropping the huge detail that this beast caps out at 990,000. Smiling smugly at his precious test, dummy number 04, he confidently adds a little more. Even a level 6 martial artist punching this thing would be zero problem. Then he drops the most ridiculous joke. You are not seriously telling me this high school kid is a grandmaster? The guy just laughs his head off. As the terrified glasses examiner scuttles away, the confident boss looks straight at our boy. Waving him over with a huge amused grin, he asks if his name is Lu Sheng. He casually confirms his identity and tells him to step right up for his turn. Without saying a single word, Lu Sheng calmly and slowly steps right up to the line. But here is where you and I need to pay attention. The raw killing intent rolling off Lu Sheng makes both examiners violently flinch, completely unable to even stay steady in their seats. Lu Sheng glares down at him with absolutely deadly eyes, letting a horrifying wave of pressure explode out into the entire room. The poor examiner drops his leg and stares in pure shock. Then Lu Sheng just smiles, closes his eyes like an absolute boss, and politely bows. Hello there, examiner. Candidate number 00565. Baihe City, Lu Sheng. Seeing him, the examiner literally freezes up. The guy is shaking, pointing a finger, and nervously stuttering out a laugh before fearfully confirming. Student Lu Sheng, please step right up to the testing machine. Our guy steps right up to the testing dummy, while the two stunned examiners just watch. One is standing, and the other is sitting there totally dumbfounded. The seated examiner grips the info sheet, staring wide-eyed, and asks, "Student Lu Sheng, are you completely ready for this?" Hearing that, Lu Sheng just closes his eyes and calmly replies, "Please give me just a second." Instantly, the examiner's face totally freezes, his eyes bulging out as he stares at the sudden burst of fire. Lu Sheng activates his fire breath. The Mingwang Sutra technique heavily boosts his vitality. Next, he pushes his hands up, gathering some absolute insane energy. The phantom of a literal fire god appears right behind him. His face is dead serious as his body erupts with a blinding, oppressive golden energy. Seeing this absolute madness, both examiners quickly shield themselves in pure panic. The examiner grabs his hat to keep it from blowing away. His eyes are huge, jaw completely dropped, and he screams out, "Huh? What is this insane power? You seriously told me this kid is just here for a standard exam?" He double-checks with old Zhang, who is violently squinting against the crazy bright light. He stares at that wild golden aura surrounding our guy and realizes something. The kid is condensing massive, explosive power perfectly at a single fixed point. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng stays completely chill, eyes closed, just regulating his energy. The other examiner is totally mind-blown. He realizes this kid can literally do anything. Suddenly, Lu Sheng snaps his eyes open, flashing with brilliant gold. In his mind, he roars out, "Absolute martial arts perfection." First form is completely locked in. He pushes off his toes, and the ground literally shatters from the raw energy. He screams internally stellar force, multiplied by 12 entire times. The examiner just stares in absolute horror. The poor guy is sweating buckets, and his jaw is basically glued to the floor right now. As Lu Sheng pulls his fist back, a massive raging fireball forms, and there is an actual literal phoenix burning right inside it. His eyes flash fiercely as he calls out his ultimate Grandmaster tier skill. Blistering flames violently erupt everywhere around him. All right, you and I need to pay attention here. He realizes this is the very first time he has fused all his crazy power states into one. He just wants to test his current limits. Lu Sheng cracks a confident smirk. His eyes narrow with pure, fiery determination as he brutally launches his fist forward, screaming deep down in his heart, "Let us see what happens." Instantly, his blazing fist slams directly into the chest of that poor, defenseless evaluation dummy with insane speed. A brilliant flash of light completely takes over. He roars out his ultimate move named 10 Suns in the Sky. Now let us rewind 5 minutes before the main exam. In some fancy room nearby, a chess piece gets slammed onto the board with serious force. Xu Yaodong pulls his hand back with his eyes closed. He sits there looking completely smug and casually says, "Checkmate, Director Liu." Yep, that guy is Xu Yaodong. He is the big boss running Baihe City's big exam and the mega president of the Shuhai City Martial Arts Association. Hearing this absolute defeat, the chubby dude playing against him just rubs his forehead. He squeezes his eyes shut and lets out a massive dramatic sigh. "Ah, man, I totally lost again. This guy happens to be the director of the Baihe City Education Bureau." Then Director Liu starts heavily praising his opponent. "President Shu, your chess skills are just insane. I have literally lost 7 straight games to you today." Finally, he throws in the towel and refuses to play anymore. Xu Yaodong just laughs out loud at that. He rubs his chin, trying to act all perfectly humble with a huge grin. "Haha, I am just a simple martial artist. I barely even know how to play chess properly." But suddenly, his secretary practically kicks the door down. She runs in clutching some papers, looking totally panicked, and yells out, "President Shu, there is a massive emergency needing your orders right now." Xu Yaodong slowly turns his head. He looks at her and casually tries to calm the situation down. "Whoa, why are you rushing in here freaking out like that? Can you not see I am sitting right here entertaining a guest?" Next to him, Director Liu just sits quietly, watching the drama unfold. Then Shu asks again, "All right, what is the big deal? Speak up." The poor secretary grips her files and nervously stutters out her explanation. Honestly, it is super hard to even describe this craziness. Basically, a crazy strong student from Baihe City showed up for his exam, but he accidentally broke his blood-drawing needle, so the examiner is desperately begging for permission to use the ultra-high-tier needles on him. Hearing this ridiculous request, Xu Yaodong raises his hand. He pinches his nose in total annoyance and mutters, "Wait, does not every single exam center already have a full box of high-tier needles?" He groans, "Why does such a tiny little issue require my personal approval anyway?" The secretary steps forward, sweating heavily and stuttering like crazy. Well, here is the problem, sir." She whispers the terrifying truth. Every single high-tier needle is already completely shattered. Xu Yaodong squeezes his hand so hard that his chess piece instantly shatters into tiny pieces. He is completely losing his mind now. His eyes bulge out of his skull. He glares at her, frowning intensely, and screams at the top of his lungs, "What? All the high-tier needles are broken? A Grandmaster level physique? He mutters in shock. Director Liu hears this absolute madness, jumping out of his seat and staring at the secretary like she is totally crazy. Stick with me here, because this is wild. Xu Yaodong completely loses his cool. He points straight at the awkward secretary and starts screaming out his most urgent orders. Quick, grab the top-tier needle from the control room right now, and bring me that insane candidate's full file while you're at it. Next to him, Ha Bin Nam practically jumps out of his seat, leaning over in absolute stunned disbelief. The secretary doesn't miss a beat. She hands over the file and says, "Already got it prepped and ready for you, sir. Take a look." Instantly, both of these grown men cram their heads together to read the file. Their eyes practically bulge out of their skulls in pure shock. Tu Diodong squeezes his eyes shut. His face goes completely dark as he breathes heavily. Whoosh! Suddenly, he flips his mood, flashing a giant smile at his buddy. "Director Luo, massive congratulations." Hearing this, our guy Director Luo just smiles, closing his eyes with this hilariously fake modesty to accept the praise. Ha ha ha, just pure luck, just luck. Right after, he claps his hands together, looking absolutely thrilled as he adds his little humble brag. "Guess I have to accept the massive win this time. Honestly, Chairman Tu is just an amazing teacher. I'm literally just riding his coattails to some free glory." Tu Diodong looks at him, totally caught off guard. Still gripping the crazy file in his hands, he has to ask the obvious question. "Wait a second, Director Liu, you don't look surprised by this at all?" Hearing this, Liu's eyes crinkle up into a ridiculously smug, happy smile as the music drops. How could I not be totally shocked? But let's be real. He definitely had a tiny sneak peek already. Suddenly, his brain flashes back to that glowing Eastern military symbol shining bright, and he turns to ask Tu Diodong, "Chairman Tu, do you know about the Eastern military's massive Kai-Min General Star Selection they run every single year?" He drops the absolute bombshell. That insane kid named Luke Than, he is the chosen Kai-Min star for this exact batch. He doesn't even stop there. Still smiling like a complete maniac, he casually adds that this monster kid is also the most famous martial arts celebrity in all of Baka City. Hearing that, Tu Diodong's eyes practically pop out of his head as he screams in pure disbelief. So that explains everything. His mind is literally doing backflips right now as he tries to process it. That crazy kid. This level of absurd power doesn't just qualify him to be the provincial top martial arts scholar. He pauses, his inner monologue going absolutely wild. He is basically sitting dead center on the undisputed throne of the ultimate dragon champion. Tu Diodong is so hyped he literally grabs Director Liu's hand and starts yelling, "Let's go, we have to see this guy." Missing out on a world-class freak of nature like him would be the biggest mistake of our lives. He shouts in excitement, but suddenly the entire desk and the flower vase on top of it start shaking violently. With one final heavy boom, the vase completely shatters. Both of these high-ranking officials freeze, their faces turning ghost pale as their bodies literally vibrate from the intense shockwave. They completely lose their balance. Staring down at the violently quaking floor, both grown men let out an absolutely terrifying high-pitched scream. Once the crazy earthquake finally stops, Director Liu is left standing there, sweating bullets with giant cartoonish eyes, demanding answers. What the heck? Was that an earthquake? Beside him, Tu Diodong snaps his head toward the source of the blast, speaking in absolute panic. "No way. I can feel it. Whatever caused that massive shockwave is right here in this building." His eyes go absolutely wide with sheer terror as he screams. "That direction, that is exactly where Luke Than is taking his combat power test. Let's check out downstairs. You and I won't believe this." Luke Than just threw one single punch, turning the entire room into a chaotic dust cloud. His fist is still raised, surrounded by glowing red phoenix orbs. As for the heavy-duty energy testing dummy, it's completely destroyed, blasted straight into the concrete wall, leaving a massive crater of shattered rock behind it. The two official examiners standing nearby just stare, so absolutely traumatized they fall flat out of their chairs. The examiner in the glasses is paralyzed. His jaw is literally on the floor as he starts screaming. His partner is already on the ground, rolling around in pure, unfiltered shock, screeching like a maniac. What in the world just happened here? Ugh! The dummy is completely wedged into the wall, twitching wildly with electricity sparking off its busted metal frame. The examiner completely loses his mind and screams. That testing machine can handle a peak level 6 martial artist. Are you kidding me? He questions his own sanity. He blew it up with one single punch. Meanwhile, our guy Luke Than just stands there blinking innocently, looking surprised himself. His fist is literally still on fire, with flaming phoenix orbs spinning around him like it's nothing. The other examiner stammers out the crazy stats. One punch from him. He rubs his eyes, refusing to accept reality, and just yells into the void. His combat power actually exceeded 990,000? Right on cue, Tu Diodong and Director Liu finally sprint into the wreckage. Eyes bugging out, the chairman screams into the dust cloud, "Hey, what the heck happened in here?" Everyone just slowly turns to look at the bosses. The entire room is absolute chaos, completely buried under debris. The traumatized examiner literally sprints over, wrapping his arms around Tu Dieu Dong, sobbing like a baby in total defeat. Chairman 2. Chairman 2. Thank God you are finally here. Next to him, Director Lu's jaw just hits the floor in stunned silence. Tu Dieu Dong is visibly grossed out, staring at this grown man covered in snot and tears. The examiner frantically points his finger, stuttering out an accusation. That kid is. He completely chokes on his words, aggressively pointing at Luke Thon's perfectly harmless, goofy, ash-covered face. He screams the final truth. That kid is an actual grandmaster. Hearing this crazy accusation, Luke Thon just points at his own face. He widens his eyes and purses his lips in pure confusion. Watch this pivot. Tu Diodong finally forces himself to calm down. Frowning, he points at the massive crowd of stunned people and barks an order. All other candidates, clear out immediately. All right, guys, you and I are about to witness absolute madness. He urgently shouts for the waiting candidates to hold on, scrambling to get the Martial Arts Association to haul a Grandmaster-level testing machine over here immediately. He screams at them to hurry the heck up. Hearing this absolute panic, the glasses-wearing old Truong dramatically frowns, looking completely panicked. He and the blue-shirted examiner for this round both shout out their confirmation in unison while practically sprinting away. Right after that, Tu Diodong turns around to stare straight at our main guy. His round face scrunches up in pure shock, realizing the terrifying power of that punch was straight-up earth-shattering. He then mentally adds to himself, today is absolutely going down in history as a massive legend. He finally concludes in his mind that this kid is a total young hero. Behind him, Director Lu casually walks up to our boy, grinning from ear to ear, and promises him not to worry, saying nobody is blaming student Luke Than. He quickly adds that the kid absolutely should not feel any mental pressure about this. Hearing this, our guy just silently shoots a side glance back at him. The director just stands there, hands chilling behind his back, and confidently tells him to get properly prepared. Just cooperate with them later and test one more time. Then he stares closely at our boy, watching that thick blue energy fiercely radiating out of him without stopping. Our hero just clenches his fists, looking around totally clueless, while the director thinks to himself, just stepping close to this kid hits you with the intense aura of a masterfully honed martial artist. He completely geeks out in shock, wondering who on earth would actually believe an 18-year-old high schooler could be this insanely overpowered if they did not see it. Exactly 1 hour later, old Truong shouts in total panic, frantically pointing at the delivered crates. He yells, asking President Tu if all the high-level testing machines finally arrived. He is even desperately gripping a piece of paper in his hand. Hearing this, Tu Diodong quickly barks out a confirmation, getting absolutely pumped to start the tests. Right after that, the guy whips out a shiny golden needle, looking ridiculously happy as he turns toward our hero with a huge smirk to explain the next step. First up is checking that blood chi level, and boom, the golden needle is instantly jabbed straight into his fingertip. Luke Thon just looks down at this whole weird process and silently holds his hand out to play along. Instantly, a tiny drop of wild orange and yellow blood gets forcefully drawn out. Director Lu practically loses his mind, pointing a shaky finger straight at the weird blood on the needle. Sweating bullets with his eyes popping out, he loudly freaks out because the blood is literally staying clumped together. It is thick like mercury, which means Grandmaster blood. But then he second-guesses himself, muttering that it is actually missing a tiny bit compared to real Grandmaster blood. They literally imagine these crazy bright orange and red blood pearls glowing with pure, insane life essence right in front of them. Tu Diodong quickly pulls the needle back with a super confused frown on his face. He stares closely at it and explains that real Grandmaster blood hits the floor like solid little marbles and is just a tiny bit thicker and denser than this crazy stuff. Director Liu stands right beside him, popping his hands on his hips with a massive frown to drop some more epic commentary. He says for a kid his age, getting even this close is ridiculously terrifying. Then he dramatically slams the testing needle right into the high-tech machine. The machine gives a loud beep and immediately starts whirring to life. The red screen flashes an insane blood value of 123,356, a level 6 martial artist. Tu Diodong absolutely loses his mind screaming. He screams that the value is over 1,200, a literal level 6. Director Lu grabs his head, eyes bugging out at the screen, and shakingly whispers. He stutters out that in all of Bakha City, no, actually wait, even in the entire testing history of Dongnin Province, an absolutely broken score like this has never existed. Tu Diodong quickly turns to our boy, grinning like a proud fanboy while blasting him with praise. He yells that it is incredibly awesome, telling student Luke he just smashed the all-time record for blood chi stats. Our overpowered hero just quietly looks at him, gives a tiny little smirk, and drops the most casual flex ever, saying, "It is all right." His face is completely chill, frowning like he has zero clue why they are freaking out. Meanwhile, the glasses examiner aggressively pouts, internally screaming with pure salty rage. He complains in his head that calling this all right is ridiculous, cursing that this kid is just showing off way too hard. He literally cannot take the arrogant flexing anymore. Right after that, the sweaty glasses guy whips around, clutching a fancy control panel in his hands, and desperately screams out an announcement. He tells Director 2 that the testing machine is completely adjusted, with a heavily armored dummy standing right beside it. Hearing that awesome news, now, here is where you and I pay close attention. The director turns to him with a smirk, suggesting that while the hype is absolutely real, they should immediately test his combat power index next. Right across the room, that custom armored dummy is sitting there completely ready for him. He excitedly waves the kid over while smugly thinking to himself about this absolutely crazy Grandmaster combat testing machine. The whole thing is basically brand new, simply because almost nobody in the entire Bakha city is even remotely strong enough to actually use it. He intensely stares at our boy, thinking further, and today it actually gets used by someone this unbelievably young. Meanwhile, Luke Than drops his chill vibe, gets dead serious, and stomps right up to that heavily armored dummy with his fists tightly clenched. Immediately, he pulls his fist back for a brutal strike, face totally locked in. A ridiculously massive amount of raw power rapidly gathers right around his arm. Instantly, the digital screen lights up, flashing a wild series of crazy error notifications. Finally, he unleashes a truly earth-shattering punch wrapped in pure fiery smoke. He screams out his legendary technique 20 times stellar force, 11th heaven-breaking strike. Absolute chills. All right, you and I are seeing absolute madness. Dust blasts everywhere. The crowd frantically covers their faces, while Su Yaodong screams his lungs out in pure shock. Grandmaster Will, that is absolutely Grandmaster Will, he yells again, eyes practically popping out of his skull. I tortured myself for years chasing this power, and now it drops onto an 18-year-old kid? Seriously? Talk about unfair. Everyone is totally losing their minds. Chief Lu frowns hard, staring at our guy like he is a walking glitch, yelling in total disbelief. This totally clears the path straight to a level 7 Grandmaster tier. Give him a little more time, and he is guaranteed to be a teenage Grandmaster. Lu Sheng just casually pulls his hand from the test dummy, leaving a massive glowing crater still sparking with fire. Like, wow. He pulls back, squinting with a cocky little smirk at the glowing dummy. Dust is still flying everywhere. Classic badass pose. Then, the dummy flashes his crazy score. 1.6 million combat power. Chief Lu is absolutely hyped. He laughs until his eyes disappear, happily declaring that this totally meets the benchmark, close enough to deserve the Grandmaster title. But wait! Shu Yaodong squints at Lu Sheng, rubbing his chin. He mutters that something feels super weird. Then he screams, "This is all completely wrong." He aggressively glares at our boy, practically interrogating him on the spot. Lu Sheng, you have Grandmaster strength. So why aren't you using your aura? Lu Sheng just stares back calmly, narrowing his eyes. Chief Lu rushes right up to his face, frowning in pure panic and throwing questions. Yeah, where exactly is your aura? Lu Sheng just gives him silent treatment. Finally, he reaches out, glowing with a faint golden light, frowning like it is no big deal. I am not even level 5 yet. My aura has not fully formed. The two officials literally black out from shock, eyes bulging out. Unbelievable. Both of them take a huge step backward together. Looking at his energy, Chief Lu screams in total shock. Oh my god, Grandmaster damage without level 5? Hearing this, Shu Yaodong finally snaps back to reality. He winks at Chief Lu and happily laughs. Hey, Chief Lu, huge congratulations to you. He excitedly confirms the wild truth. Your Baihe city is about to produce a real Grandmaster. This is a true dragon appearing. Chief Lu clenches his fists, eyes squeezed shut in ecstatic laughter. A true dragon, heck yes. Shu Yaodong rubs his chin, grinning from ear to ear. Another guy cheers that Baihe City is getting a super genius true dragon. Chief Lu spins around instantly, pointing his finger at the glasses-wearing examiner, Old Zhang. Hurry up and notify President Xiao in the Eastern Military Zone. The flustered guy runs off. Later, Lu Sheng casually strolls out of the testing center, smiling and waving at his family. Dad! The backlighting makes his blue eyes flash, looking super cool. Lin Zi is insanely hyped, eyes wide open. He asks, Son, how was it? Did you go all out? His sister Lu Qinghe is vibrating with excitement, clutching her hands to her chest. Big brother, tell us right now. Lu Sheng puts a hand on his hip, looking at his sister. A bit better than expected. Going to the capital should be zero problem. His dad grins proudly, patting him right on the shoulder. Lu Qinghe pumps her fists in the air, practically screaming with pure joy. You mean you might actually be the top scorer? Ha ha, my brother is the best. They quickly snap a cute family photo to remember the university exam. Dad smiles brightly in the back. His little sister grins at the camera, and our guy in the middle is looking extremely happy. Then, his wild stat screen pops up. Name, Lu Sheng, gender male. Martial era timeline starts June year 297, ends April year 477. Level 8. At 18, becoming a level 2 fighter absolutely shocked by He City. Recommended by the local association, he totally crushed the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp, taking first place. Earned the Crazy Enlightened Star title that same year, totally dominating the national exams. Entering the capital's 7th Sacred Martial University with top scores. 2 years later, he joined the military. He hit major rank. Lu Sheng rubs his chin, squinting at the glowing red panel as he reads the insane future spoilers. Grandmaster at 30, top-tier Great Grandmaster by 54. A top 4 Eastern General at 60. A lifetime of epic battles and legendary fame. Died April year 477, living to 181. 4.5-star history rating. Level 4 resource clearance. Alright, you and I both know this gets crazy. Our guy forces a painful smile. He frowns, remembering his 5 future wives. Yeah, 5. He groans internally. Who wants that drama? Not him! The screen flashes a 5-star heart rating. Instantly, his mood flips. He aggressively clenches his fist, practically vibrating with excitement. Pure power erupts from his hand as he screams inside his own head with absolute joy. Look at him go! Finally, in this crazy life, he actually reached the level 8 Great Grandmaster tier. Right after that flex, he pulls out some heavy academic books. He smiles, reaching out for them. Reaching the level 4 limit means he can finally unlock the next 3 massive level 11 techniques. Talk about a massive power boost. Just like that, he checks out their stat panels. First up, the 3rd volume of the Crystal Visualization Method. Then, the Advanced Natural Breathing Method, plus the 2nd stage of the Immortal Golden Body Stellar Refining Art. Try saying that 5 times fast. Anyway, Lu Sheng quickly cracks the skill book open, and boom, a glowing red energy sphere pops right out. He realizes the level 4 Stellar Body Refining Art covers everything. It literally packs in every single training stage from level 4 straight up to level 6. And yeah, he quickly confirms this is basically a VIP fast pass straight to Grandmaster. Suddenly, his body starts vacuuming up that explosive energy directly from the book. His eyes go totally wide, and he is absolutely screaming inside his own head right now. Get this. This manual does not just give him the 2nd stage training moves for the Immortal Golden Body. Oh no. It actually throws in a highly restricted, super special extra technique on top of it. Lu Sheng walks straight up to that blazing red energy sphere. Bright, colorful streams of energy swirling right under his feet. Snapping back to reality, he stares at the transparent, ghostly book floating right in front of him. He purses his lips, muttering, "Thank God Shi Chengning was a massive, obsessive fanboy of Wang He, right?" He thinks back to his own crazy idol-chasing days and whispers. Those two basically share the exact same foundation. Because of that, matching up their skills is going to be a total breeze. And just like that, Lu Sheng remembers that bright blue Grandmaster energy glowing wildly on the path ahead of him. He nods to himself. Yep, his own Grandmaster willpower has officially taken shape. He just needs it to boost his blood power, and he will smoothly hit the Grandmaster peak. Meanwhile, the guy is literally still standing at the bottom of the stairs, just staring up at his goals. But then, Lu Sheng starts overthinking again. He suddenly remembers that insane 10 suns in the sky fist technique that Shi Chengning originally cooked up. He thinks about the guy's Grandmaster path. He pauses, remembering another Grandmaster path with those crazy phoenix gems flying everywhere. Plus, that other dude throwing around massive purple electric powers. This gets our boy thinking real hard. A true level 11 powerhouse. Wang He's path is literally famous as the Eastern Extreme Setting Sun, even 10,000 years in the future. He scratches his head, looking totally confused. Are the paths of those two absolute monsters really on the same level? Then he shakes his head. No way. They are probably completely different beasts. His expression goes completely dark. He squints down at the skill book floating right there, getting super serious. Sure, those paths are amazing, but they belong to them. Lu Sheng freezes up. He pictures this massive, endless cosmic path in his mind, slowly raising his head. That weird glowing book is still right in front of him. He smirks, fully confident now. Those paths are cool, but they are not his path. He literally visualizes himself sprinting up his own massive staircase, totally separate from Wang He, walking right next to him. He is dead serious about this now. His Grandmaster path might start with Wang. He's foundation, sure, but he has to completely surpass the guy. He sets his ultimate goal. He is aiming straight for level 30, maybe even higher. Only by doing that can our guy pull off the impossible things that even a legend like Wang he failed to do. Watch out, world. He takes a deep breath. He now has 3 massive level 11 techniques acting as his absolute foundation. He looks back at the giant tower and all the fighters down below. The entire glorious martial arts civilization from 10,000 years in the future, it basically paved a golden road just for him. He yells out, completely fired up and determined. This is definitely not just some wild dream, and he is certainly not overestimating himself. Lu Sheng stands at the absolute peak, bathed in epic sunlight. He raises his hand, grinning like a madman. With his eyes burning with fierce determination, he screams out that this is his true future. And right after that epic moment, cut to Lu Sheng's house, 5 days after the big exam. Lin Zi is chilling on a ladder, hanging some festive lanterns. Down below, Lu Qinghe is grabbing lanterns to hand to her dad. The ground is just totally covered in a messy pile of red paper and decorations. Up on the ladder, Lin Zi is laughing so hard his eyes are basically closed. He happily chatters away, bragging that his son's massive exam results are coming out soon. He proudly adds that they absolutely need to throw a huge, proper celebration. Down below, Lu Qinghe smiles brightly, handing another lantern up to her dad with pure joy. Meanwhile, over at the neighbors, look at this blue-haired guy next door fixing up his fancy suit. He peeks through the glass window at the happy father and daughter outside. He spots the festive lanterns and randomly mentions they must be celebrating some truly amazing news today. But right behind him, his snobby wife is busy putting on her earrings. You know, the one who glared at Lu Sheng before? She scrunches up her face and scoffs at her husband. Good news? Please. She rudely snaps that ever since that family moved in, absolutely nothing good has happened. She raises an eyebrow, literally gritting her teeth as she glares out the window at the completely harmless celebration going on. She bitterly complains that the housing prices here are way too cheap if total random losers like them can just buy a place. Finally, she does a super dramatic hair flip. She mocks how poor they look, whining about how loud and completely annoying they were when they first moved in. What a villain. Alright guys, let us rewind to this morning. Snobby neighbor lady remembers bumping into them by the door before getting into her car. She glares at Lin Zi fumbling to pick up his dropped fruit. Then she hops in, covers her mouth, scowls with pure disgust, and starts screeching at her poor husband. Spilling his cheap oranges everywhere, taking up the whole road for half the day like a total loser. She whines that he probably got dirt all over her precious ride. Just thinking about him makes her absolutely sick to her stomach. Her husband squints at her, frowning like she has lost her mind. He tells her she is being way too harsh and totally out of line right now. He adds that no matter what, those guys are still their neighbors. Hearing that, the wife just snaps. Her eyes bug out in shock, and she turns to him, screaming her head off in pure rage. What? You are my husband. Why are you defending those nobodies over your own wife? Suddenly, crazy loud car horns blast from outside. The grumpy wife covers her ears, glares out the window, drops her jaw, and starts yelling even louder about the awful noise. Ah! Who is making that ridiculous racket? Are they psycho? I bet it is those pathetic, broke neighbors trying to get revenge on me for driving over their fruit. She stares out the window, throwing a massive tantrum and complaining nonstop. It was just a few stupid squashed oranges. What is the big deal anyway? I swear I will call a dump truck right now to completely wreck their yard. But down below, an insanely fancy motorcade is already rolling past their street. Her husband spots the cars, his eyes go wide as dinner plates, and he panics, shouting for her to wait. He cuts her off, staring at the lead car. He practically yells when he reads the first license plate in the motorcade. East D001. He totally freaks out and announces that this is the provincial governor's personal ride. He quickly walks right up to the window glass, rubbing his chin in absolute shock, and yells out again like a crazy fanboy seeing his idol. The governor is actually here in person. 9 horn blasts to celebrate the Dragon Ascension. The big boss is definitely here for the Dragon Ascension martial arts champion. Beside him, the snobby wife freezes up completely. Her face goes totally stiff, eyes popping out with a dumb smile, and she screams at her husband in pure disbelief. What? This year's top martial arts champion is from White River City, and he is living in our own neighborhood? She demands to know what is happening. She looks back down at the luxury motorcade and declares that their ancestors must be truly blessing them from above. What an epic stroke of luck. She decides right then that they absolutely need to become best friends with this VIP. Meanwhile, the massive fleet of cars parks right outside Lu Sheng's house. Lin Zi is totally dumbfounded as he looks out the door. His face is filled with pure panic as he stammers out a confused question. Qinghe, what in the world is going on here? Why is there a terrifyingly huge motorcade parked directly outside our front door right now? The little girl turns around, still holding her lantern. She looks super confused and replies that she has absolutely no clue either. Next thing you know, Lu Sheng's parents and his little sister are quickly invited out to meet the VIPs in the vehicles. Then, He Pingnan gracefully bows his head, steps right out, and actually speaks first. I am truly sorry for arriving without notice, he adds politely. The 3 family members just stare at him, completely dazed and wildly confused. Right after stepping out of the fancy ride, He Pingnan stands up straight, gives them this super gentle smile, and respectfully asks a question. Excuse me, but is this the home of Lu Sheng, the Dragon Ascension martial arts champion? He introduces himself as He Pingnan, East Ning Province Governor and martial arts grandmaster. The driver beside him keeps holding the door, eyes shut, bowing deeply. Hearing this, Lin Zi's eyes practically pop out. He panics and stutters, Dragon Ascension? Then he yells out, wait, our Sheng is the Dragon Ascension martial arts champion? Seriously? Behind him, Lu Qinghe hears this and completely freaks out, her eyes going huge as she grabs her face. Beside her, his mom smiles brightly, covering her mouth in pure astonishment. Now, here is where you and I enjoy the karma. That hateful neighbor lady instantly freezes, staring at his house while screaming. What? How on earth could the Dragon Ascension martial arts champion possibly be the son of that pathetic family? She quickly grabs her head, her face completely squished in panic, eyes bulging, and she lets out this absolutely hysterical scream. She mumbles in sheer terror. We are doomed. We are totally dead. What did I just do? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng is still chilling in his room, sitting cross-legged, looking up to control his breath, hands on his knees. He glances down at his own arm and makes a wild observation. Cleansing the meridians and purifying the marrow. Weird brown streaks are starting to appear all over his body as he thinks this through. After getting the next phase of the Immortal Golden Body Stage 2 technique, his stagnant physique is finally starting to power up once again. Epic gains. Our guy Lu Sheng wipes himself down and casually gets out of bed. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a message, lighting up the screen. He checks it, and it is Qinghe. She texted, Big bro, you are literally ranked #1 in the whole country, the Dragon Ascension martial arts champion. Then she sends an animated sticker and frantically urges him, Big bro, there are so many important people at our house. Why are you not up yet? She reminds him again, Big bro, the provincial governor, a grandmaster. How can you just let a grandmaster wait for you to wake up? Hearing this, Lu Sheng finally looks completely shocked. Lu Sheng reads the message, wiping sweat from his forehead as he screams internally. The provincial governor? Here at my house? He confirms it to himself in total disbelief. He closes his eyes, gathers his energy, and decides to check things out for himself. Let me just see what is happening out there. Instantly, his mind forms this insane purple network, scanning the entire house while his hand grips his phone super tight. Time to face the music. All right, stick with me here. Downstairs, his 3 family members and 3 total strangers are sitting. Luke Than senses the vibe and totally calls it. Yep, that aura definitely belongs to President Tu. He also notices the guy next to him has the exact same crazy blood energy. Like, we are talking peak level 6 Grandmaster stats right here. Next, our boy quickly shifts his attention to the guy radiating a blazing red aura, mentally sizing him up. As for this dude, Luke Thon pauses for a quick second to double check. His whole body's blood energy is literally a walking furnace. Even a level 6 expert looks like a pathetic little piece of coal sitting next to a raging, uncontrollable bonfire. Suddenly, the old man turns his head and glares right up at him. Luke Thon gets totally jump-scared and mentally screams, Oh snap, a real grandmaster. Meanwhile, the big boss Ha Bin Nam just looks up at our guy with the most giant, cheerful grin on his face. Haha. He casually announces, Looks like our Dragon Martial champion has finally woken up from his beauty sleep. President Tu just stares at him completely dumbfounded, while Luke Than's mom shoots him an equally confused, seriously sideways look. Without missing a beat, Luke Thon starts making his grand entrance down the stairs. Everyone immediately locks their eyes on him. Our guy just casually rests his hand on the railing, acting completely cool, and drops a chill greeting for the squad. My bad for the wait, guys. Really kept you hanging. Seeing this, Ha Bin Nam squints at him, smiling like he's scanning a rare item. He thinks to himself, Not bad at all, kid. You are way too young to be packing such an insanely overpowered aura already. Right next to him, Tuna Ka is just beaming with pride, smiling at our guy. Ha Bin Nam keeps analyzing that insane energy radiating off the kid, literally comparing it to the morning sun aggressively punching right through the dawn clouds. Meanwhile, Luke Thon just maintains his absolute poker face, casually strolling right up to the group. The old man drops another mental observation. Man, the new generation is seriously built different. Next thing you know, his dad Lam Trock rushes over, proudly throwing a heavy hand onto his son's shoulder. He gestures toward Ha Bin Nam with his other hand, grinning from ear to ear as he hypes up the intro. Son, you're finally awake. Listen up, this big shot right here is the provincial director of Dong Nin, Ha Bin Nam. Then he points over to the guy standing right beside him to add more hype. And this dude is the actual mayor of Bak Ha City. Finally, he points straight at Tu Ngak Ha, who is still smiling like a proud uncle. And President Tu Ngak Ha, you already know this guy. Hearing the intro, Luke Thon flashes a polite smile, steps right up to Ha Bin Nam, and shakes the dude's hand like a total professional. Director Ha, an absolute pleasure. The boss shakes his hand back, looking incredibly chill and friendly as he replies, "Ha ha, what is up, student Luke?" Soon after, the whole squad drops onto the couches. You and I know what's coming. He sits right across from Ha Bin Nam, who looks ready to talk business. We just dropped by totally unannounced today to give a massive congratulations to student Luke Thon. Then he hits him with the crazy news. For absolutely crushing it and taking the national first place Dragon Martial Champion title in this year's exam. Hearing this flex, Lam Trok looks super confused and asks, "Wait a minute, are the official college exam scores already out?" Ha Bin Nam gives it to him completely straight and honestly replies, "The system is basically done calculating, then he drops the mic. But student Luke taking the #1 spot? That is officially locked in stone." Dad's face instantly lights up with absolute joy. He practically jumps out of his seat, eyes wide in disbelief. In the back, his sister Lu Kan Hoa is also totally shook, staring wide-eyed at her brother. His mom slaps her hands over her mouth, completely tearing up with crazy happiness. Meanwhile, right in the center of it all, Luke Thon is just sitting there cool as a cucumber as Ha Bin Nam casually adds, "And get this, that is without even adding his culture class scores or any bonus points." He finally drops the absolute wildest theory. Honestly, once the system tallies every single point up, we might literally be looking at the highest scoring martial champion in the entire history of the known exams. Suddenly, he reaches out his hand, and the secretary behind him practically speed bows while handing over a fancy little box. Ha Bin Nam glances at the box, flashing a totally casual smile. The second I got the news, I rushed straight over here just to meet our boy Luke Thon in person. He confidently continues to lay it out, and also to personally represent Dong Ninh province in handing over the rewards meant for our absolute #1 genius. He pops the box open, and boom, inside is a shiny silver bank card and a legit property deed. Ha Bin Nam reveals the loot. Here is 50 million in prize money. It is not a crazy amount, but it is just a small token of appreciation from the province. Then he adds the real flex. Plus a sweet 400 square meter house right in the heart of Dong Ninh. Sure, it is smaller than your current place, but the location is absolutely top tier. It is surrounded by professional martial arts facilities, making it literally the perfect spot for a high-level martial artist to live and train. Everyone absolutely panics. They stare wide-eyed into the box, totally speechless. Even Luke Thane, his mom, and his sister lean in to peek at the insane loot. Next thing you know, his mom snatches up the box and happily snaps it shut. Ha Bin Nam then looks our boy dead in the eyes, casually pointing out that student Luke currently possesses the raw strength of a level 6 martial artist. Standing right behind him, Luke Kan Hoa hears her brother's stats and literally makes the funniest, most warped face of pure shock. Meanwhile, Luke Thon just calmly turns to look back at the old man. "All right, you and I are watching a total flex. The boss confirms he can pick absolutely any elite martial university." He then asks our boy if he has made his final choice yet. Lu Sheng barely hesitates, looking right back. Decision made. With a completely straight face, our guy flat out chooses the Capital Holy Martial University. Immediately, Director Xia flashes a huge, dramatic smile and pulls out a recommendation letter. Behind him, the secretary politely hands it over. Xia totally agrees. "Yeah, I actually figured you would say that," he admits. "So I brought their letter just for you." But wait! He flexes even harder, waving his hand to reveal 7 fancy letters with red seals, grinning like an absolute madman. "Actually, I brought invitations from all 7 holy academies," he announces proudly. "I am not playing favorites here, so I will let you choose for yourself." Lu Sheng. Beside him, his sister Qinghe is absolutely losing her mind, staring bug-eyed, speechless, just internally screaming in pure panic. The sacred dream schools of literally millions of students, and this guy gets to pick. She mentally screams, "Is this a comic book?" Meanwhile, Lu Sheng sits there like a rock statue, staring at this mountain of elite letters, absolutely speechless. Suddenly, he grabs the letters, shuffles them together wildly, and blindly starts sorting through the stack with one hand. Even Director Xia looks down at his hands, totally stunned by this wildly chaotic method of choosing a future. Our madman just yanks a random letter out of the messy pile, cutting the silence. This one right here. He checks the shiny official seal on the front, his eyes gleaming. The 7th Holy Martial University. Xia is completely flabbergasted. His eyes bug out for a second, totally shocked, but he manages to force an awkward smile anyway. He thought Lu Sheng would agonize over this. "Wow, did not expect that random drawing method," he laughs. "What a unique style." Then, he smiles and gestures to pack the letters up. All 7 of these academies are built upon ancient martial city inheritances. The 7th Holy University might be slightly less flashy, sure, but their teachers are absolutely top tier, no doubt. Plus, their credit missions are insanely dangerous. You are definitely going to need a seriously handy cold weapon for that. Our guy just sits there, holding the letter, quietly listening to him. Next, the director slides over his shiny gold business card. Once you decide on a major weapon, just give me a call anytime. Hearing this, Lu Sheng is genuinely caught off guard. He stares down at the gleaming card, his face looking completely blank and confused. Xia confirms the hype. Any cold weapon below level 6. I will personally handpick it for you. Consider it a gift for our true dragon rising. Our boy quickly snatches the card, eyes wide, flashing a huge grin. A level 6 weapon? Damn, the price is definitely not cheap. He tries to play it cool, knowing he should not reject the director, especially since this guy is a literal grandmaster. Turning him down would be insanely rude right now, so he just nods and politely says, "Then I sincerely thank you, Director Xia." Everyone immediately stands up, sharing some warm chuckles. Xia Pingnan stands, clasping his hands together smoothly. "All right, I will not bother your family any longer today. Honestly, I just heard our Dongning province finally produced a legendary true dragon. I was just way too hyped to stay away. I hope you guys can understand my wild excitement." On the other side, his dad jumps up, beaming with joy, and immediately reaches out to shake hands. Not a bother at all. Lu Sheng and his family wave happily as Xia and his fancy convoy drive off. The second they leave, his dad spins around, eyes squinted in pure joy, clenching his fists and screaming. "We are bringing glory to our ancestors. I never thought the Lu family would see this epic day." Then he desperately yells at his wife. "Honey, run to the market. We are throwing a massive party tonight." Beside him, Qinghe is hyperactively waving a red banner around. Mom hears the yelling, turns around, and sprints inside, shouting a very loud "okay." Seeing his family lose their absolute minds, our guy just watches them with a gentle smile. But you and I know the plot always thickens. Somewhere else, a man reads his file. Very interesting. A dude nearby glances over, totally curious. "Oh? Something actually caught your eye?" Then he gasps. "Wow, that is top tier." The shadowy figure leans on his hand, tilting his head while holding the kid's file, smirking quietly. "This year will not be boring," says Tan Zhongyu, the Mingyu martial saint. Fast forward, his classmates are all staring, absolutely sobbing. Lu Sheng and the gang congratulate each other for passing the exam, sharing some tearful goodbyes, especially Lu Kaiming, who is just bawling his eyes out like a baby right before the big dramatic departure. "All right, you and I are about to witness greatness." Our boy Lu Sheng gives his family a massive airport hug before starting his epic new journey. Lindsay watches him, frowning with this hilarious mix of total sadness and intense pride. Next thing we know, our guy boards the plane, tosses his bag in the overhead bin, and starts plotting his next move. He's officially locked in. The 7th Martial Arts University is the absolute powerhouse academy he's about to conquer next. Why this school, though? Our dude pauses mid-luggage shove, squints his eyes like an absolute mastermind, and runs the epic math in his head. Get this, the academy has a completely flawless martial sage inheritance, plus they own this totally unique, crazy, overpowered martial sage tower. So he drops into his seat, ready to chill, but suddenly spots a totally familiar face and actually jumps a little. His brain is going a mile a minute. The university he picked was built 57 years ago, but suddenly his train of thought gets totally hijacked. He remembers the founder is Tan Zhongyu, who is literally one of the top 3 heavy-hitting martial sages in the entire Dragon Nation right now. Now get this flex. Tan Zhongyu hit sage level in just 60 years, and the dude is rocking well over 100 years of age today. Lu Sheng pictures the guy looking totally legendary in a painting, posing with a massive sword in that famous tower. This academy just keeps pushing the absolute limits, and the crazy lore just keeps coming. Rumor has it these overpowered martial sages can easily breeze past 300 years old. Basically, they completely glitched out of the normal human lifespan rules long ago, which totally confirms one insane fact: every single martial sage walking the earth right now is actually considered super young in their terms. Thinking about this, our boy rubs his chin, shuts his eyes, and literally pictures this grumpy old turtle with a long white beard holding a giant sword, just pouting while making his next big mental calculation. It's straight up mythological immortality. He then remembers the Dragon Nation has historically pumped out 9 total martial sages. It's like a glowing dragon path paved by absolute legends, packed with countless epic martial arts they all practiced. But then, reality hits him with some seriously depressing facts. The tragic part? Over 100 years ago, a ton of those god-tier sages got wiped out fighting against a massive wave of monstrous beasts. We're talking giant, terrifying monsters smashing into buildings, attacking people, and turning the entire world into an absolute bloodbath. And Lu Sheng knows it wasn't just the monsters. A bunch of these absolute elites died fighting each other in totally savage wars between different nations. Both sides used the dirtiest tricks imaginable, completely throwing away countless legendary sages in the process. Humanity's absolute best, totally wasted on inside drama. You and I got to see this: a massive blue dragon and a savage white lion totally clashing in an epic world-shaking showdown. Lu Sheng thinks about how the Dragon Nation and the Lion Nation fought just to flex as the world's martial arts boss. Honestly, it's just a total bummer. He completely cuts his own thought off. As for the actual result, yeah, he's totally not talking about that. Skipping the drama, he focuses back on the coolest part. That post-war tower was literally built by the Dragon Nation by mapping out every sage at their absolute peak forms. They perfectly cloned their stats. This crazy tower represents the absolute peak crossover, blending the nation's highest-tier martial arts with some seriously overpowered, totally insane sci-fi technology. A massive, glowing, high-tech skyscraper just completely dominating the skyline right in the heart of the city. Our boy breaks down the rules. Anyone stepping into this bad boy has to face challenges based on pure, insane difficulty levels. He totally pictures the tower's floors like leveling up in real life. The first floor is just a literal kid, while the second floor steps up to a moody teenager. The final boss floor, an old dude rocking a cane, while our level 1 challenger is just standing outside gripping a sword ready to grind. And here is the real cheat code. Lu Sheng knows that the higher you climb, the better your random chances of actually meeting a real sage. You might even get drafted into their squad. He then imagines Qingxin, rocking a glowing golden halo, just staring down at the sword-wielding challenger at the bottom. Snapping back to reality, our MC pictures himself waving a sword and totally weirding out a legendary sage, which makes him pout like a complete brat. He rolls his eyes, thinking about all those digital skill books, and just mentally screams his ultimate flex. Like I even care about being a sage's student. I'm already stacked with ridiculously overpowered skills left behind by literal level 11 gods. He runs through his totally busted skill set, the crystal visualization technique, the natural breathing method, and that absolutely insane divine illumination Mingwang Sutra. Honestly, he hasn't even finished leveling up all of those. Why would he ever sweat over some weak level 9 sage leftovers? Total amateur hour. Then, reality completely slaps him in the face. He stares at this massive, overwhelming score chart, mandatory course 1, mandatory course 2, 3, and basically an endless wall of mandatory suffering. His face instantly scrunches up. Sweating bullets, he realizes how trapped he is. If the Dragon Nation wasn't so aggressively strict about grinding out their top-tier martial arts prodigies, then he wouldn't be stuck here. You literally have to grind enough university credits just to get a pass to fight on the actual battlefield. Snapping back to reality, he sighs heavily, wishing he could have just skipped the tutorial and reported directly to Yufei's squad. But honestly, whatever, he can totally handle this. Meanwhile, some girl behind him is struggling with her bags. Lu Sheng just smiles, totally ignoring her, staring out the plane window while mentally hyping himself up. I am absolutely gonna speedrun this. I'll grind a ton of extra quest points, max out my score super early, and honestly, I'll probably graduate this entire elite academy in just 1 year. But suddenly, a super familiar voice calls out his name. Oh, snap! It's Yang Yan! Alright, let's kick things off. She leans right in, flashing a bright, super cheerful smile and asks, Wow, what an insane coincidence. Are you flying to the capital today too? Spoiler alert, this coincidence is totally staged. It was actually set up by his little sister, Luke Kanhoa. Kanhoa had sent her a secret text. My brother flies out tomorrow at 12 p.m. Then she hyped her up. It's totally fine, Duangdian. Just be brave. You literally gave up Dong University and chose the capital just for him. Lighting the fuse of her courage, she realized she had nothing left to fear. You've got this, future sister-in-law. Snapping back to reality, she quickly grabs the seat right next to him, beaming with absolute joy. Now, Luke Thon sees her, chuckles a bit awkwardly, and agrees. Yeah, crazy coincidence. Then, they just sit there, staring and smiling like two goofy teenagers. And just like that, the conversation hits a massive dead end. Luke Thon visibly shrinks back, putting some awkward distance between them. He finally manages to recover his cool, tossing a suspicious side glance her way, while internally screaming to himself, why on earth is she actually here right now? Meanwhile, she is just sitting there, smiling at him with pure, unfiltered affection. Seeing that totally sincere look, our guy instantly panics and completely averts his eyes. Sporting an incredibly awkward, forced grin with dramatic black lines literally dropping over his face, he screams internally, no way. Am I actually getting another wife? Fast forward 2 hours, and the plane finally touches down at their destination. Our main guy and Duangdian quickly step off the flight. He leads the way, dragging his suitcase and checking out the scenery. Right behind him, an overly excited Duangdian pulls her luggage, smiling brightly. Taking it all in, Luke Than thinks to himself as expected of the capital. The energy and life force here are absolutely bursting with insane levels of prosperity. And to prove his point, a jogger wearing earphones suddenly blurs right past them at literal warp speed. Talk about a crazy morning workout. Luke Thon watches in disbelief as this girl literally parkours across the high street lamps while running. He cannot help but make a bold mental observation. Honestly, maybe the grand and magnificent base 1359 from my prophetic dreams looked exactly like this crazy place right before the massive invasion happened. Looking around, he drops a hilarious thought. Even the average maintenance crew cleaning the exterior walls around here are secretly hidden martial arts masters. Up on the skyscraper, some dude is literally clinging to the glass like a lizard, washing windows without a single safety rope. Welcome to King Ha University. Massive crowds of students are pouring inside. He turns to Duong Dien standing beside him, flashes a smile, and confirms the plan with her. All right, we made it to King Ha. I will get you registered first, and then I will go report in over at Than Vo University. Beside him, she blushes super hard, too incredibly shy to even look him in the eye as she softly murmurs, "Yeah." Together, they quickly drag their suitcases onto the busy campus. Seeing this perfect setup, Duong Dian's wild teenage imagination instantly shifts into maximum overdrive. Oh my gosh, this totally feels like a college couple registering on opening day together. She sighs dreamily, thinking if only I could actually attend the exact same school as Luke Thon, my life would be completely perfect. Meanwhile, right at the campus gate, you and I can spot two upperclassmen, one spiked brunette and one blonde aggressively hitting on the freshman girls. Suddenly, the blonde upperclassman spots our hero and Duong Dien walking up. Immediately after that, his eyes lock straight onto her beautifully smiling face next to a cheerful Luke Than. The dude mentally loses his mind, screaming, "Holy crap, now that is an absolute top-tier goddess." Instantly, his eyes literally morph into giant cartoon hearts. Clenching his fists and stepping up, he boldly declares to the world, "Nobody dare steal her. That cute junior is officially mine." His spiked hair buddy standing next to him immediately shoots him a look of pure, unfiltered disgust. Squinting his eyes, the guy harshly shuts down his friend's ridiculous delusion. "Get the hell out of here. Are you dreaming?" Without hesitating, the spiked-haired dude smoothly marches right up to Duong Dien, flashing a confident smirk and extending a welcoming hand. "Hello there, Junior. Are you here to enroll at Kin Ha today? Let me personally escort you to registration." Not wanting to lose, the blonde guy instantly pops up right behind her, grinning from ear to ear as he insists. "Come on, let me carry that heavy luggage for you." Duong Dien is just standing there, utterly flustered. She freezes up, clutching her suitcase, staring awkwardly at these weirdos. But watch this. Luke Thon instantly grabs both massive suitcases and shoves them straight into the blonde guy's hands, leaving the dude wide-eyed and completely shell-shocked. The spiked-hair senior glares back at him in confusion, but our boy Luke Thon just shoots them the most cheerful, innocent smile ever and casually drops the hammer. "Well, sorry for the trouble, guys." Duong Dien quickly takes a step back, looking super flustered as she watches his unbelievably smooth move. Hearing that, the blonde awkwardly fumbles to catch the heavy bags. He scowls at Luke Thon with absolute confusion and demands to know, "Hey freshman, are you also a new student here at Kin Ha?" Seeing this random upperclassman totally unfazed by his presence, Luke Thon suddenly realizes something crucial in his head. During all this recent downtime, I actually figured out how to completely suppress my leaking blood aura back into my body. He smugly confirms his little theory. Looks like ordinary people cannot sense my terrifying power level anymore. Then, he casually crosses his arms, smirks at the guy, and delivers his response with ultimate coolness. "Nope, we are just classmates. I'm only dropping her off here for registration." Meanwhile, Duong Dien stands meekly behind him, offering the blonde guy a highly awkward, forced smile. Hearing that, the blonde hefts the heavy suitcases and gives a creepy, knowing wink to his buff buddy. He whispers, "Phew." Judging by the junior's eyes, she is definitely totally into this dude. Catching on, the spiked friend leans in close. Clenching his fist, he smirks right back at him and whispers his genius counter-strategy. Now, this is where it gets funny for us. Good thing they aren't at the same school. We have the total home field advantage. The guy smiles brightly, side-eyes our hero, and points grandly at the campus building. Tilting his head with maximum smugness, he proudly introduces, "Our school might only be second tier. All right, stick with me here. Their specs totally match top-tier academies. Every training room imaginable. It is a fast track for warriors." He literally screams that they get 3 tower visits monthly. Pick Jinghe, no regrets. Hearing this wild sales pitch, Lu Sheng squints, raising an amused eyebrow. "Wait, normal martial arts schools can actually enter the Sage Tower?" Yang Yan shoots a confused glance, but this guy, hands on hips, chin up, practically bursting with ridiculous unearned pride. "Duh, the Sage Tower is a national treasure. The Holy University does not get to hog it." His blonde buddy, lugging a suitcase and proudly tilting his head at the musclehead, eagerly chimes in. "Even normal university students and outside fighters can go. You just need the association official stamp of approval to walk right in." He admits the whole process is just a bit complicated. Visualizing the annoying checkpoints compared to the VIP lane, he copes so hard. Honestly, Those holy martial students just have it slightly easier. Zero paperwork needed. They can just waltz in whenever they want. Then Blondie rubs his hands together, creepily sneaking up to Yang Yan with a huge, goofy smile. Listen up, Junior. Let me drop the absolute golden rule of Jinghe East Campus on you. You can mess with literally anyone. The school faculty always steps in to help, so zero brawls actually happen. Yang Yan visibly dodges him, her eyes going wide, completely spooked by his weird energy. Suddenly, his face goes pitch black. Pointing up, eyes full of utter terror, he whispers his warning. But whatever you do, never, ever provoke the monsters from 7th Holy Martial University. Just do not. Lu Sheng rubs his chin, hilariously confused, and asks why. The guy instantly jolts straight up like a deer in headlights. Gritting his teeth, he glares at Lu Sheng, mentally screaming, "Why is this annoying punk still here? Stop ruining my game with the junior." Taking a breath, he finally explains the brutal truth. Because 7th Holy students are literal psychopaths. They get lethal beast missions right on day 1. Blondie shudders, flashing back to their insane, fiery brawls, and adds to the terrifying horror story. Bloodshed from the very start. Pick a fight, and you will probably get beaten to death. He screams that their terrifying strength is undeniable. Scowling and gritting his teeth, he points at Lu Sheng. You get it now? Junior boy. Lu Sheng just smiles his classic carefree smile, ignoring the guy raging hostility. Crystal clear. Soon enough, they hit the campus grounds. A massive crowd swarms the glowing freshman registration signs. Lu Sheng casually turns, throwing up a phone sign to his ear, one hand pocketed, smiling. All right, this is your stop. Call me if anything crazy happens. Seriously, find me anytime. Looking adorably happy and totally shy, she nods with a soft He strolls away while she awkwardly waves. Watching this painful romance unfold, the brown-haired muscle guy groans out loud. Well, guess we have zero chance. Blondie rushes up, barking, Dude, use any dirty trick necessary. You getting this? Muscle guy shades his eyes, grimacing right at Lu Sheng, fading back. Damn, that kid is obnoxiously arrogant. Blondie rolls his eyes hard, gritting his teeth in agreement. Right? Find me anytime. Who does he think he is? Then he eagerly rushes Yang Yan luggage. Bowing like a complete simp, he asks, Hee hee, Junior, where is your cocky friend even registering? Still staring longingly at Lu Sheng, her face darkens. She shoots him an icy, deadly glare. 7th Holy Martial University. The two idiots freeze, jaws drop, eyes bug out in pure shock. Huh? Dragging both suitcases herself, she closes her eyes, chin raised in total smug supremacy. Yep, he is from Baihe City. His name is Lu Sheng. They completely petrify, pale, trembling with sheer terror. They look at each other and scream, Lu Sheng! Clutching their heads, they shriek. He is literally this year Dragon Martial Champion. Meanwhile, our boy just smiles, walking away. Lu Sheng's suitcase rolls right up to the gate. He stops, calmly looking up in the evening light. Arrived. This is it. He cuts off, staring straight at the glowing yellow letters above. He shouts at the giant gates, 7th Holy Martial University, we are officially on campus. All right, you and I are diving into pure madness. Outside, our guy stands with his suitcase, just staring. Lu Sheng smirks, eyes locked on the massive central tower, thinking, well played, 7 Saints Martial University. That giant wooden tower literally screams Martial Saint at you. The vibe is absolutely epic. A Grandmaster's mind holds rivers, while a Martial Saint's heart holds the entire freaking universe. Honestly, even if he was just here to sightsee and vibe, this whole college trip would be totally worth it. The second he walks in, boom, a tiny stall, a long table, a few bored humans, and a totally basic sign for freshman registration. Lu Sheng casually hands over his letter and asks, Is this the freshman welcome desk? 3 people, 2 girls and a dude, just stare at him as he adds, Yeah, I am here to register. Hearing that, the blonde girl rushes over like her life depends on it, grabs his letter, leans on the desk, and chirps, Oh, a newbie? Hand it over to Big Sis, let me check. The other girl just stares while our poor guy gets his letter swiped at ninja speed. The blonde girl looks at his letter, her eyes go huge, and she literally screams, What? Turns out he is this year's top martial arts scholar. The other girl looks over and totally loses it, screaming, Wow, that is insanely rare. They intensely stare at Lu Sheng's recommendation letter, immediately starting to loudly gossip about him. First time our university ever bagged the top scholar, and get this, he is actually crazy handsome too. Hearing this fangirling, the edgy dude in back wiping his weapon literally freezes. He squints, stays quiet, but looks totally annoyed. Next thing you know, he jumps up with a massive crash, jump scaring everyone. He lands right on the desk in front of our guy with a crazy bang. Lu Sheng just stares back, zero emotion. The dude crouches down, resting his massive sword on his shoulder, looking completely arrogant. Glowing with this aggressive orange-red aura, he frowns and demands, You, are you that guy? Our MC, completely chill, holding his backpack strap, giving him the most deadpan look while exuding a cool green aura. The edgelord asks, "That Lu Sheng kid?" Hearing that, our guy drops the friendliest smile and confirms, "Yep, that is me." Then he actually has the guts to ask, "What is up?" Now watch this. The dude smirks, glares with pure killer intent, and brutally swings a literally flaming sword right at his face. He kneels one leg on the table, while Lu Sheng just stands there, weirdly calm. The flaming sword hits Lu Sheng's shoulder and does 0 damage. Like a mosquito biting steel, he just stands there smiling while the blade rests on him. Faced with this absolute disrespect, Sword Boy freezes up, completely shell-shocked. His eyes bug out in panic. He awkwardly tilts his head, looks down at his own sword tip, and mutters, "You just walk straight that way. Seriously." Lu Sheng casually tilts his head, following the blade's direction. Sword Guy slowly steps back up on the table, desperately trying to play it cool. Signs are everywhere. You will easily find the dorms. Instantly, our guy turns around, eyes closed, walking away like an absolute boss. Got it, thanks. He just leaves behind an utterly stunned Sword Guy and 2 girls staring holes into his back. Classic cool guy move. Lu Sheng waves without even looking back. The blonde girl touches her chin, totally hyped, as she watches him walk away and obsessively declares, "Wow, that unbothered, perfectly calm vibe, and his crazy aura is just insane. Way better than any senior here. Honestly, if he was my teammate, that would be absolute perfection." Beside her, Sword Boy finally stands up straight, sword back on his shoulder, hands on his hips, watching our MC. He frowns and demands from the girls, "Does anyone know what his actual college entrance score was?" The glasses girl furiously taps her phone, eyes wide with pure shock. "I am checking." Finally, she stammers out, "Nothing, I cannot find it." Then, staring at the bright screen, she gets super flustered and literally shrieks. "But I heard his blood chi already smashed past level 6. Hearing that, Sword Boy completely panics. The blonde senior is literally trembling with wide eyes, while the glasses girl drops another huge bomb. He shattered so many records. He is highly likely the strongest Dragon Ascension scholar to ever exist. Sword Guy narrows his eyes, staring at his back with this totally twisted grin. "Oh? Is that so? Then we are definitely in for a wild show later." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng drags his suitcase, carefully scoping out the campus, thinking to himself, owning this much insane land right in the middle of the capital truly lives up to the Marshall University hype. But seriously, it is way too quiet. Where did all the students go? Suddenly, a massive shout echoes out. "Hey, student up ahead." A chubby guy comes sprinting over, smiling like crazy, completely hyped up. Huff, puff, finally bumped into a real human being. Lu Cheng casually turns around to check this guy out. The dude immediately sparks up a conversation, asking, "Hey, is it your first day reporting to the academy too?" He instantly introduces himself. "I am Lin Z, and yep, I am a new freshman too." Scratching his head with a super awkward grin, he looks over and pops the golden question. "So, any chance you could show me the way to the student dormitories? I have absolutely 0 sense of direction. Been wandering for half a day and got totally lost." Hearing this tragic plea, our guy Lu Cheng shoots him a friendly look, ready to help. "Sure thing, I actually know the way." He quickly urges the guy along, adding, "This campus is ridiculously massive anyway, so let us get moving." So the two of them drag their heavy luggage right up to a massive crowd. Lin Z instantly flashes a huge, relieved smile. "Phew, we finally found the dorms. Man, this place is absolutely huge. It is totally insane." Meanwhile, Lu Cheng stays completely chill but looks super confused. Why are so many students blocking the front door? Did something happen over here? Right in front of them, a bunch of students look totally stressed out. Suddenly, some poor guy gets launched into the sky while warning screams echo loudly. "Hey, watch out, get away." Lindsay and Lu Cheng instantly snap their heads up to look at the crazy scene, totally bewildered by the wild chaos. Huh? A second later, that flying dude slams violently into the dirt, groaning and coughing in pure agonizing pain. The bystanders totally freak out, their eyes wide open. Then, a slow, obnoxious clapping sound echoes from above as an incredibly arrogant guy steps out, praising him. "Not bad at all," the smug jerk calls him out loud. "Xu Xiaoming, this year's martial arts top scorer from Nanjiang province, am I right?" Meanwhile, the beaten guy is surrounded, gritting his teeth in pain as he struggles to sit up. Then, the blonde lion-haired punk tightly clenches his fist, totally showing off. Hand resting cockily on his hip, he stares at his own fist like a total narcissist, laughing out loud. "You are pretty tough, taking 2 of my strikes. Out of all these pathetic freshmen, you are literally the only one. Keep trying though, break through just a little more, and maybe you can actually live here." Over by the door, a long-haired dude is literally sipping milk tea, foot propped against the frame, watching the drama with a creepy, amused smile. Down in the crowd, a green-haired student looks totally stressed out. He turns to his buddy and anxiously whispers, Huo Dong, what do you think? Could you actually beat that freak if you fought him right now? Huo Dong just stares up in dead silence. All the other freshmen around them are clenching their fists, gritting their teeth in total frustrated, helpless rage. Huo Dong furrows his brow, staring up at the arrogant bully as he bluntly admits, "No chance at all. I definitely cannot win." You and I need to note this is Huo Dong, Jingdu Province's elite martial artist in the national exams. Yet, he sighs with absolute crushing helplessness. I only just broke into level 5, but that absolute monster, he has probably hit peak level 5 and already mastered minor aura projection. Up front, the blonde jerk crosses his arms, radiating insane killing intent as he smugly gloats over the crowd. Huo Dong swallows hard and admits, I probably would not even last 3 hits. I would end up eating dirt just like Xu Xiaoming did. Closing his eyes in total defeat, Huo Dong shakes his head and bitterly drops the harsh truth on his friend. Maybe if my elemental control completely evolved to level 3, I would stand a real fighting chance. But right now, he just stops talking, feeling totally hopeless. Hearing this grim fact, the green-haired dude absolutely loses his mind. He frowns in pure panic and loudly screams, "Wait, what? Even a genius like you cannot beat him?" Then he frantically throws his hand out with a wild new strategy. What if we all just jump him? We can tag team, completely drain his stamina, and finally give you the perfect opening. Huo Dong's eyes snap wide open at the thought. He stares at his crazy friend and instantly shuts that ridiculous idea down. That is suicide. It will never work. He quickly explains the terrifying reality. A peak level 5 martial artist has a vitality index of almost 1,000. Add their aura techniques and their stamina is basically infinite. Then, Huo Dong nervously glances over at that long-haired guy by the door, who is currently frowning at his clogged milk tea straw like a totally annoyed weirdo. Stirring his drink, the guy looks super harmless, but Huo Dong shudders. Honestly, that milk tea guy is way more dangerous. He has not fought yet, but he feels like a level 6, a literal quasi-grandmaster. Hearing those terrifying words, the surrounding crowd absolutely loses their minds in panic. A brown-haired guy in the back bug-eyes in pure terror and yells out, "Level 6? Are you kidding me? Is that monster even a student anymore?" The green-haired friend waves his hands around wildly, completely losing his cool as he screams, "Are you absolutely insane? The president of a regular martial arts association is only level 6. This is not a fair test. This is just straight-up bullying." Hearing all this pathetic whining down below, Chi Ching just throws his head back and laughs maniacally. Ha ha! His booming laughter makes the terrified freshman flinch and look up in pure dread. He glares down, ready to drop a harsh reality check on everyone. Do you total idiots seriously still not realize what kind of place you walked into? Flashing the most punchable, wicked smirk ever, he holds up 3 fingers. He loudly lays down the brutal rules for anyone wanting to sleep in a bed tonight. The rules are painfully simple, he announces. Survive just 3 of my attacks and you get to walk inside. Survive 5 hits, and congratulations, you get to bring your luggage. Stretching his arm out toward the shaking crowd below, he loudly mocks their entire pathetic existence. Oh, I know you all think you are special. Elite martial arts geniuses, heaven's absolute favorites, the very best of your generation. The pathetic crowd just stares up in pure, trembling fear. And here is the brutal truth for us to see. Chi Ching yells, "But at this academy? All your past glory is not worth a single penny." The senior's face goes totally dark. He glares, gritting his teeth, clutching a fistful of name tags with this absolute villain smirk. He spits it out plain. "Everything you want in this place, you better use your own bare hands and raw strength to snatch it." Then he adds the cold hard truth. "As for the weak, watch closely." The name tags slip right out of Chi Cheng's hand, dropping away. He straight up tells them they are absolute garbage. Without power, you are nothing but completely average, boring nobodies. And he doesn't stop there. He throws in maximum disrespect, calling them nothing but stray dogs and pathetic little bugs crawling in the dirt. The freshman crowd, completely terrified. They stare at the drop tags, then up at Chi Cheng. But this guy just raises his hand, exploding with crazy killer aura, laughing like an absolute maniac. As a veteran senior of the legendary Seven Saints Martial University, he announces, "Your highly respected upperclassman is about to personally teach all of you a brutal lesson. Your very first college lesson. You and I both know this is going to be brutal." The crowd goes dead silent. Down below, these furious freshmen are literally grinding their teeth in pure helplessness, glaring up like they want blood. But watch our main guy. He just frowns, totally annoyed, letting out a sarcastic little smirk right inside his own head. Seriously, why pull this lame trick? Isn't this getting old? He lets out a massive sigh, judging this whole clown show right inside his own mind. Why does every single place I go have to be crawling with these annoying little pests? They just yap endlessly about life philosophy and jungle law, but their actual power is totally pathetic. He honestly wonders how anyone can walk around with skin that thick. Suddenly, Lin Jai clenches his fist tight right next to him. That is so sick, he mumbles. Our guy just stares at him, completely confused. But Lin Jai is already losing his mind, laughing with pure hype. His eyes bulge out as he literally jumps up, pumping his fists and screaming. Then he completely loses it and yells. This is exactly the dramatic vibe I love the most. A senior acting all high and mighty, completely crushing people under his boots, just soaking in their absolute shock and pure terrified stares. Right after that, he aggressively shouts back at the senior. Ha, survived 3 of your moves? He instantly tosses his heavy bag right over to Lu Sheng and declares war. Watch your grandpa teach you a brutal lesson right now, you little punk. Meanwhile, our main guy catches the bag, eyes wide open. He just stares at this super hyped kid, actually looking a little bit stunned. Then Lin Jai points a thumb right at his own face. Killer aura erupts! He clenches his fist tight, glancing back at Lu Sheng with a wild grin. Hey bro, totally forgot to mention. He hits him with the ultimate flex. I am actually the #1 martial arts champion of Sichuan province this year, and ranked 9th in the entire country. Without wasting another second, Lin Jai launches himself into the air like a rocket, his hand curling into a massive, heavy fist. He flashes a wild grin and screams. What kind of garbage rule is this? We just want our dorms. Stop wasting time. Let your grandpa teach you some manners. The whole crowd snaps their heads up, totally mind-blown by his guts. Our boy just stands there holding the bag, watching this idiot fly. And absolutely nobody is surprised. Lin Jai gets instantly blasted backward, screaming out in pure, unfiltered pain. He crashes hard, rolling across the dirt. The crowd and our MC are just standing there, utterly speechless. Still holding that bag, our guy squats down, looks at this absolute mess, and simply asks, "Hey man, you still alive?" Meanwhile, Lin Jai just scratches his head, slowly sitting back up while coughing his lungs out. My bad. I got way too careless. I honestly didn't expect that jerk to be so insanely strong. He actually has astral aura already. As for the senior, he casually plants his foot down. His whole body is still radiating this intense golden aura, resting his hands on his knees, throwing them the most arrogant, punchable smirk ever. Our MC quickly pats his buddy on the shoulder, giving him a supportive smile. Haha, alright, you did great. But Lin Jai is just sitting there hugging his poor head, eyes squeezed shut in total defeat. Right after that, our guy confidently steps forward. The crowd instantly parts like the Red Sea, making a clear path for him. Lu Sheng calls it out loud and clear. Now it is my turn. Just watch this. Behind him, Lin Jai is still sitting on the ground looking completely clueless, staring at his bro's epic back. He steps right into the danger zone. Standing squarely in front of that wildly arrogant Chi Cheng, he stretches out his arms, thinking to himself, exactly right. You and I both know the rule. When annoying trash blocks your path, you just have to squash the problem immediately. Then he grabs his own wrist, cracking it while his face goes completely dark. A sinister little smile creeps up. Eyes closed, he takes a slow step forward, radiating absolute killer intent as he locks in his mindset. When you meet a loud, annoying fly, just smash it dead. Problem officially solved. Just like that, he snaps back to being totally chill. One hand forms a tight fist, the other casually hooks his backpack strap. Looking up at Chi Cheng with a completely deadpan face, he makes his demand. Go ahead, make your move. The crowd of freshmen immediately starts whispering. Right on cue, the senior throws his hand out to stop him. Hold up a second. That pause makes the entire crowd stare at him, completely confused. Chi Cheng's face instantly darkens. He points a finger straight at our guy, scowling hard, squinting his eyes as he asks, "You really plan to take 3 of my moves looking like that?" Hearing that, Lu Sheng finally realizes what he meant. He glances back at the heavy backpack still strapped to his shoulders, lets out a super casual "oh," and just drops the whole thing into the dirt. Then he crosses his arms, points right back at Chi Cheng, tilts his head up with wide eyes, and asks him a genuine question. Is this better now? Hearing that absolute disrespect, Huo Dong's face drops in pure panic. He glares over at our guy, mumbling to himself like he is seeing a ghost. This crazy kid actually has a death wish. That guy is literally a martial artist with astral aura. How can a freshman be this insanely arrogant? Right next to him, his blue-haired friend goes completely pale. He frowns in absolute panic, quietly wondering, man, what happens if he actually pushes those guys too far? All right, you and I are watching something wild. Will his legs get broken? This little bro better start praying. Seeing his absolute arrogance, Chi Ching narrows his eyes, golden killing intent erupting everywhere. He licks his lips and speaks. I will make you understand, he interrupts. Raising one leg and spreading his arms wide, dense energy completely explodes from his body. Glaring with a dark face, he screams out loud. What true cruelty actually looks like. He throws a kick, unleashing blazing red fiery power straight at Lu Sheng. The surrounding crowd watches, totally stunned, screaming at the massive fireball in shock. Such insane power. Their eyes basically bulge out of their heads. Whoa! But our boy? He just calmly waits for the strike. Half his face shadowed, not even blinking, he takes it head-on with pure confidence. Suddenly, he leaps up, charging straight at Qi Qing. This actually makes the guy flinch and look over in total surprise. Next thing, Lu Sheng grabs his throat. His fingers tighten hard, forcing Qi Qing backward. His face scrunches up as he screams out. Ugh! Let me go! He cries in absolute pain. Bam! His body gets smashed flat into the dirt, totally shattering the ground everywhere around him. Down below, the whole crowd starts panicking hard. Hu Dong's face instantly turns completely dark. Eyes popping out, sweating bullets, he steps back and yells, What? A peak tier 5 martial artist with minor completion aura, beaten into trash? Right next to him, the blue-haired dude also frowns with a totally shadowed expression. Looking absolutely terrified, he stammers out, and taken down in a single flash. Finally, he stands straight, letting go of Qi Qing's neck. Shaking his wrist, he glares down. The guy is curled up like a shrimp, head planted in the dirt, dust flying. Behind him, Lindsay trembles, eyes totally wide, looking up at our guy. He asks, Can that aura actually be crushed barehanded? He then points out, Looks like the guy standing in there is about to make a move. The crowd starts whispering nonstop. Then, our boy walks right up to the dude drinking milk tea. The guy's face darkens, crushing his cup entirely. One hand in his pocket, he walks past him. Glaring with absolute killing intent, he asks, Can I leave now? The other guy drops his straw, tightly clenching his crushed cup, and grimly confirms it. Fine, now watch this. He casually strolls right into the dorm, hands in his pockets, glancing around the entire inside. Right after, he swipes his room number 1 card. He looks at the empty room cards nearby, realizing they were definitely trying to block people. Right then, he grabs a shiny room 17 card, deciding in his head to just help the chubby kid out. Then he steps outside and tosses the card straight at Lin Zi, who quickly catches it. Lu Sheng urges him, Chubby, let us go inside together. Meanwhile, Qi Qing drags his dizzy beaten body onto the steps. Outside, Lin Zi holds up the card. Grabbing Lu Sheng's luggage, he smiles brightly and eagerly agrees. Yeah, coming right now, he adds. Thanks a lot, bro. Nearby, those loud, gossipy whispers start spreading through the crowd again. Whoa, I need to cling to his leg, too. Everyone standing there is completely frozen in shock. Lindsay happily adds, Hee, I will help carry your backpack. The crowd stares at Lindsay's back in amazement while the blue-haired dude stammers. Just like that, he actually passed. Huodong rubs his chin, frowning at the remaining door guard. He points out that the long-haired dude did not even try to attack at all. Then he adds, maybe he knew he could not beat him? Right after, Lin Zi and Lu Sheng quickly step into the dorms. Behind them, the long-haired guy quickly pulls out his phone, stealing a sharp glance backward. Frowning, he speaks mysteriously to the other end. Hello, Brother Chen. I am afraid a crazy genius enrolled this year. Over at the dorm area, bright sunlight shines down on the massive dormitory building. Standing below, he squints and smiles. One hand on his hip holding his bag straps, he says, So this is it? Way better than I thought. Beside him, Lindsay also squints, bringing a hand up to shield his forehead. Next, he looks at a nearby house. Crossing his arms, he realizes, So I snagged a whole house. He notes that this place is slightly smaller than his new home, but the crazy part, it is completely free. Hearing that, Lindsay instantly scrunches his face, trembling finger pointing at him, eyes wide. He stammers out a realization. That is the spot for the ascending dragon martial champion. He then double-checks. Bro, are you seriously Lu Sheng? Immediately after, his eyes sparkle brightly at our boy, shouting out in awe. Seeing his shock, our boy glances over, raises an eyebrow, and confusingly asks, What is it? Do I not look like him? Hearing that, Lindsay rushes over, grinning ear to ear. Giving him a thumbs up, he nods frantically. Exactly like him, a perfect match. You and I know the truth. He adds, When we got lost, I knew you weren't normal, but never expected you to be this top tier. All right, let's jump in. Our sidekick closes his eyes, lets out a dramatic sigh, and actually tries squeezing out a fake tear. I honestly thought being a provincial martial arts champion meant something, but then I instantly bump into a total monster like you. He keeps complaining, I literally chose the 7th Sacred Martial University just to avoid dealing with insane freaks of nature exactly like you. Scratching his head like a totally confused mess, he squints his eyes shut and dramatically spills out his inner teenage angst. I figured an overpowered freak would enroll in the top schools. Who knew you would crash the absolute worst of the 7? Hearing this, our overpowered main character just squints at Lindsay like he is looking at a total idiot. Why the complaining? Is it that weak? Lindsay frowns, clearly having war flashbacks to the school rankings, as he starts explaining. My family said so. I mean, why else is it ranked 7th? All the top-tier national champions from previous years practically ran to register at the other major academies. He shudders, remembering all those crazy enrollment statistics, and casually drops his own absolutely brutal teenage assessment of their school. I literally checked the National College Martial Arts Tournament records. Our 7th Academy is always stuck at the rock bottom, so yeah, we definitely suck. Just thinking about being bottom tier is tragic. Hearing this sad little rant, our main guy just smirks, stuffing his hands into his pockets like a total rebel. He grabs his backpack strap, shoots a totally carefree smile back at Lindsay, and thinks to himself, weak or not, it is still the legacy of a martial saint. More than enough for my training. With that boss attitude, he casually says his goodbyes. All right, I am busy. Catch you later. Lindsay just stands there, totally stunned, as our boy steps into his brand new dorm room and slams the door shut. Left outside like a lost puppy, Lindsay is still desperately yelling, "Hey bro, at least add my socials." But our guy completely ignores the shouting outside. He just plops down onto the living room sofa, drops his bag, and starts checking out his new bachelor pad. He actually looks impressed. The layout is sick, the sofa is literally made from monster leather, and the place has every single luxury a college student could want. Then he spots this weird high-tech box on the table. He pokes it a few times, frowning like a totally confused boomer trying to understand new tech. What the heck is? Boom! Suddenly, the massive projector screen in front of him powers on, blasting audio at absolute full volume. The news anchor is going crazy. Here is the secret to clearing floor 13, and watch this savage guy literally rip a level 5 monster apart with his bare hands. It is basically a trending list of the most hyped students dominating the academy. He looks up, clearly intrigued by the hype. Oh, rank number 1? Then, he spots a massive trending broadcast flashing across the screen, an epic, highly anticipated showdown between Chen Yushuan and Xiaolan. It is literally the full battle replay of the number 1 senior student in the entire academy. Hearing the dramatic commentary, our boy leans in closer. He actually looks surprised, eyes wide. They even have a dedicated school forum network on this thing? That is actually a goldmine for free intel right there. And then, reading the absolute fanboy comments scrolling by, he quickly realizes these two are supposedly the absolute strongest undergrads on campus. Naturally, our arrogant genius decides to watch and judge their so-called elite skills for himself. And right on cue, the epic video starts playing. We got one guy rocking a sword, totally clashing with another dude wielding a heavy blade. The commentator is losing his mind over this fiery showdown. Sparks fly, the action peaks, and right as their weapons clash with this massive, earth-shattering boom, but you and I both know the ultimate enemy. The video freezes. Your 15-second trial ended. Please register and pay points to continue watching. Are you kidding me? Faced with this ultimate corporate scam, his face goes completely dark. He angrily yells, "Oh, come on. Even in this world, these online streaming sites still pull this absolute paywall garbage." He sighs in defeat. He doesn't even know his own student ID number yet, so creating an account to pay for this is literally impossible right now. Whatever. Lu Sheng just stands up, puts his hands on his hips like a grumpy old man, looks out the window, and decides to deal with it later. Since he is bored out of his mind, he decides to practice his great sun technique. He glances out and realizes that tiny open-air balcony is actually perfect. Rummaging through his bag, he pulls out this massive stash of glowing yellow liquid vials, looking incredibly pleased with himself. Good thing I refined 30 whole tubes of golden dragon saliva before moving here. This should definitely cover my training. He pops one open and uses it immediately. Instantly, this crazy dense aura explodes outward, wrapping completely around his body. Lu Sheng checks himself out, cracking his knuckles and stretching. He smiles, feeling the absolutely insane power boost. Time to get down to some serious cultivation business. But then bang, bang, bang. Someone starts violently smashing on his door, totally ruining his vibe. His face instantly drops. Eyes full of pure murder, he glares at the door. Who is it? Absolute silence from the hallway. Instead of answering, the idiot outside just starts hammering on the door even harder and way more aggressively. Smash! Smash! So, our extremely annoyed MC marches over, rips the door open, and glares at the total clown standing in the hallway. Who is smashing my door? Standing right there is some generic red-haired punk with his little gang of underlings. He scowls back, acting all tough and annoyed. I did it. The punk smirks, trying to look super intimidating. So you are the freshman named Lou, but before this clown can even finish his monologue, watch this. Our boy totally loses it. Glaring, he clenches his fists, plants his feet, and winds up a massive punch. All right, guys, grab your popcorn because our boy just spun around and delivered a brutal kick straight to that dude's gut. The guy goes flying, bouncing off the walls with massive, bone-rattling thuds. Absolutely wrecked. His two sidekicks are drenched in sweat, one just staring at him with this hilarious, awkward smile. The other lackey? totally frozen, eyes completely dead inside. Way back there, the boss is sprawled in the dirt, coughing up dust. Meanwhile, our hero just glares at them, looking ridiculously annoyed with furrowed brows. Dripping with pure, angry, killing intent, he casually drops a little reminder. Go back to school and learn how to knock politely before you ever look for me again. The boss finally sits up, violently hacking through the dust cloud. Cough! Cough! His goons finally snap back to reality and turn to check on their so-called leader. But our guy? He just stands there silently, staring holes right through them. The boss grabs his chest, face all twisted up in absolute agony. He is barely breathing, cursing up a storm in his head. Then, completely baffled, he starts asking himself the real questions. Wait, didn't this Lu Sheng guy literally just enroll here? How in the world is he this insanely overpowered? Before these clowns can even process what just happened, Lu Sheng is already interrogating them. So, what exactly is your actual purpose here? Did you seriously just come here to pick a totally random fight? Who wants to step up next? Hearing that, the remaining two goons panic, pouting like terrified toddlers. Right on cue, they instantly whip out a student ID and a cardboard box. Then they flash this giant fake grin at him, suddenly playing super nice. No, huge misunderstanding. We are just the guys handling the basic registration stuff for new students. Here is your official student ID. We already linked it directly to the room key for this sweet villa. The guy behind him chimes in holding the box. Plus, we even brought you a complimentary gift package packed with all your daily living essentials. The first guy holding the card adds a quick explanation. With this card, you can use every single machine in the 7th Holy Martial University, and you get a Tier 4 mutant blood vial every single month. Hearing that, Lu Sheng simply reaches out and grabs it. He stares at the card, frowning a bit while muttering internally. 1 Tier 4 blood vial every month? Not bad at all. The perks at the Holy Martial University are genuinely insane. Right after, he shifts his gaze back to the dude he just yeeted across the yard. The guy struggles to sit up, glaring at him through the lingering dust. Lu Sheng figures it out instantly. Yeah, I highly doubt they came just to deliver a welcome package. With that aggressive attitude from earlier? Now listen to this, guys. It is probably just some arrogant school upperclassmen trying to flex their power on a fresh rookie. Realizing this, he starts leaking massive killer intent again, tilting his head and glaring at them with a smirk. So, what is it? Are you three waiting for me to apologize or something? The trio practically jumps out of their skin. The guy on the ground starts trembling violently and screams, "No way, absolutely not. We are leaving right now." Before they can squeak out another word, Lu Sheng slams the door. I got my stuff. Thanks for the very unnecessary trip, guys. See you never, take care. The two sidekicks outside just shut their eyes and let out a massive sigh. Next, they rush over to help their defeated boss stand up. The guy gets on his feet, shaking with absolute rage, gritting his teeth. Ugh, just my absolute rotten luck today. The guy in the blue shirt points out the obvious. You are a senior student, and you just got absolutely clapped by some random new kid who barely walked in. Hearing that, the orange shirt guy looks at the boss and confirms it. So what? If you want revenge, I am definitely not tagging along with you. The beaten guy scrunches up his face, clutching his chest and panting heavily before yelling, Revenge? Who said anything about revenge? Even my last mission fighting a Tier 6 beast did not leave me this busted up. Then he starts muttering under his breath. But I really cannot just let this slide. Next time. But before he can even finish his villain monologue, Lu Sheng cracks the door open, hitting them with a pure death stare. Oh, you are all still here? Hearing his voice, the whole gang shakes like leaves, looking over in pure terror. His eyes are ridiculously cold as he peeks through the crack and asks them, Did you guys forget something? Upperclassmen? Hearing that, the blue shirt guy totally loses his cool and screams with wide eyes. Ah, no, nothing at all. The beaten guy literally jumps in fear, staring at him while frantically laughing off the awkwardness. Oh right, yep, we totally forgot to fix your door for you. The other lackey's brain finally works, sweating bullets as he grabs his phone, shouting with absolute deadly seriousness. Hello, campus maintenance? This is an emergency. Send an ambulance. Send someone here immediately to fix this. He finally adds that lives are literally on the line. After that, our boy just ignores them and plops down right in front of the TV. He grabs the remote and figures since he has the card now, he can probably resume watching his video. Then the screen immediately starts playing again. Lu Sheng feels pretty good about it. Oh, sweet, it works. Right in front of him is Chen Yixuan, wearing a crisp suit, holding a rapier in one hand, the other politely tucked behind his back, eyes closed. The screen blows up with comments claiming he is the strongest in the 7th Holy Martial University. Yixuan is number 1. Do you even understand the value of rank 1? Seeing him, our guy just casually ponders it. So, this is the current undisputed rank 1 student of the 7th Holy Martial University? And let's be real here, folks. Who actually wears a fancy suit to a fight? All right, you and I are jumping right into the madness. The screen flashes to a giant, muscle-bound guy casually resting a massive blade on his shoulder. Lu Sheng instantly recognizes him. That absolute unit is Xiaolan, and Lu Sheng immediately drops a review. These two guys basically represent the absolute highest tier of martial arts prodigies in the entire Dragon Nation's top-level combat academy. Like, the absolute peak of the peak. He mutters, wondering just how crazy their actual strength is. Suddenly, the screen bursts with blinding light, and Lu Sheng stares wide-eyed, completely stunned by the sheer chaos unfolding. Inside the video, Xiaolan bends back, swinging that giant blade with a brutal golden aura toward Chen Yixuan, who charges right back with his sword and a glowing blue energy. Cut to Xiaolan standing his ground and swinging his blade. The ground beneath his feet completely caves in. From above, Chen Yixuan wastes zero time and swings his sword straight down at him. Their weapons clash with lightning speed. You just hear a loud crack as Xiaolan struggles, pushing his blade up against Chen Yixuan's sword, his face totally scrunched up with veins popping. But Chen just smirks. He glares right back at Xiaolan, relentlessly pressing his sword down. Outside the screen, Lu Sheng watches them fight with his eyes practically popping out of his head, screaming internally. This level of raw power, yeah, it is absolutely insane. Then, he just blankly stares down at his own fingers, running some crazy mental math. He casually figures, if he didn't have that Grandmaster level willpower pausing a second to do the mental math, he would probably need at least 60. Wait, no, 50% power to crush them. He snaps out of his daydream, staring at the chaotic, dust-filled battle on the screen, and admits that this is already a totally ridiculous level of fighting. Right now, with his minor astral aura, his casual combat power easily hits over 2 million points, he notes. So 50% is definitely over a million. Easy math. Meanwhile, back inside the video, Chen Yichuan is just standing there, smiling and happily waving to the crazy crowd. He sheathes his sword after winning the match, while the audience goes completely wild. Lu Sheng confirms his thoughts, realizing exactly why they are so famous. Neither of these guys has even reached the Grandmaster tier, yet they already have Grandmaster-level combat power. Talk about being actual, literal monsters of talent. Next, he clasps his hands, closes his eyes, and bows his head with a little smile. And this is just the Seven Saints Martial Academy with their crazy ranking board. He concludes that the world is crawling with absolute prodigies, so he really needs to grind harder to stay on top. But stick with me here, because the video abruptly switches to a dorm-blocking freshman brawl. Seeing Lin Zian himself pop up on screen, our guy just blanks and hums in confusion. The dramatic commentary blasts out, calling him the strongest freshman in academy history. On day one, he already crushed a top 300 veteran on the old student ranking board. Then it shows a clip of him lunging straight at Qi Qing. He stammers, realizing, wait, was this filmed right outside the dorms? Yep, someone totally recorded him. The screen cuts to a brutal shot of Lu Sheng violently grabbing the guy's neck and slamming him into the ground. Watching his own absolute savagery, even he has to judge himself. Okay, maybe I was being a little too violent right there. Suddenly, a massive warning screen pops up, making him gasp as he reads it aloud. Warning! The following footage contains savage, animalistic, and highly brutal violence. He just repeatedly smashes Qi Qing's neck into the dirt, leaving the poor guy completely defenseless. Comments flood the screen. Ha ha ha, I am dying laughing. This new kid is a total absolute savage. They are going completely crazy over his insane fight. Guess you really shouldn't mess with Ascending Dragon. Seeing everyone hype him up, he just stands there, totally bewildered. Finally, he scratches his face, squinting with a bit of awkward guilt as he realizes something. Yeah, that guy is probably never going to show his face around school again. Feeling mildly guilty about the beatdown, his stomach suddenly growls loudly. Lu Sheng quickly rubs his belly and mutters softly to himself, I am starving. Time to eat first. He decides to go ahead and check out how the cafeteria food holds up here. At the packed cafeteria, massive crowds of noisy students are all sitting together. Lindsay walks over carrying a ridiculous mountain of food, looking super embarrassed as he smiles and speaks first. Heh, Sheng bro, please do not laugh at me. He quickly explains, I eat a lot, otherwise I have zero stamina for martial arts. But right after, he gets a clear look at Lu Sheng's table, which is also piled high. His eyes bulge out as he gasps in shock, while our boy is busy unhinging his jaw to devour a massive burger. Seeing this absolute feast, Lindsay awkwardly puts his own food down on the table. He bows awkwardly and sighs, Sheng bro, you are too wild. You are still the best. Hearing this, Lu Sheng stares back with his mouth completely stuffed, looking deeply confused. Nearby, loud gossiping from a group of academy girls quickly starts spreading about Lu Sheng. Hey, isn't that Lu Sheng, the strongest freshman? He is actually pretty handsome, right? The girl next to her peeks at him, covering her mouth as she chimes in. But do not let that polite, gentle look fool you. If you cross him, he gets totally ruthless. But I honestly like that. Hearing this, Lindsay turns to look at them, while Lu Sheng somehow still seems like a perfectly polite gentleman in their eyes. Meanwhile, in the eyes of the fanboy guys, he is basically inhaling his food like a starving tiger. Their faces darken, shooting suspicious glares his way as they whisper, Chi Ching got beaten by that kid? That guy is almost a level 6 expert. We're about to see some drama, a guy adds. Amp PH, probably just a fluke. Another smirks, I kind of want to test this strongest ascending dragon myself. Haha, me too. Seeing this, Lindsay looks around with wide eyes and drops a quick comment. Oh, wow. Bro, did you hear that? First day of school and you're already a total campus celebrity. Then he sighs with massive regret. Man, if only I was insanely strong like you. Across from him, Lu Sheng holds his cup, eyes closed, head down preparing to drink. He calmly tells Lindsay that being famous really isn't a good thing. And right on cue, trouble arrives. A hand knocks loudly on his table. Excuse me for a second. Our guy looks over at the dude, one hand still holding his meat, the other casually bringing his water cup up for a drink. A whole group is surrounding him. The leader raises his hand, flashes a bright smile, and asks, You're Lu Sheng, right? Let's get to know each other. He looks ridiculously smug, extending his hand, while our MC just stares up silently. Then the guy tilts his head, closes his eyes, and smiles gently to introduce himself. I am Wu Fan, second place in martial arts for Yu Hui province, ranked 7th nationally. But before this show-off can even finish his sentence, Lu Sheng brings a forkful of noodles up, eyes totally closed, not even bothering to look at the guy. He bluntly interrupts. So what? Did you seriously come all the way over here just to read me your resume? Ouch. Wu Fan's arm just awkwardly freezes solid in midair. Beside him, the bald lackey sees our MC's pure arrogance. He completely loses it, grits his teeth, screams a massive curse, and steps forward ready to fight. But Wu Fan quickly closes his eyes, smiles, and raises a hand to block his buddy. Then he reaches out toward the 4 guys standing right in front of the table. Wu Fan loudly confirms his intentions. Lu Sheng, I know your strength is absolutely insane. I am no match for you. He confidently adds, but this is not high school anymore. Socializing and building connections with people is extremely important. Next, he smiles down at our boy, adding, so you, but before Wu Fan can even get the words out, Lu Sheng leans forward and completely cuts him off. If you already know that you are absolutely no match for me, then why the heck did you come here to piss me off? Hearing that cold reality check, the whole group stares at him, stumbling back awkwardly. All right. You and I know this is going downhill fast. Our guy moves an empty plate, grabbing old food while constantly warning them. They know some things shouldn't be done, some people shouldn't be touched, yet they still act stubborn. Tell me, Lu Sheng coldly interrupts them. Immediately, he slams his hand on the table, stands up abruptly, and questions them. Are you guys just a little bit stupid? Beside Wu Fan, his terrified gang sees this attitude and quickly steps back. Staring with wide eyes, feeling totally humiliated, Wu Fan's face darkens as he glares angrily at our MC. Then he screams out, just die, while throwing a desperate punch right at him, face twisted in rage. But our boy? He just casually swings his arm, completely catching Wu Fan's angry punch, and in the very next second, he aggressively grabs the guy's face. The dude stares in pure panic, mentally screaming out, Damn it. He suddenly realizes this terrifying scene feels way too familiar. He has seen it somewhere before. His inner voice screams, oh right, that crazy viral video. But before he can even recover, our MC slams his face straight into the table with a brutal punch, instantly shattering dishes. Then Lu Sheng brutally lifts his head right out of the freshly made crater. Gritting his teeth, he screams every single word. I already told you. The guy struggles, completely unable to react. Next, he violently slams his head down a second time, making the entire dining hall tremble in pure fear. Lu Sheng shouts, do not, then yanks his head right back up again. Wu Fan's helpless tears are just nonstop flowing now. Our guy screams out another brutal warning. Ever bother me? Watching this absolute madness, the crowd goes totally chaotic. Some pull out cameras to film, while others just stare wide-eyed. Beside him, Lindsay is so hyped he clenches his fists, eyes sparkling as he screams internally. The total beast has finally appeared again. Next up, Lu Sheng quickly grabs a napkin from the table, casually wiping Wu Fan's tears and snot off his hand, while the guy lies completely flat on the floor. Right after, he looks down, wiping endlessly. Closing his eyes in pure annoyance, he clicks his tongue loudly. Down on the floor, Wu Fan is fully unconscious beneath the absolute wreckage. The table is split in half, and gross food liquid keeps dripping endlessly right onto his face. Then, he disrespectfully tosses the dirty napkin right into Wu Fan's open mouth. The guy looks completely wrecked. He angrily grinds out, in my life, I absolutely hate 2 things. He pauses. Lu Sheng points a thumb at himself, eyes flashing wildly. His whole body radiating a fierce aura, he tilts his head and confidently adds, "Number 1 is bothering me while I cultivate." Then he points right at the unconscious messy Wu fan lying on the ground to confirm the rest. "Number 2 is seeing annoying flies constantly buzzing around my face while I am eating." His 2 remaining lackeys are literally shaking, huddled together and hugging each other in total fear right before him. Next, he drops a final cold warning on them. "So next time, you better not dare bother me during these 2 specific times." Then he points his finger right at the 2 shrinking, terrified cowards. His eyes flash with intense anger as he furrows his brow, glaring down as he asks them, "Do you understand?" The 2 guys quickly clasp their hands together, bowing awkwardly and screaming out in pure terror. "Yes, we get it, we totally understand." The pale guy trembling beside him quickly confirms it. "We promise we will never appear in front of you ever again, boss." Hearing that, Lu Sheng cools off and drops a casual reminder. "Perfect. When Sleeping Beauty wakes up, tell him to meet at the table." Then you and I watch our guy just turn to leave, tossing a quick glance over his shoulder to call Lindsay over. "Lindsay, let us roll." Hearing that, the dude beams with pure excitement, his eyes practically vanishing into a massive grin as he runs over. "You got it, Brother Sheng." They strut off, ignoring the absolute chaos and wild gossip left behind. Walking beside him, Lindsay is literally vibrating. He clenches his fists tight, squeezing his eyes shut in pure, unfiltered fanboy hype before losing his mind. "Wow, Brother Sheng, what you just did was absolutely insane." He then doubles down, hyping him up even more. "Heck yes, that is exactly how a real man handles things. Talk trash, get smacked." Lindsay just keeps yapping his ear off as they walk, but Lu Sheng, he is busy noticing all these icy glares locked right onto him. You know the look, the ones dying to test his limits. Lu Sheng just casually figures it out in his head. Martial arts is a totally brutal path to the top. Plus, this is Seven Saints Martial University, literally packed with the most insanely talented geniuses nationwide. The massive crowd behind them just will not stop glaring, scowling with pure hostility. Lu Sheng thinks to himself, the one thing they definitely have plenty of here is meatheads like that last guy. Meanwhile, another group is literally spitting and sneering, throwing massive side-eye. Lu Sheng cuts off his own thought, deciding they are basically just a bunch of annoying flies buzzing around forever. Then his brain pulls up a lovely image of Wu Fan acting exactly like a creepy little fly, rubbing his hands together with that disgusting grin. He realizes the main issue here is that these guys just are not terrified enough yet. He shoots a harsh look back at the crowd, narrowing his eyes into a sharp glare. Unleashing some heavy killing intent, he asks himself a simple question. If a literal grandmaster stood right in front of them, would they dare pull this nonsense? Not a chance. He quickly figures out the game plan. You and I know the trick is to strike absolute terror into them, so these irritating flies just scatter. He hypes himself up, knowing he desperately needs to find the perfect opportunity. Suddenly, he pictures his own monstrous shadow magnifying, totally engulfing the wide-eyed, absolutely terrified faces of that entire crowd, and he mentally screams at the top of his lungs right then. Beat them into absolute pulp and knock their heads right off. He imagines turning into this colossal, terrifying demon, just brutally trampling every single one of them underfoot. Surrounded by blazing fire and thick smoke, Lu Sheng looks down at all of them cowering below. He then locks in this epic mindset for himself. Respect me like a demon. Fear me like a literal god. In his vision, he is shirtless, showing off an absolutely shredded physique. With his hand raised and his face cast in dark shadow, a massive divine halo pops up behind him, blasting brilliant golden light everywhere. Snap back to reality. An intense, booming voice rips him straight out of his wild daydream. "Lu Sheng! Hey, Lu Sheng!" Next thing you know, this guy is storming right toward him, fists completely clenched, leaking heavy killing intent and radiating some seriously massive energy. Lu Sheng definitely feels the heat. He glances back, pressing his lips together as his own killing intent spikes on autopilot. He calmly admits to himself this dude is super strong. But then, plot twist, the guy just smiles, totally dropping the edge as he holds out a super friendly hand to introduce himself. "Lu Sheng, right? I am Vice Principal Zhao Taiyan," he quickly adds. "I need you for a quick favor. Tomorrow, you are getting on that stage as the official representative speaker for all the freshmen." Hearing that bombshell, Lindsay is standing right behind him, eyes wide open in absolute goofy disbelief. He stammers out, speaking on stage. Meanwhile, our guy just stands there, crossing his arms and frowning suspiciously right at Zhao Taiyan. Hearing Lindsay panic, the vice principal looks back at Lu Sheng to clarify. Honestly, just tossing out a few basic sentences is totally fine, no big deal at all. Hearing that, our guy is suddenly hyped. His face relaxes as he catches on, flashing a quick smile to lock it in. "All right, I will get ready." Seeing this go down, Lindsay just stares at him with massive eyes, completely starstruck. "Oh my gosh, that is so cool. This is your huge chance to flex in front of literally all the freshmen." He then screams with insane hype. Brother Sheng, you better put on an epic show. Lu Sheng just turns back to him, flashing this totally calm, knowing smile as he repeats it, showing my face in front of every single freshman. Huh? Then he hypes himself up internally. The kid is right. I absolutely have to make this performance one for the books. All right, so next day hits. A massive mob is already swarming into this huge open-air auditorium. The stage is totally empty, but the wild crowd of students is quickly filling every single seat. Up above the red curtains, a giant banner proudly flexes the 57th freshman opening ceremony for Seven Saints Marshall University. Suddenly, every single head in the crowd snaps toward our MC, eyes popping out as the crazy gossip starts flying. Yo, Lu Sheng is here. That is the insane dude who completely knocked Wu Fan out cold yesterday, right? Lu Sheng just chills next to Lin Zi. Absolutely toxic glares are raining down on him from everywhere. But our guy? Just staring straight ahead, totally unbothered, zero expression on his face. Meanwhile, Lin Zi is awkwardly sweating behind him, side-eyeing the angry mob. That blue-haired guy from the dorm check-in yesterday scowls, locking eyes on Lu Sheng before calling out to his buddy. Hey Huodong, Lu Sheng finally showed up. He then drops a little insider knowledge. Rumor has it he is actually giving the big speech today. Beside him, Huodong tilts his head, squinting over at our MC with some serious curiosity. The blue-haired dude tosses out a major question. Shu Jianfei looks like he is about to start some massive drama and totally tear Lu Sheng down. What do you think about that? Hearing this, Huodong just strokes his chin, frowning as he turns his head to drop his own prediction. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. Look at Shu Jianfei. I remember this guy ranked in the national top 20. He is just glaring right at our guy, Lu Sheng, arms crossed, weird curly hair, looking completely annoyed with a massive scowl. Seeing this absolute hater, Lu Sheng just casually looks down right back at him. Up above, the whole crowd is crossing their arms, just waiting for the drama to start. Meanwhile, He Dong in the back is already plotting Lu Sheng's downfall. Has our guy seriously become the ultimate demon lord in the eyes of these freshmen? As for Lu Sheng, he hops out of his seat, head held high, one hand in his pocket, looking ridiculously chill as he steps right up to the front podium. Feeling that crazy aura, He Dong's face instantly darkens. He narrows his eyes, starts sweating bullets, and realizes things are about to get wild. He knows taking down Lu Sheng will not be easy at all. He just mentally confirms his worst fears right there on the spot. His martial arts instinct is screaming at him to stay as far away from this guy as possible. Lu Sheng steps up, presses his lips together, and throws a dead cold glare at the crowd behind him, brows locked. He is straight up radiating some terrifying, threatening killer intent. Right after that, Zhao Taiyan steps up to the mic, welcoming everyone to the Seven Saints Martial Academy. The students quiet down, but then this guy just starts rambling on and on about autumn. Honestly, half the freshmen down there are already nodding off to sleep. Zhao Taiyan's voice rings out again, praising the students for their hard work. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng, standing right next to him, is literally plugging his ears. Looking completely disgusted, he smirks and starts complaining in his own head. No matter what world you are in, school leaders always sound exactly the same, seriously. Then, totally hyped up, Zhao Taiyan flashes a smile, points right at our guy, and makes the introduction. Up next, we invite the official representative for this year's new freshman class. He practically shouts the announcement. The Dragon Martial champion, student Lu Sheng, will come up to the stage to give the freshman's speech. Everyone, please give a huge welcome. Hearing that, our boy steps right up to the podium. He leans into the mic, hands resting down, and just stares up at the crowd. Beside him, Zhao Taiyan is just smiling so wide his eyes vanish, looking incredibly friendly. Down below, Shu Jianfei narrows his eyes, making a megaphone with his hands to scream out some pure, unfiltered mockery. Hey, hey, hey! The crowd of students takes the chance to start booing and shouting, full of pure hate. Seeing this disrespect, Lu Sheng shoots him a wide-eyed, seriously unamused glare. Right next to him, Zhao Taiyan sees the mess and tells the students to quiet down. Then he gives Lu Sheng this super gentle look, smiles warmly, and asks him, "Are you totally ready for this, Lu Sheng?" Lu Sheng just looks right back at him. Face completely calm, he flashes a smirk and confirms, "I prepared for a whole day, absolutely zero problems here." Hearing him say that, Zhao Taiyan looks totally confused. He blankly repeats those words to himself, prepared for a whole day. Then he starts thinking to himself, he never expected the kid to care so much about this little speech. Wow, he is really giving me some face here. He happily concludes that Lu Sheng is not one of those arrogant geniuses who only care about martial arts and nothing else. Oh, how wrong he is. Right after that, Lu Sheng looks down at the mic on the podium. He grips the edges with both hands, staying completely silent. Then, he narrows his eyes, smirks at the crowd, and just leaks raw, killer intent. Down below, some bald dude squints at him, totally annoyed, and asks, "What does this punk even want to say?" Beside him, Xu Jianfei glares at Lu Sheng, gritting his teeth as he makes a promise. Yeah, whatever he says, we are gonna laugh and boo him together. Let us make him lose face and walk off in shame. Then, Lu Sheng smiles down at the crowd. Totally calm, he finally starts his speech. I am Lu Sheng. I know a lot of you down there refuse to accept me. The very next second, he raises his index finger. His face goes serious, staring down at the crowd as he boldly declares, so today, I am going to give those haters a chance. Hearing that, the crowd and the bald guy stare at him with wide eyes. Whispers instantly erupt. Xu Jianfei squints at him, gritting his teeth and wondering to himself, a chance? Then Lu Sheng frowns. Eyes wide, face dark, he screams a challenge straight at the crowd through the microphone. Challenge me right now. Then he throws his arms wide open, adding his final insane condition. Oh, and I will specially allow all of you. Hearing that, Zhao Taiyan, standing right beside him, literally stumbles back in pure shock. Lu Sheng's face is pure menace with a demonic smirk. Reaching out, crushing them with his pressure, he shouts his demand. To attack me altogether, smiling with absolute contempt, he raises a brow. Eyes full of excitement, he actually waves his hand at the freshmen, energy still exploding from his body. He urges them on. Do not make me wait too long. Absolute madness. Hearing that, the bald guy quickly cracks his knuckles, teeth grinding as he glares up. Xu Jianfei beside him is not any better, face totally twisted in rage, gritting his teeth. As for Zhao Taiyan, he is completely dumbfounded, brain practically exploding. He leans over to look at our boy, frozen stiff, just whispering, huh? Then he quickly tries to regain his cool, adjusting his glasses. Forcing a smile at Lu Sheng, he is absolutely screaming in his own head. What? Is this what you meant by preparing for a whole day? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng is still standing there on the podium, arms wide open, facing the students. Zhao Taiyan just keeps screaming mentally at this absolute disaster. All right, you and I both know what those 4 words really meant. It was officially time to throw down. The crowd below stared up, completely dumbfounded, especially Lin Zi. The guy actually gave him a trembling thumbs up, eyes wide with pure awe, truly worthy of being his undisputed idol. Peak madness, honestly. Up on the stage, Lu Sheng just tilted his head with the most punchable, arrogant smile, looking down at the absolute peasants below. Well, nobody wants a piece of this? He asked the frozen crowd. Are all you annoying flies just absolute trash? Hearing that spicy insult, the students slammed their hands down and shot up from their chairs, glaring at him with pure, unadulterated rage. Especially Xu Jianfei, who literally smashed his desk and screamed out a beautiful, completely uncensored curse word. Even the bald kid next to him jumped back, eyes wide in absolute shock. Xu Jianfei pointed and roared out, "You are way too freaking cocky, Lu Sheng." Right after that, he fully stood up, summoning a full suit of armor and punching his own chest like a gorilla. His battle aura exploded outward. He locked eyes with Lu Sheng, laughing like a maniac as he challenged him, "Let Xu Jianfei teach you a lesson." The peanut gallery behind him immediately started trash-talking and mocking. Does this guy seriously think he is invincible? What a complete joke. Xu Jianfei cracked his knuckles with a supervillain smirk, staring right up at our guy. Meanwhile, his bald buddy kept staring with massive saucer eyes, hands casually shoved in his pockets as he declared, "It has been way too long since anyone dared to talk that much trash to my face." A girl suddenly stood up from the crowd too, casually twirling her gorgeous long white hair, popping a hand on her hip with a smirk. Perfect timing. I have been wanting to test my skills and broaden my horizons a little bit anyway, she added playfully. I really want to see just how strong the great Dragon Martial champion actually is. A guy next to her just completely dropped his jaw. Seeing this total chaos unfold, Huodong frowned hard, screaming internally. Oh man, this vibe is totally messed up. He realized instantly that joining this mob was absolutely not a smart career move for his survival. The green-haired kid beside him furrowed his brow, closely analyzing Huodong's incredibly sweaty and nervous behavior, and right on cue, yet another random student popped up ready for a massive fight. Huodong was having a total mental crisis. If he didn't stand up right now, everyone would totally think the great Huodong was terrified of Lu Sheng. Not wanting to look like a coward, he narrowed his eyes, stood up with fake confidence, and mumbled towards him. And just like that, the hype train derailed. Everyone behind him eagerly jumped up too. Huodong formally asked the great dragon champion for his guidance. The rest of the students quickly got on their feet, glaring at him with zero friendly vibes and shifting into full combat stances. Now the entire hall was absolutely locked onto him up on the stage. Down below, their combined battle auras literally shaped into a massive, imposing dragon that aggressively roared straight at his face. Watch this. The furious mob marched toward him, dramatically screaming out, "Please give us your guidance!" Watching this madness, another teacher in the back completely bugged out, staring at Zhao Taiyan in sheer panic and yelling, "Wait, What the heck is going on? What kind of crazy situation is this? Vice principal? Hearing that, the vice principal just frowned, raising a hand to stop him. He watched the stage like he was enjoying a movie. No rush, he muttered calmly. Let's watch this play out first. Only my boy Lin Z stood strong down below. He glared at the massive mob, clenched his fists, and screamed like a loyal sidekick. You cowards really trying to jump him with these numbers? Absolute garbage. Come get some. Seeing this epic display of loyalty, our MC actually glanced down at him, genuinely a bit surprised. Meanwhile, Lin Z was internally panicking. He figured they were super dead, and this was about to turn into a totally brutal fight for survival. He bravely concluded that no matter how ridiculously overpowered his idol was, fighting this many people was impossible. He absolutely couldn't let his boss lose face. Down below, that swirling dragon energy kept glaring at him, but Lu Sheng wasn't sweating it. He stepped right up to the front of the podium. Hearing his undisputed idol about to speak, Lin Z quickly whipped his head around. Lu Sheng smiled dangerously and said, "Do you honestly think that gathering a bunch of trash into a giant pile is going to put pressure on me?" Then, his entire vibe flipped. His face darkened, his eyes glowing red with insane, terrifying killing intent as he muttered out loud, "Perfect timing. I really wanted to see this." He cut himself off, throwing his arms wide open. He blasted his own demonic killing intent straight at that aura dragon, making the stupid thing literally flinch and roar. "You absolute garbage tier extras. What gave you the right to even breathe the same air as me?" With a single explosive twitch, he vanished, moving way too fast to track. He materialized right in front of Xu Jianfei, pulling back a devastating fist as he calmly announced, "You get to go first." The poor guy couldn't even process it. His eyes bugged out as he took the full, brutal impact of the punch, despite his fancy armor. He frantically threw his arms up to block, his entire body straining as he coughed up absolutely violently. But then, our guy just launched another merciless punch. Boom! Xu Jianfei was launched a good 8 meters through the air, crashing hard into the back wall. The surrounding students instantly froze, staring in pure, absolute terror. Thinking he was the main character, another guy tried to launch a sneak kick, but Lu Sheng casually reached out and caught his leg right in midair. His hand locked firmly onto the guy's foot like a trap. He shot the kid a deadly, side-eye glare, his body radiating pure villain energy as he mocked, "Weakest one here." And then he just casually added, "And incredibly insolent." Without breaking a sweat, he casually swung his arm, slamming the guy straight into the dirt with just enough force. The absolute disrespect? His other hand never even left his pocket. "All right, you and I are about to see something wild." Lu Sheng looks back, completely stunned, because some absolute lunatic is actually trying to blast a massive fireball right at his face. This crazy fire guy steps on a chair, totally ignoring the terrified students scrambling for their lives. Then he hits us with a wicked smirk, laughs like a total villain, and yells out his ridiculous claim. He actually screams, "Haha, you think your strength can block my fire?" But suddenly, a hand just casually shoots straight into the roaring flames coming from his palm. Right after that, Lu Sheng literally grabs the guy by the face. Absolute panic. The giant flames just fizzle out, replaced by sharp, deadly sparks aimed right at him. The fire guy freezes, eyes wide, completely speechless at our hero's insane speed. Any remaining fire clinging to Lu Sheng's body quickly just vanishes. He looks down at his smoking clothes, squints with this hilarious sad face, and casually confirms the damage. He mutters that his aura defense wasn't perfect, so his outfit got a little toasted. Then, he dramatically glances sideways with a heavy frown. A bright beam of light suddenly blasts toward his arm. Lu Sheng pulls back, looking ridiculously annoyed, while our roasted fireboy trips backward onto the floor. Right on cue, glowing beams of pure power start aggressively swirling toward him. Lu Sheng smoothly bends backward to dodge them. Enter a white-haired girl moving fast as the wind. She frowns, gripping her blade, and smirks at him with a cocky thought. Crazy strength and arrogant defense, is it? She confidently decides, "Then I'll just use my speed to slice you up." But before she can even blink, Lu Sheng flashes right behind her and grabs her ankle, leaving her completely stunned. He just hit her with that wind breath technique. The girl panics, her eyes going wide as she screams out a shaky, "Huh?" She gets violently yeeted toward the ceiling, while he frowns and sticks a ridiculously cool landing. While he's busy fighting a whole squad in front, another girl behind him suddenly leaks massive killing intent, bowing and trembling as she warns him, "I am losing control of my power." Her body erupts, firing sharp arrows directly at him. She clenches her fists and screams, "Don't you dare blame me for this." And just like that, his back gets absolutely peppered by those sharp darts. Caught completely off guard, Lu Sheng turns around with a wide-eyed, startled expression. Seeing his clothes shredded and blood actually spilling, the girl pumps her fists in pure, hyped-up excitement. She screams at the top of her lungs, "It worked!" She proudly announces to everyone, I finally took him down. I defeated Lu Sheng. But our guy just regains his chill, glares at her, and uses telekinesis to yank those annoying darts right out of his back. Looking deeply unamused, he spreads his arms, easily controlling the floating darts that just pierced him. He turns to the terrified girl and coldly asks, Who exactly gave you permission? To scratch my itchy back without asking? Seeing this absolute menace, she panics, throwing her hands up while aggressively backing away. He glares at her with literal murderous intent, arms wide open, controlling the deadly projectiles in pure anger. The girl completely loses it, screaming out in absolute terror. Impossible. How are you also a spiritual telepath? Then, he launches the darts back. The girl gets violently pinned to the wall. Her face goes pale white with fear, screaming as her soul practically leaves her body. Gasp. He Dong's mob of angry students starts yelling, charging at him with blind rage. Damn it! Let's all rush him right now! The very next second, this massive crowd grabs their weapons and fiercely swarms him. But Lu Sheng just calmly turns his head, giving them a look of pure disgust, then reaches out. His eyes widen with annoyance as he frowns. Finally, a massive explosion echoes out, violently blasting the entire rushing student mob far away. Seeing how pathetically weak they are, he stomps the ground hard. He looks at this terrified, wide-eyed crowd and drops the cold, hard truth. Just as I thought. Trash is always trash. Even piled up together, you guys are still nothing but garbage. Then he tightly clenches one hand, his body overflowing with an intense aura. He steps on a sword stuck in the dirt, looking incredibly disappointed while standing in the dust. Sigh, I really expected way too much from you all. Over on the sidelines, the teacher who tried stopping this mess panics, adjusting his glasses. This is genuinely insane. Next to him, Zhao Taiyan completely freezes, jaw dropped in shock. Then he slowly regains his cool squints and smiles with massive hope, thinking to himself, he is totally worth the hype. He calmly watches Lu Sheng dusting himself off while his clothes and body automatically repair, confirming a very wild thought in his head. Tomorrow, when those elites from the 6 great martial saints finally see Lu Sheng, oh boy. Hey, Dong's group hasn't even moved yet, completely frozen with wide, terrified eyes. He literally trembles in fear, asking, how did it end up like this? The backup students behind him are just staring, completely paralyzed. He Dong nervously adds, I was seriously debating whether to attack him, and the fight is already over. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng casually steps on an unconscious student's face and walks away. All right, guys, you and I are about to see a total meltdown. His eyes go dark, trembling, realizing their grand hero expedition totally failed. And then he remembers our guy's murderous glare, looking at those poor students like they were literally just trash. Hak Dong realizes the world is about to face the endless reign of a new dark demon king. He pictures these legendary heroes slamming their swords into the dirt, bowing to him with sheer panic in their eyes. Snap back to reality. Luke Than is standing right there, super confused, casually waving his hand to get his attention. Hey! Hak Dong finally snaps out of it, completely frozen stiff as he stares back. Luke Than just looks at him like, why are you freezing up, man? It honestly feels like a super familiar cartoon scene straight out of his past life. Then our overpowered boss casually asks him, you stood up just now, didn't you? Hearing that, Hak Dong's face turns pale. He is trembling, eyes bulging in absolute panic, staring back and shaking his head so insanely hard it might actually snap off just to completely deny it. Absolutely not. Then he turns around, staring at the painfully obvious gap between himself and his chair. He forces a super awkward smile, suddenly cooking up a hilarious idea. He forces a pathetic smile at Luke Than, awkwardly dragging the chair right under his butt as he desperately screams out his defense. I did not do it. Absolutely not.